The story starts in a hospital where our MC is playing games, but he is bored of every game. Then he finds a game called Dungeon and Stone on a forum. It's a 2D pixelated game, which he doesn't usually play, but since it's free and he's bored, he decides to give it a try. It's a rogue-type game where if you die, you have to start over from the beginning. Without noticing, he plays it for hours and becomes addicted. He plays it everywhere he goes for 9 years. Finally, after 9 years, he reaches the final boss room. After opening it, he receives a notification that the tutorial is complete. Suddenly, a light emanates from the screen, and he is sucked into the game world. He opens his eyes and finds himself as a barbarian, standing in the coming-of-age ceremony where barbarians choose their first weapon before entering the dungeon. He is shocked and wonders what is happening. Suddenly, a barbarian near him shouts, "It's the game! It's Dungeon and Stone!" After hearing that, the barbarian chief arrives and asks who shouted. The MC points towards the player in fear. The chief approaches the player and chopped his head off and announces that he was possessed by an evil spirit. Realizing that if he stands out, he will die, the MC faces a problem. He doesn't know his name. If he doesn't go when called, he will die. He starts to think of an idea and comes up with a plan. If someone else doesn't respond within 2 seconds, he will act. After some time, a name is called and no one responds. So he goes up on the stage and luckily he gets it right. It was his name. Finally, he discovers his name is Yandel's son, Bjorn. With his years of experience playing the game, he chooses a shield as his first weapon because it offers the most survivability. After everyone chooses their weapons, they select their leader, Venom's third son, to guide them towards the dungeon. Because everyone that have gone through coming-of-age ceremony will enter the dungeon. However, after some time they get lost on their way. They decide to choose another leader, Feneline's second daughter Aner, but even she gets lost. Seeing their intelligence, the MC decided to help them and suggests her that they should follow other species to reach the dungeon gate. Aner likes his idea, and they start following other creatures until they finally reach the dungeon gate. However, upon reaching the gate, the MC starts feeling fear. But he have no choice but to go inside because all the citizens of the city need to pay taxes starting from the age of 20, and failure to do so results in execution. Since he is a barbarian, it is impossible for him to find a normal job, and the labyrinth only opens once a month. So he has to go now, but his feet aren't moving because of fear. Then Aner gives him some encouragement, and also thanks him for helping earlier. After that, he gathers his composure and enters the labyrinth. However, instead of transported to the start area, he is transported to an area with complete darkness. Just as he took a few steps, a trap set by a cunning goblin snapped shut beneath his feet. Pain coursed through his body as he began to bleed profusely. The goblin, reveling in its victory, shadowed Bjorn's every move, eagerly awaiting his impending demise. Aware of the goblin's presence, Bjorn feigned weakness and collapsed to the ground, his breathing shallow. Seizing the opportunity, the goblin threw a rock at him, testing to see if he was truly dead. Confirming his suspicion, the goblin approached Bjorn. But Bjorn, despite his injuries, mustered his strength and launched a surprise attack. In a fierce struggle, he emerged victorious, and the goblin's body disappeared. Leaving behind a 9th grade magic stone, a highly coveted and valuable item in this world. Yet, its worth was equaled that of a mere piece of bread. Despite his victory, Bjorn's wounds continued to bleed profusely, posing a grave threat to his survival. Desperate for aid, he forced himself to keep moving, dragging his injured body across the unforgiving ground. Hour after grueling hour, he fought against the encroaching darkness, his resolve unwavering. The brink of death loomed near, but he refused to succumb. Finally, a glimmer of light pierced the darkness, signifying an exit from the treacherous depths. To his astonishment, a party of seasoned adventurers emerged before him. Seeing his dire condition, they stopped, their captain demanding the assistance of their healer. However, much to their dismay, the healer refused, unwilling to use her limited holy power on a stranger. Undeterred, the captain turned to another party member, asking him to give a healing potion. Reluctant due to its cost, the party member initially refused, but the captain, demonstrating his leadership, promised to repay the debt in due time. Relenting, the party member handed over the potion, and with careful precision, poured it onto Bjorn's injured leg. Unbeknownst to many, potions in this world inflicted a searing pain when used, making them impractical for use in the midst of battle. The healing process was arduous, but Bjorn endured the agony, his wounds slowly closing under the potion's influence. Grateful for their aid, the captain inquired how he had arrived before him. He wondered if there was a hidden shortcut he had missed. Bjorn, tell them what happened, after listening his explanation. The captain explained that such occurrences were exceptionally rare, happening only once or twice every 100 years. Bjorn couldn't help but reflect on his ill-fated luck. With their paths diverging, the party bid him farewell, and Bjorn resumed his exploration of the illuminated area. With a renewed sense of purpose, Bjorn ventured forth, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger or opportunity. He knew that the light before him marked the beginning of a new chapter, brimming with challenges and untold treasures. Armed with his resilience, honed skills, Bjorn prepared to face whatever awaited him in this enigmatic realm. Little did he know that his journey had only just begun, and the trials ahead would test him in ways he could never have imagined.
After his near-death experience, he kept running into goblins. They keep coming. At first he was nervous, but after some time, goblins are no threat to him, and traps are randomly placed in the open. The only problems were food and water, because the food he got from the deputy chief was lost when he was crawling on the ground. Only 2 days' worth is left, and the chief did not give any water, so he has to find it in the labyrinth. So he starts searching, and after some time, he finds the water, but there was already someone else there. But he left himself. After that, he drinks water and started counting the magic stones he collected, and there were 44 stones. And now he started to feel tired and started to feel sleepy. There are 2 ways to sleep in the labyrinth. First, live your life in the god's hands and sleep. Or second, find allies to protect each other. He tried the second option, but everyone got scared because of his looks and all the blood all over his body. Then suddenly, the man from before comes and asked him if he is looking for an overnight companion. After hearing that, MC got angry. Then he explained that he thought that they could take some sleep while protecting each other. Then MC understands that it was called an overnight companion, and he thought he was saying After that, he agrees, and they play rock, paper, scissors to determine who will sleep first, and MC lost. So the man gives MC a watch and asks him to wake him up after 2 hours. After 2 hours, MC wakes him up, and now it's his turn to sleep, but he can't believe in a stranger. So he pretends to sleep to see if that man does something, but he doesn't do anything. After 2 hours, they change turns again, but MC is frustrated because he didn't get a single minute of sleep, and he was so sleepy that his eyes closed, and MC falls asleep. Then suddenly, that man wakes him up. MC apologizes to him and offers him more time to sleep, but that man refuses. So MC takes his turn and starts sleeping. After some time, that man comes and attacks him with his hammer, but MC blocks it, and says he knew that there is no one that kind in this world who forgives and does not take the offer to sleep. They fight, and MC defeats him, asking him why he didn't attack the first time he slept. That man answers that because he also needs sleep. Then MC asks why he attacked him, and the man answers that it's because of his stone, but MC doesn't believe him and attacks him again, asking once more. That man explains that it's because of his heart, and tells him that a barbarian's heart is used for new magical research and sold for a good price. After saying all of that, he starts begging to be let go. Everyone in this world thinks barbarians are stupid and naive. Most of it is true, but our MC is a human inside a barbarian, so he kills him and takes his items. He have many items, like potions. MC starts to think that after only a few hours since he came to this world, he killed someone, and only after killing a man, he is now living like a man. After that, he started to hunt again, and goblins started to come in pairs because it's the second day, but it's not a big problem for our MC. He hunts for 14 hours, but now he started to feel very tired and needs sleep. Because of the previous incident, this time he chose the first option and tried to sleep alone, hoping goblins won't come, but goblins keep coming. After some time, he just closed his eyes, but a goblin attacked him and just missed MC's neck because of height. After that, MC becomes frustrated and decided to find another barbarian, but instead, He meets many humans this time who want to become his overnight companion, maybe because this time he is looking good and didn't cover in blood. But he refused them all and told them that he is looking for another barbarian. Then one man tells him that it's going to be hard to find because most of the barbarians quickly go up to the second floor. Then MC realizes that it would be embarrassing for someone of their build to struggle on the first floor. So he starts to look for any race other than human to become an overnight companion, because every race has a special trait other than human. After some time of searching, he finds an elf. She was injured and afraid. Then MC goes there, and she instantly starts to beg him to let her live. Then MC tries to comfort her, but she gets more scared and says that even if he is a barbarian, let her live just once because she has a younger brother to take care of. Then MC starts to think about what barbarians do. So to make her let her guard down against him a little, he gives her some healing herbs and some bandages he got from the men from before, and asks her to treat her wound first while he stands guard. After she finishes treatment, he introduces himself, and she also tells her name, Erwin. Then he asks her why she is so afraid of him. She tells him that he is a barbarian, and barbarians and elves had a very big war in the past, and now they are hostile towards each other. She says she doesn't care about this, and asks him to let her go. MC didn't know about it. All he knows is that elves and barbarians have a good relationship, so he does not know which timeline this is compared to the game he plays. Then he tells her that he also doesn't care about it, and asks her to become his overnight companion. I know it sounds weird. After thinking for some time, she agrees, but asks him to make an oath on his warrior's honor that he will not harm her, and she also makes an oath in the name of her tribe. Then both make the oath to not harm each other. Then our MC decides to sleep first, and she agrees. So he gives her the pocket watch, and asks her to handle it with care because it's expensive. At first he thought that he would pretend to sleep for 10 minutes, but he instantly falls asleep. Then after 2 hours she wakes him. Then he realizes that it's all because of the blanket and the bag, and if Hans, the man from before, lent it to him, he would definitely die there. So he decides to lend them to her, and just like that, they both take a few turns, and now there are only 10 minutes left before the last turn.
Then 2 men came there and asked Bjorn what his relationship with the elf was. He told them they were overnight companions. Then they asked how much time was remaining. After hearing that, Bjorn told them it was none of their business and that he was not obligated to tell them. He scared them away, and they left. After that, Bjorn tried to wake up Erwin, but she pretended to sleep. Bjorn forcefully woke her and asked why she was pretending to sleep. She answered that if she got up, he would leave her because their partnership would end as soon as she woke up, and he would leave her alone. Then Bjorn asked her what happened with those 2. She answered that she didn't know them, but they were probably from the same group called the Crystal Union as the human who tried to hurt her. After hearing that it was a whole group, he first thought of parting ways, but this beautiful elf was only 20 years old, and that was reason enough for a man of culture to help someone. So he decided to help her and asked for her full story before deciding. She got really happy and told him that she had met them on the first day inside the labyrinth as overnight companions. And when she was sleeping, she felt a gaze behind her. Only later did she find out that he was a manager of a clan doing business on the first floor, and somehow she managed to escape. Since then, they had been chasing her. Then Bjorn asked how they were able to chase her in the labyrinth. She told him that they were probably using message stones, which allow communication when synchronized prior to usage. Their range is up to about 300 meters. It was a device that didn't exist in the game, so he was a little shocked. Then Bjorn asked her why the members of the Union continued to chase her, when it didn't seem like she had done anything wrong. She told him that while escaping, she swung her knife around and accidentally cracked one of the assailant's ears. Bjorn felt bad for that man, and she was laughing while telling him all this. Suddenly, she felt someone following them from behind, about 150 meters away. It was an ability of elves they are born with, so they decided to increase their speed, but the distance between them didn't increase. Bjorn started to think about the risks he was taking and the benefits. Well, I think we all know the benefits of helping beautiful elf. So he asked her what she was good at. She gave a great answer fitting for the situation. She said that she was good at laundry and cleaning but bad at cooking. I just want to ask what is going on in her head at a moment like this. Everyone, what do you think? But just don't go overboard with it. Then he asked what she was good at during battle, that she was good at archery, and could also use spirit magic, specifically flame element. Flame element is actually the rarest element in this world. Then he asked her if she had killed anyone before. She answered that she hadn't, but she could do it. Then Bjorn asked seriously if she would like to become his comrade until they got out of the labyrinth. He would take 90s, and she would get 10. He didn't even finish his speech, but she instantly agreed without any hesitation. So Bjorn decided to get rid of the pursuer because the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. He decided to enter a dark area where they waited for the pursuer. After he arrived and started searching for them. Bjorn ordered her to shoot the arrow. She was a little nervous, but she shot the arrow and got a headshot. MC sure was smart. He didn't kill the man himself. Erwin was in a little shock, so he gave her some encouragement and started looting the men. There, he found the message stone Erwin had been talking about. After that, Bjorn checked the loot he got from the man he just killed. He had a pouch of magic crystals, 2 daggers, 1 potion bottle from his waist belt, and the clothes he was wearing, a leather top and bottom. Bjorn sure was a scavenger, and I like this kind of Bjorn story. Then MC asked Erwin about how to use the message stone, and she told him that there was a button on the side. After Bjorn pressed it, a voice came from it, and there was someone giving everyone instructions and asking them to catch the elf and the barbarian with full instructions. He also placed a 10,000 gold bounty on their heads and asked everyone to gather at the Goblin District, which was where Bjorn and Erwin were currently. After hearing that, Erwin got scared, but MC asked her not to be scared, and they moved up to the 2nd floor. After hearing that, she asked if they were really going to the 2nd floor by themselves, as there was a huge difference between the 1st and 2nd floors. Bjorn said he knew it and told her that they would just stay near the entrance, and they were also a good match. She got flustered after hearing that, but she still hesitated to go to the 2nd floor. Then, suddenly, a voice came from the message stone, saying that whoever found the elf first could enjoy her first on top of the 10,000 gold. Then another man's voice came, saying that if she was too resistant, could he cut off one of her arms and legs. Then that man asked if they should just leave the important part, and he asked if they all knew what he meant, right? After hearing all of that, she immediately agreed to go up to the 2nd floor. This makes Bjorn's work easy and saves his time. He always likes to help people in need when it is beneficial to him, of course. When a chance like this comes, of course, he will take it. After that, Erwin asks Mick about the path to the 2nd floor. Bjorn said that he doesn't know the specific path, but the dungeon is designed in such a way that if you keep following the darkness, you will reach a portal, since the darkness represents a path that leads you to the upper floors. Suddenly, Erwin stops Bjorn because there was a trap. After seeing the trap, Bjorn remembers the dark past and that he just walked a few steps before stepping on one, but they only appeared now after so late. Then he realizes how unlucky he was. Then Erwin asks Bjorn to let her handle it and he should rest. Then Bjorn told her not to use spirit to save strength. With her clumsy look, you can understand what she is going to do. After that, she goes near the trap and suddenly 2 goblins attack her, but she was ready in counter. Attacks them and kills the first goblin. Then the second goblin. Then the second goblin tries to attack her, but she quickly finishes him too. After that, she gives both stones to Bjorn according to the agreement of 9-1, and she seems very happy about it, saying there's something her younger sibling has been asking for. And if they keep progressing like this, she can earn a little bit too, right? After hearing that, Mick feels like she is trying to insult him. I also feel the same. But she's got a point there. Then a voice from the stone comes again, saying that they are raising the bounty on the elf to 20,000 gold, dead or alive. After hearing that, Erwin gets scared again. Then Bjorn asks her not to worry and says there's no one who will search in the dark for them. And these bastards don't have the best teamwork. That's all he said to her. But inside his mind, he was thinking that it's suspicious, that all things are going too well. He was just thinking, but suddenly, Erwin shouts, "There are ghouls." After seeing them, Bjorn starts to think, how are the ghouls here? On the first floor, there are different monsters based on the direction you go, and ghouls are supposed to be in the south. They've come too far after roaming for so long, but actually, it's a good thing for Bjorn. Maybe you guys are thinking about what level Ma currently is, right? To know that first, I'll explain the experience awarding system for the dungeon in stone. You are only awarded for the first time you defeat a monster of the same species. But if they are from a different rank, you can also gain experience. For example, if you kill a goblin and a goblin chief, they are both considered different species, and you gain experience from both of them the first time you kill them. Meaning you need to defeat as many species as possible in order to level up. So Mick is just level 1. Now, let's get back to the story. Erwin said she will handle it alone, but denied it, asking her to cover from behind. After Bjorn comes within a certain range of ghouls, they attack him. And why is their hair like melting cream on top of a cake? Well then, the fight begins. And it was a piece of cake with Bjorn's power and Erwin's artillery. After that, they keep walking towards the north until the third day. Then Erwin sees blood on the ground, and it was not Goblin's blood. After following the blood trail for some time, they find a sandal. And I think everyone knows about the dark past of Mech. After seeing that, the portal was less than 10 meters away from his starting point, and if only he had gone in the other direction. Just how much bad luck does he have? Because anyone who opens the portal first to the second floor gets 2 experience points. And as I told you before, you can only earn experience points one time from the same species, so it's very hard to level up. But you can earn these experience points every time the labyrinth opens, and it becomes a kind of race. That's why the team who saved Bjorn on the first day asked him about it. Thinking about that makes him very angry, and seeing him like that, Erwin asks him if there's something she did wrong. Then he says it was not because of her. After that, she comes to a conclusion that Bjorn lost his barbarian comrade here, so she gives him some sympathy. Bjorn gets confused, but he decides to ignore it, and they go up to the second floor, the Goblin Forest. But their landing is not a smooth one, for Bjorn, of course. Erwin lands perfectly. After Bjorn recovers from this unfortunate experience, they look around, and there is no living being in a 50-meter radius. The second floor is different from the first floor. While the first floor is like an underground maze, the second floor is an open forest, and there are 4 gates in 4 different directions on the first floor, and each gate leads to a different place. But you can go to the third floor from any of them. Just tell me, what's with the ghouls? Others look good, but ghouls look like ice cream is melting on their heads. After that, Erwin asks Bjorn what to do now. He tells her that once the time is up, which is 168 hours for the first floor and 240 hours for the second floor, the labyrinth spits the explorers back out into the city. So they will stay on the second floor before the 168 hours are up, and then they go back to the first floor. But they can't just stay here by the portal all day, so they start to explore the nearby area a bit. Soon after some time, Erwin finds a trap, but Bjorn didn't see it. Then Erwin throws a rock at it to deactivate it, and then she asks for praise from Bjorn. But Bjorn just says that she is good at throwing rocks, and it was always her duty to find the traps. McSure is a Sigma. Let's talk about the second floor a little. Traps on the second floor are different than the first floor. They are well hidden and are all over the floor, but there is no goblin watching over them. And other than traps, another difference is that the goblins go around in groups of about a dozen, sometimes with warriors or archers. And there are more high-ranking monsters the farther you go towards the exterior of the forest. Continue the story. Bjorn and Erwin started exploring the goblin forest, destroying traps in their way so they wouldn't cause any trouble later when monsters attack. Soon, Erwin heard footsteps of the goblins and asked Bjorn what to do. Bjorn asked her about the number of goblins, and she answered that she doesn't know the exact number, but it's more than 10 for sure. After hearing that, he decided that they will attack them and asked Erwin how close they can get without being noticed. She answered that on her own, she can get to about 30 meters away from them. Then, Bjorn said that they will go with her plan. First, Erwin goes near them and shoots the first arrow. Then Bjorn will attack them. However, the second floor is different. There are 3 times the amount of goblins from the first floor. And there's a goblin warrior too. Yes, this guy with the knife-like sword is a goblin warrior. And it should be scary face so many goblins to gather. But instead of being scared, Bjorn's warrior's heart was twitching. He was feeling excited. It reminds me of the Overlord manga where Ainz's emotions automatically get suppressed. With this sense of excitement, he started to crush them one by one, but dealing with the goblin warrior isn't easy. He almost chopped Bjorn's head off and surrounded him with other goblins. The situation became quite threatening, and he might also get injured, but that's if he was alone, of course. But with a trusted partner like Erwin, his back is covered, and he quickly finished them all. He gained 1 experience point for defeating the goblin warrior for the first time, and 11 magic crystals. But the warrior's weapon and armor disappeared with the goblin. The warrior stone has more value than a normal goblin of the same rank. So he decided to give Erwin 2 normal stones. She looked very happy. And after that, they started moving again. Once they went farther out than a 3-kilometer radius, they began to come across goblin groups every 5 minutes. This time, there's an archer among the goblins, and as soon as he saw them, he disappeared using stealth magic. It became difficult because of the goblin archers. But it wasn't enough to defeat Bjorn. He just had to focus a little more to dodge the arrows coming towards him, and he easily defeated the goblin archer. After 15 hours of fights, they decided to take rest. And Bjorn gave Erwin the first chance to sleep, and she instantly fell asleep. Then Bjorn started thinking that explorers are scarier than the goblins, especially now that he has a reason to be worried, and it's a problem that she's so pretty. He said it out loud, and Erwin woke up instantly and asked him if she is really pretty. But Bjorn asked her to sleep. Well, it shows that she was not stupid and is always on her guard. And just like that, the 4th, 5th, and 6th day passed, and it became the 7th day, the last day, and it's finally time to leave the labyrinth. Bjorn told Erwin that it was finally time to leave the labyrinth. There were only 2 hours and 47 minutes until the first floor would spit the explorers back out. Erwin told Bjorn that she's so tired that she will immediately fall asleep as soon as they're out. Bjorn told her that they should go back now because they should get to the portal earlier rather than late. Of course, things would get a bit tricky now, because the goblin groups had respawned and put down new traps all over the place. Erwin also sensed a goblin group 70 meters away from them with 8 regular goblins, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. Bjorn decided that they will fight. Goblins were just chatting and laughing. And just like before, Erwin shot from afar and popped one of them in the skull, leaving the other goblins stunned. Then Bjorn charged in with his fierce look, scaring the goblins, and he started his attack. He knew that Erwin would take care of the archers, so he focused on killing the warriors first. Bjorn had become a master at fighting goblins, swinging his hammer around and hitting them all to their death in each shot. Erwin also got used to it. She knew exactly when and who to shoot, and because of that, the time it took to kill all the goblins had shortened. He praised her and told her that she did a good job, and she loved having Bjorn's approval. But he told her to tell him when she kills the archers so that he doesn't have to worry about getting shot while fighting. She apologizes and tells him she wasn't sure if the last one was hit or not. He is a bit confused, but agrees that unconfirmed information would be more dangerous. While Erwin just smiled and waited for a response. He was thinking about how much he's grown. He's actually kind of proud, but but I doesn't know who he is proud of. To me, it looks more like self-appreciation. Suddenly, Erwin calls Bjorn's attention to something cool near a dead goblin. Its corpse hasn't fully vanished yet. Rather, it has a blue aura around it. Bjorn notes that this essence particularly belongs to the goblin archer. Essences are a part of the skill system in Dungeon and Stone, which gives you passive and active skills with varying stats, depending on the essence's type. There is only one essence allowed per level, but it is kind of like a cheat. It's one of the most valuable treasures for an explorer, and there will always be a limit to how many essences you can absorb. He remembers his early days of playing the game and recalls how each goblin has a different ability attached to their essence, and your fate will depend on which essences you take. It has a near 0% drop rate, and he never expected to see it here. He was speechless as they stood near it. It feels too good to be true, and he senses something bad might happen. Then our weird but cute Erwin asks him if she would become a goblin if she ate it. Bjorn tells her that she wouldn't, but she would earn a part of the goblin archer's abilities. He tells her how the guy who was chasing them on the first floor had taken a razor mane wolf's essence, which gave him the ability to track their smell. He asks her if she wants the essence, and she says she doesn't really care much, but she will take it if Bjorn doesn't want to take it. Bjorn doesn't care about the goblin archer's essence. He's a barbarian, and he already knows what essence he wants, and this essence would be useless to him. So he tells Erwin that she can have it, but she must promise him something. This is something he was originally going to tell her once they got to the first floor. But right as he was about to speak, they were interrupted by a man calling out to them. It's a group of explorers. He tells our protagonist not to move a muscle. Erwin asks him what he means and mentions that they were just hunting, but Bjorn knew the true purpose of these people arriving. He puts his hands on Erwin's shoulders and says she doesn't need to answer them. Erwin looks confused for a moment. Right then, Bjorn throws her into the goblin archer's essence, and she lands directly on top of the essence, and a bright light emerges from the essence, covering her. The man, who looks like he's from Naruto anime, starts screaming out of rage because Erwin ate the essence and is now fusing with it. He claims that the essence belonged to them. Erwin stands up and leans her back against Bjorn, thanking him for the essence. Bjorn knew that he would eventually run into people like these. People who wait until they see an opportunity to grab something from unsuspecting explorers. However, they couldn't do anything about it now that Erwin had absorbed it, and it was gone forever. Bjorn took a step forward and told them to come at them if they wanted a fight. He was confident, showing no fear as he looked towards them. He knew they were at a numerical disadvantage, so they needed to show confidence and boldness. That group started getting nervous, looking at the oversized barbarian with his hammer in his hand. He sure was intimidating. He told them he was ready for a fight if they wanted one, but if they were scared, they could back off. It looks like we're going to see some real fight very soon. But for now, we have to wait because that group decided to go from there. But before they left with a warning to Bjorn that they will come. After that, Bjorn and Erwin start running towards the portal, and Bjorn tells Erwin not to stop until she reaches the portal. She runs at the fastest speed she can while asking Bjorn if the four from earlier are gone, or whether they'd chase them. Bjorn remembers how they threatened him that he would get revenge for the essence, and even if they didn't follow them, they would probably end up in the same place, which confuses Erwin. Bjorn tells her that they were a party of 4, which is a good number for a second-floor raid. But they were loitering around the entrance, which means they were planning to go back to the first floor and leave the labyrinth, just like them. They were doing the same thing as them, and Erwin appreciates Bjorn's ability to think critically. Well, for others, he is a barbarian after all. As they run, Erwin senses a group of goblins 50 meters away from their location, and Bjorn says that they will avoid them. However, Erwin tells Bjorn that they can't run because the goblins are coming towards them. Bjorn is shocked to hear this, because the goblins hadn't found them once during the past few days. So how did they find them now? He wondered if this was a coincidence. so they decided to go in the opposite direction. As Bjorn made a quick turn, Erwin was agreeing with him, but suddenly an arrow comes flying towards her. Bjorn grabbed her by the shirt and pulled her backward, but the arrow wasn't from a goblin archer. She says she was going to dodge it herself, and Bjorn says that it's the guys from earlier who shot at them. He tells Erwin that they lured the goblins to their location, and they're waiting on the opposite side. They were planning to tire them out with goblins, and now they had no choice but to fight. He told Erwin to use her powers. She is confused as to what powers he means, and he tells her to use the essence's power that she had acquired by eating the goblin archer's essence. You see, every essence has its own special ability, and since Erwin had absorbed the goblin archer's essence, it would give her special powers. It would increase Erwin's stats in many ways, as you can see on the stat window. Alongside that, it adds a passive and active skill, which can be quite useful in situations like this. She had gotten a passive skill that made all her arrows poisonous, while also giving her an active skill that made her stealthy. Erwin tells him that she doesn't know how to use it, and he just looks at her and tells her that it's already working. Erwin begins to glow blue with the essence surging through her body. She can finally feel the powers of the goblin archer. Her active skill thief step was now in use. Bjorn looked at her and wondered whether the skills work just by willing them, or did they need to say something to trigger it. Meanwhile, Erwin is just enthralled by her new powers. He hands her his bag, telling her to keep it safe. He was going to handle the goblins on his own, and she can look for the guy with the crossbow. Erwin is worried for Bjorn because it would be too dangerous on his own. However, he doesn't care at the moment. He tells her that there is no time to think. He tells her to stay hidden, and when he gives the signal, she must kill the guy with the crossbow. There would only be one shot. After that, he runs into the forest towards the goblins without even telling her what the signal would be. After some time, he stops, because goblins were surrounding him from the left while rushing into the goblins headfirst. Bjorn notices how those guys haven't shown themselves since they shot at them with a crossbow. Early on, he assumed that they would show themselves once he killed all of the goblins, and he began the killing spree. Blood splatters were everywhere as Bjorn was killing the group of goblins. There were a dozen of them. 2 of the goblins were swordsmen or warriors, but there were no arrows flying towards him. There were probably no archers, or so he thought. But an arrow comes flying his way, so he blocked it with his shield, and he now knows there were archers too. Then he felt something pierce his back. It was a goblin with a dagger who stabbed him from behind. He threw the goblin off and bashed its head in with his shield. He was fighting the goblins to the best of his abilities. But he also remembered the crossbow guy was there too, and he didn't have Erwin to help him this time. The injuries were piling up as they were cutting Bjorn up. It was looking like the attack on Titans. But he didn't let up though, as he slammed his hammer onto the goblins and killed them all. They turned into smoke, and he realized that things were getting a bit too dangerous for him. Suddenly, 2 arrows shot in his direction at once. He had to dodge them, but he realized that they were both different markings. One belonged to a goblin archer, and the other arrow was from the crossbow guy. It was impossible to block both arrows, and now he had to pick and choose which arrow would be more dangerous to get hit with. So he decided to block the crossbow bolt, and as he blocked it, the goblin arrow had pierced through his elbow because he simply couldn't have blocked shots from both sides. His arm was wounded and bleeding, not to mention the goblin arrows seemed to have been poisoned. His arm was turning purple, and he couldn't feel any movement within it. He only had his right arm, and he needed to choose between his weapons now. So he let go of the hammer, knowing it wouldn't be much help. He pulled the arrow out of his elbow and chose the shield. It was his original weapon. He knew that the real enemy was that group of scums. If it weren't for them, the goblins wouldn't have been much of a threat to him. He could easily kill goblins with the hammer, but the shield was necessary to protect himself from those crossbow bolts. Bjorn kept slamming into them with his shield. He was flinging them around like they were nothing, sending them flying far away with each hit. But it was not enough. Eventually, he had enough, and he got angry. As he gave the goblins an angry look, the remaining goblins began to run away. As they ran away, Bjorn had one slight moment of rest. He managed to hold on long enough, and he knew he didn't have to chase them down. The group started to emerge from the bushes. They were hiding in there for too long. Their leader smiled and looked smug. He respected Bjorn for getting rid of all of those goblins on his own. He found it impressive and quite unexpected as he walked out with his two other companions. The crossbow guy didn't come with them, but he noticed and asked him the whereabouts of Erwin. With anger, he just tells them to come and fight him. Then their leader says that it is truly impressive that he still has energy despite fighting all of those goblins. However, he was sure that Bjorn was severely injured by this point and gives him the option to tell him where Erwin is, and they would let him go. Bjorn smiles. He wondered if they thought he was stupid, but Bjorn, laughing, annoyed them, and they decided that they should fight him first and torture him later for the answers. He tells his crew not to let their guard down, even if Bjorn is injured. They were going to take this fight the same way as they would while hunting a giant monster. They decided to rush and attack Bjorn as he held his shield up, ready for their attack. But his situation was dire. His left arm wasn't moving, and he was going up against 3 explorers. He wondered whether Erwin found the crossbow archer yet, but he needed to send the signal now. But he knew that the signal had to be something unique, something that this world's people would recognize. He knew what he had to do. He smiled as he raised his poisoned arm up and showed them his middle finger. As he put his arm up, he looked very pleased with the signal. Well, it's a good one. What do you think will happen if Erwin got confused with it? As all of you know how clumsy she is. As Bjorn's middle finger was raised up high, his mind was racing and worried as he wondered if Erwin had recognized the signal yet, because she's far away. Of course, the red-hair man and his crew didn't know what this meant, and this confused them. While they were confused, Bjorn had no choice but to trust her. So he charged at his enemies with his shield. He rushed towards them, but their leader stopped him by slamming his sword against his shield. Feeling Bjorn's strength, he began to be undermined, so he called his samurai friend for help. While Bjorn was focused on him, the samurai came in swinging his sword, slashing at Bjorn's shield and pushed it out of the way. Bjorn could feel the power of the samurai warrior, but he knew that he couldn't back off. So he decided to be aggressive towards the samurai, but the samurai easily dodged his attacks. However, hitting them is not his original goal. He wants to distract them to make an opening for Erwin. In the midst of the fight, he couldn't help but worry about Erwin. He was worried that she might have been defeated by the crossbow guy, but as he fought, an arrow came flying from behind them. It surprised everyone because it was a crossbow arrow, and it was coming towards their leader. But it was blocked by the shield guy of their team. The shield guy told his squad to focus on Bjorn, and he would focus on blocking any of the arrows coming their way. Both of them rushed towards Bjorn. Bjorn stopped the attack of the red-haired guy with his shield, but he had no chance to fight against both at once. As the samurai guy ran towards him, ready for a killing blow, Bjorn knew what he had to sacrifice. So he protected his back with his left arm, though the poison had already made it useless for this fight. His arm had a huge cut on it now, but he exchanged it for the leader's head, slamming his shield into Redhair's face and sending him flying. So it wasn't a bad trade-off. The samurai guy tried attacking Bjorn, but he dodged it. Then an arrow came flying towards the samurai, and he was shocked. But the shield guy came and blocked it. But he didn't know that the archer they were up against had a fire spirit on her side. Before Bjorn could do anything, another arrow came flying and pierced through the unshielded guy's shoulder. After seeing that things were not looking good for them, Redhair decided to run off and go after Erwin. Bjorn wanted to go and stop him, but he knew he couldn't risk going after Redhair, so he decided to trust Erwin to deal with him herself. He locked his feet into the ground and attacked the samurai guy with full force, but the samurai dodged it at a last moment. However, The samurai was not Bjorn's target from the start. He was aiming for the shield guy. Now, it was just Bjorn, and the samurai left standing. They clashed again, but Bjorn could see that the samurai was trying to buy time for red hair to come back, so he decided to finish it in one shot, even if it was dangerous. He pretended to swing his shield, but instead he threw it towards the samurai's head, hitting him hard. But if he missed, it would become dangerous for him. Now, he grabbed the samurai guy by his collar, and Bjorn knew that he didn't have much strength left and was about to die if he messed things up. So he lifted him up and pulled him towards his face and literally bit his tongue out of his neck. The barbarian rage had taken over, and he was moving off of pure instinct for survival. Now, both of Bjorn's opponent's bodies were on the ground, and he was left standing alone. Erwin came running to him from behind, tears in her eyes because she was worried about Bjorn's safety. She also killed both of her opponents, and now they had both survived the game of survival one more time. This time, it got a bit too close for comfort though. As Erwin saw how wounded Bjorn was, she handed him a potion, telling him to drink it immediately. Bjorn was confused because he didn't know that people can drink it. She told him it's better to drink it than to pour it on your wounds, and since he was poisoned, it would clean up his insides too. Bjorn chugged the vial of healing potion and dropped it on the ground as he sat there healing. He could feel his insides boiling, his entire body burning in pain, and his veins were itchy and hot. That's the reason why people pour it on the wound instead of drinking it, even if it has more benefits. While Bjorn was healing, Erwin was next to him, encouraging him. Then he asked her how much time was left. Erwin checked their watch and told him that it was 11:20, which meant that they had 40 minutes until the first floor closed. They did not have any time to rest despite the fight. Then Bjorn asked her to strip, and she had a regular reaction for her standard akos. She was thinking that he was doing it so suddenly, so he must have a reason for it, and she started taking her top off. Or I was just thinking too much. She is the same Erwin we know. Then Bjorn asked what she was doing, and told her that he meant stripping the bodies of the dead guys for items and resources. But now that they had only 40 minutes, Bjorn decided to just take their equipment, magic crystals and backpacks. They didn't have time for other things. So Erwin went to get red hair and crossbow guy's things too. They had only 34 minutes left when Erwin came back with all the stuff. After that, they ran through the forest at top speed. There was only 1 minute left, but they got to the portal of the first floor, and then they jumped into the portal. They managed to come back to the first floor in time. Erwin rejoiced in their success. She had lots of fun. Meanwhile, Bjorn still wondered how she managed to land perfectly every time. She told Bjorn that he did a great job. Then he told her that she did a great job too. Then she leaned in close to Bjorn, asking him what he wanted to say earlier before. But there were less than 10 seconds left before the labyrinth closed. So he told her that they should talk once they were back in Raftonia, but they would both emerge at different locations. So they had to choose some spot for meeting, but Bjorn forgot the name of the tavern. There was no time left, and he was scratching his head in rage because he couldn't remember the name of the tavern. Finally, he remembered and told her to meet him at the Black Whale Tavern once they were out. She happily agreed to it, and their time together in the labyrinth ended. The labyrinth began to close, and he was being transported back to Raftonia. Bjorn emerged back in the city filled with explorers. Now the story is going to be more interesting, my horny friends. But for now, he was back in Raftonia amidst the hustle and bustle of people. It's a place filled with a tremendous amount of people because all the explorers are gathered in one place. But for now, he began to reset his clock because time in the labyrinth flows differently than in the city. No matter how many days you spent in the labyrinth, once you come back to the city, it's always noon on the next day, and you have to reset your clock so that it points to noon. I was curious about one thing. If no matter how many days you spent in the dungeon, you come out the next day and the higher the floor, the more days it takes to close, does it mean you age faster compared to the person outside? Or does the age of the person inside the dungeon not increase? Think the second option is more reasonable. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comment section. Let's get back to the story. In the crowd, he saw a tall barbarian calling out to him, and he wondered what this guy's name was. As the two men shook hands, Bjorn remembered his name as Vanon's second son, Karak, but he was actually the third son. Well, Bjorn always does that. Then another one came, and he was glad to see both safe. This guy's name was Serum, and the name reminded me of something. What about? After that, within a moment, a crowd of barbarians gathered around, surrounding Vanon's second son, Karak, talking about their experience in the labyrinth. He sure was a popular guy, but Bjorn didn't seem to be happy about it. They were having a whole reunion, but I didn't see Aner anywhere. Maybe we'll see her in the future. For now, one of the barbarians challenged Karak to a duel, and Karak accepted it, which was a celebratory barbarian thing. So they all decided to head out to the bravery checkpoint, where they could get their magic crystals counted, as well as talk some more and share their experiences as they walked away. They asked Bjorn if he was coming with them. It didn't really seem like he wanted to, but he obliged anyways, because what else could he do? At the register table, a lady was counting all of the magic crystals. Some had 20,000, some had 30,000, and at the end, Vanon's third son, Karak, stood above them all with 40,000 magic crystals. Everybody was cheering for him, calling him the warrior of warriors. Then Bjorn walked up to the register and dropped a bunch of bags on the counter. The cashier lady began to calculate. She was so fast that Bjorn was left shocked. After the count was done, it turned out that Bjorn had 182,413 magic crystals. Hearing the numbers, Bjorn was also in shock. After hearing that, they gathered around him and started cheering for him. They also noticed his equipment and bag and started saying that they were jealous of him and that he was a true warrior. All of them were truly happy for him. He was being lifted up and thrown in the air by a crowd of barbarians. And he enjoyed that moment. But people started to complain about it. So the squad decided to hang outside of the checkpoint while some of them stayed inside the building to get their magic crystals counted. As they sat on the steps, Bjorn decided that he should follow all the other barbarians because there might be something left to do that he doesn't know about, and he doesn't want to take the risk of getting exposed. So he would wait for them to return and stick with them. In the distance, he saw a group of elves hanging out. In that group, he saw Erwin. She was talking to her friends about how she learned to control spirits, and they applauded her. Bjorn felt envious because she hung out with that sort of crowd. But he was surrounded by the savages instead. He noticed that she looked at him and waved stealthily from afar, trying to hide her connection with him. He quietly told her to meet tonight, and she agreed. Then the elf lady asked Erwin if she knew him. She denied it immediately. Meanwhile, the same happened to Bjorn. Karag asked him if he knew the elf, but Bjorn said no. Of course, barbarians are free, spirited and loud, and this guy straight up shouted that there's no way a #1 warrior like him would hang out with those cowardly earheads. This pissed off Erwin's friends, and the mood became tense all of a sudden, but she didn't escalate the situation. Bjorn was annoyed, but thankfully, the rest of the barbarians came out of the building. So Bjorn got up, telling the other barbarians that they should leave now that everyone's here. On the way, he noticed a child calling out to his father. The child ran up to his father and hugged him. They told each other that they missed one another. This was also a feature in the Dungeon and Stone game. Anyways, there were moments of joy once you came out of the labyrinth. People would meet their families and friends. However, there were also moments where people would die, and the repercussions of that could be felt. A woman cries to her husband's companion, begging him to tell her where he is. But the companion can say nothing because her husband had died. Another moment happens where a woman is crying as a little girl innocently asks her mother where her brother is. These moments of agony and sadness couldn't be felt throughout the 2D game graphics, But now, seeing it in real life, his feelings were in chaos. After some time, the barbarians raised their mugs to drink the night away, pouring liquor down their throats like true barbarians. Bjorn thought these guys were going to do something important, and he was worried he might miss a necessary step of sorts. But they were just trying to get drunk. He was angry looking at them, wasting his time. So he slammed his hand on the table and told them that he had somewhere else to be. Karak was shocked upon hearing this. The whole crowd became angry when they heard this. It looked as if they would kill him because he is the protagonist of the night and he is leaving. But they let him go happily while still calling him the best warrior. As he walked through the streets of Raftonia, he could hear the laughter and joy in people's voices. This place was peaceful, and he felt comfortable walking around. He thought that there were no monsters or humans that would harm him. As he looked around at stores, he felt the relaxation of being in a place that had rules and laws. In this place, even if he fell down on the ground, nothing would happen to him. Unlike the labyrinth, someone might even help him. Then he walked into a hotel to properly take a rest, then started thinking that this other world might be more barbaric than the 21st century Earth, but it was still peaceful. Then he got a room for himself so he could change and shower. All those near-death encounters in the labyrinth had made him realize that living in Raftonia might not be that bad. After he came out of the shower, feeling refreshed, and now all he wanted was a comfortable bed to sleep. But thoughts of his home were rushing through his mind. He still wanted to go home, even if there is no one to greet him at home. As nighttime approached, Bjorn woke at 9 at night, feeling fully refreshed and relaxed. He remembered that he came out of the labyrinth at noon, so he must have slept around 4 to 5 hours. It was now time to go meet Erwin at the Black Whale Tavern. But an old man told him that the Black Whale Tavern was sold off 10 years ago. Bjorn was shocked to hear this. Then the old man got more into detail. Apparently, the son of the original owner got into gambling addiction, ending up costing him the tavern, so the name and the owner both changed. Bjorn kind of expected it, but the game's version of Raftonia must have been years behind this one. Then he asked the old man the new name for the tavern. The old man told him the new name. The tavern was now called Python Path, and Bjorn had arrived at the place ready to meet Erwin. After seeing it, he wondered that the Black Whale Tavern used to look much different from this place in the game. He was glad that at least he can read this world's language, so he had to go to the library to fill his missing knowledge of this world. Then he entered, and this place was filled with people going wild. He immediately started looking around for Erwin, but she found him before he could. She called him over by waving her hand and saying his name. However, he noticed the elf lady from earlier was also there. The short-haired woman stared at him angrily, saying that he is the barbarian from earlier. He introduced himself as Yandal's son, Bjorn, and asked her who she was. She said she's the older sister of Erwin. Then Bjorn said that her name couldn't be older sister, so she just told him to call her Teresa. Then he remembered that Erwin's last name was Teresa, so this lady was trying to keep her real name hidden. He asked her reason why she was there. Then she stood up and slammed her hand on the table. She asked Bjorn why he called Erwin to such an inappropriate tavern like this last night, and then stood her up, making her stay the night out. And now he is asking what her purpose here is. She insults him, calling him a thick-skinned barbarian. Then Bjorn asks her what she means by it. Then she replied and said, "Are you trying to play dumb?" After hearing that, he got confused and asked Erwin how much time it has been since they got out from the labyrinth. She answers him that it had been 30 hours. Bjorn was feeling like an idiot right now. First, he thought it had been 4 to 5 hours. But nope, it had been a whole 30 hours. He realized the reason why he felt so refreshed after waking up. It was because he slept over a day. Seeing Erwin, he was feeling sorry, so he apologized and told them that he overslept. After hearing that, both of them were shocked, especially Erwin's sister, to see a barbarian apologizing. After that, in shock and embarrassment, She asks Bjorn why he would call Erwin. Bjorn could have given many long reasons, but he said he had no obligation to answer her. She can ask Erwin if she wants and piss her off again. She says he is just a beginner, and then Bjorn replies that she should throw away that kind of attitude unless she intends on taking care of Erwin all her life. Then she calls him a savage and slams a huge bag of 350,000 magic stones on the table. After seeing it, he feels like he is in K-dramas. Bjorn just stared at the stones, and this made Erwin's sister wonder why he wasn't taking it. She knew that he had a different reason for asking Erwin to meet. Does she think Bjorn is Johnny Bro or something who accepts any types of payments? Bjorn looked at Erwin and asked her if she agrees with her, but she doesn't know what to say. At least for a moment. However, Bjorn tells her that the deal for giving her the essences was that she'd help until he got the amount he wanted. After hearing that, Erwin was a little disappointed. Then Bjorn told her that they would also split the rewards 50-50. Erwin was overjoyed at first, but suddenly she realized something and asked for Bjorn's forgiveness because she wouldn't be able to go labyrinth exploring with him anymore. This made Bjorn wonder and puzzled because he thought that they were a really good and pretty compatible duo. Then her sister explained that she comes and explores the labyrinth with her from now on. She said that they were just following tradition and letting her go alone since it was her first time. However, she never intended on letting Erwin explore the labyrinth on her own. Bjorn now realized that she already had someone to accompany her through the labyrinth, and he was jealous of people with personal connections. Then she pushed the bag further towards him and said that if he understood, he should just take this pouch. But Bjorn stopped her and said that it was a result of splitting the essences in half. She responded that this was indeed because it's the loot they got together. But according to Bjorn, the bag was still lacking 280,000 stones because the promised share was 9-1. She smirked and slammed another bag with the remaining 280,000 stones on the table. He realized that this woman just tried to con him, and he kind of gets why the barbarians hated elves now. He immediately told her to get out if she is done here, so that he and Erwin can get on with the remaining private matters they needed to talk about. Of course, she wasn't going to move, but Erwin poked her on the elbow and told her that while she appreciated her coming here with her, she should go now. She wanted to thank Bjorn and say her goodbyes. This was one of those weird moments when you realize your younger sibling isn't a child anymore. However, she retaliated, pointing her finger at Bjorn and asking him to swear that he won't sleep with Erwin. If he agrees to swear, she will leave immediately. Erwin was embarrassed and shocked that she would say that out loud. Meanwhile, Bjorn wondered if that meant that all the other options were still on. She told him to swear. It didn't mean anything to him, but he swore on his warrior's honor. But Erwin looked most disappointed. After that, she decided to leave, but she still had something else to say to Bjorn. She turned around, thanked him for saving Erwin and keeping her safe in the labyrinth. Erwin slammed her head on the table in embarrassment and was worried that she might have upset her sister. She had never spoken up for herself like this before, and if she was mad at her now. Bjorn told her that she didn't look angry because she was smiling and told her not to worry about it. Erwin remembered and apologized to him that they won't be able to be a team again because she had made up her mind to work with her sister a long time ago. He told her that she didn't need to apologize. Bjorn was a considerate and rational guy. Even he wouldn't have rejected the offer either if some high-level elf offered to carry him. Then Erwin pulled out another bag of 63,000 magic crystals. These were from the loot that they got from the redhead and the crossbow guy, and she had already taken her share, so this was all that was left for him. She also told him that she left the 2 backpacks that she took off at her place, and there were a bunch of things there. So she invited him to take a look for himself tomorrow. Bjorn was surprised that she knows what he wanted to ask without him mentioning anything, but he was disappointed that he already had to give her up as his teammate. Then Erwin asked the last question, and she asked him how she should repay him. He was confused. Then she explained that she had told him that she would repay him for helping her. This is the reason why her sister made him swear that he wouldn't sleep with her. For a moment, Johnny Bro took him over. However, he just told her that he couldn't think of anything at the moment and then asked her if she wanted to eat anything. She told him that she wasn't hungry, so he decided that he would just order for himself because he was starving. This brought an idea to Erwin's mind. She said that she wanted alcohol. She hadn't taken a sip of alcohol yesterday because she wanted to drink the first return drink with him and truly celebrate with him. Bjorn remembered that return drinks were a culture in the game, especially for elves who only lived in their shrines until they were adults and put huge importance on the first return drink. He said that he was glad, but Erwin leaned in closer and told him that he's supposed to say thank you, and he said thanks to her. Erwin was happy. She told him that they went through so much together in the labyrinth, so it was a given that they share their first return drink with each other. She said that this is probably not his first return drink, though. But he says that it was actually the first time he was going to have a return drink. She was surprised to know that he was serious when he told her that he was only 20 years old, which is the same age as her. She had initially thought that he might just be joking. He told her that it was his first time in the labyrinth as well. They start celebrating, and as they're celebrating, Erwin tells Bjorn that he did a great job. Then he tells her that she was great too. The two raised their mugs and slammed their mugs together in a toast. After a bit, their mugs were empty and their food was done. Erwin said that Bjorn was wearing a shirt today as she looked at him, and Bjorn only said in his mind that she was wearing a skirt today. Bjorn took a big sip of rum and decided that it was time for him to talk about the more important stuff now. Meanwhile, Erwin just kept admiring his ability to drink. He asked her if she still wanted to repay him, because he has thought of a way. She asked him what it was, but he said he couldn't tell her here, because he feared that the security would come after them. She blushed and looked at him and asked him if they should head up to his room. After they went to the Bjorn room, outside of Bjorn's door, moaning of a woman can be heard from inside. Inside, Bjorn told her to spread wider. He was sweating as he tried hard. As she moaned and screamed louder and said to let it go, he was just scratching her shoulder to check her stats effects. But Erwin screamed out loud from the pain, telling him that he was going to dislocate her shoulder because it had never gone that far back before. He still wanted to make sure though, and asked her if she was sure this was the breaking point. She swore on her family, crying and screaming, so he let her go and told her to rest for a bit. When he let her go, she was in complete shock at being alive. She thought she would lose her arm and life from all that. She looked annoyed and disappointed. She wanted to know if he asked her to come to his room just so he could check her abilities and stats. Then he said that ability use wasn't allowed within the city, and he really wanted to check the difference in her body after the essence. But in reality, he wanted to check the difference between the game and real life. He did this because Dungeon and Stone was not a user-friendly game. There were 3 main stats: body, mind, and ability stats. However, there was a plus icon on the side of each of the main stats, and when you press it, there are thousands of detailed stats. For example, if stamina were to increase, you could carry heavier items and perform better in physical attacks. This was the reason that different characters were capable of different things, despite the numbers of their stats being the same. Bjorn has come to learn of this because he practically put his whole life into the game. But there were still stats that had effects he still did not know about. Erwin was hoping and asking if there is something else they are going to do. Meanwhile, Bjorn was there wondering about the obsession stat that came with the essence Erwin ate. He doesn't know much about it except that it was a low-ranking stat in the mind stat, and that's all he knew about it. So he asked her if she felt a change in her mindset after she left the labyrinth. Did she start overthinking about something or having patience issues? He needed to know more. She wasn't sure. Still, she remembered that she had a desire for cookies right as soon as she came out of the labyrinth. She did not like them before, but she ate a bunch of them when she came back. He wondered if the obsession stat increased desire, which is probably a given. There were still other stats he didn't know about, so he had to take it into consideration when choosing the essence. Maybe this is the reason why she is so horny for Bjorn, because of the obsession stat. As he was thinking, the horny elf pulled his shirt and said she was sleepy. There were still things he wanted to check, but he couldn't anymore, so they decided to sleep, putting out all the candles in the room. Bjorn closed his eyes, ready to relax. In that moment, he remembered something he had sworn on. As Erwin slept leaning on his chest, He remembered that her sister had made him swear not to sleep with her, but he said to himself that she probably meant the other kind of sleeping together. They got up early in the morning and had brought all of the loot back to Bjorn's inn. Erwin asked Bjorn if he was going to sell everything. Bjorn told her that he was going to sell most of it, except for a few items. Erwin had her eye on a piece of gear, a leather outfit, and a belt. She asked him if she could have it. He told her that she can have it if she subtracts its cost from her share, and she agreed. Later on, they went to a merchant shop where they sold all of the extra equipment for a good amount of money. The sword was sold for 350,000 stones. Later, Bjorn sold some more stuff for 180,000 stones. Then they sold the backpacks, which went for a whopping 250,000 stones. After a few more visits to different shops and merchants, they had a solid amount of money in their hands. The bags of money had piled up, and they had earned a total of 1,450,000 stones. As they held the bags of money in their hands, Erwin was shocked after seeing that much money, but she earned just change compared to Bjorn. He really is a heartless man. Bjorn gets almost 1.4 million stones after subtracting Erwin's share because he also killed a man alone before meeting her. He had never made this much money in the game's start before. This was a nice start for him. They walked out into the street. Bjorn told her that this is where they should part. This surprised Erwin. Then he wondered why she was surprised, because they had already decided to go their separate ways. He told her that they're taking the same route, so they should walk to the central square together. Even though she agreed to it, she really wanted to spend more time with him. As they walked up to the town square, they saw a huge crowd of people standing around a guillotine blade. Bjorn and Erwin walked up there. A guard screamed out loud, stating that there was an execution happening and that everyone should back off. A man was forced into the guillotine, his head and hands poking out as his face sealed up with bandages. These people hadn't committed any serious crimes. Their only crime was that they hadn't been able to pay the taxes. The execution began, and the guard pulled at the rope. Rafdonia was the final remaining city of the other world that ended at the hands of a witch's curse. The only place to get resources in this limited space was the labyrinth. Therefore, those who couldn't pay taxes were executed to decrease the number of mouths to feed. As the blood hit the pavement from those who were executed, a bunch of people came running and holding pieces of bread. They dipped their bread in the blood and started eating it. Erwin was barely holding herself from throwing up, asking Bjorn why they were dipping bread into the blood. He told her that there's a legend that everyone who drinks the blood of the executed will gain great financial luck. Bjorn asked Erwin how much the taxes were for the first year. She told him that it's 700,000 stones for non-humans. He realized that it was a bit off from the game, but similar. He asked her what it is from the second year and afterwards. She told him that it was 800,000 stones, and they were exchanging fees too. This was the same number as the game. As they stood there, looking at them devour the bread with blood sauce, Bjorn started thinking about tax rise each year of work. And if he can't get back to his real life, and if he can't compete with the increasing taxes, his blood might be the one that people are dipping their bread into. And to avoid that, he has to save money. And for that, he needs to become an explorer that can at least reach the 6th floor. The scene switches to the library. As he walked in, he wondered why people were staring at him because he was a barbarian in the library. Then he saw Einar using a book in the library as a pillow and sleeping. Well, it's good that she's okay, because we didn't see her after he came out with the other barbarians. He walked up to her and poked her, wondering why she was there. She woke up, saliva drooling down her face as she looked at him. Bjorn looked at her and said that he was glad to see she was doing fine. She gave him a smile, telling him that she feels the same. He told her to lower her voice because they were in a library. She answered that she never expected to see her fellow barbarian here. Bjorn asked her what she was doing here. She told him that she was here because of what he said to her earlier. He told her that she should think before acting, and she wanted to gather more knowledge in order to think properly. Bjorn was surprised because she is different from the rest. She tells him that while she was in the labyrinth, she realized that the monsters weren't the only enemies they had to encounter. As she's speaking, Bjorn thinks about how if there was any regular barbarian in her place, they would be bragging about their experience. Instead, she said that this is why she decided to study, but she found reading to be very, very difficult for her. So she wanted to learn how to read and write properly, and she was thinking of going to their shrine so she could learn all that from the elders. He asked her if she was going right now, and she said that if she doesn't, she would forget about it. As she's walking, she remembers that she promised to repay him for his advice if they came back alive from the labyrinth. She told him that if he ever needed anything, all he had to do was ask her at the Angry Bull Tavern. He looked at her and said that he would definitely come to her if he needed. He was simultaneously hoping that she doesn't forget about this promise in a couple of days, because he was probably going to need her help very soon. Anyways, he needed to find a book, and he didn't know how to do that in a place this big. His eyes went straight towards a girl sitting at the front desk, which is the librarian. He walked up to her as she slept on the job. He tried speaking to her, and the girl woke up while raising her head. She looked at him and asked him what he needed. He tells her that he's looking for a book, one that is related to history, but she interrupts him and casts some spells, conjuring up a weird ball of light that starts floating towards Bjorn. He's confused about what magic she cast. Then the ball of light shimmers its way into his chest. Bjorn is unsure of what changed because he doesn't feel any different. The librarian tells him that now he can find any book that he's looking for in the library. She also tells him that he's allowed to borrow any book, but he has to put it back where he takes it from. Bjorn tries to ask for details about the magic, but the librarian already becomes the Sleeping Beauty. After that, he walks around in the library. He quickly realizes how the magic works. It's quite simple. All he has to do is walk around, and the book he wants to read would shine. Now he understands why there's only one librarian in a library this big, and she still has time to sleep. After that, he starts reading books. The first book, titled The Fallen World, talks about the history from thousands of years ago, where no living beings could live due to a witch's curse, and the last remaining fortress, Rafdonia, was the only place that managed to avoid the disaster. The royal family opened up a dimension for the people who were starving to death because of limited resources. That became the labyrinth. This was similar to the game's prologue. He already knows it. Then the second book he read was Alchemy's Basics. It talks about how magic crystals from monsters can be made into bread, water, steel, and such. They are literally changing the atomic structure. Isn't it too much? Well, it was also too much for Bjorn to understand the theory, so he just memorized it for now. After that, the next book was Is Sacred War 3. It talks about how the barbarians and the elves come to hate each other. The fourth book he really wants to read about was The Evil Spirits of the Abyss. The evil spirits refer to those people who had come from different dimensions and had possessed other people's bodies. This was technically correct, but it doesn't describe why it happens. It's clear that the temples and the royal family had tried their hardest to get rid of this phenomenon. Well, what I think is that someone from the royal family is also one of the people from Earth, like Earth. And then he made it public to get rid of any competition. Well, it's just my theory. He learned one thing from it, and that is, as long as he didn't say any of the forbidden words, he would be pretty much okay. The fifth book, titled On the Death of the King, is about the first ever king, also called the Immortal King, Lavigen III. It talks about how he died over 150 years ago. Basically, he lived for thousands of years. Since he was the first king, and I think it's also related to evil spirits and my theory, the game's story started after his death. So that means Bjorn was 150 years after the game timeline. This is why his knowledge of the game world kept contradicting the reality in this world. Previously, I think I said it was a 10-year gap, but it was actually a 150-year gap. After that, he moved on to the book about the dimension's instability of observation records. While reading this book, Bjorn had a realization that this might be the book that the blondie who had saved him had read. This book mentions a theory that says entering a portal in the moment that it was closing could have something to do with that instability. Perhaps that is why that happened to him. That made him feel depressing, because he had no one else to blame but himself for the torture he had to go through. It had gotten dark outside, so he decided to read the rest later. After that, he goes back to his room and thinks about how it had been 3 whole days since he had left the labyrinth. The labyrinth opens up on every first day of the month at exactly midnight. So he has 27 days left to prepare himself, and he has to find a new member for his party from tomorrow onwards. In early morning, Bjorn woken up by loud knocking noises on his room's door. It was Erwin who was knocking the door. He hurried to get out of bed, then he opened the door to see why she was standing outside. He asked her why she was banging on his door so early in the morning. He was just saying, but suddenly he felt an incredibly powerful gust of wind. It was Erwin's new contract. She was excited to show Bjorn that she had succeeded with the new Sprit contract. She told him that she had tried 10 times with the spirit stone that her sister gave her, and it worked out, and it's a wind spirit. It was perfect match with her fire spirit. He congratulates her, but in his mind, he was think about that how rich her sister and her family is, because Sprit Stone is an item that lets you sign a contract with a Sprit with 10% possibility. But they are pretty expansive, and she tried in times. And before she was saying she have a little brother to take care, acting like a poor, helpless lady. Well, whatever. After he saw it, he told her to get rid of it. She wanted to show him more, telling him that she hadn't shown him everything she can do. Then her to look what mess she made in his room. After seeing it, she started to apologize. She promised to clean up the whole mess right away. A little while later, Erwin sat on the bed, looking tired after she was done cleaning up the whole room. Bjorn looked at the room and wondered how incredibly talented she was at cleaning, even though she had told him before that she was great at it. He congratulated her on having a contract with the spirit, and she was really happy as she thanked him. But he is a stud. He told her that she shouldn't have come to him just to show him this. He tells her that she should have spent her time much more wisely, because she would have to go back into the labyrinth in 26 days. While Erwin agreed with his logic, she had wanted him to be the first to know about her achievement. Bjorn wondered why she felt so attached to him and speculated that it might be due to an obsession trait she gained from a goblin archer essence. He wanted to maintain a business-like relationship, but also expressed his willingness to be there for her as a friend and fellow comrade. As the morning continued, Bjorn planned to use his time effectively. He went to a place called the Angry Bull, where many barbarians were staying. He was welcomed by cheers from the crowd, being recognized as the strongest warrior. Inside the inn, a barbarian warrior informed Bjorn that he could stay for a cheap price due to multiple barbarian sharing rooms. Bjorn revealed that he was there to see Feneline's 3rd daughter. He was still forgetting the names. Then that barbarian corrected him, because Einar was Feneline's 2nd daughter, and I think it is very important. Einar arrived to the scene, and that guy told her that Bjorn was looking for her. She walked up to Bjorn and asked him why he had come to see her. Bjorn told her that he had a favor to ask her, which is that he wanted to fight her. She asked him if this was for training purposes, and he said yes, he needed to get stronger because he knew he wouldn't be able to survive with his current fighting skills. Einar told him that it wasn't really a favor. If you wanted that, all he had to do was come out to the field where there were already dozens of sparring. She told him that as long as it wasn't in the morning, she was ready to fight whenever he wanted. He told her that they should begin right away. The crowd was ready to see some combat as Bjorn dashed towards her. He knew that he came to learn, but he wasn't intending to lose either. The fight began, and Bjorn rushed toward Einar with his full power. Einar was also ready. She swung her sword, and Bjorn's body hit the ground with his face bruised and nose bleeding. Crowd starting to shout that Einar is the best warrior now. She walked up to him and asked him if he was okay. He answered that he was fine and asked her for one more fight. And just like that, they keep fighting for entire day. They both are huffing like a dog. But Einar asked Bjorn that it's fine if he wanted to keep going, but she would like to rest for a bit. I don't know why, but to me it's looked like she is also from another world. It's just my thoughts. He told her that was enough for today, and asked her if she was going to go to the labyrinth alone next time around as well. And she nodded. She told him that she was too broke to form a party, so this was her only option. Bjorn immediately asked if she'd like to be his teammate, and he would keep 80 of the profits, but that he would pay for the party fees and everything. But in reply, she told him to shut up, as she had already heard enough. Bjorn stated to feel nervous. He was worried she wouldn't agree to be his teammate, so he brought up other ideas for her to stick around. But Einar just grabbed his hand and told him that she wouldn't understand even if he tried to explain it to her. However, she trusted him to join the party. He told her that he was looking forward to working with her. Next day, Bjorn headed to the Barbarian Shrine, a place of great importance to the barbarians. Here they saw the chief of the tribe. I like this old man's smile. He welcomed both Einar and Bjorn. Old man asked him if he had come to learn how to read and write like Einar had, but Bjorn denied it. He was not here for that. He was come here something more. That thing called the spirit seal, or more specifically, he wanted a spirit seal called the undead seal. In this world, every species have specific trait to them. Elves enter contracts with sprits in order to borrow their powers, and dwarves receive the blessing of armor, which increases the effects of all their items, and the beast people enter into contracts with ancient beasts, called spirit beasts. As for the barbarians, they had the spirit seal. The chief got way too close to Bjorn's face, aggressively asking him how he even found out about that. The chief knew that usually that wouldn't be common knowledge to a young barbarian. So how did he find it? This had made the chief suspicious. But it doesn't matter though, since Bjorn had gone to the library to find out more information about the seal. So he told him that he read about it in a book, and that he had heard that spirit seals were greatly helpful in the war against the elves. The chief's attitude immediately turned. He told Bjorn that he was proud of him and Einar for reading books. He said that he had no reason to deny the spirit seal. Bjorn immediately wanted it, but before he could even finish his sentence, the old man told him the spirit seal would cost him 800,000 stones, as the chief looked almost giddy, knowing that Bjorn could never afford that. He looked at him like an accomplished person, almost as if he had won this scenario. Bjorn told him that he would pay for it, surprising Einar on how he could even afford that, because she was not there when Bjorn stones counted. This was a careful plan by Bjorn, you see. Spirit seal was difficult to obtain at the start of the games because of its prices, especially because the higher your rank would get, the rarer the ingredients he would need on top of the already large sum of money. But now he have money. He dropped 4 bags, one bag, which had 500,000 stones, and the other 3 bags had 100,000 stones each. The chief was shocked this time, and he asked Bjorn about where Bjorn got that much money. But Bjorn had already thought of a reason to tell him. If the old man didn't ask, Bjorn would have been disappointed. So he began to tell him a story that he would love. About an injured elf that he found on the first floor. He told the chief that he used the elf as his slave, and used her to acquire as many stones as he could. Then he fed her essence, and got even more money from her sister. As payment, those elves were completely helpless against the might of Bjorns. Well, it's actually true if you look at it from other perspective. Old man liked it as he laughed out loud, claiming that he hadn't laughed this hard in years. What's more, a whole group of barbarians came around to appreciate his act, and Bjorn liked the attention. Nonetheless, the old man had a reward for him. He liked Bjorn's story so much that he gave him 2 coins, each one worth 100,000 stones. So he made 200 stones by just telling a story. Bjorn raised his fist in celebration, letting the barbarians hear what they wanted. He loved the attention. He felt good inside when they gave him compliments. Let's learn a bit more about the spirit seals. You see, spirit seals are strengthening techniques. They make the body absorb the essence of magical ingredients and give the body a special power. The barbarians had a ritual of tattooing babies when they were newborn while their souls are clean, so that the soul pathways are still visible even as adults. This why all barbarians are tattooed. And here I am thinking that because they look cool with them. After that, as he sat in front of the shaman, guiding him towards the path of the spirit seal, he received one last warning. The shaman told him explicitly that there was no way out of this once he received this spirit seal. He cannot receive another kind of spirit seal if he chooses this path. Bjorn had accepted it. This undead seal is the essence of a tanker barbarian. So the shaman began the process by raising his needle at Bjorn's back. He knew that this was the right choice. He had played the game too long to not know this. Red rays of light began to pour out, entering the tattoos on Bjorn's back. He was starting to feel it. He felt it on his back, and then he felt it through his entire body. The pain was overwhelming. It hurt so bad that he wanted to scream. But he had to endure this every time he wanted to upgrade his spirit seal. After long pain, he activated the first level of the seal, and his natural regenerative skill had increased greatly. He thanked the shaman for the seal, but got shaman shocked after hearing that, and start laughing, because this was the first time a warrior thanked a witch doctor. Bjorn was confused about why is he laughing, or did he did something wrong? Bjorn quickly started walking out before the shaman started getting suspicious. The morning was here, and Bjorn headed out to the commercial district to buy necessary equipment. After training with Einar for quite a long time, he had learned that he definitely wasn't fit to be a swordsman. His plan was to only use shield techniques after a point. So building proficiency in swordsmanship would be pointless. This is why he was looking for a one-handed blunt weapon. The shopkeeper showed him a large collection of blunt weapons that barbarians prefer. These were good-looking weapons that Bjorn knew would fit a barbarian's taste, but he asked for a more normal-looking one. The shopkeeper handed him a simple bronze mace, which immediately caught his eye. It was a small mace that cost 220,000 stones. After that, he did some more shopping, buying himself a custom fit helmet and a half armor plate that fit him perfectly as well, which cost him 530,000 stones. Now he was left with only 50,000 stones. A lot of time had passed since he had left the labyrinth, and his daily routine eventually set itself. He also met Erwin every day. He would wake up at 7 in the morning and get some breakfast with Erwin. Then he headed to the library and read until afternoon. After that, he always ate lunch at new locations, just so he could gather information that wasn't readily available in the books of the library, listening to adventurers speak. At around 5, he would make his way to the end where the barbarians were living, and he would train there. By the 7th day of training, he started to go up against different barbarians, testing out his strength against the lot. There were no techniques or systematic combat skills involved in these duels. It was just a fight with your instincts, and that was good practice for the labyrinth. After regular training, he had become strong enough that he could even win against Einar sometimes in duels. During the duel, she would compliment him on his skills improving. Although when he beat her, he would tell her that she had a pattern of fighting, but since it was habitual, Einar had a hard time changing her patterns. At night, he would get home and wash up, after which it was time for Erwin to come see him again. He walked out of the shower and saw her there. He asked her how she could make the 1-hour walk journey every single day, but she was usually just happy to see him and wanted to eat dinner with him. They would be together till 11 p.m., after which she bid him goodnight as it was time for her to leave. After that, she stood there for a second, looking back at him and telling him good luck for the labyrinth, because the day was almost there. They were going back in tomorrow. As he wished Erwin the same for her time in the labyrinth, Bjorn realized how quickly the time had passed. There were only 24 hours left before the labyrinth gates opened. I clear it to you if you are confused. Bjorn can't see these pop-up windows. The next day at 8:10, they went to the Explorer Guild to receive the Unity magic. They arrived inside the building and walked up to the counter. He asked to receive the Unity magic. The cashier lady looked at them and wanted to make sure that it was just the two of them. Bjorn acknowledged it, telling her that she was correct, and in return, she told them to place their hands on the crystal. As they put their hands on the crystal, the lady proclaimed that 2 rank 9 explorers would have to pay 15,000 stones. It was an expensive fee, considering that this was just a one-time use thing. However, it was a necessary thing to get. The Unity magic had only one purpose. It existed so that you would spawn at the same spot in the labyrinth as your teammate. Bjorn asked the woman at the counter about what determined the rank of explorers. She told him that they judge it by the amount of essence in one's soul, which made Bjorn curious if the price would also increase with his rank. The lady told him that he was right, and that it was only valid for 24 hours from now. Anyway, after they got their Unity magic, it was time to go and eat. Einar looked like she was in love at the look of the food, wondering what the hell this was. Well, Bjorn had ordered the most expensive meal at the tavern as a last feast before entering the labyrinth. He told her that this meal cost 800 stones, as she drooled at the sight. He told her to try it, and just as she took one bite, it was all well worth it. It was almost as if she found herself to be in heaven. It felt like a dream to her. The food was way too good. This meal had motivated her. She wanted to work harder from this moment onward so that she could earn a lot of money and get this meal every day. This makes Bjorn think about what she is eating until now. After that, at midnight, there were only 10 minutes before the labyrinth would open. The guards were stopping people from entering before it began. As Bjorn was noticing the size of the humongous portal, he heard a loud commotion in the background. It was a group of freshly turned warriors. They were cheering Parthun as a great warrior. Bjorn wondered how they even managed to find their way every time. I think there is another worlder like Bjorn every time in the new group. Again, it's just my thinking. Einar, on the other hand, got sentimental looking at them. It reminded her of the good old days, which was literally just a month ago. The announcer told everyone that they could now enter. Einar got excited and told Bjorn that they should go now, but he told her to wait. Instead, he was trying to explain how an unstable portal could help them spawn closer to the second floor's gate. But she just told him to shut up about it and tell her what to do, once it's time. After all, she had blind faith, and she knew that she was too dumb to understand his explanation. There was only 1 minute remaining until the gate closed, and she got a bit nervous that they weren't going to make it in time. Bjorn noticed how much smaller it had gotten than how it initially started. It was about the same size when he first went into it. As well, he was just waiting for the guard to say that it was about to close, which would be his cue. That's when he heard the guard scream out that the gate would close soon, and Bjorn was ready. He told Einar to go, and the two began to dash towards the gate. It was time for them to enter, and even though the guard tried to stop them, telling them it's dangerous as they passed through the gate, they had found themselves in complete darkness. As Bjorn opened his eyes, he knew that he was right. Bjorn was right. It was the dark region of the first floor, which made Einar panic because she couldn't see anything. He came prepared though. He had brought torches with him this time. As he entered, he saw a large concrete slab, which made Einar a bit confused as she asked him what that was. Bjorn explained that this was a monument, which they can use to open the portal gate to the second floor. This time around, they weren't going to stick around on the first floor at all. They were going to the second floor immediately. You see, beyond the Barbarian, Bjorn was an expert gamer, and every pro needs to know how to utilize and exploit bugs. Bjorn opened the portal to the second floor, and after seeing this, Einar was in shock. As I explained before, Bjorn gained 2 experience points because he opened the portal first. And because of this, Bjorn's level increased, and he is finally level 2 now. And also, the maximum capacity of essences has been increased by 1. Let's talk about this later. Both of them entered the second floor. Einar asked Bjorn how they got here so quickly. The chief said that it takes at least 3 days to get to the second floor. Bjorn answered that he read about it in a book. Einar complimented him and said that he is amazing. This time, the second floor they came to isn't the goblin forest, but the land of the dead. Then Bjorn asked Einar if she is feeling something. She asked what he is saying. Then Bjorn told her that it feels like something is filling his entire body from inside his veins. After hearing that, Einar congratulated him and told him that his spirit status must have gone up. Then Bjorn understood that this is leveling up. There are also levels in Dungeon and Stone and B, which are needed when using skills increase with level. The amount of essences one can consume also increases with each level. Since Bjorn is now level 2, he can take 2 essences. Einar was still confused because his spirit status increased without killing any monsters. Then, Bjorn explained to her that it was because opening that portal counted as an accomplishment. Experience. It's called accomplishments in this world, but you can only gain it once per type of monster. After a certain point, it becomes very difficult to obtain, and one way to break that wall is to open the first portal with a speedrun. The experience earned from opening the portal doesn't stop after the first time, so if used well, it's an easy way to gain experience. So, he has to keep this trick a secret. So, he told Einar that it's a secret. So if anyone asks, tell them that it took them 2 days to get to the second floor. Einar was confused, but she agreed. After that, they moved out from there before the experienced explorers get there. First, I was thinking, why is his helmet weird? Now, I understand why. So, it is used for holding the torches. It's quite practical indeed. Then, Einar touches Bjorn's helmet, and it's not hot. Then, Bjorn explains that it's because torches are magic tools and stay on for 3 days once turned on. That's why it's possible to use them like that. If not, Bjorn's head will be roasted alive. The land of the dead has stronger monsters on average than Goblin Forest. However, there are no traps, so it's less tricky than Goblin Forest. In other words, this place is much better for 2 barbarians. Einar saw the ghouls. There were just 3 of them because it's just the first day. There will be about 3 times this amount on the 3rd day. This made Einar excited, so she decided to take care of them herself, and she finished them in a single swing. After that, she started boasting, saying that the second floor is easy. Then suddenly, a sound of laughing and screaming came. She got scared and held Bjorn's hand tight, asking him what that sound was. Then, Bjorn explained to her that it was a banshee, a ghost monster. They don't attack first most of the time, so it's best to ignore them. And even if they try to attack them, their attack won't work on banshees anyway. Plus, if they attack first, they'll be cursed, and the banshees will be after them until they're out of the labyrinth. After hearing about the curse, Einar got too scared and started praising Bjorn, saying that he was a wise warrior or it could have been bad. Then suddenly, a sound came from behind her, and she got so scared that she almost choked Bjorn to death. But thankfully, they were just skeletons, and she is back to her normal self again. Bjorn tried to give her advice to go for the core, but she completely destroyed them and then asked him if he was saying something. What can poor Bjorn say now? But what's more important is that he also gained 1 experience point. After that, they traveled north for almost 8 hours. And naturally, they were able to come across new monsters. Elder ghouls, which are double the size of normal ghouls, skeleton mutants called skeleton warriors, and even skeleton archers. But there was not much difficulty. There were only a few of them in numbers, because it's just the first day, and Bjorn's battle ability had grown quite a bit. First of all, mace. His weapon now was the perfect size and weight for him, so he was able to crush their skulls much more easily than the hammer. Next, the armor, which reduced the surface area he had to protect using the shield, letting him fight much more aggressively. The steel helmet might not protect him too well from a crossbow, but it easily stopped arrows from half-broken bows. He might be good at destroying the enemies, but there is one more who's just as good or better. Bjorn feeling refreshed compared to the fights he participated in with Erwin. Bjorn's arm was injured, but it healed soon. Then Einar asked Bjorn the reason for it, or is this the spirit seal thing? He answered that yes, it was. The undead seal's level 1 effect is better natural regeneration. It takes only about 1 minute to heal 0.5 centimeters deep. Plus, his stamina itself recovers quickly too, increasing his endurance, meaning making him a perfect punching bag. Now, the ground is no longer wet. The terrain is different, and they are ready for the new adventure and new enemies with their heroic pose. I think I've seen this pose somewhere, but I can't quite pinpoint where. They were just giving a pose when suddenly a sound came from behind. This time, it's an 8th rank monster, Death Fiend. It's a scary monster that eats light, and you won't notice it until it comes near you. Bjorn ordered Einar to attack its head. Einar was a little scared, but she said that she trusts him, and they started attacking the monster. But Death Fiend is not an easy opponent to beat. Its skin is as hard as a hard stone, and it's also super strong. Einar tried attacking its neck, but she was not strong enough to cut its head. She started panicking, asking Bjorn what to do. Death Fiend is known for its good defense. Plus, Death Fiends have a passive skill called Body Preservation, which helps him heal faster. Because of Einar's attack, Death Fiend used his active skill, Call of the Dead, to summon ghouls. Difficulty suddenly rose. It looks like Death Fiend's essence is great to become a necromancer. Bjorn ordered Einar to take care of the ghouls first, and he faced the Death Fiend in the meantime. Bjorn was holding the Death Fiend while Einar was fighting the ghouls. After Einar killed all the ghouls, she attacked the Death Fiend, which distracted it and gave Bjorn a chance to attack its head. Bjorn was feeling good after attacking it, but the Death Fiend attacked Bjorn pretty hard. Bjorn also attacked it with full power, but it healed quite fast. Bjorn couldn't attack fast enough to catch up with its regenerative speed, so he was thinking of giving up on killing it and going for 9th rank monsters. But suddenly, Einar lifted the Death Fiend's leg. Bjorn understood that she is trying to mess with its balance, so he also attacked its other leg and flipped it down on its back. Because of its body, it was unable to get up on its own. This showed who the real villain here was. After that, both Bjorn and Einar started beating its head like they were pounding a rice cake. This reminded me of a Doraemon movie when they got to the moon, where Bunny makes rice cakes. They were really enjoying it, and just like that, they defeated the Death Fiend. It's lying behind a big stone. Einar was happy, but Bjorn told her that it's only worth 100 stones. But with ghouls, it's 300. She was shocked that one Death Fiend is worth only 100. Then Einar asked Bjorn how much the bread they had at the inn was. Bjorn answered that the cream pie would about 300 stones. She was happy, and said that she can enjoy one of those each time she kills a Death Fiend. This motivated Einar, but I think she forgot that they are splitting 8. Bjorn gets 80, and Einar only 20. Well, whatever. Bjorn was also happy because she was so active, while Erwin was a bit passive. After that, they went around the area hunting Death Fiends. As soon as they came across one, they attacked its 2 legs to bring it down and started pounding its head until it died. They hunted about 70 Death Fiends like that all day. At the beginning of Dungeon and Stone, where the essence drop rate is very low, most people build their base on the essence they pick up. That's why he aimed for a Death Fiend's essence, which would synergize with his undead seal and has a nice passive skill. But they haven't gotten any. On the second day, the Death Fiends now appear in pairs, but they had learned how to deal with them already, so it wasn't as difficult as he expected. They knocked one down and worked together to knock down the other one. Of course, if they can't kill the Death Fiends quickly, they might be surrounded by ghouls, putting them in danger. Death Fiends don't chase enemies out of their territory, so they just need to run like hell. Starting in the afternoon, the Death Fiends started appearing in groups of 3. So when the second day was coming to an end, they stopped hunting Death Fiends. They decided to take rest. So they found a cozy place to rest, but another team showed up. Bjorn tried to scare them off, but before he could do anything, Einar scared them and quickly ran from there. Then she ordered Bjorn to move somewhere else because they now know their location. They needed to find a different place to camp. It looks like they don't like humans at all. Maybe something similar to what happened to Erwin happened to her in the last labyrinth exploration. They were just searching for a good place to camp when suddenly the screams of people asking for help came. They were shocked because these were not the sounds someone makes when attacked by a monster. Instead, it sounded like a person killing another. They tried to run away from there, but a voice stopped them. There are 4 fresh corpses there, and no fighting signs, and one woman standing there. This means she is a plunderer. Plunderers. They are people who professionally hunt explorers. Instead of collecting monster magic crystals, they loot explorers' equipment for profit. Of course, plundering is outlawed in Rafdonia, and its punishment is death. But just like how Bjorn wasn't investigated for killing 6 explorers, although it was in self-defense. As long as no one mentions it, there is no way for people outside the labyrinth to know. For now, they are facing a strong plunderer, and she asked them if it is their first time seeing a plunderer. Both of them are stunned. Bjorn didn't speak out loud, but he was thinking that he never seen a plunderer that looked as professional as her. She is over 170 tall and thin, with red hair that comes down to the shoulders and an injured right ear. This ear didn't look like that of a human. I think she is not human, or at least not a complete human, maybe half-elf or something else. Again, it's just my thoughts. She also have a tattoo underneath her eye. These kinds of traits make her very recognizable, but considering he never heard about her, she must be very good at her job. In other words, she leaves no witnesses. Then Einar tells Bjorn that she thinks that she is very strong. Bjorn starts analyzing her strength by seeing the corpses. There are a total of 4 corpses there. The equipment seems pretty high rank, and there's a mage too. They must be explorers active, on at least the 5th floor. 3 of them don't have any external injuries and only threw up. The 3 must have been poisoned, and the last one must have had a tolerance. Then he asks her if she was teammates with them. She says that who knows. Maybe they thought so. After that, she started looting them. She put the looted items in a pocket plane bag, which are quite expensive. This makes Bjorn sure that he can't imagine how much stronger she is than them. She called them out, and both of them were stunned, thinking about what to do. Then Einar asks Bjorn if they're going to fight, but Bjorn told her to run as fast as she can. Then both of them start running while the plunderer watches them. They run with their full power without looking back. Bjorn looked for the signs to get to the 1st floor portal. While they are running, they meet a group of 4 human explorers. Einar was angry, but they have no choice. So Bjorn tried to get help from them by telling them about the plunderer. Then their leader asked Bjorn what is the guarantee that they are not the plunderers. So Bjorn swore on his warrior honor to verify it. They agreed, but on one condition, that they take all the rewards. Then their leader called them near, so they can use his gnome ability. It assimilates the user and others within a 3-meter range, with the environment. It's a very powerful ranged stealth ability. Its con is that you can't move. But this, you can entirely avoid fighting. Bjorn was just thinking that they got lucky. But that man started laughing, saying how lucky they are that 2 barbarians just walked into their trap on their own. That man used the stone golem's active seal suppression on them, so they can't move now. To get free from it, they need to take damage. Even just 1 point will be enough to be free from this. They started looting Bjorn and embarrassing Einar. Bjorn was angry after looting Bjorn. They decided to finish Bjorn in a single hit, but Bjorn didn't want to die like that. So he focused all his mind, and as soon as the blade hit his neck and he took damage, he bent backward. After that, he killed that man and threw that blade towards Einar. It stabbed Einar and freed her from suppression. After that, Bjorn fell on the ground, unable to do anything. but Einar alone was enough to slice them up. She also looked very pissed to me. Their leader ran away from there. Einar wanted to chase him, but Bjorn was dying there. He was bleeding like hell. Bjorn was trying to say potion to her, but she started crying, saying that she will avenge him. But thanks to that, his mentality increased, which helped him keep his cool during the fight. After that, he drank a potion. It healed him, but it still left a scar. Thanks to his undead seal, he is alive. But Einar was congratulating him, saying that he is probably the only barbarian with a throat scar. After they got the equipment, they started chasing the guy who escaped and caught him. Einar was very angry, but Bjorn stopped and said that they need his ability to escape from that woman. But suddenly, a poison dart came and killed him. It was that woman who killed him. She said that the fight earlier was pretty impressive. That means she was watching them all this time. Bjorn was afraid, but now that they can't run anymore, so he told Einar that they will face her head on. So the fight with the tick girl began. Are there still my horny friends there? Looks like many of your dreams are breaking, or there's still some hope left. Let's wait and see. So the fight begins. Einar swings her sword to attack her, but the plunderer dodged it. Then Bjorn attacked her after Einar, but she easily blocked his attack. Bjorn started thinking how much essences she has. So Bjorn decided to drop his weapon and grab her and ask Einar to attack. But suddenly he fell to his knees. His entire body was void of strength, because the plunderer pierced through his armor and stabbed his spine with the dagger. Bjorn was confused about if she is an aura user, and if she is, then they have no chance of winning. Einar tried to attack her, but she was also injured by her. Then she asked them to give up, because poison is already spreading throughout their system, but she can let them live if they swear to not tell anyone what they saw. Bjorn was confused why she is doing it. She tells them that it was her idea from the start. She really doesn't want to kill barbarians because she was indebted to them. That's why she was just watching when they were attacked earlier. She wouldn't have had to kill them by herself if that group earlier had killed them. Einar on the ground told Bjorn not to trust her, saying that she is messing with them. Then Bjorn asked the plunderer, what if he refuses? Then she said that she will kill them. That's the promise. Then Bjorn asked her who she has promised with. Then she got angry and told him that it's none of his business. Then Bjorn swore on his honor, which he sells like vegetables. After hearing that, she came close to Bjorn, saying that he was unique. Then poured the potion on Bjorn's wound. Then she asked Einar about what she'd do, and she refused, which shocked Bjorn, and the plunderer accepted it and was ready to kill her. But Bjorn asked Einar to swear. Einar was not ready, but Bjorn asked her to trust him, and reminded her that she said that she would do whatever he says. She was unsatisfied with it, but she agreed to swear. Then Bjorn asked her what floor she was at. She looked back and told them that it's the 8th floor. Then she disappeared from there, but Bjorn promised to himself that it will be different next time they meet. After all that, it means they go back to the 1st floor to relax a bit. Bjorn now has experience to go through the portal, so he landed all right, but Einar was not good at it. Bjorn asked her if she is all right. She said that it hurts, but as a non-warrior, she doesn't even deserve to talk about her pain now. Her mind is completely broken from the shame of begging for her life. Bjorn tried to encourage her that the warrior that survives is the strongest, but she didn't buy it, saying that she won't understand if he talks too much. But still, she gets what he means, enduring this shame and desire. That means she is a strong warrior like Bjorn. But Bjorn doesn't feel any of those things because he is not a real barbarian. They have been awake for 20 hours now, and all the things they've gone through have made them mentally exhausted. But they can't sleep. Even Bjorn was not feeling as bad as Einar is, but still, he feels rather terrible. Bjorn remembers his past when he was saved by Blondie, when the priestess refused to heal him, and the swordsman threw a potion at him like he was sad to see it go. He took the potion like a dog back then. He was happy to be alive. But he can't forget that feeling. He made the best choice he could in the situations he was put in. In other words, he was only focused on the present. But what else can he do? As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw someone be beheaded, and things far from reality continued to happen. So he had no choice but to act out of prioritization for his safety. But he can't survive like this. So he decided to change his plans. Then he asked Einar if there is a way to become stronger but comes with great danger. Einar told him that she will do it. They all die if they don't get strong anyway. Then Bjorn told Einar that they are going to enter Rupture. Then they go to a region where all 4 types of monsters come all at once. And this place has darkness, so this place is unpopular. And there's no reason to come here unless you're cutting through to save time. But that just means it's a great place to hide things. There was a memorial to the person who first discovered this labyrinth. The last wise man, Dyfwian Grandel Gabrielius. Bjorn told Einar that he is going to open a rupture, but everything that happens from this point onwards is a secret. Then Einar swore on her honor as a warrior and asked what a rupture is. Bjorn explained that it's a labyrinth inside a labyrinth. In the game, it's called an instance dungeon. It's a dungeon cleared by chosen members. The first floor rupture requires you to place the magic crystals of 4 types of monsters on the memorial stone, and with a magic crystal from an 8th rank monster from the 2nd floor. Then the rupture will open. The Death Fiend's magic crystals open an instance dungeon that's capacity is for 5 people. The difficulty of the instance depends on the party members. Now, who else will join them? Rupture. A labyrinth inside a labyrinth. It's a new realm that opens randomly on each floor. A cooldown time exists for ruptures. In order for the first floor rupture to naturally open back up, it needs at least 3 months in city time. But waiting around for rupture to open is very inefficient. So people began finding ways to force the rupture open. There are 4 ruptures on the first floor. The one they entered was the blood-tinted castle. Einar was shocked after seeing the size of the castle. Bjorn knew that it'd be the blood-tinted castle since he used a Death Fiend's magic crystal. But it's still overwhelming to see in real life. The good thing is that ruptures on the first floor are all doable, regardless of difficulty. Now, the important thing is who is going to appear. The members that will raid this place with them will be automatically chosen. From the space crack behind them, the first member appeared. Both Einar and Bjorn were waiting for this. For now, the scene shifts to Erwin. She was also on the first floor with her sister. She was complaining to her sister that it's hard for her to fight with just a dagger. Her sister told her that she needs to be able to defend herself without the bow or spirit. Erwin told her that Bjorn said that specializing in what she can do best is what she should do, and that an explorer's duty is to trust the team and fulfill their own role the best they can. Her sister told her that he is right, but the world is not that nice, and a teammate is just a teammate. Don't put such a high value on them. Erwin said all right to her, but in her mind, she still thought that Bjorn isn't a bad person. Then she asked her sister to go to the 2nd floor, saying that she bet Bjorn is earning a whole lot of money up there right now. Her sister told her that you can't go up floors just by hunting a bit on the 2nd floor, so they're going to enter a rupture. Erwin said that she thought that you have to be lucky to get in one. Her sister agreed and mentioned that there are quite a few experienced explorers who were unlucky enough to never have been inside one. But the last time it opened was 8 months ago, and a rupture cycle is 8 months at most. So the first floor's rupture should open soon. Erwin said that she understands, but Bjorn didn't tell her anything about that. Her sister didn't say it aloud to not hurt her feelings, but she was thinking that it's to be expected. That Barbarian's a beginner too, after all, and that he's probably going up the floors in the most inefficient way possible. She was smirking while thinking all of this. What will be her reaction if she knew that Bjorn is already inside it? This reminded what happened at the end of the rupture. It's just giving me goosebumps. I'm trying my best to make the release faster. But for now, I can't do anything because it costs $10 per hour of video, plus my time. And until now, I am not get a single penny from this. But I promise I'll start uploading faster as soon as I start earning something. Maybe from next month, if you guys can support me in any way. For now, like Super Chat or membership, or on Patreon. I was still working on it, but I will give the link in comment or description for it. It would be great if you guys can. Let's get back to the story. Her sister asked Erwin to trust her, and she will make her unbelievably stronger than Bjorn in just a year. She was speaking, then suddenly the rupture opened in front of them. Both of them started running towards it. They almost entered it, but the rupture closed, and they were too late because someone else entered it, and the capacity is full. So the first party member is a dwarf. Then the second member entered, and it's a mage with a man to carry her luggage. Both Bjorn and Dwarf were surprised to see a mage on the first floor, but Einar was confused. So she asked Bjorn why a mage is that great, when the librarian also was a mage. Then Bjorn explained to her that the librarian was a 9th rank mage, and mages are an important resource to the city. So only those whose skills have been verified can enter. In other words, her being here means that she's skilled enough to have proved herself worthy. Does this mean we can see the librarian can become Bjorn's teammate in the future? It looks like many of your dreams might come true. The mage told Bjorn that he is quite knowledgeable for a barbarian. Then she introduced herself. She is a 6th rank mage, Alua Raven. If you guys don't know, the rank in this world is reversed, starting from rank 9 for both monsters and others. Some of you might think that the librarian is a legendary 9th rank mage from other stories' logic. She seems a bit condescending, but all the mages in the game were absolute scums, so she is basically a saint compared to them. Then she introduced the professional carrier that she hired. His name was Tarjan. Then the dwarf introduced himself. His name is Hikurad Murad. He is an explorer for 3 years. Then Bjorn and Einar also introduced themselves as Yandel's son, Bjorn, and Feneline's second daughter, Einar. Did you guys also notice that Bjorn uses his father's name and uses her mother's name? I was just thinking, what if both of them are brother and sister? I know, I don't want to ruin your mood. It's just a random question that came to mind. Let's get back to the story. Then Bjorn asked them how they got into the rupture on the first floor, since they don't seem to have a reason to be working on that floor. The mage said that she can't tell the details, but heard that a rupture is going to open this time. The dwarf said the same for him. They're not talking about the method, but this is ladder kicking. In simple terms, they are monopolizing low-level ruptures and preventing new explorers from getting in. Then they started discussing how to divide the loot. The mage suggested that the loot be divided among them, excluding Tarjan. The dwarf agreed and said that it's common knowledge to listen to a mage in the labyrinth. Since there's a mage in the team, Bjorn has to listen to her. The very person that convinced the royal family that evil spirits needed to be killed was a mage. Bjorn said that he agrees, but Einar disagreed with listening to orders from her. She wanted Bjorn to be the leader and said that he's not a normal barbarian. He is wiser than anyone, and he reads 6 hours a day. Bjorn tried to stop her, but she didn't stop. It looks like she really wants to expose Bjorn. The mage said that a barbarian reading is unique, but they already decided. Einar said that he is not unique. He is great, and she started repeating great and warrior countless times. Bjorn was super embarrassed. Then the dwarf said it's a great thing to be respected by one's wife, and that he was envious of Bjorn. Einar got flustered and said that she is not his wife. The dwarf said that she doesn't need to be embarrassed, and both of them started arguing. Then the mage stopped them and said that they should start moving now. Bjorn was thankful that the conversation topic changed, and Raven wasn't really interested either. He just hoped she never focused her attention on him until the end. Then the dwarf said that they only know each other's names. Shouldn't they know each other's skills too? The mage said that it's not necessary. The blood-tinted castle's monsters are all 7th rank and under, so just Tarjan and she would be sufficient. They all looked a bit upset because of it. She also said that she would be taking the loot from the Guardian. This pissed the big guy off. The situation became tense between the mage and the dwarf. The guardian's loot is the rupture's flower. For a mage who's financially stable, research is their priority. But the most important thing for an explorer is money. The mage said that she's going to give all the magic crystals that come from the rupture, but the dwarf doesn't want to eat leftovers. Raven looked really taken aback. She must not have expected such a response. Then she said that she can let him take Number's item, but she will take the guardian's essence. The dwarf agreed and said that both of them will roll a dice for the rupture stone. They are completely ignoring Bjorn and Einar. Bjorn doesn't like it. He can't go back without gaining anything. So Bjorn told them that he doesn't care about the essence or the Numbers item, but they take the rupture stone. The mage said that he is really greedy. They do not need 2 barbarians in this party. The dwarf also said that the rupture stone is too much. Then Bjorn gave up the rupture stone and asked for 2 essences that aren't the guardians. Both the mage and dwarf thought for a second and agreed to Bjorn's condition. Well, considering their level, this place won't have any tempting essences they want. After that, the mage and dwarf acted all friendly again, like nothing happened. Bjorn was angry, but he realized again that he needs to become stronger. He has to climb the ladder, regardless of these ladder-kicking sons of... Then they entered the blood-tinted castle. The blood-tinted castle is divided into 4 areas. The drawbridge at the entrance to the castle, the urban warfare in the outer castle wall area, the underground prison in the inner castle wall area, and finally, the demon worshipping room within the castle lord's room. They met the gargoyle at the entrance. Gargoyles are 8th rank monsters. They stay still most of the time, like a normal statue. But as soon as they spot enemies, they immediately attack. The skill they're known for is petrification, and the target for petrification was Bjorn because he was at the front. It's the most common method to defeat the gargoyles, to sacrifice a party member to the petrification while the rest fight off the gargoyles. Einar was worried for Bjorn, but the mage stopped her because it is a different story when there's a mage. The mage cast the curse, canceling magic, and Bjorn got free from petrification. And now the gargoyle can't petrify its opponents. It's a piece of cake for Bjorn and Einar to defeat them. And the other one was defeated by the dwarf. The dwarf was pretty skilled too. While Bjorn was admiring the dwarf's skill, Einar's focus went to a stone because it was floating in the air. Then it got into her carry bag itself. Then the mage told them that it's a spell to collect magic crystals, and that she'll collect them for now, and divide them up along the way. The dwarf liked it, so they started opening the gate. Destroying it. It was very dark inside, so the dwarf asked the mage to cast a spell. When the spell lightened the area, they found out that it was filled with dead men. They're rankless monsters that do not reward any exp nor magic crystals. And their corpses do not vanish either unless it spits out an essence. So basically, they're a waste of time and strength for explorers. So, they finished them quickly without wasting much time. They aren't that strong either. They just look big. After they all defeated them, they dropped the dead man commander's blowhorn. Einar was little shocked to see blowhorn size. So, she asked how it was used. Dwarf says that she will find out soon and start laughing. After that, they come across a steel gate. So, dwarf hammer won't work this time. Mage asked them to leave it to her. Then she cast a powerful magic and destroyed the gate. Bjorn was very impressed by her power. After some time, they come across the first chapter, the drawbridge at the castle entrance. It was close up. So Mage asked Einar to blow horn. Einar was little confused, but she blew the horn. After that, the magic seal for the drawbridge activate and the bridge start coming down and also the red water beneath it. And there are countless dead man monsters in it. Mage asks Einar not to be afraid. Einar says that she is not afraid. This area goal is simple. You have to survive against endless dead man. It's quite a difficult, but that's if it was a normal 9th rank party. It's an easy area as long as you have a mage with wide range attacks. Mage called them near her so she can cast her magic. After that, she cast a powerful, large-range magic and defeated all of the dead men at once. Dwarf was overwhelmed by her. He praised her. She says that they're just dead men. Bjorn was also overwhelmed by her. He didn't expect her to be this strong. After some time, when the drawbridge come down, they entered inside the inner castle. Bjorn wasn't happy about how easily it finished. Now that they passed the drawbridge and entered the main castle residential area, normally, they have to face countless enemies here too. But the mage cast her magic again. She couldn't kill all of them at once, like earlier, but still she killed almost 90% of the mob. But the Death Fiend is still fine. Mage says that she leaves rest of the monster to them. Bjorn asked Einar to get ready, and she was very happy, like she finds her favorite toy. After that, they use their old favorite move. Both of them grab the Death Fiend leg and flip it on the ground, then use their old method. Dwarf was very shocked after seeing their method of hunting. After that, Mage cast another magic, and this time it's an injury worsening spell. A Death Fiend's advantage is their passive registration skill, body preservation. And with that passive skill on lock, Death Fiend is nothing more than a big chunk of meat to them. They don't even need to use their favorite move on Death Fiend now. They easily defeated them. After seeing all the powerful magic, Einar said that she finally understands why everyone praises mages. Dwarf was also flattering the mage. After hearing their flattering, Mage started self-boosting, saying that this is what they study so hard for. And of course, talent is needed too. But Bjorn now get the geist of her character. Of course, no one can understand women fully. She likes to pretend to be humble, but she really enjoys showing off and is devoted to her studies and research. Then the mage asked their help in collecting research materials. Dwarf agreed, saying that she saved their so much time here. So of course he will help. Bjorn also agreed to help. After some time, they collected many materials. After seeing so many crystals, Einar was thinking about how many pies is these worth. But Bjorn was thinking about the item she forgets taking. She inspected the entire area, but didn't take that item. She just have to destroy the statue behind them. Maybe she doesn't know about it. Bjorn know about it, because some gamers have a habit of pressing the button to interact. Whenever they see a unique object or suspicious wall, I do the same thing, bro. In this type of game, Bjorn was same too, so he was able to find countless hidden features in Dungeon and Stone over the 9 years he played it. All the hidden things I found was hearts in Legend of Zelda. When you use bomb near some tree, it opens a secret hole near it. But Bjorn didn't tell her that because it would hurt her ego. If a barbarian knew something, she didn't when she devoted her life to studies. So he avoided doing something that will raise her suspicion. After that, they enter the inner castle, which is completely destroyed, and there was also no monsters. Mage says that there's nothing to get from this place. So they go to their next location, underground prison. Everyone was excited to enter it. So Bjorn opened its door. Then they entered inside the underground prison first floor. It was quite dark inside it. The dwarf asked the mage about the monsters that appear in the underground prison. Mage told him that there's skull rats, banshees, death fiends, chimera wolves, go-lords, and corpse golems. Dwarf says that he fought all those monsters except the corpse golem. Mage told him that corpse golems only appear in the blood-tinted castle. Then she explained the details about the corpse golem attacks and skills. She warned him about the flesh explosions. The explosive power isn't that great, but the bodily fluids of corpse golem is acidic, and it can be lethal if you get hit from up close. They are chatting happily like nothing happened between them before. After some time, Einar saw a skeleton rat on the side wall. So she asked Bjorn, "What are these?" But Mage replied and tell her that they are the skull rats, and that are rankless monsters like Deadman. But they're not good at combat, so you just need to step on them. Einar got angry and said that she is not asking her. After hearing that, Mage was also got angry. But before anything else happens between them, A sound come and Einar gets scared and Bjorn hand. You guessed it right. It was Banshee again. Seeing her scared, Mage started scaring her more. After scaring her, she feels refreshed. Then, Bjorn says that he heard that mages have a way of dealing with banshees. Mage was shocked after hearing that. She says that he is really knowledgeable. Then again, she shows her proness and used her magic again to get rid of banshees. After defeating one, many more come to attack her, but she easily defeated them. Again, after seeing how op she was, everyone was in shock. Then they entered the second floor. There they come across chimera wolves and Q lords. The interior of the underground prison was like a mad scientist's laboratory because of all the disgusting monsters and objects. Of course, the real fun begins now. Dwarf asked Mage if she is scared of all these things. She answered that she is not because she enjoys dissections, so this much is nothing to her. Then she opened the door hidden behind the wall. They will meet the corpse golem inside, so they left their stuff behind because the corpse golem used acidic fluids. Then she asked Bjorn to turn on the torch. After that, they entered inside the gate. Inside it, there is an incredible stench that stabs at the nostrils. Bjorn would have fainted right if it was in the past, but this has no effect on the strong body of a barbarian. The first one to react was the weight carrier. No, not you, Tarjin. You have all the quilty of a hidden protagonist. Well, whatever, let's meet in another story. The second was the mage. She was used to seeing things like this from experience in dissections, but she was weak to smell. Here goes the proness of her. Worf says that he is glad to see that at least they are fine. After some time, they show a mountain of corpses that is talking. There are countless voices asking help. Then they show it was actually a corpse golem monster. But because of the countless screams, Bjorn was also shocked because these things are silent in the game. Bjorn asked everyone to get ready, but the dwarf was frozen because of all the screams and fear. Mage was also down already. Looks like it's finally the chance for Bjorn to shine. Dungeon and Stone is the pinnacle of a niche game, but it also has features that cater to a wider range of people. One of them is the lively and vivid illustration that looks like photography. These illustrations were used often as memes. Because of that, many people recognize the memes even if they did not know the game. But no matter how realistic the drawing is, it was nothing compared to seeing it in real life. The same applied to Bjorn too. He was also feeling scared and disgusted after seeing the corpse golem in real life, and Mage that was supposed to be skilled in dissections. The dwarf that must have come across countless kinds of monsters over his 3 years as an explorer. The carrier who looked pretty strong despite his role. They treated Bjorn and Einar like trash because they're beginners, but the only ones in their right minds here are Bjorn and Einar. Then, Corpse Golem threw a corpse towards Einar and Dwarf. Bjorn tried to block it, but Golem used his skill, Flash Explosion, and scattered the acidic blood. Einar tried to save the dwarf and pulled him back, but some of the blood got into the dwarf's eyes. The dwarf was rendered powerless in the blink of an eye, and the mage who presented herself as someone so dependable. She was still barfing it up. Bjorn asked Einar to take the dwarf to the back and protect the mage. I didn't expect Einar to actually agree to protect the mage, but she quickly followed the order and took the dwarf back. Corpse Golem's attack pattern is simple. They throw corpse bombs at those far away. As for the closer enemies, they pull them in for consumption. So you should not get too close to a corpse golem. If you get too close, the corpse golem will focus on the mage instead of you. And why am I telling you things like this in detail? It was because maybe one of you guys transferred to this world for some reason, so you guys won't curse me for not telling you important details. I'm just saying don't take it to heart and start preparing for it. Okay, let's back to the story. Since the mage is still not in her right mind, that would be the worst case scenario if she got attacked right now. So, Bjorn has to keep his distance until the mage gets better and lure the golem the other way to stall time. After some time, the mage recovered a little bit. So she cast a magic spell and attacked the corpse golem. The first phase of the corpse golem, which would have normally taken a long time with many torches, was finished off with just one spell. The corpse golem's outer body was burned to ashes with just one spell. The second phase, skeleton golem mode, starts. Einar and Bjorn were ready to fight him. Bjorn told Einar to attack its chest. After that, both Einar and Bjorn attacked its chest and defeated it. After its body disappeared, it left behind the essence. Einar was excited to see the essence. A rupture is basically a treasure chest. Elite monsters that do not appear in the normal fields are like long-awaited rain to explorers since they have limited ways of earning experience. And the loot from the Guardians is something that all explorers desire. But a rupture's main temptation is the fact that the rate of essence drops increases exponentially. So considering the possibility, it's weird that it took this long for them to come across an essence. Einar asked Bjorn what they were going to do now with the essence. Bjorn said that they are the ones with a claim to it, and that they are the ones who did the most work, and that was what they had promised when deciding the loot. Bjorn actually wanted 2 essences. Death Fiend Essence for its regenerative power and a Chimera Wolf's for its strength. He didn't expect to earn the essence of a rank 7 elite monster, Corpse Golem, that only appears once in the blood-tinted castle. Plus, the stats it would raise are perfect for a tanker. His body will be dulled because of the decrease in perception, but the other stats increase makeup for it. Bone density has a great effect on defense, and it's raised by 55. Weight, which is great for knocking back an enemy or blunt weapon damage, will be increased by 21. Pain tolerance is very useful too. Strength and poison tolerance are also helpful stats. But the problem is the skills. The active skill is Flesh Explosion, which causes great damage, but it costs the character's own hap. Plus, because of acidic bodily fluids, if a character is damaged, the acidic blood gets on the equipment and greatly reduces its durability. Bro is thinking about equipment, and I was thinking about what will happen to his romantic life if all the bodily fluids become acidic. And what will happen to little Bjorns swimming in that fluid? I just don't want to think about it. I just don't like these skills. But maybe you guys have another opinions. Let's back to the story. In other words, a corpse golem's essence is great, but it's away at potion and equipment cost. Bjorn was confused about what to do, so he decided to just leave it for now and heal the dwarf first. An essence should stay for half an hour. After the dwarf was healed, he apologized and said that he was embarrassed. Then, Bjorn said that he was glad that he knows that, and reminded him that he would be dead if it weren't for Einar. The dwarf said that he knows and he was embarrassed, but as soon as he saw that thing, his entire body was frozen up. They almost wiped out by a middle boss because of mentality issues, despite having enough force to defeat the boss. Then the mage apologized too. But what the heck is Tarjin doing? He is doing things that's not his job. But Bjorn doesn't care about these things. What he cares about is loot. So he tried to get more benefits from the mage and told her that they got rid of the corpse golem. Mage said that she knows that, and she is glad that she forced herself to use that spell. She sure knows how to talk her way out. If Bjorn doesn't say anything, he won't get even a single cent out of this. Then Bjorn said that they saved their lives, and that's more than one person's responsibility. The mage agreed with his statement and asked about what he wants. Bjorn said that they will take the rupture stone. For a moment, everyone became silent. Then the dwarf broke the awkward silence and said that he agrees. He would be dead if not for Einar. Mage said that she is against it, but if they come across the rupture stone, she will give him a fair chance. Bjorn was not very happy about it, but that's all he can get with his current strength. Then Bjorn threw his MasterCard and told everyone about the essence. After hearing that, everyone was shocked. Mage was the one who was shocked the most. She said that corpse golem essence is more rare than guardian essence. There are very few of them she heard about, and even the Explorers Guild doesn't know its exact effects. Its rarity makes Mage excited. She wants to research its properties. Bjorn knew she would react like this. That's why he saved it for the real negotiation. Then Bjorn said that he has an offer. If she wants, he can give her the essence. But if they come across a guardian essence, he will take it. This made Mage think about the offer. Then Mage said that there's no guarantee that the guardian drops its essence. Bjorn said that he will take the risk. Then Mage agreed happily. She said that she is more interested in it than the guardian essence. Bjorn was also very happy. Then Dwarf asked Mage if she is going to feed the essence to Tarjan because mages can't absorb essences. It looks like mages also have weaknesses. She answered that she will not feed it to him. Just the essence itself is worth researching, and she took out a test tube. That's a very expensive item. Unless you get an essence above 6th rank, it's not even worth the cost. Dwarf said that he is very impressed that she owns something so expensive. Meg said that she only has one. She used her only test tube to store a 7th rank monster essence. She thinks that it's worth a lot. After she takes the essence, she asked everyone to move out from that horrible place. Dwarf said that he was waiting for her to say that. After they come out from there and moved further down, they saw 2 statues. Dwarf asked Mage, "What are these?" She said that she can't feel the mana from them, and they're probably just normal statues. She also said that Lord Residence is right above, and they go there if it was not already. Then she started checking the status, and suddenly a book from the ceiling fell down. Dwarf asked Mage if she knew about this. She said that a book is a treasure that hands down knowledge, for boosting in front of the dwarf instead of just saying that she read about it in a book. And the book that falls from the ceiling is called Necronomicon. It's a magic text of dark magic that's sold at a very high price. Bjorn was thinking of coming back later to pick it up, but she knows more than he expected. Mage said that she finds it on her own, so she be taking it. Dwarf agrees and says that they can't spellbend, so they can't carry it out anyways. Look at her awkward laugh. Because she knows that Necronomicon is treated as an item, so anyone can bring it outside without spellbending. Then she awkwardly hurried up everyone. Then they went around the devil, worshipping room hunting monsters. There are gargoyle statues, chimera wolves, and the second mini-boss, the Bone Knight. Mage was happy saying that they get lucky to meet the desire. Type Bone Knight. But Bjorn was not feeling good because she was right, and they got too lucky. 7th rank monster, Bone Knight. They have one of 3 attributes: hatred, sadness, and desire. The sadness type uses a fog that induces psychosis, so they are annoying to deal with. The hatred type uses soul slaying, which decreases levels, which are already too hard to increase, so they're the most difficult to deal with. Finally, the desire type that's in front of them right now. It also looks cheap and looks compared to the other 2. It has the ability to regenerate itself using life power absorption. It's a good skill, but Mage can easily nullify its skill. Using her spell, she cast it on Death Fiend. Then Einar and Bjorn easily defeated it. They are the easiest type to fight. On top of that, Bone Knight also dropped the essence. Everyone was a bit shocked because they got 2 mid-boss essences. Dwarf congratulates Bjorn and Einar. Then Bjorn asks Einar to take the essence. Bone Knight essence is good, so Bjorn also wants it. But from a player's point of view, Einar should take it, because life power absorption works well with swords. And someday Bjorn needs to abandon his weapon. Plus, when he entered the labyrinth together with Einar, he felt that Einar is dependable. Einar thanks Bjorn and promised that she will repay him in the future for this. Then she started absorbing the essence, but Bjorn didn't tell her one thing. Bjorn always does that. First, he gave Erwin a 9th rank monster essence. if not for him, her sister would have given her a higher and better essence. And now it's Einar. It's good that it's at least a 7th rank monster essence, but from the weakest one. I think he just wants them to be strong enough to help him now, but not strong enough that they become a threat to him. Again, this is all my theory. After Einar finished absorbing the essence, she said that she didn't feel any big changes. Then she saw Bjorn, and she was shocked. She asked Bjorn how he got bigger. Then she saw the other two, and she was more shocked because the dwarf is looking less like a dwarf now. Then she asked what they had done. Then Bjorn told her that she is the one who got smaller. She was shocked. The mage explained the basic effect of a bone knight's essence, higher bone density in return for shorter bones. She explained it in detail, but to put it like a game stat window, that's what it looks like. It has good passive skills, but for active ones, you need another good healing skill to take full benefit of it. Mage explained that Einar only got shorter, but her strength didn't decrease. But Einar started screaming and crying, saying that now no one will see her as a warrior anymore. Everyone already looked down on her because she is a woman. Mage tried to calm her down by saying that she got very pretty, but it made matters worse because that means she doesn't look like a warrior anymore. Bjorn also tried to encourage her. The dwarf said that it's a cool essence, and he would have been invisible if he had taken the essence and started laughing on his own. I like this dwarf character. He always keeps laughing and making jokes all the time. On the other hand, the mage said that she would like to do a detailed check on her when they are back in the city. What can I say about her? Only Bjorn was truly trying to encourage her. Others are just saying whatever they want without thinking about her. Then Bjorn told Einar to test out her essence on the Death Fiend. Einar was not very excited about it, but she still has to do her duty, even if she doesn't look like a warrior anymore. That's what she said, not me. But to be honest, she looked good before than now. Then she goes near the Death Fiend and casually swings her sword. But this casual swing cuts down the Death Fiend in half. This surprises even the mage. Einar was shocked after seeing that. She started crying, saying that she is still a warrior. Bjorn says that she is not just a warrior. Bjorn says that she is a stronger warrior. After that, both of them start cheering, but others didn't stop for them. They start walking. After some time, they come to the Guardian Room, the final boss of this rupture. The dwarf says that it was fun with all of them, but it's almost time for them to say goodbye. The mage also says that she was a bit sad and gets why people work as explorers. I think she didn't understand a single thing. People don't work as explorers because they have fun doing that, but because they have to earn money. Both of them are chatting, but Bjorn starts thinking that they got lucky. Einar got an essence. They also get the bigger share of loot because of the golem. But he was not feeling good about it because things never worked out this smoothly in his life. He was always sick and didn't have any luck in his love life, just like me. Then he was transferred to this world. He started thinking about the worst case scenario that can happen to them in their current situation. He was just thinking, but the dwarf started opening the door. Then Bjorn's focus goes to the door handle. Bjorn tries to stop the dwarf from opening the door after seeing the handle, but it was too late because the dwarf already opened the door. And the owner of the blood-tinted castle is awake. The mage was very shocked, because normally the final boss of the rupture is a death knight, but now there is a vampire sitting on the chair. After seeing them, the vampire said that he didn't see a living being in a while. Yes, this vampire can speak, and he is not a normal monster. Vampires only comes out in levels higher than the 6th floor, and even then, very rarely. It's not even a normal vampire mutant. It has intelligence and also has a name. Vampire Duke Cambermere. Let's talk a little about monsters' power or ranking systems. First, mutant variety. Just a fancy term used for a monster with the same base stats, but with a different class like the goblin archer and swordsman. Then there is advanced variety. Monsters whose ranks are higher than the floor's average. An example would be the Death Fiend. Bjorn saw it in the land of death, not in the rupture, because the average rank of the rupture is high. Then there is rare variety. Monsters you can only meet in specific ruptures like this, golem or mimics, which are hard to come across in normal maps. I think Mimic Essence will be great. I'm looking forward to it if Bjorn gets one. Lastly, there is the advanced variety named Monsters, with each individual possessing their own memories and name. After seeing the vampire, Bjorn told them to run as fast as they can. They run as fast as they can, but they're facing Vampire Duke Cambermere, a boss monster of the 5th rank that acts on his own. He's skilled in both combat and dark magic. The mage was very confused and said that an advanced mutant variety guardian never appeared before in this rupture. Even Bjorn, who has played the game thousands of hours, has never met the Vampire Duke. He only learned about its existence after watching a stream. Mage asks Bjorn about how he knows about the vampire because he told them to close the door before they even opened it all the way. Does her curiosity not stop even in urgent situations? Bjorn told her to run instead of talking, but she answered that she is not running. This pissed Bjorn, but he simply replied that he just had a feeling. In reality, he noticed that it because of the door handle's color. Bjorn tried hundreds of times to try and get the Vampire Duke by copying the player from the stream, but it never worked. He ended up re-watching the recording dozens of times before he noticed a small change. The only thing different in the recording was the handle color. The dwarf said that they can't get out without defeating the vampire, so why are they running away? Bjorn told him that they need to at least get to a place with sunlight, and he was explaining the reason. But suddenly the vampire appears in front of them, saying that they are very rude guests. Vampire Duke used spiritification magic to appear in front of them. Bjorn asks Mage to use magic. She was in shock, but she used her magic. It's a very powerful light magic, which stopped the spiritification before it completed. Spiritification is one of the dark magic spells used by vampires. It allows them to move very quickly, but their real body cannot move from its spot. But when using realization, another magic, they can move their real body to where the spirit is. It could have been bad for them if Mage didn't use her magic in time. Bjorn was a little relieved, but then Einar told him that the mage is also down. She suffers internal injuries, but Bjorn knows that a vampire's essence doesn't have this kind of effect. Then Bjorn realized that the Duke has a different essence because the video he watched was ended before that person could even do anything. So Bjorn wasn't able to see anything about the power or essence the Vampire Duke had. Still, Bjorn has various ideas as to what it could be. But the priority right now is to get out of the underground prison. Bjorn told them that they need to get out from there. Then the dwarf asks him how they're going to get out because only the mage knows the way, and she is down. Then says that he also knows the way out. The dwarf was shocked and asked him how he knows the way when it was also his first time in the blood-tinted castle. Bjorn got a little nervous, but he answered calmly that he memorized it. Well, technically he didn't lie. He memorized the layout because he goes to this place hundreds of times when he played the game. After running some time, they finally saw the exit, but the vampire also just behind them. They run with all they have towards the exit. Even the exit from the underground prison looks like the gate of heaven to them right now. The vampire is just behind them, and just like horror movies, they just barely get out when the vampire almost caught them. Thankfully, the sun was up, and because you all know the vampire and sun have spicy relationship, the vampire won't come out for the time being. They were huffing like dogs because of all the crazy things that happened to them. Then, the dwarf says that Bjorn really memorized the layout when going through it only once, and it's hard to believe for him that Bjorn only went through the coming of age ceremony just a month ago. Bjorn always tried to avoid these kinds of situations, but the dwarf and mage always come back to it. This time, he was saved by Einar. She said that he can do that because Bjorn is a great warrior. The dwarf says that he can see him becoming one in the future. Then he asks, what are they going to do because the sun is setting? Bjorn told them they have to keep moving, so just carry the mage for now. Tarjan said that she needs rest. Bjorn got angry and said that if he wants to live, then he should start moving and should protect the mage, even at the cost of his life. Bjorn intermediates him, so he agrees to keep moving. After some time, they come outside near the castle walls. This is the only chance for Bjorn to take the item from the statue he left before. So he told them that he is going to look around a bit until the mage wakes up. Then he broke the statue, and in it, he obtained an item called Vir Goddess's Tears. It's a one-time, use item, but it's good for healing, and it's also good for attacking evil, type monsters too. Then, to everyone, and the mage was awake, but isn't looking good. Then they have a chat about the vampire. Bjorn asks her how she became like this. She answers that she doesn't know the specific reason, but it can be pain, sharing. Then Bjorn asks her how much time will it take to recover her. She says that it will take about 20 minutes, and then she will be able to cast a 7th rank spell 5 times. Only 5 spells are not enough to defeat the vampire. Then Bjorn asks her if she knows any sun magic, and after hearing that, the mage got angry and said that it's very rude to ask a mage about the spell they know. It's the same thing as it's rude to ask a girl about her age. Bjorn already knows, but so what? He is now a barbarian at the peak of rudeness, who doesn't care about manners except when talking to the king. After seeing Bjorn doing these things, she gives up and tells him that she can use Sunspot Sphere. Sunspot Sphere is a 6th rank attack spell similar to a Flame Sphere, but it has sun attributes. Then Bjorn asks her if she can use the attribute reinforcement spell with it. She says that she can with more mana, but it will take 10 minutes more. Bjorn said that he will hold him somehow for 30 minutes so she doesn't have to step in to help them. She agreed, but she was shocked and asked why Bjorn is acting like a leader. Bjorn says who else than if not him, and he doesn't care who the leader is. The mage says that's true, but she was just saying. But the dwarf started laughing and said that he is sorry for that, but he trusts Bjorn, and he has a good wand. It comes to seeing people's character. Bjorn thanks him while looking like a burning candle. After some time, the sun sets and night comes. The vampire is ready to calm his thirst. The vampire says that he can't control his trust after seeing them. Bjorn and team were also ready. They held him down until the mage finishes her magic. Vampire Duke is not going to wait for them. He takes out his claws and spreads his wings ready to attack. Bjorn told Tarjan to take Raven back and protect. Vampire comes flying towards them to attack, but the dwarf at the front stopped the vampire. The dwarf was holding his ground despite the attacks. That's all thanks to the first essence the dwarf has. A 7th rank monster, Iontro's ability weight balance. It makes you resistant to knockback as long as your feet are on the ground. It also comes with shock absorption, so it's a pretty good essence for a tanker. While the dwarf was holding the vampire, Einar tried to attack the vampire, but he dodged the attack. Still, Bjorn, ready behind it, attacked him. It didn't do much damage to the vampire, but on the other hand, Bjorn's hand felt like breaking because of the pain, sharing. After that, the vampire's body turned into crows. This reminds me of Itachi. Crows started attacking them. The dwarf stood in front to stop them. He used his second essence living armor skill emergency restoration to restore his broken shield. Crow's bombardment started on them like crazy. They stopped them from hitting directly, but the blood splattered everywhere and touched them, which created a sacrificial seal on their forehead. This is the skill of the vampire. It's not as bad as it sounds. This seal increases Vampire Duke's physical abilities temporarily as much as the number of the seals within a 100-meter radius. Vampires have 3 skills, which are very powerful in battles. The first one is the sacrificial seal. The second one is increases the regenerative power in proportion to the HP lost. And the third one, also the most powerful, according to me, is donor of the blood, which absorbs some of the opponent's skills when sucking their blood. The problem for them is that this vampire can use those 3 skills as well as dark magic. He can turn into smoke to avoid something like a sword attack, transform into crows to explode or summon monsters with blood. He has very overpowered specs as he's a high-rank monster. Dwarf was the first one to go down because he was at the front. Then the vampire starts attacking Bjorn. Then he asks Mage about how much more time will it take for the magic to be ready. She answers that it will take 5 more minutes. 5 minutes is too much time for Bjorn to hold. Now that the dwarf, who had been doing the most in the battle, is down, and Einar and Bjorn are already exhausted. Then Bjorn decided to take the risk and ask Einar to take the dwarf at the back. Einar was not ready, but Bjorn convinced her to fall back. Now what Bjorn is going to do isn't fighting. Instead, he is going to become a living punching bag for the vampire. He throws away his weapon and starts taking the attack's head on. The vampire stabs him, and he drinks the potion. He started using his own body to stop the vampire. This shocks everyone. Bjorn was planning to endure all of it by just using the potion. The pain potion itself is unimaginable, and the pain gets worse the worse your injuries are. Still, if something like the potion exists in the real world, it would be treated as a holy grail. He suffered so many injuries and drank so many potions that the smoke started coming out from his body. Bjorn still blocked an attack at his current state. It's a miracle itself that Bjorn did not pass out, but he still manages to block all the attacks that are aimed at his vital points. Mage says that this reminds her of something she read before, and that is that the real value of a barbarian lies not in their physical capabilities, but in their mentality. And she understands what that means now. Tarjan said that it's getting. They should get out from there. Mage asks him if he is out of his mind and where else they can go in their situation. There is only one way to get out of the rupture. It's to defeat the Guardian. Tarjan sure is hiding something. We never saw him fighting. Mage started thinking about what is she doing. Even the barbarian who has only recently gone through his coming. Eve ceremony is doing the best he can by making rational judgments. But she, the mage, was just sitting at back without thinking anything. Mage told Tarjan to help Dwarf, so Einar can help Bjorn. Mage started running her brain cells and came up with a plan that I personally don't like. She cast a bunch of magics like aim, assist, and target automatic aim. Then she threw the golem essence towards Bjorn. This gives Bjorn lots of stats boost, as I told you before, but I don't like the skills personally. But Bjorn looks like he is going to eat vampire. Now that Bjorn has absorbed the essence of the golem, the vampire's nails can't pierce Bjorn's bones anymore. He's annoyed, contemplating how he has to change his progress plan. He never wanted to take this essence. However, in the short term, things look optimistic. The meat shield that had been taking a beating from the vampire is now able to move, raising the possibility of surviving this situation. Though he can't endure the continuous beating. If this persists, he'll still die. Suddenly, a potion bottle flies towards his back, breaking and triggering an advanced heal that mends his injuries. It's all thanks to someone who started using their expansive potions on Bjorn. Thinking that if he keeps healing like this, he might be able to hold the vampire down. Bjorn jumps directly towards the vampire and hugs him tightly, entering what he calls immortal barbarian mode. Regardless of his flesh and muscles being torn, any damage heals in seconds thanks to the essence and the potions. The acidic blood of Bjorn gets in the vampire's eyes, hurting him. This infuriates the vampire, and he attacks Bjorn with full power, throwing him away. Einar comes running to help Bjorn. She swings her sword at the vampire, but he turns into smoke and escapes. As he flees, Bjorn jumps to punch the vampire's face, but the vampire dodges it at the last moment. Then, the vampire punches Bjorn in the guts with full power, causing immense pain. Einar tries to save Bjorn again, but the vampire dodges her attack, throws her away, and resumes attacking Bjorn. It seems the vampire has developed a personal grudge against Bjorn. Then Mage told Bjorn that the sunspot sphere magic is ready. Bjorn was taking the beating like a dead body, but after hearing the mage's words, he gathered his strength and grabbed the vampire once again. His face turned red as he gathered all his strength and threw the vampire on the ground. Then he asked the dwarf to attack him. The dwarf used lightning and expulsion skills to gather thunder in his hammer and formed an electric ball. It looked like Thor's soul had entered his body as he swung his hammer and threw the electric ball towards the vampire. After the vampire got hit, he fell into an unconscious state. Then, Bjorn took out the item he was hiding in his shoes. He had been saving the goddess's tears for this moment, even after going through all the dangerous situations. Bjorn then stuffed the bottle into the vampire's mouth and gave him an uppercut while cursing him. This broke the bottle in the vampire's mouth. After the bottle broke, the vampire became the target of the blessing. The blessing heals normal targets, but seals all kinds of defensive skills or tolerance for an evil, natured creature. Due to the great shock, the vampire became paralyzed. The mage asked Bjorn to get out of the way because she had cast the magic spell. She didn't have the strength left to hold the spell for long, so she threw the magic towards the vampire. It was already too late for Bjorn to move away. The spell landed and caused a huge explosion. Bjorn was also caught in the sunspot sphere's explosion, and he fell into an unconscious state. The vampire used pain, sharing, and because of this, everyone fell into an unconscious state. Sometime later, Bjorn woke up first because he fell into the state first. He was confused because everything was quiet. He tried to find if the vampire was dead, attempting to get a grasp of the situation, but his body was not moving due to the earlier attack. Then he saw the vampire. The vampire's body was in complete mesh, but he was alive. Thanks to the active skill Immortal and the passive skill Source of Darkness, the vampire's injuries were healing at a very fast rate. The passive skill, in particular, makes the user immortal as long as their heart is okay. Vampire injuries are all healing at a very fast rate thanks to his active skill. It's just an active skill in name, working like a passive skill. Bjorn doesn't completely understand the situation, but he knows that everyone else was unconscious, and the vampire is recovering at a very fast pace. So there is only one thing for him to do. He has to kill the vampire before he wakes up. Bjorn walks near the vampire. The vampire was still standing up even after that attack. His whole body is tatters, except his heart and his face. I think he protected his heart and face from the sunspot sphere using his arms, like how a boxer does. Looks like he cares more about his face than life. Bjorn knocked him down on the ground and climbed on his chest. Then Bjorn raised both hands up high and started bashing them on the vampire's chest with his full power. This didn't work much. So Bjorn placed both hands on the vampire's chest and used the flesh explosion skill. This hurts Bjorn more than the vampire, but to go out alive from there, he has no choice but to use it. He used it continuously, reaching his limit. Soon, Bjorn's health reached below 1%, but he kept doing it. He was at the doorstep of death, knocking on the door with his full power. So what result do you expect? Bjorn's health reached 0. After Bjorn HP reached 0%, a countdown started, consuming 3 points of mentality. So this is what we call surviving by pure willpower. But Bjorn only has 46 points in mentality, and they are depleting very fast. Bjorn knows that he will end up dead at this rate. But he cannot stop. He ends up dying even if he stopped. Soon after using this brutal skill so many times, Bjorn doesn't have hands anymore, but the vampire is still alive, even if he is looking overcooked. Then, Bjorn lies down on the vampire to use his body. Hey, don't overthink. Bjorn is using his body for flesh explosion. As Bjorn blows up with his entire body, a big explosion happens, and the vampire is finally defeated. The vampire gives 5 experience points because he is a rank 5 monster. And don't forget, the ranks are in reverse order. He also got 4 bonus experience points. 1 point bonus because the vampire is a high-ranking mutant variety, and 3 are for guardian defeat bonus. Bjorn leveled up after absorbing all of this experience. But in this game, it isn't that nice. Your health isn't healed back to full just because you level up. Bjorn's spirit power was also increased by 10. But the thing Bjorn was aiming for from the start was the Rupture Guardian's essence, which has a 33% drop rate. I was also waiting for this. The essence of the vampire was absorbed by Bjorn, and thanks to the overpowered skills, Source of Darkness, and immortal effects Bjorn got from the essence, Bjorn's health increased above 1%, and the countdown stopped. Thanks to this near-death experience, he achieved a new accomplishment, which increased Bjorn's mentality stat by 10 permanently. The mentality stat is now over 100, and other stats also increased significantly. Bjorn wakes up after a long sleep in the laps of Einar. Bjorn asks Einar about others. She told Bjorn that they all left 3 days ago. She asks Bjorn if he is okay, because he was passed out for 3 days. Bjorn was very shocked after hearing that, because this is the 7th and the last day of the labyrinth now. He checks his body, and everything is fine. There is no external injury. Then his focus goes down to important stuff. He screams and asks Einar about his pants because he was butt naked. Einar tells that they were already in shreds, and they were bothering her, so she just tore them up. She was talking about Bjorn's clothes, not something else. But I just was wondering why they are bothering her. Bjorn was very embarrassed because of it. Then she told Bjorn not to be embarrassed because she saw what a great warrior he is. It looks like little Bjorn was also a warrior. Bjorn was very embarrassed, so he changed the topic and asked about things that happened when he was passed out. She tells him that the numbers item was taken away by the dwarf, and the mage took the rupture stone. Bjorn was alive because he absorbed the guardian essence, and the other 2 took the remaining 2 items the guardian dropped. Einar said that they agreed to roll the dice for the rupture stone, but the mage was being so stubborn and refused to roll the dice. She said that she already in the loss. The dwarf said that she didn't care, but Einar couldn't accept it. Then the mage said that Bjorn took the best loot he could have gotten, so he won't be able to argue against her taking the rupture stone. Sounds like she's the only one who knows that he absorbed the vampire's essence. Plus, she gave him the golem's essence as well as all the potions she had with her, meaning she did lose things in this rupture. So he was not mad at all about the distribution of the loot. Einar was angry. She said that the mage also took all the items going around on her own, and then she left without even waiting for Bjorn to wake up. She was a disloyal and greedy mage. Einar was so angry that Bjorn has to take Einar's side, even if he doesn't mind it. So he told Einar that she is very dependable to make her happy. Then Einar asks if they should leave, but Bjorn says that there's something they have to do before leaving. There is something that's still here even if the mage took everything. He will make sure to take that thing. But before that, he needs something to wear. After they take that thing, they return to the first floor and then back to Raftonia. We don't know what that thing is yet. After that, Bjorn goes to the Explorer Guild branch for the stones counting. This time, there are only 230, 1,520 stones. It feels like a pretty small amount compared to the hardship he had to endure. But it's fine because he absorbed 2 essences. Then he moves his hand forward to take the stones. But the receptionist lady takes them back. She said that it's too much for a 9th rank explorer and asked what is in the backpack of Bjorn. Bjorn was confused about why she asked this question because they never asked this kind of question before. Then suddenly, guards come and surround Bjorn and tell him not to move and tell him that they will talk more in custody. Erwin had also just come out of the labyrinth. She was completely exhausted because she was hunting on the 3rd floor with her sister. She experienced the strength of the 7th rank monsters that she had never experienced before. Although it was just her sister that was fighting, the 6th rank monster they coincidentally came across, it felt like a proper adventure to her. Unlike the first one, where she was so busy trying to survive, she was excited to surprise Bjorn. She wanted to show Bjorn her new essence and was wondering if he would try it like last time. Even if that hurts, she was still excited to see him. Then she entered the guild building in a line. When her chance came, she gave her stone for counting. She earned 184,100 stones. The cashier lady got suspicious and asked her how she earned that much, despite being a 9th rank explorer. Erwin told her that she was with her sister. Then the cashier lady asked her the name of her sister. Erwin told the full name of her sister, which is Daria Wittember de Turcia. The cashier lady checked her register and found that her sister is a certified explorer, so she let Erwin leave easily. Then she went back home to take a shower. She was very excited to meet Bjorn, got ready quickly, and looked beautiful in her new dress. She couldn't stop her happiness. She wanted to meet Bjorn and buy him dinner with the money she had earned. She wanted to exchange experiences with Bjorn. When she reached the place where Bjorn was staying, and she asked about him, they told her that he still hadn't returned yet. There is only one meaning if someone enters the labyrinth and doesn't return when it's closed. Erwin didn't want to think about it. She refused to believe it. And just like a week went by, when she came again, she saw a man taking Bjorn's stuff out of his room. She got angry and asked them why they were taking Bjorn's stuff out of his room. That man said that he had waited quite a bit for her sake already and asked her what she thought it meant. She already knew, but she didn't want to believe it. But that man told her that he is dead in there. This broke her will completely. She was crying alone outside when her sister approached her. She said that she heard about him and asked Erwin to get up. She told her that she couldn't stay here like this. Erwin grabbed her sister's hand and told her that she wanted to become stronger so that she could protect the people she loved. This look could give anyone goosebumps. On the other hand, it was already a week since Bjorn was put in prison. He was charged with being a plunderer. On the first day of interrogation, the investigating officer asked him about the bow. Bjorn told him that he got it from the guys who were trying to kill him. So it's not a problem to loot people who attacked you first. That man said that they would figure out who attacked first. He was going to imprison Bjorn just for this. Bjorn felt that something was off. It was an unwritten rule that they wouldn't question anyone without evidence, no matter what the explorers brought back. The man told him that the rules of the guild changed a few days ago. They decided to thoroughly investigate, starting with 9th rank explorers in order to minimize plundering. Life is hard wherever you go if you're a lower rank. They brought in guys with no connections, but who had a lot of loot like Bjorn. That man asked again where he got the crossbow from. Bjorn told him again about the incident where he was ambushed by a group of plunderers. Of course, he left the woman out of the story. People might think he was possessed if he broke the promise. Then that man asked if he was stabbed in the neck and survived, then saw the mark. Bjorn said that it's right here, but the mark is gone because of the vampire essence. After that, he ended up talking about the rupture, despite not wanting to. But instead of believing him, he started laughing, saying that he was bad at lying, maybe because he was a barbarian. He says, why would a vampire be in the 1st floor rupture? Bjorn got angry and asked him to call a mage so he could verify his statements using memory magic. That man said that they couldn't call a mage for a mere 9th rank explorer. Only 7th rank and up can request verification. Then Bjorn said that he would pay for it. He said that they would take all the money anyways when he dies. So why would they waste the money on something so pointless? And he would think about it if he finds a guild-affiliated mage. This is how his first day went. Then, 2 days later, a 9th rank guild-affiliated mage came and tried mental magic, but due to Bjorn's high mentality stat, the mentality magic failed. After failing, The mage said that they would have to call a mage from the magic tower. But that man refused, saying that he couldn't call such important people for such a trivial matter. Bjorn even mentioned Raven and the dwarf, but he refused to listen to Bjorn. If you've forgotten, Raven is the mage he met in the rupture. He asked Bjorn to give up and confess. He kept pushing Bjorn to confess until the 7th day of interrogation. On the 7th day of interrogation, he came very happily and said that he finally got solid evidence while showing the communication stone Bjorn got from the Crystal Union guy when he met with Erwin. He said that it looked like this was not the first time Bjorn was plundering people. He looked up the number on the message stone and found out it belonged to a dead explorer. He also got statements from the Crystal Union about what he had done. Then he told Bjorn that he would be executed in 3 hours. Bjorn was already past the point where it can be resolved by words alone. But even if he were to break out of this place, he would just be marked as an escapee plunderer. Then there's only one way to get out of here alive. He has to prove that he is innocent, but he can't do that with words alone. So, he decided to get out of the prison first. He grabbed the prison bars and used flesh explosion. The power of the explosion was terrifying. It melted the bars like nothing. After the smoke settles down, Bjorn comes out of the prison. The guard outside was terrified and shocked by the explosion of this magnitude. He tried to warn others, but Bjorn kicked his face and knocked him out. Bjorn's hand was healing quickly after the flesh explosion. This essence at least came in handy this time, so I will hate it less, but it still hurts, for sure. After Bjorn's hand healed completely, he takes the keys from the guard. The other prisoners started calling for Bjorn. They started asking for help from him, asking him to free them. Bjorn knows that some of them are real criminals who have committed many crimes, but an innocent barbarian who was blamed for no reason doesn't give a damn about that. So he started opening others' gates. After Bjorn opened everyone's gates and they came out, they started celebrating the Barbarian of freedom. They are in the underground prison of the Explorer Guild branch. The guards are standing guard at the gate of the underground prison when a sound comes from behind. When the guard tried to look behind, the door blasted off, and a wave of prisoners rush out with all kinds of weird weapons they find. They started attacking people as soon as they came out. The workers offer rewards to explorers who take down escapees. Then both groups start fighting. The fight is intense, but it was helpful for Bjorn. He took this chance to go up to the 2nd floor, because he knew that the prisoners would be caught soon enough. Unlike the explorers, the prisoners don't have weapons, except for some clubs they stole. Bjorn just wants them to stall for at least 5 minutes. He was running with all his power, but what he wants isn't just to escape. When he reached up, there's a group of guards guarding the way up. They say that they can't let him up because the branch manager was upstairs. Then, Bjorn extended his hand outward of stairs railing and used flesh explosion. The explosion exploded Bjorn's hand and scattered his blood all over. After the blood touched countless prisoners and explorers. The blood is acidic, which hurts them like hell. But that's not the main use of it. If you guys remember, it's used for sacrificial seal used by the vampire. Another overpowered skill he got from vampire essence. It increases physical stats proportionally to the number of sacrifices within a 100-meter radius. By the sheer amount of people in the fight, you can imagine the amount of physical stat boost he gained from them. He looked like he was going to eat the guards. He started attacking them with bare hands while the guards have shields and swords, but they are still afraid. Bjorn slammed the guard to the ground. I don't think this man is getting up anytime soon, even with the help of elixirs. Then another guard came to take revenge. He swung his sword to attack Bjorn. Bjorn used his hand to stop the sword attack. Bjorn's hand healed instantly, which surprised guards about how he healed instantly without using potions. But Bjorn didn't give a damn about that. He punched the guard's face with full force. Bjorn is feeling power boiling within him. He is high in power. The guards are too afraid to move after seeing the other guard flying with a single punch. Bjorn was really enjoying the power boost. Guards were thinking, How can a 9th rank barbarian be so strong? This branch only locks up low-ranking explorers, so they didn't expect Bjorn to be this strong. If you guys are thinking that the guild is so weak, it's not that the guild is weak, but there are different branches for different ranking explorers. So, Bjorn is the one who is too strong for his rank. After that starts the fight. Here comes the right uppercut, then a left jab, again a punch from the right with the seasoning of flesh explosion from your favorite, Bjorn Yandel. This reminds me of, now that every guard is down, he finally arrived at the branch manager's office on the 3rd floor of the Explorer Guild. Bjorn opened the door wide, trying to enter the room. However, there was a man in a red jacket hiding near the gate, waiting to ambush Bjorn as soon as he entered. Bjorn noticed the ambush, but it was too late now. The man swung his sword and cut Bjorn, causing him to fall to the ground. The man in red smirked and said that he had finally got the barbarian, but his attitude didn't last long. As soon as Bjorn's acidic blood got on his face, he started screaming in pain. He was too weak, yet he was acting like that. This whole acidic blood thing reminds me of a manga called Dungeon Seeker, but I advise you to read this manga only if you have a strong mind, because it's quite dark. The good thing is that it's completed. Back to the story. Bjorn looked very proud about this. Then a scream came. It was the scream of a girl hiding behind the table. She regretted screaming instantly, covering her mouth with her own hands. But it was too late, as Bjorn had already noticed her. Again, this girl reminds me of another story. I know many of you guys don't like my opinion in the middle of the story, but it's a habit of mine. She reminds me of the Duke's daughter in the manhwa called I Became a City Lord in Another World, or something like that. If you guys like Kingdom, building stories with a big harem, you can try this one. Let's get back to the story. The man in red, who is also the branch manager, told them not to touch this girl because she's the daughter of the district manager. And if he did anything to her, he wouldn't be able to live. But Bjorn was thinking the opposite. He thought he hit the jackpot. Then he hit the head of the branch manager and knocked him out. Bjorn changed his original plan. He wasn't planning to do this. But now the district manager's daughter is here. Things will either end up really easy for him, or they'll end up going terribly. Then the daughter of the district manager started talking, saying that Bjorn already knew she would be here, and he planned all of this a long time ago. Then Bjorn grabbed her and shut her mouth up with his hand. Bjorn told the guards to bring the inspector in charge of him, the Crystal Union's leader, and also a mage from the Magic Tower. He warned them that if they failed, he would kill the daughter of the district manager. The guards were confused about what to do, but in the end, they decided to leave the branch manager behind and go to do the things Bjorn told them to do. Poor branch manager. Bjorn was holding the lady very tightly. Then he took a long breath and shouted with all his power. His head looked like it was about to burst from his own scream. He started telling them about himself and the things the guild had done to him. He told them that the guild was framing him, and even swore that he was innocent. He was doing all of this to make a big scene like this, so they wouldn't be able to just cover it up. Bjorn's demand reached the Magic Tower. An old man claiming to be from the branch manager informed them that a psycho was causing havoc. The person he was talking to was Raven. She looked even more beautiful without her hat. The old man then told her the story of what that maniac had done with the other prisoners, and that he had taken the daughter of the district manager as a hostage to request a mage. Raven said that he must be really stupid to do such a thing. Then she instantly got ready with just a snap of her fingers. That's how women should be, ready instantly. Raven stated that she would go because there was someone she needed to look for anyway, and she was also curious to see what this person looks like, how she will react after seeing the stupid face of Bjorn. Thanks for watching. If you haven't liked or subscribed, what are you waiting for? Raven was shocked after seeing Bjorn there, but I am more surprised to see that she can fly. She looks like Supergirl, the cousin of Superman. Then she asks about what he is thinking or if he has multiple lives or something. Bjorn told her that she will know that later, and asked her to use memory magic on him. He told her to hurry because there isn't much time. Raven says that she will do it, but he has to promise to do a favor for her in the future. Bjorn says that he will do it if it's something he can do. Then she landed inside and used her magic on Bjorn. Is he not afraid that his secret will be revealed if she sees the memory of his life on Earth? But thankfully, the magic didn't work on him. Then the mage asks Bjorn if he has some kind of equipment or artifact that can block psychological spells. Bjorn asks her if it looks like he can have anything on him. It looks like the people who come from another world, like Bjorn, also known as evil spirits in this world, have some kind of mind barrier that prevents them from getting exposed by the mages or prevents the information about their world from being leaked in this world. Whatever the reason is, Bjorn asks Raven to use something else. Then suddenly, a scream comes from behind. It's from the investigating officer who screamed after seeing the branch manager on the ground. He feeds the branch manager the potion to heal him and asks the branch manager about what happened. The branch manager stated that he took care of most of the prisoners on the first floor. He asks the branch manager if someone got up here. Then he sees Bjorn. The officer who looks like a quack doctor says that it was him who started all of this. The branch manager says that he already knows that. The officer was confused, but then asks the branch manager why he is not doing anything if he already knows that. The branch manager says that this barbarian is saying that he's been framed and that he is the one who inspected him. He asks the officer about the proof he has that Bjorn is a plunderer. The investigator officer says that he is not framing him. He told the branch manager that he brought back way too many magic crystals for a 9th rank explorer, and his backpack was full of equipment that seemed to be stolen. They even tracked down the owner of the message stone they found in his bag and obtained information from the Crystal Union that Bjorn Yandel murdered innocent people and looted the victims. Then in a counter-argument, Bjorn says that it's a testimony from a fellow Union member, and it's a testimony that hasn't been proved with magic. Then the branch manager asks the officer why he didn't check it with magic. The officer said that it was all because Bjorn kept lying to him. He says that Bjorn told him that he got stabbed in the neck, but survived. And then he says that he doesn't have any scars because he absorbed a vampire's essence in a rupture. The branch manager was also shocked after hearing about the vampire. The officer says that he was certain that he lied because he knew that magic wouldn't work on him. So how could he trust him and bring a precious mage from the magic tower? He was very happy after giving this long speech and was certain that it was the end of Bjorn. But his luck is bad because Raven was here. She came out from behind Bjorn and told him that it was true that Bjorn consumed the vampire's essence in the first floor rupture. Both of them were very surprised after hearing that. The officer asks Raven about what she means. Raven said that she was there herself. But what can they do? They can't use magic on her. Maybe it's some kind of immunity provided to mages. The officer again asks what she means by he absorbed the vampire essence. And even if she knows him, she shouldn't defend him with lies. Raven got angry after hearing that and asked the officer if he is trying to say that she is lying. The officer quickly said that it was not what he means. Then Raven asks what he means then. Was his little power causing him to start looking down on mages too? Then that man quickly kneels down on the ground and starts apologizing for his behavior. A magic tower mage has a similar status to that of an aristocrat or nobles. There are many groups within the tower, but they all came together into one organization to properly protect their rights, or I should say, each other's interests. But for a mere employee of the guild to doubt a magic tower mage, it's like digging one's own grave. Then the branch manager asks them to stop this. Then the branch manager told Raven that even she would agree with him, that without knowing the situation, it all sounds like nonsense. Raven said there has never been a vampire on the first floor before, so yes. The branch manager got happy and said thanks. But Raven will not let this end easily. She said that it's a reason for a normal person, but that's not something an Explorer Guild's branch manager should be saying. After hearing that, The branch manager got nervous. He understands that she will not let this slide easily. Raven says that even now, after so many years since the first appearance, there are still mysteries they don't know the answers to. They can never predict what might happen in there, but he was telling her that something can't happen, so he can be so sure. The branch manager's face was looking like he was getting scolded by his mother. After seeing how ruthless, even to the branch manager, he understands that she is really a mage through and through. Then a man comes there and said to Bjorn that he was the barbarian who started all of this. Bjorn asks him who he is. That man introduces himself. His name is Niall Urbans. He said that he created quite a mess. Bjorn was confused about who he is. Then suddenly, a new waifu. I mean, the daughter of the district manager, shouts father. I think I don't need to tell you now that this man is the district manager. The Explorer Guild manages clans, casts team spells, and sells various kinds of information for the sake of the explorer's convenience. At least on paper, like every organization, who knows what is really happening? The management system of the guild is simple. Every one of its hundreds of branches has its own branch manager with 13 district managers above them. And above them all is the guild master. So, the 13 district managers are basically second in command. But there are things even they do not dare to do. They throw the Crystal Union guy on the ground. After seeing the Crystal Union's guy called Hearts Young, who gave his witness statement against Bjorn, the investigation officer got more after seeing him. Then, Bjorn takes him under his remand and asks him questions about his false witness statement about the message stone against him. He tried to refuse that. But Raven used her magic on him and confirmed that he was lying. The branch manager and officer were shocked after hearing that. Now both of them and the Crystal Union won't be able to do anything to get out of this since the Magic Tower's mage has proved it. Then the district manager told Bjorn that he was innocent. Then Bjorn releases his daughter and asks him about what is going to happen with the Crystal Union guy. The district manager says that this was all caused by this person's false statement, so they will investigate this further and then decide what to do with him. Then Bjorn says that he prefers it if they look into the clan he's in too. The district manager said that Crystal has been quite the troublemakers anyway, so he will do that. He also told the inspector that he is fired. The inspector tried to defend himself by saying that he did everything according to the rules of the guild. But the district manager refused to listen and asked if he is trying to bequeath his lack of skills to the guild. Then he told him that there will be a thorough reinvestigation of every case that he handled, and if they find anything wrong, he will be punished accordingly. Now I am feeling bad for him. They're just trying to push all the blame on a low-ranking employee. He also understands that and didn't say anything after that. Then the guards take both of them out of there. Then the district manager says that they will compensate Bjorn for any inconvenience he goes through. He said that he'll make Bjorn a 7th rank explorer first, and they will replace all of his current equipment with new gear. He thinks he can fool Bjorn with just that. But Bjorn got angry and said that he can become a 7th rank explorer with a 5th rank essence anyway. So they are not doing any charity here. I don't know about Bjorn, but they almost fooled me. For a second, I think that it's amazing that they are even giving any compensation. The district manager said that he only has 2 months of experience. Then Bjorn almost got on his face and told him to bring any 7th rank explorer, and he will show who is stronger. Bjorn goes into full barbarian rage mode and told him to come at him. The district manager was shocked, confused and scared at the same time. He tried to calm down Bjorn and told him that it never happened before. Then, Raven comes forward in support of Bjorn, blinking at Bjorn to let him know that she is with him. Then she said that she is sure that there has never been an explorer who has fought off a 5th rank vampire and come back alive having eaten the Rupture Guardian vampire's essence. And it's funny that he was doing something he should have done anyway and counting it as compensation. The branch manager doesn't like this, but he doesn't have a choice now. So he asked Bjorn about what compensation he wants. Bjorn smirked. Then Bjorn told him that he wants money. a lot of money. It reminds him to ask something everyone. If guys want and can support, you can do it with just a finger or a thumb. You want to support more, you can however you want, on Patreon or here on YouTube. You guys should at least subscribe and like the video if you can't do financially. Not me, but Bjorn is asking. Bjorn asked for 5 million stones. He was saying all of this with full confidence, but he knows that it might be too much. But he doesn't care because he is a stupid barbarian anyway, so he gives it a try. The branch manager said that it's too much, but the district manager agreed. Bjorn was surprised that he accepted it that easily, then said that the 1 million stones for her work here is separate. The district manager did not look happy, but he accepted it. He asked Raven to tell the master that he is always grateful for his work. It looks like the magic tower has more power than I expected. It's only because of Raven that Bjorn's demand was accepted. After they were done with her work in the guild, Raven took Bjorn to her personal lab in the magic tower. Bjorn was looking around her lab while she's busy doing something suspicious. If someone makes a face like this in the chemistry lab, I will definitely run for my life from there. Then she gives a lab flask to Bjorn and told him to drink. Bjorn was confused about what is in it, so he asked her to clarify if the liquid in it is water. Raven says that it is water in it because they don't have any cups in the lab, but if he would like to have some of the basilisk concentrate in it. Bjorn says that he is fine with water. He was thinking about what kind of weird liquids and monster organs were in this thing, until now. So he changed the topic and asked the reason why she brought him to her lab. He swiftly put the water on the side. Then Raven asked him if he remembers the promise that he will do her a favor. It's a promise he agreed to before in a hurry to save his life. But it's not bad for him to be friends with a mage. Then Bjorn reminds Raven that he will only do something if it's something he can do. Raven says that it's fine. What she wanted to do is study the essence Bjorn consumed. She told Bjorn that it was also beneficial for him because there might be some features they didn't know about, since no one's taken it before. Her eyes change. They're full of a passion for knowledge. She is so excited to study the essence of the vampire that never appeared as a guardian in the rupture before. Mages like the graduate students. Bjorn asks her if it's the reason behind the thing she said when signing the agreement papers. They signed a contract in the guild, and she asked the district manager not to record that Bjorn took the vampire's essence in exchange to agree on a condition. Bjorn was grateful that she was being so considerate, but she was just securing her test subject. She was embarrassed now that Bjorn found out. She tried to change the topic and told Bjorn to come to the lab once a week and help her for about 3 hours, about half a year. Bjorn told her that half a year is too much and told her to make it 6 months. And she also has to share research results with him. Raven told Bjorn that he survived thanks to her and also got 5 million stones, so he should be more grateful towards her. Bjorn is grateful, but that's a separate issue, and in order for this relationship to work out long term, he needs to show her what kind of person he is. He stands up and told her that she should be the one giving money to him. Raven was confused about why she should be the one giving money, just like you all. Bjorn told her that she has to pay because she fed him the essence of a golem that he doesn't want. Raven pushed Bjorn away, or at least she tried to push him, then asked Bjorn about how that is an issue. She said that she gave him an essence for free. Bjorn told her that she forcefully fed him that essence so that she could live. So how is that not a problem? She says that it also saved his life. Bjorn says that he doesn't care, and he doesn't want it, and asks her to pay 10 million stones, because he heard that's how much you need to erase an essence at the temple. So you can actually erase an essence. That's great news. So basically, all rich and powerful people like the royal family should have the best essence. But if it's me, I should add a merging or devouring system in the game, where if you get a similar essence of higher rank, the higher rank essence should devour the lower rank. Like if you get the essence of Death Fiend and Vampire, the Death Fiend's healing ability will become useless because of the great healing ability of Vampire. In that case, the Vampire Essence should devour the Death Fiend's essence. You guys can give your suggestions if you want something similar in my story. I'm going to start writing my story. If any of you know any good platforms, please comment down the name. Let's get back to the story. Raven asks him why would he get rid of such a precious thing. She called him a psychotic barbarian. Bjorn says that it's because he doesn't want it, and she has seriously harmed him. She said she heard that it's super rare and precious for explorers. So she should be the one getting paid instead. Bjorn said that it's a biased opinion of a mage since you guys can't take essences, so she should be asking other explorers. She said that he was saying all that because he thinks she doesn't know any explorers. He should just wait and see. She walks towards a magic ball and taps it. She calls someone called Patsaran. She introduces herself and says that he met her mentor last time. It looks like Mr. Patsaran is a high-ranking explorer. She asks him about what he would do if someone forcefully feeds him an essence that he doesn't want. That man said that he will get very mad. Raven is surprised. Then she asks, what if it was really, really rare? A really rare 7th rank essence that you could only earn in the rupture. That man said that he would still be mad. An essence that he wasn't planning to take would only harm him. Raven was shocked and nervous, while Bjorn was sitting on the chair like a mastermind who closed all the doors of its enemy. That man is explaining to Raven that mages don't understand. But you can't make it to the upper floors by just taking whatever essence you come across. Bjorn was looking very proud, while Raven was embarrassed because of it. Then she asks about how should she compensate someone for it. If something like this happens, that man says that he will ask for money. He told her that a minimum of 15 million stones would be good. Raven was very shocked after hearing the amount. That man said that erasing an essence takes a lot of money. The fee only gets higher the more you erase too. To him, it looks like they worship money, not God. Then she asks everyone's favorite question. She asks, what if money is not an option? Wait. This is not FUB, and Bjorn is joining, bro. That man said that he is not sure. But if something like this happened to him, and the person responsible was in front of him, he would snap their neck in half. Bjorn was thinking that this man lacks imagination. I think Bjorn's imagination is running wild, because he was also sitting at a good place with a great look. Raven was in shock and fear. She was thinking about what she should do. She doesn't have that much money. This guy must be a pretty skilled explorer if he's acquainted with a magic tower mage. Someone like that would definitely know the importance of balance between essences. If she had asked a 9th rank explorer who barely made a living, they would have said that they would take whatever essence they get. That's why she loses now. Will she admit her mistakes? Then suddenly, an old man comes there laughing, saying that it's really amazing to see a barbarian win against a mage in a verbal argument. Then he introduces himself. His name is Dayan Tivhilian. He is the mentor of Raven. That must mean that he's Altimion School's master, the very one that used up 5 whole floors of the magic tower. If you're confused about what this school is, magic has many schools of thought. One famous example is necromancy. This old man is much more powerful than the district manager. This old man said that he had fun listening to their conversation. Raven was shocked and said that she casted a soundproof spell. Well, teacher is a teacher. He said she has many holes in her formula. She needs to make it perfect. He says that he couldn't contain his curiosity after seeing that his youngest mentee had brought over a man, a live barbarian at that. Bjorn asks him what he means by alive. He said that most come here dead or with only their hearts left. This is really a dark turn in the conversation. After that, the old man started laughing. He said that he was just kidding. Is this mage humor? Well, Bjorn happens to be a barbarian who knows how to read the room, so he cracked a barbarian joke in response. Bjorn told him that he would crack open that skull of his. Then Bjorn said that he was joking. So the old white-haired geezer loosened up and laughed. Bjorn was laughing weirdly when saying all that. The old man was surprised after hearing him say, "Old geezer." Raven was shocked and afraid. She asked him if he lost his mind, if he had any to begin with. Bjorn was thinking if he had crossed the line now, and if he did, how he was going to resolve it. But the old man started laughing again. He said that he is different from those sensitive little worms who can't take jokes. "He looks really mad to me." Bjorn said that he would take back the old geezer thing because he took his jokes so well. Bjorn asked the old man if he is from Barbarian blood. Bjorn is really taking this too far. Telling a mage that he is a barbarian is really too much. But the old man took it calmly and said that he sure has a bold side to him. Then the old man changed the topic before he started beating Bjorn. He put his hand in his pocket and asked Bjorn if he would be satisfied with something else instead of 10 million stones. He takes out a ring. This ring is a numbered item, and its number is 9,425, and the name of the ring is Forest Spirit Ring. You might have already guessed it, but the lower the number, the better the item. The number of this ring is a bit high, but it's still a numbered item. A numbered item is something you can only obtain from guardians of ruptures, with each one of them being rare and possessing their own exclusive abilities. If you're thinking about where the numbered item is, from the rupture Bjorn entered, if you forget about it, it was taken by the dwarf after Bjorn was unconscious. They already decided about that at the start. The thing is that this old man was giving away the forest spirit ring this easily. Bjorn asked the old man about what's good about this. The old man says that it's something he definitely needs. It has the power to seal one of the essence's abilities that the user has consumed. So it can seal Bjorn's acid blood ability. You know what it means. It means that little Bjorns are safe now, and he won't become a eunuch now. Actually, Bjorn already knows its uses, but it seems that even the master of the Altimian school doesn't know about the ability that the forest spirit ring has. He only knows that it suppresses one ability of the essence. That's why he is giving the ring to Bjorn so easily. Bjorn accepts it and leaves the magic tower. Raven reminded Bjorn that he has to come back twice a week to help her with the research of the essences he absorbed. Bjorn says okay and quickly got out of there. Raven was worried if Bjorn really remembered it. Raven said sorry to her mentor because he had to give the item because of her. Her mentor, the old man, told her that it's fine because it was a useless numbered item that wasn't being sold, and that ring's value is only 1.5 million on the market. He said that the stupid barbarian will be so angry once he realizes how much that ring was worth. The old man thinks that he was very smart. But what will happen when he finds out the real worth of that ring? Then he realizes who is really the stupid one here. In this world, mages are the smartest of everyone. But Raven doesn't seem to know how to obtain the goddess tears. That's why, even if they're mages, they're basically noobs in front of Bjorn. After that, Bjorn goes back to the hotel he was staying at. The man from the hotel said that he thought that he was dead, so he emptied Bjorn's room. Then Bjorn asked him about his stuff. The hotel guy said that he threw them out. Bjorn got angry and said that he paid for an extra week before he leaves. The hotel guy got scared and said that he will pay him back. Bjorn was very angry. He wants to beat him, but he can't do that in the city. Then Bjorn realized that he starts having such violent thoughts so naturally. Even when he saw a head go flying, his mind was fine. Even when he murdered for the first time, he found it so easy to do. Even if it was something he had to do for self-defense. Even when he escaped the prison, he only hesitated a bit. He didn't hesitate much when he committed any of these actions. Even the argument that he had with the old man in the magic tower is something that the old him, the 29-year-old office worker Lee Hansoo, would never done. He only thought that these were just changes that happened because of the given environment. But he comes to realize that it's like the instincts in his barbarian body that just jump out during battle. His personality, too, has changed to become more violent and simple. He is becoming more like a barbarian. But this is better for him if he wants to survive. Bjorn asked the hotel guy for 30,000 stones, and he will let it slide. The hotel guy said that he didn't even get half of this after selling his stuff. At this moment, he knew that he is. Bjorn asked him what he means by sold. Didn't he just say that he threw them? What do you think happened after that? Bjorn literally moved to a 5-star hotel. Now he has a king-size bed with a personal bathtub, and the city square is also much closer than before. He was thinking about the Einar now. What about Erwin? He didn't even think about her, and she was. Well, you know what happened. The next day, he goes to the Angry Bull Inn to meet Einar. After seeing Bjorn, Einar starts crying. She is looking like a kid now. I still miss the muscle Einar. If any of you are confused about why she is like this, it was all because of the essence she absorbed in the rupture and became small, like a normal human. She hugs Bjorn and asks him where he was all this time. She said that she knew that he would even come back from hell, but still. Bjorn said he had some issues. Then Einar said she remembers something. She asks him if he heard about the news. Bjorn was confused about what news. Then suddenly, other barbarians came there with excitement. The barbarian guy with cuts on his face asked Einar if she is talking about the Barbarian of Freedom. They were very excited when talking about the Barbarian of Freedom. They told Bjorn that the entire city is in an uproar because of him. After hearing that, Bjorn understands that they are talking about him. If you guys forgot, the prisoners Bjorn freed from prison call him the Barbarian of Freedom. Bjorn was worried about exposing his identity. He was afraid that if he got too much limelight, he would get into endless troubles. So he asked them the name of the Barbarian of Freedom. The barbarian with the scar on his face and others are dumbfounded after hearing that. Scar Guy scratched his head and said that it's strange. But his name is the only thing people are not talking about, so he also doesn't know about it. It seems like the guild took action and at least kept Bjorn's identity anonymous. Everyone said that they don't know the name, but they are very proud of him. They are proud that such a person is one of them. He is a great barbarian who beat up hundreds of people on his own, cleared himself of a false accusation, and led everyone out of jail to freedom. All barbarians start shouting, "Great Barbarian! The best warrior! The best barbarian!" Bjorn didn't expect that it would become such big news. He was just hoping that nothing bad comes out of this. After that, Bjorn and Einar go to Commonleby. Commonleby refers to districts 2 to 5 that form a circle around the first district, Karnan. It's where the middle class of Rafdonia resides, and many people call it the free market. After that, they sell all the equipment they took from the plunderers and the old equipment of Bjorn that became useless now. They get 800,000 stones from all that. If we estimate the price of the equipment he earned right before coming out of the rupture to be about 500,000 stones. Well, that thing is a little special, so it's priceless. But still, everything needs to be priced for a fair share. After all the calculations, Bjorn gives 300,000 stones to Einar. Einar was surprised after getting that much money. Bjorn told her that she earned it. Well, it's not even 20% of the total. Bjorn sure takes all the benefits. Still, Einar thanks him. She is looking so innocent. Then she saw cotton candy and started drooling. She's looking like a kid, so she brought one. She says that humans are all geniuses. How can they even think of making something like this? And she can buy so many of these with the stones she earned this time. Now she's thinking about cotton candies as currency. She thanks Bjorn again for treating her like he used to. Bjorn was confused about what she is talking about. She told Bjorn that because her looks changed a lot, the other barbarians are avoiding her. She thinks that it was because they don't see her as a warrior anymore. Well, it's also the fault of Bjorn. And these days, the humans also keep hitting on her wherever she goes. They all are using cliché lines. Einar was very annoyed by it. She said that this never happened to her before. She asks Bjorn if she became that ugly. Bjorn got confused about what she is talking about. He tried to explain to her, but she said that she made up her mind and she cannot go into the labyrinth with him anymore. Someone commented last time that he wants a Dungeon Seeker manga recap video. I will make recap videos for that manga if there is at least 10 people asking for it. Just like that, Einar left Bjorn's party. Of course, it wasn't because of her changed appearance. That's not the reason. The main reason for Einar to leave the party is that one of the shrine's elders, known for being an expert swordsman, apparently noticed Einar. And today, Einar chose to start learning swordsmanship with the elder as her mentor. Bjorn asked her if she can't just leave one day open for them to go into the labyrinth together. Einar said that she'd like to do that too, but there's a special method that won't let her leave the shrine for 6 months. Bjorn understands what method she is referring to. That makes sense to him now, why she can't go with him. And this is a great opportunity for Einar. Einar said that she won't ask him to wait for her. She also won't ask Bjorn to let her rejoin his party again after she left. But she promises that she will train hard and come back as a great enough warrior to be a burden to him. After that, she left, and Bjorn was left alone. But he can't hold her back. In her second adventure, Einar had to submit to a plunderer and force herself to swear on her honor, which is a great shame for a warrior like Einar. Even during the rupture, all she could do was watch when Bjorn is fighting. I mean, when he is getting beaten up by the vampire. That was the final nail in the coffin that led her to this decision. Now, Bjorn has to find a new party member again. Of course, he could just go alone too, since he is much stronger now than 2 months ago. He absorbed 2 essences after that, especially the vampire's essence. A guardian vampire too, at that. His basic stats have increased exponentially, and if he considers the regenerative skills he now has, there are basically no enemies that would be a match for him on the 2nd floor. But even then, the 3rd floor and onwards will be hard for him to do alone. Dungeon and Stone is a game that forces the player to move in parties. No matter how strong your character is, you can't clear levels alone. The higher the floor level you reach, the more critical the lack of a certain role becomes. It's necessary to have various party members. So it's a good idea to find similarly leveled party members to hunt monsters on higher floors. That's why he goes to the mage tower this time. If he is with Raven, a 6th rank mage, he will get closer to his goals. Raven was happy to see him. But Bjorn was also happy to see her, but the reason behind both smiles was different. Bjorn was happy because he wants her to join his party, while Raven was happy because she wants to do experiments on him. I just want to ask whose bloodstains are on this chair, and what she did to them. After Bjorn somehow survived her torture, experiment, he asked her to join his party, but she said a big no. And not just no, she also embarrassed him and said, what kind of mage would enter a party with just 2 stupid barbarians? Bjorn was thinking about what she would say if she knew that there is only one now. She told him that if he wants her to join his party, his members need to be at the very least at the 6th rank, and he also needs to have a priest in the party. Only then she would consider it. Bjorn just said okay and started going from there. What he was feeling was like when you want to confess to someone, and your friend told you that the most she can say is no, but when you say, she starts embarrassing you. After that, she gave him the analysis report of the vampire's essence. The report just says high, mid, or low. That's not very detailed. Well, it doesn't matter. Bjorn knows the exact stats you get from a vampire's essence. They are all great, especially the natural regeneration, demon tolerance, and soul power, which are rare stats.
Sorry about this, but from now on, this voice is going to be used because there are some problems with the old one. I hope you guys can understand this. Let's start. A Guardian's Essence comes with a default passive skill, which you won't get from a normal vampire essence, as well as all the possible active skills. Now, I just want to see Bjorn sucking others' blood. Now that Bjorn has the undead or immortal seal he got from the Barbarian Saman, as well as the Guardian's essence, he is basically set on regeneration skills. He played this game for a decade now, but this is the fastest he has ever been able to grow. Now Bjorn's work is done for today, so he starts going from there. Then Raven stopped him and asked him about the stuff he shoved in that vampire's mouth. She said that she sensed divine power. She means the goddess's tears, but Bjorn can't tell her that. So he puts his finger in his nose to look stupid and says that she must have imagined it because it was rather chaotic. She says that she saw that with her own 2 eyes. Bjorn says that he is hungry. He has to go. Then Bjorn activated Barbarian run mode and ran away from there. Raven just left screaming. She got very angry when he ran away. She understands that he is hiding something from her, and she decided that she will find out. She goes to the library and finds a book there. This is an ancient book or text with an unknown author. It contains precious information about the ruptures. She was really lucky to come across it when she was younger. This is just my theory, but what if this book was written by Bjorn when he used to play the game? She starts searching the blood-tinted castle in the book. She finds the blood-tinted castle page, but there is some text she can't read because of the stain. But she finds about the goddess tears along with a golden mask. Then she took another book with information about the goddess tears. In the book, the goddess tears are mentioned as a consumable relic with an unknown source. It spreads a very strong blessing around it when broken. 150 years ago, during the dimensional break, Cardinal Androne used all 3 in order to save the Pope, and that was the last time they were ever seen. Raven was very surprised after reading the book. She thought about how could a barbarian that just reached adult age know the hidden location of the goddess tears, and how he was able to use it. She got suspicious about Bjorn. The golden mask is an item you can obtain if you fulfill several conditions after defeating the boss of the blood-tinted castle. It lets you change the user's face however you want for a month. It has 5 uses total. Well, Bjorn might have survived the extinction because he will only die if his heart is damaged. Then that means even if his head is chopped, he might grow it back. I just want to see how. Then he can hide his face with the mask. But I think it was also taken by them. When he was just playing the game, he wasn't really interested in customizing his character, so he just sold it for 500,000 stones. This is the value he considered when distributing the loot with Einar. Now that this is reality, and he was imprisoned before too for something he didn't do, so if he ever has to turn back on the city, he will keep it for now. In some bar, Erwin's sister was eating while others are talking about the Crystal Union that has broken up. Everyone was in shock that a perfectly fine clan ended up in ashes overnight. Crystal Union is an explorer clan that grew explosively in the last 10 years. They created a wide-range communication system through the use of many message stones and provided the first-floor explorers with all kinds of conveniences. Then other explorers started criticizing them. They said that they are just pretending to be explorers. They are just scumbags. Actually, they were good in the beginning. A lot of ordinary citizens who had a hard time paying their taxes were saved by them. But as they grew bigger, they changed. They discriminated against outsiders and committed crimes against beginners habitually. What happened to Erwin was the proof. She doesn't want to admit it, but if it weren't for Bjorn, unspeakable things would have happened. She was thinking that she should do something about them, but now she won't even need to anymore. Then a guy asked another about the reason they are broken up. Then another one said that he might not have heard the news. It was the Barbarian of Freedom. Erwin's sister thought that it was also done by a barbarian, coincidentally enough. Then they talk about the whole incident, and people are saying that the new law to find plunderers isn't going to be enforced either because the incident became too big. And what's more surprising for them is that the barbarian is just a 9th rank explorer who barely went through his coming-of-age ceremony. After hearing that, Erwin's sister stops. She thinks that it would be too big of a coincidence. Now she is thinking if Bjorn is really dead, and if the Barbarian of Freedom really is Bjorn, that would explain why he didn't come back for a week. She sure is smart. Then she goes home where Erwin is. Erwin now has one more fire spirit. She is looking stronger than before, but not happy at all. She is looking completely broken from inside. Her sister was confused if she should tell about Bjorn or not. Her sister and Bjorn sure are cruel. Bjorn didn't even think about her since he came out. Instead, he is busy looking for new party members. He now comes to the guild to find new party members. The reception guy asks him if there is something specific he is looking for. Bjorn told him that he is looking for a team of at least 4 people working on the 3rd floor or higher. Then the receptionist guy asks Bjorn for personal details and identity plaque. Then Bjorn gives him what he asked. Then he starts checking the details. He was very surprised after seeing it and said, 5 stars. Bjorn asks him about what does that mean. The receptionist guy says, "Did I say something?" Then he gives him the list of the teams that fit his needs. He changed the topic. Well, it must be some kind of keyword the guild uses. 5 stars maybe means that he is a really good customer or a really bad one, according to the look he gives after seeing the stars. Either way, Bjorn doesn't care as long as they're treating him fairly. Then Bjorn looks at the list, and he was very surprised after seeing a name in it. That's right. The name he saw in the list was Hikarod Murud the Dwarf. He was happy to see Bjorn, but he said that he was a bit iffy about it since Bjorn was put down as 7th rank. Then the two of them chit-chat a bit. Hikarod said that they would talk about the details later, because one more person should be joining them. Bjorn asked him if he already had someone on the team. The dwarf said that it's not that, but that person is a mage, so he is basically already chosen. Bjorn was very shocked after hearing that. He thought, how can a rare individual like that be in their party? He was thinking about who it could be. Then that person arrives. The mage is a young man called Leor Werv Dwalk. He said that he comes here because he wanted to join their party. The dwarf shakes hands with him and asks if he is the mage. The mage asks him how likely it is to coincidentally come across a mage at a specific time and place like this. The dwarf was confused about what he is saying. Then Bjorn told him that he is saying that it's him. The dwarf introduces himself as Hikarod Murad, a 6th rank explorer. Then the mage also introduced himself as an 8th rank mage of Rafdonia's royal family. Now I want to talk about the Dungeon Seeker manga recap. That manga has some 18+ scenes, so I will upload it on another channel because I don't want to affect this channel. The link is in the comment section. I hope you guys will enjoy that one too.
Dwarf was very shocked after hearing the name of Rafdonia's royal family. Then, Bjorn told him that it means he doesn't work for the guild or magic tower. The dwarf barely knows anything. The mage told Bjorn that he is quite knowledgeable and asked Bjorn for his name. Bjorn was pissed by his cocky attitude of speaking, but Bjorn controlled himself and introduced himself to the mage, telling him to sit down. After they sat down, Bjorn said that he would be direct. He asked the mage why he wants to be an explorer. It's rare for an 8th rank mage to go on explorations. He's not skilled enough to be working in the middle and upper floors, and exploring the lower floors doesn't make enough money. It's much more stable and profitable to work in the city. The mage smiles and said that it's simple. He wants to become a renowned explorer and increase the fame of Baron Marton's family. The dwarf was very shocked after hearing Bjorn's name. He asked the mage if he is a noble. The mage smiled and proudly said that his mother's sister's husband is the 3rd brother of Baron Marton's wife. Bjorn was angry after hearing that. They are basically strangers. Baron might not even know about him, let alone him being a noble. He said that they don't have to be nervous and that he doesn't intend on treating anyone lesser than him. He really is out of his mind. He sounds more and more like a fraud the more he speaks. The mage has a pretty face and blonde hair, approximately 160 centimeters in height. These are the basic features of a hot chick without a brain. But he is not. He only knows how to use daily and administration-type magic and a few curse-type spells, as well as cold-type magic. He is an inexperienced 8th-rank mage who is full of lies and arrogance. This is the image Bjorn has of the mage after the meeting. Bjorn was a bit doubtful, but better people will sign up to be in their party if they have a mage, so they decided to take in Dwalki the mage. After that, they received a lot better people, as Bjorn had expected, and Hikarad and Bjorn met 3 to 4 times a week to look over documents. Well, Bjorn was the one doing most of the work. Bjorn selected the candidates to be their party members. The dwarf says he's going to reject them too, so he is relieved that Bjorn finally chose someone, and like that, they completed their team. Bjorn even upgraded his equipment, and now he is showing them off in front of the librarian. Yes, I was also confused about why he is showing off in front of her. She asks about what it is. Bjorn says that he will tell her if she wants to know that bad. He told her that it's armor and a shield made from latinium. The name is like the mixture of lithium and aluminum, but the defense is good. He also shows his new expandable backpack. He said that it's not much though, and he just got it. You can tell by Bjorn's face how much he is enjoying showing off. But the librarian puts a full stop on Bjorn's excitement. She told him to take off his armor because there are complaints. She didn't give Bjorn the reaction he wanted. Well, that's what you get when you forget about the only person that can give you the desirable reaction. After that, he got out from the library, and when he was walking on the streets, he saw someone sleeping. It's a barbarian that is sleeping in the alley. But the weird thing about him is not that he is sleeping on the side of the road, but that he doesn't have any weapon. Because every barbarian walks around with a weapon like it's their lifeline, no matter how hungry, poor, or cold they are. Bjorn wakes him up, and he got scared after seeing Bjorn. Bjorn told him not to be scared and asked about his weapons. He said that he doesn't have any money, so he sold it. He's speaking to Bjorn in a formal tone, and he sold his weapon. Bjorn is sure that this barbarian is an evil spirit like Bjorn. Then Bjorn introduces himself. Then that barbarian also introduces himself as Leon's son, Tarikan. Then Bjorn takes him to a restaurant for food. He was very happy after eating. He said that he will never forget what Bjorn did for him. He said that he went through his coming-of-age ceremony a month earlier than Bjorn. He said that he got lost and couldn't enter the labyrinth, but maybe he ran off because he was too afraid to fight monsters. Escaping from an excited crowd of barbarians is a piece of cake. But the problem comes after that. Maybe he even tried to find work in the city, but no one would take a barbarian. That's the biggest negative about being a barbarian. This makes Bjorn think if the evil spirit really the one that opened the boss room, called the Gate of Abyss, because someone that skilled should know about how barbarians are treated in this world, but he didn't go into the labyrinth. Then Bjorn asks him about what he did after the first month. He said that he didn't go into the labyrinth then either. Bjorn got angry and asks him if he is crazy to not go even a second time. He said that he can't fight monsters without a weapon. After hearing that, Bjorn thinks that this is why he should have gone the first time. Bjorn was confused if he really played the game or not. Then he continued his story. He told that soon after that, he also kicked out because he ran out of money. So he had to fight the cold, hunger, and sickness, and then he tried to go to where the barbarians were staying, but for some reason, they excluded him. Now Bjorn thinks about how he survived for that long when he's been acting like that. If he had run away that day because he was scared, he would have met the same fate as this guy. Then this guy asks Bjorn about how he feels about his story, and if it makes Bjorn want to help him. He said that it's hard to believe, but he knows the labyrinth very well and can be helpful for Bjorn. Bjorn told him that he is not going into the labyrinth with him. Tarikan was surprised and disappointed. Bjorn told him that he will help him in another way. Bjorn gives him 150,000 stones and told him to buy a weapon with it and go into the labyrinth. He was very happy receiving money. He thanks Bjorn and said that he will pay him back one day. Bjorn told him to go now because he was tired. Tarikan stands up and says that he will come back next time. Bjorn told him not to come, whether he loses his money, wastes it, gets rich from the labyrinth, or even if he gets the money to pay him back. Once he leaves, he shouldn't ever come find Bjorn again. Bjorn asks him if he understands. He says okay and goes from there. Bjorn also comes back to his room, but is still thinking about what he did today. Maybe it was because he helped by someone in the past. A logical person would have told him that he was being stupid, and an emotional person would have been mad that that's all he did to help. Neither of them would be wrong. It might sound like hypocrisy to some, but that was the best he could do. Now he can just hope that Tarikhan survives. Soon the day of labyrinth opening arrives, and Bjorn enters the labyrinth with his new party. The mage is enjoying the scenery because it's the first time he entered the labyrinth. Let me introduce the new party of Bjorn. Let's start with the mage. He is Leor Wervdwalki, an 8th rank human mage age 25. The second one is Bron Rotmiller, a 7th rank human explorer age 34, with 8 years of exploration experience, probably the most normal member of the party. Next is Hikurad Murad, the dwarf, a 6th rank explorer, tanker, and also the team leader. Yes, Bjorn is not the team leader. No one will listen to the orders of a barbarian. And, of course, our 7th rank explorer, barbarian tanker, Bjorn Yandel. And lastly, the most important new member according to our horny community, Misha Karlstein, a 7th rank beast human explorer, age 25, with 5 years of exploration experience. She has a strange habit of saying "nya" at the end of everything. She says it's because of the way she's born, but Bjorn didn't see someone like her. The author might have thought that it sounds cool, but in reality, it's destroying the image of the story. I was also disappointed by her character. I was expecting a strong-minded lady here. That matches Bjorn's mindset. Well, I might start liking her in the future. She said to go and start chopping some monsters' heads. The dwarf says that he can't disobey the princess's orders. She got flustered and said that she told him not to say that. The dwarf was saying that to her because she said that she was the 13th princess of some tribe. Brown Rotmiller told them to start moving. Thus began their first exploration as a team. With Rotmiller's guidance, they arrived at the 2nd floor portal within 10 hours. But someone else already opened the portal, meaning they won't get any experience from opening it. This is a pretty good record, but Rotmiller was disappointed. He uses a guide skill that lets you know the direction of the portal. Bjorn didn't expect much from him since he's not a guide, but this is pretty good. After that, they entered the portal. It's a shame that Bjorn didn't get the XP for opening the portal. If he had been with Einar or Erwin, he could have earned that XP using the bug to open the portal. But he can't do that now until he has trustworthy teammates. This time, they entered the beast lair on the 2nd floor. It's the 2nd floor area accessible by the portal on the eastern region of the 1st floor. Like its name suggests, many beast-type monsters appear here. Dwarf asked Dwalki if he is okay. Of course he is not. Everyone becomes like this after passing through the portal for the first time. Plus, the smell in this place is disgusting. Bjorn asked Rotmiller if he is okay because he possesses a smell-type essence. Rotmiller says that he is fine. Then he told everyone to stay closely behind if they don't want to step on waste puddles. He looks dependable, maybe because of his 8 years of experience. The beast's lair is a valley, so they have to find their way through this nature-made maze. There are no traps, but a pathfinder's job is very important in this place, more so than in the goblin forest. The monsters here are so easy compared to the party's specs that it won't be dangerous. There are all kinds of beast-type monsters. First, they encounter a wolf group led by a werewolf, then a saber tiger, and a mole. Of course, they all become Bjorn's experience. Bjorn got 1 experience point for the great razor-mane wolf, and 1 from wall mole, and 2 for both werewolf and saber tiger. 6 experience points in total. Thanks to Dwalki's alarm magic, they can have 4 guard shifts, so Bjorn can sleep for 6 hours. Dwalki asks the dwarf why they need to keep on guard when he has alert magic. The dwarf laughs and says that it's not because they don't trust his magic, but alert magic only detects incoming monsters. In confusion, Dwalki asks why that is a problem. The dwarf told him that in the labyrinth, explorers are more dangerous than monsters of the labyrinth. Dwalki was very shocked after hearing the bitter truth. He asks if this is really true. The dwarf said that it is so he can get some sleep. The dwarf told him that he doesn't need to keep night watch. He said all right and goes to sleep. Of course, Bjorn is not someone who can trust someone easily and fall asleep. He was hearing their conversation. After hearing everything, he thought that this might be their last exploration with that mage. On the second day, a little after midday, they reached near the portal of the third floor. Rottmiller told them that it's the spot where they'll be hunting 7th and 8th rank monsters. The third floor is a giant map called the Pilgrim's Passage. You enter a different map on the second floor depending on where you entered from, but everyone ends up in the same map on the third floor. Of course, the starting point on the third floor depends on where you enter from the second floor. Misha asked Bjorn if he had entered the third floor before. Bjorn told her that he had. Technically, he didn't lie to her. She said that it took her a year to get to the third floor. Then Bjorn asked her about how long did it take her to get to the fourth floor. She said that it takes her about 2 years. The dwarf said that it was similar for him. She got angry and said that she doesn't like that he is less experienced than her, but he is already a 6th rank explorer, and she is still 7th rank. The dwarf said that she is born in a rich family. Rottmiller told them to quiet down. Both of them say sorry and stopped. Bjorn noticed that sounds more annoyed than earlier. Well, he's working hard on his own while the others are playing around, so it's reasonable for him to get mad. Soon they entered the third floor. The area they come to is called Steelstone Valley. As soon as they come to the third floor, something happens. Last time someone said that the last voice didn't match the story theme, so I tried this one. I want everyone to comment about which one should I use from now on. Bjorn asked Rottmiller to back off. The Rottmiller was also very shocked because they were being attacked by monsters. Bjorn blocked them with his shield, but if it wasn't for the shield, he would have been trampled by them. More importantly, he was confused about why there were monsters at the portal. The dwarf was struggling to stop the other one because his shield was not as good as Bjorn's. His shield was breaking apart, but thanks to his essence active skill, emergency recovery, the shield was recovering itself. The dwarf told Bjorn that they're 7th rank monsters called Iantro, and told Bjorn to just try to block them from pushing them further back. Bjorn told him that he already knew that, but Bjorn was a little envious of the dwarf's emergency recovery skill. Of course, Bjorn is saying to himself that he is not envious or anything. If you guys remember, the dwarf also has Iantro's essence, and it comes with the active skill weight balance, which gives them knockback resistance. The dwarf dude's essence was really helpful because of that knockback resistance back in the blood-tinted castle. It was also the one that is helping him right now. Then Dwalki used the 8th rank curse magic called Corruption on Iantro. Well, looks like Dwalki is also of some use. Then the dwarf thanks Dwalki and attacks the boar or Iantro. The Iantro cruised to the ground with a single attack. Then our cat girl steps on Bjorn to jump high. Bjorn was left confused. Then she used her essence and attacked Iantro's neck. This Iantro was also defeated with a single strike, and Bjorn gained 3 experience points. We still don't know the effect of the essence she has, but this is not what's important now because Iantros should not appear here. Bjorn was thinking of the reason for this strange event. He asked Rottmiller if there are any people nearby. Rottmiller was a little shocked by Bjorn's question. Then he used a skill called Body Warmth Search. It's an active skill you get from a lizardman essence. As the name suggests, it detects body heat nearby to find living beings. But Rottmiller found no living beings nearby, but he says that considering the smell there must have been people until just now, and there got to be within at least just 2 minutes distance from them. Then Bjorn says that it's most likely that they left after watching them hunt. The dwarf asks if that means that someone was out for them. Rottmiller says that he doesn't think that it was specifically for them, because luring monsters to the portal is a common method used by plunderers. They use the timing when the explorers are the most vulnerable. Then the cat girl gets angry and says that they should catch them and beat them. They will get money if they kill plunderers. Then Rottmiller tries to explain to her that it's true that they will get their loot, but it's hard to find them, and they don't have any proof. They might be the ones to take all the blame if things go wrong. She says that the dead don't talk. While they are talking about money and killing, Dwalki was going into depression. The dwarf says that they should just write a warning for the plunderers at the portal and leave. Misha says that she doesn't know that such a method was used by the plunderers. Rottmiller says that he also only heard of it, and it's his first time experiencing it himself. Then she says that it's not very common to come across plunderers after all. Bjorn got confused and asked Misha about how many times she has met plunderers. She said that she comes across about 8 times over the last 5 years. Bjorn was very shocked after hearing that, because it's too little. He thought that people came across them all the time. He told them that he came across plunderers 5 times within the last 3 months, if also counting today too. Misha and the dwarf laugh and ask him how much bad karma he has. The dwarf says that it's impressive because he heard that that's how bad it was about 150 years ago, but the number of plunderers has gone down recently. He says that maybe he was the reason that they met those plunderers today too. Bjorn was very shocked and depressed after hearing their comments. Rottmiller told them to stop making fun of Bjorn, and it's just that Miss Karlstein is lucky. Bjorn got happy thinking that he can't be the only one that unlucky. Rottmiller said that he comes across them about once every 3 months. Bjorn got depressed again because it's not even near his record. Now the party has 2 depressed people. After that, they defeated a few more monsters along their way to another region. After some time, they reached the border of the region. So Rottmiller tells them that it's time to camp here for the night. The reason they're camping in such an awkward area is because there are fewer monsters here. Then the dwarf asks Dwalki if he is alright because he's usually pretty talkative, but now he looks like he chewed on shit. He told them that the fantasy he has about exploration has been destroyed. He says that he knows how it might sound, and they might be thinking that he is just naive and young. After learning that explorers kill other explorers, an explorer that says that killing such explorers will make money is definitely far from a fantasy. And if he continues with this, he would also one day end up killing a person. He says that on the way, he was preparing himself. Then Bjorn asks him if he is prepared. He says that he is, but he is not sure if he can do it when the time really comes. Dwalki's determination was without self-confidence. He is much better than the kind of guys that lie and then whine and cry when they're actually faced with danger. But still, he is useless. Rottmiller says that it's important not to be arrogant, and he thinks that it's much more dependable than if he were to say that he could do it. Then he asks everyone to come with him, because there's something he'd like to show them. Then Rottmiller takes them to a place, and after seeing that place, everyone left mesmerized. That place is a beautiful landscape with beautiful natural light. Everyone is enjoying this scenery. Rottmiller asks them if they like it. He tells them that they can only see this view around this time of the day, and no one knows why this only happens on the 3rd floor. But the reason is insignificant when you look at this view. He asks Dwalki if he has a bit of courage to keep exploring now. Soon the light disappears, and a familiar darkness embraces the labyrinth. Everyone, other than Bjorn, who was on night watch duty, went to sleep. However, Dwalki is too excited to sleep. Bjorn could only hear the consistent breathing from Dwalki after a long while. If I calculate the amount of experience Bjorn earned until now, it's a little over 50. He needs 150 XP to reach level 4, so he has a long way to go. He is level 3 now, so he can eat 3 essences. So far, he has eaten 2. So he still has room for 1 more, so he is in no rush to level up. But he would like to consume a good essence. I am excited to see what kind of essence he get this time. After walking for some time, they reach the boundary of the orc's habitat. Everyone, I don't want to, but I have to ask for support because the views are dying down. So I want your support. I hope you guys also try other series on the channel. I will continue the series you guys will like. And please also tell me if there are any series you guys would like a recap of. All links are in the comment section. For everyone who wants to support financially, you guys can join Patreon or join the channel. Channel or Patreon members can also enjoy 1 or 2 extra chapters before anyone else from now on. The orc habitat has the highest number of monsters out of all the regions on the 3rd floor. Its special feature is that only monsters that are 8th rank or above appear. It's ranked 2nd in difficulty, but if they're not going to the 4th floor immediately, this is the best hunting spot. The dwarf told them that for now they will work together here, and then they will decide the next steps of the plan depending on how well they perform. Soon, a group of orcs approached them. The dwarf tells everyone to do as they have practiced. The orcs also have a leader and an orc witch doctor. The fight starts, and the first one to attack is Dwalki. Dwalki uses ice spear magic and takes down one orc with a headshot. Dwalki and Rotmiller focus on ranged dealing, while the dwarf and Bjorn act as tanks, stopping the orcs. Misha takes care of the closest enemies first. The orc witch doctor used berserk on orcs, which increased their physical attack tolerance threefold for 10 seconds. The orc now looked like the gym bros. After that, the orcs that stopped by Bjorn and the dwarf managed to get through the shields. The orc is directly headed toward the mage, the weakest member of the party. Of course, they already planned for this situation, and that plan is Rotmiller. He is in the back to protect Dwalki. He managed to stop the orc. After that, the 10-second berserk time is up, and Misha comes to attack the orc. She kills the remaining orcs. Now only the orc witch doctor is left, but a mage without someone protecting them is nothing. After wiping out the orc group, they relaxed a bit. But Bjorn was busy calculating the time it takes for them to defeat the orc group. It takes them about 8 minutes in total. It's actually a long time. Well, it makes sense, since they have 2 shields and 1 pathfinder. So their attack is definitely lacking, but even so they are just slowing. Safety is still great. This pretty okay, and Bjorn likes it. Dwalki is enjoying his first orc, and others are also encouraging him. After that, they keep fighting and made their way to the center of the orcs' habitat, fighting the orcs on the way. As they got closer to the center, the numbers of orcs in each group increased. Once, they even came across a great orc warrior, a 7th rank monster. Of course, they were able to defeat it easily. But bad things always tend to happen when things are going smoothly. Someone attacked near them with a strong explosion spell. They are very shocked by it. Then a mage comes there and tells them that this orc habitat is the Jarwi clan's territory, and they should go elsewhere. He isn't just simply asking them, he is giving them an order. Let's talk about the clans a bit. It might be useful in the future. Dungeon and Stone is a single-player game, but surprisingly enough, there are ways to restrict content. At first, it appears as a way to block transportation between maps, but if you form a clan later on, you can also restrict hunting locations as a player. You know what that means. It means we might see Bjorn forming a clan. Of course, this requires tremendous effort, so it's a waste unless it's a boss mob habitat or a rare mob habitat. So it's also suspicious for them to restrict an area on the 3rd floor. Bjorn might turn this unlucky event into luck for him, like what happens in the blood-tinted castle. The dwarf knows about the Jarwi clan. He asks them why they are on the 3rd floor because he thought that the Jarwi clan was active on the 6th floor. The old man says that they have no obligation to explain that to them. But instead of backing down, the dwarf says that he did hear that a few clans with achievements are allowed to take authority over parts of the labyrinth. But he never heard that this place is the Jarwi clan's territory, and they even don't know if these guys are really part of that clan in the first place. The old man gets angry, but the dwarf is also not going to back down, and the situation becomes tense. Because of the sense of responsibility the dwarf feels as the team leader, he's acting rather rashly, unlike his usual self. On the other hand, Misha is hiding behind Bjorn. Then someone calls her while calling her halfling. She got scared and says yes, brother Talon. But Talon guy says that he told her not to call him brother in public. She says sorry. The old man asks Talon if she is his sister. He says that she is. The old man calls Talon sir and says that he has a debt with him, so if she's his he can. Then Talon stops him and said that there is no need. He cannot tell him the reason as it is regarding family matters, but even his father wouldn't care either. The old man says that at least they can tell them the reason. Then he tells everyone that they're looking for the great orc warrior's essence because of urgent clan matters. And if things go well, they will be able to hunt there starting next time. So, he asks them to go somewhere else this time. For Bjorn, it's hard to digest that a 6th floor clan is doing all this just to get the great orc warrior's essence, because it's not even a rare essence. Then he remembers something. Then, in an attitude, the old man says that since they're here, there won't be any monsters left for Bjorn's party to hunt anyway. So it's best for them to get going. This is an indirect warning that they will interfere with Bjorn's party hunt if they don't leave. Well, strength is the law inside the labyrinth, so Bjorn is thinking that they shouldn't push this any further. But the dwarf is feeling like shit. But if they don't want to die, they should know when to give up. Bjorn was about to say all right and leave, but the person that shouldn't speak speaks up and says that he will try to resolve it. Yes, it's our naive and stupid mage, Dwalki. He said, "Hi, senior mage." Then he introduces himself, but the old man calls him garbage and tells him not to call him senior mage while calling Dwalki an insect. And all he learned is just a few basic magic spells, but boasting himself as a mage. Then the old man tells Dwalki to never call himself a mage. This completely destroyed Dwalki from inside. I now feel bad for him. I really do, and I think the dwarf too. He says that it's harsh. He is ready to challenge a 6th floor clan for Dwalki. The old man says that he only said the truth. Well, it looks like the dwarf doesn't like the truth. The dwarf got really angry. It looks like he is really going to fight. He used the lightning skill and become Thor. He really is looking like Thor. Well, the dwarfs is related to Thor's story, so it's not strange. The dwarf lost the sense of reality and attacked the 6th floor clan. They all are standing unfazed, and the old man is also waiting for him to attack, so he can say that the other party started it first. Bjorn knows this, and he was fully aware of their capabilities. That's why he crushed the dwarf's head into the ground. Everyone is shocked by this action of Bjorn, but Rottmiller is relieved by it. He is an experienced explorer, unlike others. With an angry look, Bjorn told the dwarf to come to his senses. You can tell by the veins on Bjorn's hand that he is using his full power, and if they don't have a helmet here, his head will be crushed like a watermelon. The reason Bjorn acted like this is because they almost died here because of the dwarf. The old man and the group look like a group of wolves looking at their prey. The old man Madge told the dwarf that he got a really good teammate. He should be eternally grateful to Bjorn. After that, they got out from there, and the dwarf said sorry to everyone, mentioning that he lost his reason and acted out. Rottmiller told him that his action almost got them killed. Bjorn agreed with Rottmiller and said that he is doing a good job, and now he should keep blaming him, so that the dwarf learns. He's saying all that inside his brain, but Rottmiller said that since nothing happened, he will leave it there. Bjorn was already confused that he is forgiving him just like that, but then he said that he personally believes that it's a good thing that he stepped up for a teammate. Bjorn is annoyed by his statements, thinking that if he were the team leader, he would be cussing him out. Happy New Year in advance, everyone. I wish you all and myself a great future in life starting from the new year. Enjoy. Then Misha said sorry to everyone and mentioned that things might have turned out better if it weren't for her. Dwalki said that it's not true, and that it's only thanks to her that it ended with only them getting kicked out. She is touched by the mage's words. Bjorn was confused about what the heck is going on. The atmosphere suddenly changed, and this is the kind of atmosphere Bjorn and I always found super cringy ever since he was a kid. He even got goosebumps. Maybe that's why he was single in his past life, and maybe the same goes for me. Then Misha starts telling her story and why she hates to talk about her family. She was the only one in her family who wasn't able to form a contract with a spirit beast. Beast people or therianthropes are able to enter contracts with ancient beasts called spirit beasts. The contracts take on many different forms. Some summon the spirit beasts to aid them in fights, some get possessed by them to increase their physical capabilities, while others receive blessings to use special abilities. Of course, only a few therianthropes are chosen by spirit beasts, but the problem here is that Misha is part of the direct bloodline of the Karlstein family. In other words, the fact that she can't handle a spirit beast paints shame on her family's name. She was on good terms with her siblings when she was younger, but when she became an adult and still wasn't chosen by a spirit beast, everyone began ignoring her and started calling her halfling, saying that she is mixed blood. In other words, an illegitimate child. Her mother passed away early on in life, so no one really knew the truth. She couldn't deal with their discrimination, so she left her home and learned to fight. That's how she became an explorer. Wow, what a filmy story. Dwarf acted even more dramatically and started crying, saying that it's hard for her to talk about this, and he is grateful she told this to them. Misha also started crying, saying that she is thankful that the dwarf thinks of them as real teammates, and genuinely got mad for their sake. Bjorn is feeling super cringy at this time and hoping that all this ends soon. But then the dwarf started telling about himself. His dream was to become a blacksmith. However, he was terrible at it. He lacked the talent. For 10 years he couldn't even graduate from training. That's also the reason that he became an explorer after the age of 30. He also needed to start earning money. That explains his age with just 6 years of experience as an explorer. Then Dwalki jumped into the race of being the most pitiful. He says that he is the most untalented one. He was able to get into magic thanks to his family's societal status, but he wasn't talented enough to get into the magic tower. And if he had been a proper mage, that mage would have respected him at least a little. He was crying while saying all this. The dwarf says that it was that mage that was the bad guy, and he is a great mage. Bjorn was feeling super awkward. Then the only member that Bjorn thinks is a bit normal speaks up and said that he has been in many teams, but he has never experienced this kind of thing before. Then he said he also needs to apologize too. Miller said that when Murad and Miss Karlstein talked about age and experiences, he was very upset. It was because he was envious of them. He thought that both of them had no right to complain since both of them were lucky enough to be born as non-human species. Then the dwarf asks if there are any advantages to being a human explorer. Misha says that humans can use aura and can become spirit mages, ordinary mages, or saints. Well, it's only a small number of people who are talented. Then the dwarf laughs and said that it means their team is made of halflings. Well, that's great. They can just look after one another and not feel bad. All of them get excited and say that they will do their best in the future. But now Bjorn is in trouble, because they're all confessing their troubles and comforting each other. Now the remaining one is Bjorn. Now all of them are staring at him with expectation. Now Bjorn is afraid that he will be left out if he doesn't say anything. He was confused about what to say. He is not used to these kinds of groups. He was very nervous. From all this pressure and nervousness, he shouts with his full power that he doesn't have a mom. He shouts so hard that his voice echoes. Even his veins are about to burst. Everyone was shocked and didn't give much of a reaction. This makes Bjorn think that it's not enough. Then he shouts again and said that his mother passed away after giving him birth. When he was young, his father also went to the labyrinth and never came back. Now he can't even meet them after becoming an adult. He was telling all this like he's telling about his good deeds and greatness. He used too much energy in telling this that he is now huffing like crazy. What he tells them is 100% true for this body. He heard it from Einar. First, no one gives any reaction because everyone is in shock because of his loud shout. Then everyone becomes emotional. Rottmiller said that it must be hard at a young age. Misha said sorry that she complained about her family without even knowing that. Dwalki also starts crying out loud, saying that it would be hard for him to pretend that everything is fine. Then comes the dwarf. He holds Bjorn's hand and says that he can't be his parent, but if he wants he can. Then Bjorn quickly pulls his hand and told him that it's okay. In reality, he just wants him to screw off. And that's how Bjorn becomes the most pitiful guy in this team. But Bjorn is not feeling sad because he had a mom on Earth. Plus, he's a barbarian who's become a 7th rank explorer in just 3 months. Then he remembers that he got dragged into a game realm and risked life multiple times. He suddenly started feeling pitiful towards himself. This reminds me of the Pick Me Up Infinite Gacha manhwa. This manhwa has a similar plot. The MC transferred to the game he used to play and is also very good at it. He also has the same cool mindset as Bjorn. So, if you guys want a recap of that story, I can continue it again. And don't worry about the Dungeon Seeker recap. I will start it from the new year. Everyone was shocked at what happened to him now. Misha asks him if he remembered his mom. She also said some words no one likes to hear from a girl. She said to Bjorn if he misses his family, he can think of her as his sister. Of course, Bjorn is not in the mood to say anything. Then Rottmiller asks the dwarf about where they should go next. The dwarf says that he was thinking of going to the witch's forest. Of course, this is the conversation that triggers Bjorn. Everyone gives their suggestions. Misha suggests that they should go to the green tail swamps, but Rottmiller rejected her idea, saying that it takes 6 days to get there from their current position. Then Dwalki suggests that they should head up to the 4th floor because he heard that The witch's forest isn't that great for warriors. Then the dwarf says that it's too early for the 4th floor right now. He said that he's seen many teams go there underestimating the difficulty and get killed. And it won't be too late for them to move on to the 4th floor after working together a bit more. The witch's forest is thought of as an area that you go to only when absolutely necessary. It's not a great place for hunting. The reason the dwarf is adamant anyway is because the 4th floor is just that dangerous. On the 4th floor, there are 7th and 8th rank monsters just like on the 3rd floor, but there are also sometimes 6th rank monsters. It's a rare enough chance that you have to walk around all day for 4 days to come across one. But that just means that they would come across one no matter what once they are there. Bjorn actually died many times on the 4th floor because he wasn't prepared enough. So he can understand the dwarf's worries, but he told the dwarf that they should go to the 4th floor.
Bjorn said that he thinks advancing to the 4th floor would be fine for them. Then he started explaining the reason. He told everyone that Haikurad and he are pretty sturdy tankers. Even if we do come across a 6th rank monster, they can create an opening for them to escape. He didn't tell others, but considering that he now has the vampire's essence, he should be able to tank fine against 6th rank monsters, although their damage is a bit lacking. But they still have a mage, and the other 2 are also veterans. It might be a bit slow, but they should be able to manage on the 4th floor. Misha and Dwaki start talking slowly. Misha said that Bjorn is right, but she is a bit anxious since he's a barbarian. Dwaki said that she is right. Then Misha said that even a broken clock is right twice a day. So, should they listen to him this time? Meg said that he thinks it should be okay. Bjorn can hear them talking badly about him. Then the dwarf said that he still thinks it's dangerous. So, they will vote about their next hunting location. The result is in favor of Bjorn, and they decide to go to the 4th floor. On the 3rd day after entering the labyrinth, Rottmiller decided to camp for the rest. But the dwarf suggests that since they all are pretty energetic, they should go a bit further. But Rottmiller refused by saying that it will take another 3 hours to find a better place than this one. So the dwarf agrees with him, and they decide to camp there. Looks like Misha and Dwaki have become friends, and Bjorn is busy looking at the time they camped. It's the same time they camped on the 1st and 2nd day. Rottmiller must have thought of the camping spot ahead of time, by taking into account the distance and their speed. It doesn't seem like much, but that's pretty impressive in a labyrinth where there is no night and day. So Bjorn asks Rottmiller about the plan for the next day. He told him that they would arrive at the witch's forest before noon tomorrow. He also told them that they should rest now, because once they enter the witch's forest, it's going to be very tiring. If you are confused about why they are talking about the witch's forest when they are going to the 4th floor, it's because the witch's forest is on the way to the 4th floor. Soon after they fall asleep, Rottmiller wakes Bjorn up. Bjorn was confused if it's already his turn. Rottmiller told him that it's not that. Then Bjorn stands up and asks him if it's a monster. But it's worse than that. Rottmiller told him that it's both. He means both monsters and explorers. Then they hear explorers screaming for help. Bjorn asks Rottmiller if this group of explorers is chased by the monsters. Rottmiller says that it's not what's important right now. He asks Bjorn if he remembers coming across the antihero a couple of days ago by the portal. Bjorn seems to understand what he is saying. Rottmiller told him that the smells he is tracking right now are the exact same as he smelled back then. The dwarf asks him if he means that they're the plunderers from before. Rottmiller says that he's right. He doesn't know who they are, but they're targeting them specifically, and he thinks that they would try to infiltrate them by pretending to be in distress and need help. Misha asks what should they do because they are already close. Bjorn gears up and tells them to do nothing if they are not confident in their acting. Bjorn goes at the front to confront them. He stopped them and told them that he will crush their skulls if they come even one step closer. A guy with a spear from that group asks Bjorn to help them. He says that they will reward them if they help them. Bjorn asks them to put down their weapons. The guy with the spear said that there are monsters right behind them. Then Bjorn looks around to see monsters. The orcs that followed them are just watching. They are just inspecting the surroundings because there are more people now. Well, it just makes things easier for Bjorn at least. With an angry look, Bjorn told them that it's their choice. Either they put their weapons down or get out from there. They get scared and decided to put down their weapons. They ask for their help. Bjorn told Rottmiller to gather all their weapons to one side. Orcs see this and left. Those orcs sure are smart. Then a girl from that group comes forward and thanks them. She introduces herself as Elisa. She looks beautiful, but the dwarf is looking somewhere else. Then the dwarf introduces himself. He is completely fell for her looks. Then the other members of that group introduce themselves. One is called Tayson, while the other one is called Hans Argut. Well, Bjorn doesn't have a good history with someone who is named Hans. That man says that it's a common name. Then he asks Bjorn if he knows another Hans. Bjorn says yes. Well, it's another matter that he's already. Then the Elisa chick starts crying, saying that she doesn't know what will happen to them if they don't meet them, and God Letless must have protected them. Rottmiller was confused after hearing that. So he asks her if she perhaps a priestess. She says yes, and told him that she serves the goddess of light who watches over exploration and relationships. But Bjorn was sure that they are plunderers, and she is just pretending to be a priestess. Then the guy called Hans comes to her and asks her if she can heal his injury. Bjorn was shocked, seeing that she is actually healing his injury using a divine spell. Everyone on Bjorn's team was shocked and confused. Seeing this, they can't believe she is really a priestess. Now even Rottmiller was confused. He can't believe that he made a mistake with his sense of smell. It's understandable how he feels. Considering the world of Dungeon and Stone, a priestess is a very holy being, and humans are mostly very devout believers. She asks them about if this is good enough proof. Then she asks if they can get their weapons back now, but Bjorn refused. Hearing this, he was very confused and asked why. Then Bjorn says that he understands that she is a priestess. But so what? This whole god and believer thing is only applied to humans. Barbarians are a different species that worships their ancestors. So he is not going to act all good and humble, just because she is a priestess. He asks her to give them rewards for saving their life first. Then she says that she did hear that such a custom exists. Then she asks him about how much would be good enough. Bjorn says that 2 million stones would be enough. They should think of it as their life's worth. She says that there is no way that they would have so much money on them. So they will give it to him once they are out of here. Bjorn says that he doesn't believe what anyone says if they're not one of his kind. And if she doesn't have money, then she should pay with her body. Sorry, that was in my mind. What Bjorn asks her is to pay it off in valuable objects, like the armors her colleagues are wearing. Both of them were shocked at first, but they quickly start removing them, saying that they aren't worth their lives. Then Bjorn takes all the equipment they have. Then they ask Bjorn if they can take a rest now. Bjorn says sure, and told her to come. She says that if anyone is hurt, then she can heal them. But it looks like Bjorn was not in the mood to let them take rest. He raises his mace and crushed her head, following the rule of killing the healer first. He used his full power to get the job done. Everyone was very shocked by this. They almost shit in their pants. But Bjorn was all bloody and was looking like a psycho. Bjorn says that it was a mistake because he was afraid that they might be plunderers. So he couldn't help but do this. The remaining two are very scared, but they are not looking scared from Bjorn. But instead, they are cursing him, that because of him, they're going to die. Bjorn gets confused by their expression and was thinking about where they are looking at. But then suddenly, one of them starts sprouting blood from his mouth. Then a black, hazy mist surrounds him. The dwarf was confused and asks Dwaki if he did something. Dwaki said that he didn't do anything. Then a voice comes from behind. When Bjorn looked behind, he saw something that might haunt him for a lifetime. This is almost like a horror movie. where beauty is the real beast. She asks Bjorn, how did he know that they are enemies? Bjorn was also in shock, so what can he say? Then she says that it's already too late. So it doesn't matter. She was rearranging her joints back, that Bjorn cracked. Now Bjorn was just thinking about why his life never works out. All the others are frozen, like with the golem incident. And to snap them out of this, Bjorn shouts at them and asks them to snap out of it. Then he says that he will take care of it. Then he again smashed her head like a watermelon. The dwarf was more shocked, seeing Bjorn smashing her head. He asks Bjorn, why is he doing this? And is just damaging a corpse. It looks like the dwarf got crazy by her look. Bjorn says that he has no choice because he got scared. And the best defense is offense. Now Bjorn was just scared that she will come back alive. And if that happens, then that means she is a Kurui's priest. It's a kind of hidden class that can only be chosen after becoming a priest and reaching the 5th floor. It comes with all kinds of combat and curse spells. And it allows you to use both divine power and dark magic. It comes with some penalties, however. Kurui is an evil god of this world. So the moment that your class is revealed, you are hanged. Well, not literally hanged. They chop heads in this world. And in order to maintain this class, you need to regularly sacrifice living beings. And that's probably why she's a plunderer. The safest way to acquire sacrifices is definitely within the labyrinth. Then she sucked dry the hands guy to heal herself. Then in anger, she says that she lost 2 of her precious subordinates because of him. Bjorn says that she is blaming others in a situation like this. And it seems like her parents didn't raise her properly. Bjorn was chatting with casually, like nothing happened. She was also confused. Then Bjorn says that Hans and Tayson died because of her. And that's why she should have just died when he cracked her head open. Bjorn was looking genuinely angry. She was very confused about what he is talking about. Then Bjorn says that he can't take this anymore, and he will avenge his friends Hans and Tayson. Now, everyone was confused about what he is doing. Of course, he was thinking of taking all of their equipment and valuables. So he is already very excited about it. Elisa can't take his nonsense anymore and use Death's Calling and resurrect both Hans and Tayson as undead. This skill is the default skill of the Kurui's priest. It's supposed to just summon undead monsters. But if you use the corpses of your subordinates, they'll be much stronger than undead monsters. Then she ordered her so-called subordinates to attack Bjorn and party. The dwarf and Bjorn stopped them, and Misha attacked them with a poison attribute, and Dwaki used his ice spear magic to attack. They can now work together without communicating. But they are still stupid because the undead are usually resistant to poison and ice. So both of the dealer's attacks aren't doing much. So, Bjorn asks Rottmiller to do the work. Rottmiller prepared fire bombs or Molotovs, whatever they are called, and threw them towards the undead. Bjorn pushed him away and got away from him. The bottle hit him, and he caught the fire immediately. After all, fire is the best against the undead. Elisa says that it's useless and used the skill fire of the dead. This skill is absorbing all the fire in the region. The one attack that they have that could have worked against the undead isn't an option anymore. They don't have someone who can use divine power. So, Bjorn told everyone to attack the priestess, and he and the dwarf will block these two. Thankfully, Bjorn took away their armor and weapons ahead of time, so he can stall for as much time as they need. Then others started running towards Elisa, but she can't let them approach her that easily. She uses the skill Shadow Guardian and summons a shadow-like being. Then she ordered them to bring their heads. Bjorn's team tried to attack them, but their attack passes through them like they are attacking smoke. Then our beautiful Elisa cursed Misha to make her vulnerable from the attacks of her 2 Shadow Guardians. But thankfully, the dwarf came in time to protect her. He says that Bjorn sent him to help them. Then Misha asks him if that means that Bjorn is fighting alone. Of course, this is Bjorn, and even if his whole body got torn apart, he can still heal. So he can use his body to stop the other one. But Elisa is not so happy with it. She told Tayson and Hans to protect her, but Bjorn told him that they are kind of busy at a time. He is grabbing both of them down with ease. She got more angry with Bjorn and said that she will not forget this shame. Then she levitates in the air and used spiritification. Bjorn was worried that she is running away. But before escaping, she told Bjorn that he will never get back alive from here. They left staring in the sky while she escaped with a bunch of resentment towards them. But before Bjorn thought of doing anything, a bunch of curses activated on him, with a tracking spell. She really wants Bjorn dead. She cast more than 15 curses on Bjorn. That crazy-ass priestess left Bjorn with all kinds of curses to make sure that he dies. Well, Bjorn still has hope because Dwaki said that he knows how to use curse magic. So he asks Dwaki to get rid of the curses on him. He even said, "Please, let's play a guess game. What do you think what is going to happen?" Dwaki was confused about what he is saying. Bjorn asks him that he could use curse magic. Dwaki says that he can use curse magic, not that he can eliminate them. Now he is acting all good and cute. But Bjorn is screwed now. And if the curses are not cured, then his physical stats may be permanently lowered. Now they are running for saving their life. Bjorn is in the worst condition among them. The dwarf asks Bjorn if he is okay. Bjorn told him that he can make it so he doesn't have to worry about him. But actually, he is feeling like he is going to die, because he has been running with these big curses for over 5 hours. If it weren't for the vampire essence's mana resistance and darkness defense or resistance stats, he would have collapsed from exhaustion ages ago. Of course, others were cursed too. But unlike Bjorn, they only got 2 or 3 of them, and she unleashed over 15 curses on Bjorn. And one of them is a crappy energy decrease skill that lowers your stamina recovery. Stamina gets consumed with every move. But since it's not the same as life force, even having a naturally high regenerative power doesn't help. Now he should try to find a good stamina recovery essence to match his regeneration. In the game, the character stopped moving once his stamina dropped below 10%. So Bjorn assumes that since he is still moving, then he may have 30% stamina left. Well, that might not be the case, and he is just running with his willpower unlike the game characters. Rottmiller asks him to hang in there a little more, and they will reach their destination soon. And soon they reach their destination. The place they come to is the Witch's Forest. And to know the reason why they come here, let's rewind our watches and go back 5 hours. After Elisa left them with gifts. After that, they talk about what to do. Bjorn told them that Kurui's priest skills are at least at the level of the 5th floor. And in a head-to-head against a formidable foe like her, they have to be prepared to be annihilated. And if they attack before snatching away their weapons, some of them would have died in a heartbeat. Then Misha, with a happy face, said that reliable barbarians are the best. And she says that Rottmiller was mistaken after she saw her using divine powers. But then Bjorn just went bang and bashed her skull in. She is very excited saying all this. And Bjorn was also enjoying it. Then he asks Rottmiller if there is a way to track that woman down. Rottmiller says that he can't find a single crumb. Bjorn says that since her identity is exposed, then she will surely come find them before they leave the labyrinth. Then Dwaki laughs and says that in that case, can't they handle her the way he did just now? And he also thinks that he's done a good enough job. After hearing that from him, Bjorn got angry and asks him what will happen if they are ambushed from behind while fighting with monsters. I think Bjorn is barely controlling himself from cracking his head too. Then, Bjorn suggests them that they should go into the Witch's Forest right now. Witch's Forest, as a forest that surrounds the portal that connects to the 4th floor. 7th and 8th rank monsters often appear here. And a lot of monsters have spirit bodies immune to physical attacks. So it's not the best fit for their party with 2 warriors in it. But right now, this is their best bet. Because as soon as they entered a special area, all status effects except field effects will become disabled. This means their curses will be lifted here. Misha got very excited after she is free from the curses. Rottmiller was also very surprised that curses are lifted. Then he asks Bjorn about how he knows about it. Bjorn just says that he studied about it in the library. Rottmiller didn't say much about it. Misha says that he should stop lying. A barbarian reading a book. Then Dwaki starts laughing, saying that he never heard of anything like that. They're insulting Bjorn. The last time someone said that they never heard something like this, it cost them more than 5 million. In any case, the curse cast by Karui's priest is gone now, but the field effect has been applied, and they start hearing voices insulting them. But this doesn't exactly have enough impact to call it a mental attack, at least on Bjorn. But that's not the case for others though. Misha asks Bjorn about how can he hear all this abuse and still be fine. She is almost crying like a baby. Bjorn simply said that it's bearable. At least the 3 who said that they've been to the witch's forest before are in relatively good shape. But our useless little Dwaki, he is vomiting non-stop. He is too weak-hearted. Because of these hallucinations and directional dyslexia effects, it's like they are seeing the world through a convex mirror. Bjorn asks Dwaki if he can use magic in that condition. Dwaki told him that he can use magic just fine. Then the dwarf suggests them that they should take a break first to adjust before going further. And since Bjorn also didn't get sleep last night, so he will watch for them. As soon as he told them to sleep, Bjorn falls to the ground. He is too exhausted after going through all this. Then the dwarf comes near him and said that he wants to talk something about Lady Elisa. Bjorn told that it's not Lady Elisa. The dwarf still calls her Lady Elisa. This whole incident is actually Dwarf's fault. When he went to the Explorer Guild to announce the team member recruitment, someone kept asking him questions. That someone is actually Elisa. Then he told him that in the blood-tinted castle rupture he entered with Bjorn, he got a numbered item called the Guardian's Wrist Guards as a reward. He boosted his Explorer rank with it, but she overheard. These wrist guards number is 3,112. Originally only found in ruptures above level 4. A numbered item in the 3000 series. Let's talk about its effect later. But this angered Bjorn, who was slaving away to get the essence, while this dude who barely moved a finger just gulped down a numbered item, worth 50 million stones. Then Bjorn asks him why he didn't recognize her before. In embarrassment, the dwarf says that it's because she was dressed completely differently compared to in the city. She was wearing a priest's dress and her clothes got quite dirty too. They were even ripped and torn apart here and there. In other words, he was too busy looking somewhere other than her face to be able to recognize her. They also had the team meeting in the bar, so she must have overheard the whole thing and set up the trap. The dwarf laughs and says the treasures beget anger. Bjorn told him not to put blame elsewhere, and this is all his fault for not being careful. The dwarf says that he didn't know that this would happen, but Bjorn thinks that he is just pathetic, and wondered if this party is really okay. The dwarf quietly gets away from him. After that, Bjorn falls asleep. Then others wake him up, saying that he slept really well. And no matter how strong-minded the barbarian is, they still have a hard time on their first trip. And he is sleeping through all that noise like nothing. Bjorn told him to stop this nonsense and ask them about the monster location. Then Rottmiller shows him the monsters. This time, the monsters are fairies. They are 9th rank monsters. It was one of non-combatant mobs whose only skill was to spew a stimulant potion mixed with poisonous dust. Then Bjorn says that since there are a bunch of fairies gathered here, then that means the guy must be somewhere nearby too, and asks Dwarf if he wants to fight him. The dwarf says that he's not someone to take lightly, but since Dwaki is feeling a little better now, they can do it easily. Then he casts lightning and unleashes it on fairies, and fried them all. Well, it looks like I forgot who is the real monsters in this series. Seeing these fairies got fried, a monster got very angry. This monster is a 7th rank monster half-troll. It's a monster that only appears in the witch's forest and has a habit of stalking a group of fairies. In other words, he is a pervert of the monster world. But he is angry now. He attacks the dwarf first, and the dwarf barely able to defend against it. After a single hit, his body starts shaking. This dwarf didn't have as high of a pain tolerance as Bjorn. This is one of the biggest reasons why the witch's forest is shunned by the warrior class. Warriors are used to being beaten up front, but here pain is multiplied many times over, thanks to field effect pain enhancement. Meanwhile, most of the monsters that appear are immune to physical attacks and also use mental skills, so the warriors can't help but have a hard time. The dwarf asks Dwaki if the magic is ready yet or not. Dwaki says that it's almost done. Then Dwaki has cast an 8th rank attack aid magic called Freeze Intensify. This will intensify the next freezing spell drastically. Then, Dwaki casts an 8th rank attack spell called Ice Spear and attacks the half-troll heart and killed him instantly. Looks like Dwaki got his chance to shine here, because others' attacks are not very effective here. But sadly, the half-troll didn't drop any essence, and the dwarf was most disappointed by this because he thinks that he will drop it. Maybe he needs a similar essence. Then Rottmiller told them that they should start moving now, because the witch's forest isn't a good place to rest. So they should quickly move to the 4th floor. But it looks like they are not fast enough, because they're surrounded by a bunch of explorers, and the one guiding these explorers is Bjorn Darling Elisha. Or should I say Dwarf Darling. She tells other explorers that Bjorn and his party are the ones who killed her comrades. She is acting very cute and innocent. It looks like it's not going to end easily for Bjorn's party. Then, the guy wearing a similar costume as Elisa told her to stay back and let them handle it. Elisa alone was troublesome enough, but now she had others. This is a losing battle for Bjorn and party. So, there is only one way. So, Bjorn asked Dwarf to use his numbers item that he has, the main reason for all their trouble. That item is called Guardian's Wrist Guards, and Dwarf used it instantly, and its effects are also amazing. It drives enemies away and temporarily grants allies immunity to any harm. The abnormal status effect was also disabled, thanks to that. Then, Bjorn told everyone that now is their chance to run. Then Misha asked Bjorn about how that woman followed them here, because Bjorn said that the witch's forest was safe. Well, Bjorn can only make guesses now, and according to him, he thinks that after they entered the witch's forest, it would have gotten hard for Elisa to track them down. So, she must have found some explorers who'd be of use to her, and acted like a pitiful priest who had lost her comrades to ruthless plunderers, which is Bjorn and his party. And after throwing them into a fight with these enraged guys, she must have planned on devouring all of them. So Bjorn just told Misha to stop rambling and run, because the Guardian's Wrist Guard's effect lasts for only 5 minutes, and it is about time for the effect to wear off. And soon, the duration of the effect has ended, and the field effect of the witch's forest was reapplied on them. And now, in their current situation, the most useful person is a scout. The first work of the scout is to detect the enemy movement and guide their teammates toward the best path. They use data from prior knowledge and experiences within the labyrinth to find the way. But that's only possible until the 3rd floor. And a scout's true skills are tested in the witch's forest, the last gateway before the 4th floor. Rottmiller's main power is smell. He used the essence to get the right smell stats. And in this horrifying forest where even the trees move disorientingly, it's surprisingly accurate with finding the way to the 4th floor. When the sense of smell reaches a certain level, it can pick up the scent of mana and use it to find the way. But Rottmiller told them that another party scout isn't an average guy either, and they're closing the distance between them with precision. So, he is going to speed up. That way, it comes down to who gets to the 4th floor portal first. But the problem is that everyone's pretty tired, especially Misha. She was just running somehow. Then, while running, her feet hit the rock and she fell down. Bjorn stopped and asked her if she's all right. She says that she is all right. She says that she is okay and it's just a cramp, so he doesn't worry about her and they should start moving. But Bjorn knows that she is just lying about the cramp, and she clearly fell and broke her ankle. So Bjorn just grabbed her and tossed her on his shoulders. She was very embarrassed about it, but Bjorn told her to stop moving and stay still. She is still embarrassed about it, but she agreed because she knew about her situation. But the problem right now is that they lost track of others. Misha asked Bjorn if they have got split from the team. Bjorn was also worried about it. But Misha started hitting Bjorn and started asking why he is not following them. She is scared right now. Bjorn told her to be quiet and told her that at times like this, it's best to stay put. And Rottmiller must have found out that they are gone, so he will come for them soon. This time the situation is really dangerous. In the witch's forest, you can't find your way without a scout. Misha started asking about how long do they have to wait. Then suddenly, they heard screams of people. The voice was the voice of that midget. I mean the dwarf voice. Misha asked Bjorn about what they should do, and shouldn't they go and help them. Bjorn said that following the sound will only get them to some weird place. And since they've been attacked, they won't have the time to look for them either. So first, they gotta get out of there. A question for everybody. What matters most in a disastrous situation? Water, food, stamina, tools. Those are all important. But if I just had to pick just one, then I will say it's mental strength. And one example of this is Misha. She starts crying, saying that she can't die like this. And she held out so relentlessly. But this is way too meaningless. She has completely lost her mind by the fear of a meaningless death. Bjorn told her to calm herself down. This is why you need mental strength. So when you find yourself in a shitty situation, you have to accept it without denying the reality. But Misha didn't stop. She continued saying things like if she didn't have fallen there. Then anger Bjorn told her that if she don't want to kick the bucket here, then she has to do as he says. He told her to first find the potion inside his bag and drink it and walk by herself. That's what I was thinking. If they have something like a potion in this world, then why she is not using it? She calmed down and did what Bjorn told her. Bjorn told her that they will rest there for some time. Then Misha said to herself that she can't believe that she drank a potion on top of a running barbarian. I don't know if my mind is the only dirty one here, but I think she have drunk more potions on top of a barbarian in the future. Then Bjorn asked her if her foot is okay now, and if she can fight now. Misha said yes, she can fight now. They are in the labyrinth for 4 days, and the remaining days won't be any easier. On top of that, he has to hold out with just one melee dealer and a tank for 11 days inside the witch's forest, where the majority of the field monsters are spirits, so he can't attack them. And right now, he needs attribute powers. So he decided to sacrifice and ask Misha if she is married. Misha was confused why he asked that. So she just told him that she is not married. Then Bjorn asked her if she has a belief that says that she shouldn't show her naked body to a stranger or something like this. Misha was embarrassed and said that she don't think so. But why is he asking such weird questions to her? Bjorn said that it's great and started removing his helmet. In confusion, Misha asked him about what was so great about it. Then she got scared and asked Bjorn to stop and stay away from her. She asked him what he was trying to do to her, as she was not ready for this. Then Bjorn opened his hand, revealing a ring. He asked her to take it. Bjorn grabbed Misha's hand and directly fit the ring on her finger, saying that he had been saving this ring until he found someone worth giving it to. Misha was confused and asked him why he was giving it to her. Then Bjorn asked Misha to swear on her guardian god that in exchange for the ring, she would stay by his side. Misha was too embarrassed and shocked. Then she asked Bjorn if he had gone crazy or something. Then Bjorn threw another line towards her, telling her that the moment she accepted this ring, he, with his honor as a warrior at stake, would stand by her side and support her, hoping that she would do the same. Well, what can a single man like I say in a situation like this? But I like these lines, and maybe if I get the chance, I will use them. Misha asked him if he was serious about this, and though it was sudden, it was also the first time she received such a proposal, so it's not that she was not happy. Bjorn said that he was glad to hear that. Then Misha apologized to Bjorn and told him that she never once thought of him that way. She said that she was not saying that she didn't like him, it's just that he was. Bjorn got confused about what she was trying to say. Then, with embarrassment, she blurted out that she liked skinny guys. Bjorn got scared by that and asked about what she was suddenly talking about. She said that what she meant was that she didn't find him attractive as a man. Poor Bjorn. He got rejected even without making any confession. Yes, you guessed it right. All of this is a misunderstanding created by Bjorn's way of talking. Bjorn clarified to her that it's a misunderstanding, and that's not what he meant. What he really meant was for her to take the pledge to be comrades in exchange for the ring. Misha calmed down after hearing that and started laughing in embarrassment, saying that he almost got her there. Bjorn told her that she could end the agreement at any time by getting him the same ring, or by making him a profit of 15 million stones, and asked Misha if she understood. Misha got angry and said as if, and asked him about what the hell the ring was for it to be worth 15 million stones. Bjorn grabbed her hand, saying that 15 million stones is a bargain. This ring can fulfill a long-held desire of hers. Bjorn couldn't have made this choice if he hadn't been playing Dungeons and Stone for nearly a decade. Misha was confused about what he meant by that. Bjorn was actually going to awaken Misha. If you guys still remember, this ring is the No. 9,425 Frost Spirit Ring. It's a numbered item that Bjorn got from Raven Master, who is the master of the Altimian school. If you guys still don't remember, she is the blonde mage. Altimian school is the magic school, like a branch of magic. Let's talk a little about this ring. At first glance, it's easy to dismiss this item as worthless. But when this item is destroyed, an unusual effect occurs. It may seem like a practically pointless option that doesn't even deal damage. But after several attempts, Bjorn found out that if it's being worn by a therianthrope who has yet to make a contract with a spirit beast, an event occurs, and the character meets a magical beast called Scadia that is sealed within the ring. Misha also met it, and it offered a contract to Misha. Of course, this is Misha's long-desired wish, so she happily lifted her hand, touched Scadia, and agreed to the contract. After that, a strong, cold wind enveloped Misha and entered her body, and the contract ended successfully. Then she slowly landed and said that she couldn't believe that she made a contract so easily. Then she asked Bjorn about what on earth was this ring. Then she got confused and said if something like this existed, then why didn't her father tell her about it? She is feeling very disappointed about it. She might be thinking that her father didn't tell her intentionally about it. But then Bjorn said that it might be because he probably wouldn't have known about it either. She was about to say that her father didn't know about it. Then Bjorn said that it's because a mage researched it for a long time and only recently discovered it. Then she asked about how he knew about it, and how did he get his hands on this ring. Then Bjorn told her that she should get dressed first before asking all that. Then she looked down and got embarrassed. Then she asked since when she was like that. Then Bjorn told her that he got them all laid out for her, so she should put them on first, and he also put the plunderers' gear beside them as well, so she should wear those too. Then she looked at Bjorn and said that he was also wearing something new. Bjorn is wearing the new boots with the spikes. Then she asked Bjorn about why she was naked. Bjorn said that it's because he took her clothes off because he heard that all the equipment you are wearing gets destroyed during this ritual. Then, in embarrassment, Misha asked Bjorn why he asked her about the marriage then. In confusion, Bjorn said that it's because if she had a spouse, then he probably would feel offended by this. Then Misha shouted and said that he thought all that, yet he didn't think to tell her beforehand. Bjorn said that he was in a hurry. Then he said that it's enough. And rather than that, didn't she have something to say to him? Misha said, "You," Bjorn said. "What?" And told her to say it. Then she blushed and said thank you to Bjorn. Bjorn asked her if that's it. Misha said, "Thank you very much." Bjorn told her to not try to brush past it. Then Misha asked him if she really had to say it out loud. Then she smiled and called Bjorn and said that once in the past, she tried to die, and it was her father who found her and saved her life. Then Bjorn told her that she should be thankful to him then. Misha said that she is not so sure because it isn't that beautiful of a story. Because when she woke up, the first thing her father said to her was that if she wanted to die so badly, then she should go die inside the labyrinth, and how much more shame she must bring to the family name before she is satisfied. After hearing that, Bjorn thought that this family is even crazier than he expected. So she came to the labyrinth, but she didn't come to die like her father told her to. She simply wanted to run away from that house. She also thought that if she became a great explorer even without a spirit beast and got acknowledged, then her father would forgive her. She still doesn't know if this will make her father acknowledge her, but now she feels that that's probably a good thing. Then she bows down and sincerely thanks Bjorn for it, and says that she will not forget this favor until the day she dies and have this imprinted deep within her heart. Then he asks her if she swears to the guardian gods. Then Misha happily puts her hand on her chest and says that she swears to the guardian gods. Now let's talk about the powers that you got after the contract with a spirit beast. The first type of power you can get is summoning. As its name suggests, it summons the beast. The second one is strengthening. Same here, you can understand by the name itself. The next one is powers. Well, the powers depend on the type of beast that you sign the contract with. Therianthropes who sign contracts with spirit beasts usually gain one of these three types of abilities. And in Misha's case, her body is permanently imbued with Scadia, the ice magical beast, so it was the strengthening type. And she tested her new powers on the monsters called wraiths and killed them with one punch. Well, they are just 9th rank monsters. But the main thing is that they can finally have a way of making the attribute attacks that they wanted so badly in the Witch's Forest. And both of them are very happy about it. And from now on, they will be able to take out the spirit monsters like wraiths. With the attribute attack, Misha could fight on her own. But just as there are levels to a barbarian spirit seal, Therianthrope's spirit beasts also advance in stages. And Misha is still on stage 1, so she can't imbue her weapon with her attribute. She was a fighter before too, so fighting right away shouldn't be a problem for her. But the Witch's Forest is not an easy place to fight all alone. Then Misha said there are more coming. Then Bjorn told her that they should get away from there. So both of them start running. The real survival begins right now. Around 11 hours have passed since they're separated. During that time, they fought the monsters that had fewer numbers and avoided the ones that had more, and caught countless monsters. They got quite a lot of experience points from killing all kinds of monsters. It's a good thing for them that they haven't encountered a 7th rank monster yet. And despite Bjorn's fears, there's no sign of Elisha coming for them. But the frost spirit ring that disappeared while awakening Misha. The ring's disappearance activated the corpse golem's passive skill, and the acidic blood has corroded Bjorn's gear here and there. And even the breastplate and the shield made of tier 2 material latinium have lost their luster. It's going to cost Bjorn a lot of money on the repairs. And another thing that's a shame is that Bjorn didn't get a single attributable essence in all that time. And Misha's fatigue can easily be seen. At this rate, their chance of making it back alive to the city is slim. Now it has been 12 hours since they entered the Witch's Forest. And because of that, the Witch's Forest field effects have been strengthened. The field debuff will cause abnormal stat effects. So, Bjorn told Misha to tie the rope around her waist, so if they end up falling and end up separate, they can pull themselves up with the rope and meet up. He asked Misha if she knew about the abnormal stat effects from staying in the witch's forest for too long. Misha said that she knew, and the abnormal stat effect that they are talking about is applied on them. It's called the witch's eye, and from now on, they can't afford to stop for a single second. The field debuff witch's eye is the real reason why the witch's forest is only recognized as a passing area. The effect of it is simple. If you stay in one place for a certain amount of time, a 7th grade monster Carnivoro will appear, and the certain amount of time decreases as the level of the debuff increases. 70 hours have passed since Bjorn and his party entered the witch's forest, and because of that, the level of the witch's eye was escalated to level 5. Now it's their day 3 in the witch's forest, and it's been over 60 hours since they are separated from the dwarf group, and they still unable to find their way out. And since the witch's eye activated, they have not stopped walking for a single moment, because the appearance time of Carnivoro at level 5 witch's eye is about 10 minutes. So even if they stopped for 10 minutes, they have to face a rank 7 monster at their current condition, and it will take them over 15 minutes to deal with one. So stopping means certain death by the swarming creatures. But at least they connected each other with ropes, so if someone falls behind or gets separated, they can find each other. Misha was completely exhausted. She is asking Bjorn to slow down a bit. Bjorn agrees. What else can he do? Because Misha's condition has worsened drastically since the morning, and it's not due to an illness or severe injury. It's just that she's reached her limit of the exhaustion, and she is just pulled by the rope at this point. It's not that she is that weak. It's just that it's harder for her to deal damage alone and suffer hallucinations in the midst of it all. So Bjorn decided to carry her on his back. He told Misha to hop on. Misha was shocked and confused. Bjorn say that she might feel a bit better if she closed her eyes for a while. She say that he is also exhausted. Then Bjorn grabbed her and lifted her. Then he tossed her in his shoulder and told her to just hop on. Normally, she would resist, but she seems too exhausted even for that. Instead, she just say thank you to Bjorn. Now 87 hours have passed since they entered the witch's forest, and the field effects strengthened. The witch's eye level also increased to level 6. It's been 17 hours since Bjorn have been carrying Misha through the witch's forest, except for the time when they are fighting. So now even Bjorn is nearing his limit. So, if they do not find a certain thing soon, they are doomed. Then suddenly, Bjorn hear a voice calling him babe and telling him to leave Misha alone. Bjorn was very shocked after hearing that voice, maybe most shocked after entering this world. Then that voice say that it will fulfill his lifelong wish. This, a voice of a girl in modern dress. Then she say that Misha have been completely fallen for her if he just flirted a bit. Yes, you guys might guessed it right. She is Bjornix. She is not looking like a hallucination. Then she say that maybe Misha is scared of being abandoned again. Bjorn feels that if he touch her, he could feel her body temperature. Now I think it should stop calling Bjorn a loser after seeing that he have such a hot ex. Bjorn was thinking that she is even acting the same. Then she say that this is his problem, that he always try to know everything, and he never tried to tell anything about himself. Bjorn was thinking that she is the same. She also did not say thing about herself. She puff her face and say what he don't know about her. He knows every nook and cranny her body, and he know it better than she do. Then she touched Bjorn's face, and Bjorn got flustered. She say that her stockings have changed, and his tastes remain the same. If you guys don't understand what just happened, her stockings changed after she touched Bjorn, because she is created by Bjorn desire, and Bjorn taste is rather unique. Bjorn start thinking about if this is what he really is. At such a movement, his first thought is sexual desire when seeing his ex-girlfriend. She hugged Bjorn and asked to live that wildcat and come to her. and he should be with her. And other girls won't understand him. Bjorn say, "Is that so?" Then she put her finger in his lips and say, "Yes, my love," and she will make him feel good. And before something good happens, Misha told Bjorn to snap out of it and give Bjorn X a uppercut to wake him up. Bjorn was completely fall for it this time, but Misha is not looking very happy about it. She is beating Bjorn's X very hard and just punching and kicking her face. Then she say that it's okay, and she took care of the dryad, so he should come to his senses. She is very happy about it. Does she have something against her, or she now have some feeling for Bjorn? How cute. I think now Bjorn was feeling embarrassed to fall for a dryad. Then the dryad state abnormality ambush is released, and her true form are shown, which is of a tree girl. Well, I think druids are famous enough if you have read few mangas or watched anime before. In this world, Dryad is a rare 8th grade monster in the witch's forest that uses the enchantment skill. They gained 2x per defeating it. Bjorn give himself some face by saying that it wasn't because of a field effect, but because of a skill. Then he say thank you to Misha and say that he would be in big trouble without her. Misha is very proud and say that it's nothing. Then she saw a team of explorers. They are the first explorers they met since getting lost. They ask Bjorn if they lost their way. Witch's Forest is not the main hunting ground, so there are very few people, and it's not easy to meet other explorers here. It's already the 8th day on the 3rd floor, so teams heading upwards would have passed by long ago. They ask Bjorn if both of them are separated from their team. Bjorn says yes, but Bjorn is not the one to easily trust people. Even in a dire situation, Misha got exited and asked Bjorn if they are saved now. Bjorn told her to stay calm. The lady from that group say that they are not bad peoples, so they don't have to be so wary of them, and she have children like him in the city, so he don't have to worry, and ask Bjorn to come with them. But Bjorn refused, because if she have children, then it's even more dangerous. Having children to feed means a more definite motive to earn money. Misha asked Bjorn about why is he doing that, and they might help them. Bjorn told her to be keep quit. Bjorn think a lot about what to do after meeting other explorers. He pondered this a lot, but the conclusion was always to first seek help. And if they promise some reward and ask them to lead them out of the forest, then it should be a reasonable deal for them too. But to make a deal, they first need to know who they are. Then Bjorn take a defensive position and introduces himself. Then a man with orange hair from the other group say that he is quite a cautious man. Then he introduces himself too. He is called Hansoo, and he is the scout of their team. Bjorn was very shocked after hearing his name. Bjorn has quite a record with the guys named Hans. That man laughs and say that it's a common name. I think it's a common name for plunderers. Bjorn also do not look happy and was thinking about why there are so many hands in this world. He deducted 1 point for having a bad name. Their team have 2 warriors, 2 archers, and 1 scout. And because of this, Bjorn feels that it's dangerous. Then Bjorn asks Misha if she trusts his judgment. She say of course she do. It might be a needle's worry of Bjorn, but they seem suspicious. So Bjorn told them that they have to go. They get confused and ask if they don't need their help. Bjorn needs help right now, but his instincts are screaming danger right now. So Bjorn told them that they can take care of themselves and don't need others' help. Then he told Misha to start moving. Then suddenly, an arrow come towards Bjorn, but Bjorn blocked it with his shield. Bjorn already knew it, that it not going to be easy. Then the other archer from their group asked the lady about why she did that. She asked him if he is just an idiot, or he didn't see his equipment. It is made from latinium. She asked how much she could sell it for, but that archers say that they're fellow explorers. Then the orange hair guy told him to back off if he can't do this. Then he say if he recognized the backpack that Bjorn is carrying. He told him that it's an expandable backpack, and it's so expensive that they wouldn't be able to buy it even if they worked their asses off for an entire year. It's looked like they already start claiming the things on Bjorn as their own, as if they already got them. That man say that he still can't do it. Then the archer lady told him to back off. One off there, warriors say that he is in it, and he is not rich enough to be nice to others. Misha asked Bjorn about why they are not running. Bjorn was analyzing the situation they are in right now. It's 5 versus 2, and they're also very exhausted right now. And other party have a pathfinder, so if they try to run away, then the other party will easily catch them. So there's only one way to get out of this situation. Then Bjorn told Misha that they need to stall for a bit of time. Then Bjorn asked them to negotiate. He told them that if he give them his expandable backpack as well as his shield, and they just have to spare their lives. Bjorn didn't finish talking, but then suddenly Misha come forward while crying and told them to just kill this barbarian, and she is a princess of the Therianthropes, and she will reward them all the money they want if they let her live. Even Bjorn got confused and was not sure if she really meant it or just saying this to stall for some time. After hearing that she is a princess of the Therianthropes, the orange hair guy got confused and the lady what to do. She say what is there to ask? They have killed both of them. Or do he think that they won't go outside and report them? Then the warriors of their team say that it's even badder, and he bet that the princess would have something valuable, and the finders will be the keepers. It's like they also get their share of the loot. They start running towards Bjorn and Misha like crazy. But it is too late now. The 6th or 7th rank monster Canabaro has appeared. I am not so sure about its rank. They are shocked after seeing Canabaro and ask about how long are these idiots are been lost in the witch's forest. Bjorn say 5 days, you bastards, but in his mind. Then Bjorn told Misha to hang on to him. Canabaros tend to follow their prey to the ends of hell, so it's impossible to run from them once you've come across them. So, Bjorn decided to run towards the other party. They got very confused by it. Using this moment, Bjorn attacked the orange hair guy head. Bjorn decided to use these guys as baits. Now that the aggro of the Canabaro shifted towards them, it's now their problem. To stop them from running, Canabaro used the skill mana mines. The orange hair guy told everyone to not move, because now there are mana mines everywhere. Then the archer lady say what to about those bastards. She is still thinking about Bjorn. The orange hair guy told her to focus on killing the Canabaro first, and they won't go that far. Bjorn also know about the mana mines, and he can't dodge them, so he planned to step on them as he run. Misha was worried about his foot. Then Canabaro used his skill summoned hound to summon hounds. The orange hair guy wasn't able to do much in front of them and got killed, and they can't dodge them because of the mines. The archer lady start crying, saying that she don't wants to die. The hounds also reached Bjorn and bite his leg, but Bjorn didn't stop, instead used flesh explosion. But because of that, he can't fell below his ankle. Well, how can he feel it? If his foot is completely gone, now he won't be able to run. So he changed the plan and told Misha that he is leaving everything to her. Then she say all right and told him to throw her towards the Canabaro. Misha, I chose you. It's feel good sometimes using references like this. Misha equipped her blade in the midair and attacked Canabaro with her full strength. Then she looked for others. Only the archer lady was alive. She say, please to Misha, and asked for her help while crying. She asked for a potion. She say that she will give her money when they are out. Well, Misha is not that soft-hearted and stupid to save the person who just tried killing them. Then she asked Bjorn if he is okay, and she told him that a potion won't help if he is that badly hurt. He told her not to worry about that. An injury like this is nothing in front of his skill, and will be healed in an instant. Misha was very shocked after seeing the foot appearing. She say that he is not even using a top-grade potion. with the vampire's essence and the immortal seal's natural regenerative power. In the context of the game, his natural regenerative power will be above 150. That would be enough to regenerate an entire limb with some time even without a potion. Now I am exited about what will happen when his immortal or undead seal got to another level. What will happen to him? Misha asked Bjorn about what is he, and say that he didn't even look like he is in the pain when he poured the potion. He say that it's the mental fortitude of a barbarian. He wasn't lying this time about this. Einar also didn't say anything when she took potions. Of course, it's because of the pain-tolerant stat for Bjorn, but it's the same thing. After that, he wear new boots because the old one get destroyed. Then they are tied the ropes. Then they start moving before more cannibaros get to them. Then Misha asked him about how he knows that those explorers were dangerous. He say that one of their names was Hans, and he don't like that name. Misha was shocked after hearing his reason. Bjorn say that it's fine since they managed to escape. Misha say that she could never imagine that that lady would do a 180 turn like that. Bjorn say that she could have been someone nice. If they didn't look that weak, or if they didn't possess expensive equipment, or if they didn't meet in the labyrinth, then she might have remained in their memories as someone who was kind. But she was the first one to pull the trigger. Misha say that she don't get it. Then Bjorn ask her the reason she go into the labyrinth. She say that because she needs money. Bjorn say that they are the same. Money is an efficient way to protect yourself, especially in this world where you are killed for failing to pay your taxes. And she have kids that she have to protect. They are learning quite a lot on this exploration. Now it's been 109 hours since they are lost in the witch's forest. Then they saw what they are looking for. In excitement, Misha asked Bjorn if this is it. Bjorn say yes and finally take a breath of relief. Misha almost cried because she was so happy to finally have some rest. This is the only place where they can rest within the witch's forest, the witch's hut. Now, Bjorn was just hoping that nothing bad happens this time. Like every time. After that, he put his hand on the tree and entered the witch's hut. The witch's hut is a randomly generated safe zone within the witch's forest, and it stays at that location for 8 hours. The field effects get temporarily undone here, as it is a safe zone where monsters don't exit here. It's hard to find, but it's the only resting area within the witch's forest. Even if this is called Witch's Hut, the resting facility is not less than a private farmhouse. It took them a long time to find the first witch's hut, but thanks to Misha's sharp eyes, they were able to find the next hut fairly quickly. It means they spend 8 hours in the first one, and after it disappeared, they found the second one very quickly. And now, there are 53 hours left until the labyrinth closes. If you guys don't remember, and was think why it taking so long this time labyrinth to close when before it closed within a week. The time it takes the labyrinth to close increase with every floor, but everyone exit the labyrinth at the same time, no matter the floor. Now, they entered the second witch's hut. But it's look like there are already someone in there. Misha say that she's seen this place 3 times now, but she just can't get tired of it. So it's look like it's not their second, but the third witch's hut. Well, that's not the most important thing now. Misha asked Bjorn if he also agree with her. Then Bjorn told her to keep quiet and he thinks that there are people here. Then she asked him, how did he know that? Then he told her that the maximum number of people that can enter the witch's hut is 5, and the portal to enter in it closes once the number reaches 5. It's good that there is only 3 more. If it's 4, then either Misha or Bjorn have been left outside. Misha got little disappointed. There is someone else here. Bjorn say that they should look for them carefully, and soon enough, they found them. But look what they have found. Did you recognize his armor? Yep, this is the guy who was shouting the most when he was with Elisa. But now he looks like homeless. Then Misha say that there are guys inside building too. And they are. They guys from before. Then Bjorn say that they should knock them before asking them. It's look more. Then knocking them out to me. He hit his face pretty hard. Even Misha can't stop herself from saying that she thought that he was just going to knock him out, after knocking all out and tying them with rope. Misha say that she is surprised that he is still alive. Misha took the words from my mouth. I was about to say the same thing. Then Misha say that she think that he may die soon. They don't even need to tie him up. Then Bjorn opened the potion bottle and poured on them. They start screaming and crying from the pain that they feel from the potion healing. They're knocked out again for some time because the pain is too much. After they wake up this time, they are in good condition and recognized Bjorn. Then he starts shouting that it's all misunderstanding, and they are just used by that bitch. He mean the Elisa. Then he start telling him what happened. He say that when they caught up to their teammates, there were only 3 of them, and to stop them from running away again, they injured the guy they assumed to be the Pathfinder. It wasn't a deep injury. It was just a scratch on the shoulder. Then again, some kind of light pushed them all back. It's looked like Dwarf used the artifact again. Does that mean the cooldown wasn't that long? When they woke up again, their Pathfinder had been killed by an ace spear through the head. Looks like Dwaki is quite useful now. Seems like the dwarf group managed to run away then. So that scream they heard earlier was Rot Miller's when he got hurt. And because their Pathfinder died, they couldn't case their team anymore. And they had to wander around. But the problem began on the Sen day after their Pathfinder died for them. Elisha take down there, tank called Hans first with her beauty. Yep, the same name. It's looked like author have something parasol with a guy named Hans. They realized only after they saw him get his life force sucked out of him, that she was the priest of Karu. Then he say that this all happened because she deceived them, and he swear to the goddess that they weren't trying to plunder or anything. Bjorn told him to shut up. Then he say that yes, didn't apologize yet. Then he start apologizing and saying that this all happened because they fell for her tricks. And he will also compensate him for all the damages, and ask Bjorn to show mercy on them. Misha told Bjorn that she will do as he say. Bjorn start thinking about what to do. He already killed several people after coming to this world, but that was all when his life depended on it, and the people he killed were absolute asshats beyond saving. But these guys are different. Bjorn did have a hard time because of them, but no one died in the end. This different from the past situations. So it's hard to decide if it's right to kill these people. Now it's a battle between his modern self and the barbarian self. The barbarian mind told him that why does right and wrong matter? It's easier to kill them, and why cause possible problems for the future? But his modern self told him that he should not kill someone just because they make a mistake. Then the barbarians say that it only applies to the world they used to live in. Then Bjorn asked Misha about what she thinks. She say that she can't trust these guys, and whether it was a mistake or not, they tried to kill them once. And she learned that that's not something you can ever forgive. Bjorn's mind become clear, like a all fog is clearing away. And there is a saying that goes like this, which is same as when in Rome do as Romans do. Otherwise, you might end up dead. So that's what Bjorn decided to do. He decided that this might be a mistake this time, but they might end up repeating it. So he got rid of them. Well, he got achievement for killing 10 people, which increased his mentality stat permanently by 1. Bjorn knew from the day he opened his eyes here that Bjorn Yandel is the name that he have to live with from then on. And not just in name only, but he have to live like a barbarian. That's the only way to survive in this place. Misha asked him if he is okay because his hand is shaking. He told her that he is fine and she should take their equipment. Then Bjorn start throwing them in the fireplace. Misha asked him what is he doing. Bjorn say that he is doing what he needs to do. Because of it, the time of the witch's hut increased by 8 hours. Bjorn confirmed it that it's like the game too, so there are 2 more left. so they will be able to rest at least 24 hours here. But Misha was worried after seeing him doing this. She asked him if he is really okay. Then Bjorn asked her what is she doing and why she is not resting. But she was looking a little scared. Then Bjorn told her that he will rest on the bed first. Now, Bjorn was thinking that this not ironic anymore, and the more he accepts the barbarian way of life, the more he can live like a human. Then he start dreaming about his past life. Sweet moments he lived. Looks like some moments of his life is enough to make people jealous of him. Then suddenly, he woke up and realized that it all was a dream. Misha was also sleeping like a cat near him. Then he realized that he is currently living in a monstrous strong body fighting real monsters. Then he looked at the fireplace, and by seeing the bones he realized that he sleep for nearly 8 hours. Then he looked at Misha and thought that the chair might be uncomfortable. It's looked like she is dreaming about eating good food. Then Bjorn asked her to wake up. She say 5 more minutes. Bjorn got angry by it and woke up, who knows how. Now 24 hours have left before the labyrinth closes and 1 hour before the witch's hut. Now they are eating and getting ready to survive the last day. And now if they just survive 1 more day, they will be out of this shitty forest and go back to the city. Misha say that she is gonna take bath as soon as she is back and ask Bjorn what he is gonna do. Bjorn say that he don't know. Then the witch's hut closed and they moved to the forest. But the forest has completely changed and become ominous than before. Misha asked Bjorn what has happened. But Bjorn is no condition to say anything because he knew what they have done. Because he sacrificed 3 people and 4 are sacrificed by someone else. And because of that, a special condition has met. And because of that, the overload of the 3rd floor, the Lord of the Chaos Ryakis, begun to roam the floor. The Floor Lord is a monster that acts as the field boss. In the game, they were called Floor Masters, and each floor had its own Floor Master. Misha was too scared to believe it. She told Bjorn to stop joking because she heard that the 3rd floor doesn't have a Floor Lord. Bjorn told her that it's not that there isn't one. It's just that the way to summon it was kept secret from the public. Because if some crazy bastard decided to summon it, then it wouldn't end with just a few deaths. Because the 3rd floor's Floor Master is the Lord of Chaos, Ryakis. All the monsters on the floor start hiding in the chaos because this monster not only affects the entire 3rd floor, but it also goes around massacring whatever it sees until it dies. The portal is also temporarily disabled, blocking transportation between floors. So running isn't an option either now. So if you are on the 3rd floor when he is summoned, then you should be prepared to die. Misha's mind was in complete chaos. She asked Bjorn why it appeared now. Bjorn told her that it's probably because of them. He told her that when they burnt those corpses in the witch's hut, that might have satisfied the summoning condition, because it's one of the summoning conditions. Bjorn thought that since it's been more than 10 years since this monster was summoned here, so burning 3 bodies wouldn't be a problem. But someone had already burnt 4 corpses before them. Misha started shouting at Bjorn, asking him what he had done, and because of him, all of them are going to die. Bjorn told Misha not to tell anyone about this, because if people find out that they are the ones who summoned the boss, then their end won't be anywhere nice. Misha started crying, saying that she's going to die because of a damn barbarian. What a switch. Up from the last time she told Bjorn that she would treat him as her savior. But since the status abnormalities have been undone, they can at least leave this damn forest now. Misha almost considered herself done for. She can't stop crying because of this damn barbarian. He told her that they will head to the orc habitat, because that's where they meet the Jajarwi clan. And according to the dwarf, they are a big clan that is active on the floors above the 6th, and they possess hundreds of members. It's obvious that they are going to die if they come across Ryakis, so if they want to increase their chance of survival, they need to stick with the Jajarwi clan. Of course, not everyone in their clan will be on the 3rd floor, but at least 10 teams are down here in order to maintain control. They reach the orc habitat, but there are already tons of people there. The Jarwi clan was trying to maintain the situation, but people are going crazy. Some are saying that they might be the ones who summoned the floor master. Some are asking to see their high-ranking mage so he can use a dimensional portal spell. Some are afraid that because they are large, they might be kicked out. It's complete chaos here. Then their priest cast a spell to calm them down. Then their leader told everyone to calm down and that they are safe now because their priest has just activated the proclamation. Destruction of evil spell. Their searchers are also keeping watch, and the third floor labyrinth will close if they just hold out for one day. And until then, the Jarwi clan, as outlined in their contract with the royal family, will do their best to make sure to return with as many people as possible. Then he said that if anyone does not follow the rules or creates conflicts, then they will have no choice but to kick that person out. So they should keep that in mind. He talked more than necessary, but it was a good speech. The guys who were panicking before calmed down too, and they will be able to rest a bit better thanks to the proclamation. Destruction of evil. It's one of a priest's essential skills. It allows for humans to enter and exit freely, but monsters can never enter the area. So they won't be kicked out for now, but they can't let their guard down, but soon they will have to face that problem. Then he asked Misha if she is confident in her ears. Misha got excited and said that she doesn't know that, but she does get compliments on them sometimes. Bjorn got confused about what she is talking about. Then he explained to her that he meant if her hearing is good. She got embarrassed and said that yes, she has good hearing. What is wrong with the girls in this world? She and Erwin were the same. I miss her. When is she going to appear again? Well, let's forget about that for now. Bjorn asked Misha to listen to the conversations nearby and tell him if there's any useful information. They all are just talking about who did such a thing of summoning the floor lord, and they are lucky that a 6th floor clan was on the 3rd floor. They've never seen such a wide-range proclamation. Destruction of evil and how the large clans are different. The clan is here for something, and Bjorn has a pretty good idea of what that thing is. But Misha fell asleep on Bjorn's arm while listening to the boring conversation. But as soon as Bjorn noticed, he moved his hand and Misha fell to the ground. He can't even let such a cute thing sleep properly. Misha asked him what the problem is. Bjorn just said soon. Misha got confused and asked him what it is. Then Bjorn told her to look around and told her that there are way too many people, and there must be at least 500 people already. Then Misha asked what will happen to them. Bjorn said that there are at most 50 people from the Jarwi clan, so they just have to wait and watch how they control this big crowd. Soon enough, the leader of the Jarwi clan that is on the 3rd floor came forward and reminded everyone that thanks to the proclamation, destruction of evil spell, this is the only safe zone on the 3rd floor. However, their priest would like them all to express their respect towards God. And to do that, they just have to give 1 million stones per person, and they must pay it here, right now. He said that the priest says that they can substitute it with magic crystals or other items. He sure is clever, because no explorer goes around with 1 million stones in their pockets. So they are going to take away their equipment to try and maintain order. He said that 1 million stones are respect towards God, and also the fee for protection, and they might lose some equipment and some potions, but they will have them as their protector, so they don't have to worry. But of course, everyone will be worried, because even if the proclamation, destruction of evil, is an op skill, it's nothing compared to the floor master. But even if they won't be able to kill the 3rd floor master, but Bjorn and others have to follow the rules. He told Misha to take out the things they need least. Thankfully, Bjorn and Misha won't need to give up any of their equipment thanks to their looting. Bjorn gave the equipment to Misha to exchange them for the protection fee, so he won't arise any suspicion. Well, it won't cause a problem in this chaos, so they are safe for now. But there are some people who started leaving because they don't want to pay the protection fee. After some time, Misha came back. But Bjorn is a little angry and jealous by the fact that Jarwi clan earned hundreds of millions just like that. It's like they're duplicating money. Now they have fewer people here, and they also earned money. 2 birds with 1 stone. But in the end, they also have to pray that the floor lord won't come here. But since the 3rd floor is pretty large, and they were just assuming that it would be likely to not come across the floor lord, but if it comes, then that would be the end for all of them. But Misha wasn't thinking much. She is just enjoying her food. Probably the people that left and the ones who stayed are trying to be optimistic, hoping that they won't come across the floor lord. But Bjorn prefers to prepare for the worst case scenario. Normally, the worst case scenario doesn't happen. But you can't guarantee that. Especially that's how it's always been with Bjorn. Now, there's only 5 hours left before the labyrinth closes. But it looks like their luck isn't really that great today. Bjorn can feel the reign of despair, the Lord of Chaos. Ryaki's passive aura skill. This skill deals small damage over a very large area of effect, and also reduces the opponent's mana resistance greatly. Wherever the raindrops fall, all field effects disappear. In other words, it's an overpowered skill. And since they are affected by this skill, then that means that Ryaki's is here. Everyone fell into a state of chaos. They are in despair. Some are angry towards the Jarwi clan for taking their equipment by saying that they will protect them and are asking them to keep their promise. This guy is too big. The trees are looking like grass in front of him. Jarwi clan leader prepared himself for huge losses and ordered everyone to take out all the things they have prepared. They started using their consumables. First, they used an advanced concentration support scroll and an energy regeneration support scroll. Then, they used a numbered item called Sunlord's Flag and imbued the weapon with Ursium's Light. I don't know the effects, but maybe it's very effective against dark or chaos attributes. They used all kinds of doping, type magic scrolls, consumables, numbered items, as well as equipment buffers. Within a minute, they used hundreds of millions of stones worth of items, so it's not wrong for them to take 1 million protection fees. Their leader told them that there are enough items, so they don't have to use them sparingly. They can earn the items back, but if they are dead, they are gone. Bjorn was also excited by seeing them fighting against someone like Ryaki's, and he is happy that he is not the only one who prepared for the worst. This is his first time that this fact made him happy. These people have risked their lives countless times to get to this point. That couldn't have been through with just pure luck. They started their fight with Ryaki's to stop him. Everyone was terrified and wanted to believe that it's just a bad dream, and they will wake up soon. But this guy is also shooting random beams from his mouth like Godzilla and cursing the warriors under his feet. The curiosity that I had for a long time about how they will fight this monster was resolved very simply. Close-range dealers, as well as tanks, will avoid fighting head-on, and they only barely block the lighter attacks. The warriors go right back to fighting as soon as they're healed, even if they're a wreck. Of course, I don't mean to speak for everyone. Not everyone is that lucky and cold-hearted to continue fighting at a moment like this. Of course, there is their leader to keep them motivated to fight. The current situation is that one warrior was instantly killed by being crushed. 3 long-range dealers died to Ryaki's breath attack. So in total, 4 people are already dead. And because of that, people start panicking, starting to talk poorly about the Jarwi clan. These people don't know what they're talking about. These people are doing the best they can. The warriors are maintaining their positions on the front line, and the mages are holding Ryaki's back. Of course, Ryaki's wouldn't be floor master if he were stopped just like that. He starts bringing forth his inherent power. Seeing this, Jarwi clan leader told everyone to stop attacking it, and they can't afford to make him feel threatened. They should destroy the energy orb first. Bjorn was worried about this, but thankfully, they seem to know about the dark sphere. Bjorn is certain now that they've shown that they know about the second phase of Ryaki's by controlling their attacks to prevent it from happening. But others don't know a thing. They are just confused about why they are not attacking. Jarwi clan knows how to defeat Ryakis, and at this rate, they might be able to survive until the labyrinth closes. Just 1.5 hours are left until the labyrinth shuts down. 11 people have died, which is about 20 of their total forces. It's not such a big problem that it guarantees horrible results. But the real problem is these explorers. They're starting to panic each time Ryakis goes into a rage, and the explorers who paid the protection fees die off. Well, it's their own fault for just spacing out and watching as the battle is happening on television, and not right in front of their eyes. Misha says that it's not looking too good, and shouldn't they be doing something too? Bjorn asks her to wait, and he is still thinking. People start saying that they can't wait anymore, and they should also join the battle, because too many people have already died, and they need to protect themselves. Some say that Jarwi clan took all their equipment. So how can they fight? After hearing that, everyone's focus goes to the equipment. Bjorn told Misha that they need to get out of there right away. Misha got shocked by this. Everyone rushed to take their equipment, but guards stopped them. Everyone says that they can't even keep their promise, and they're still thinking of taking the protection fees. Guards told them that if they don't stop, it will put everyone in danger, but explorers didn't listen to them and attacked them. Bjorn started running from there as fast as he could. Bjorn knew that this was bound to happen since there's no way a regular explorer would know how to defeat Ryakis. They start rushing towards their equipment like zombies. Misha got scared from seeing this crazy situation. Bjorn was clearing the path with his shield. Even if there are no other monsters now, the spirits of chaos summoned by Ryakis are weak mobs, but there are too many in numbers. So, Bjorn told Misha to run, and they don't have time to fight them, because they need to get as far away from here as possible. They just need to run a little more, and they will be away from the center of the forest, just the point right in front of them. But as always, Bjorn's luck is not good at times like this, and the Lord of Chaos, Ryakis, succeeded in absorbing his inherent power, and the field effect, Crevice of Evil, will be activated in an area within a 5-kilometer radius. It's Ryakis' ultimate move, Crevice of Evil. By seeing the darkness surrounding them, Bjorn got very scared. Misha was confused and asked him what is happening to them. Bjorn was sure now that this is Crevice of Evil. Crevice of Evil is an ultimate that Ryakis activates when he has absorbed all 10 of his spheres. The time limit is 45 minutes in game time, and if you can't escape the affected area within that time, then you will die no matter how strong you are. It's a kind of sure kill skill. And if there is one special feature, it's that regardless of location, you'll be pulled to the center of the floor no matter where you are. That's why Bjorn was trying to get away from the effective range of 5 kilometers. Now, everyone was transferred back to the center. There are about 200 explorers left. Amongst those are 20 from the Jarwi clan. There are 50 of them at first. Only 11 died within the first 3 hours, but a lot more died within the last couple of minutes after the other explorers went out of control. So it's obvious what happened while they were gone. The other explorers start asking them what happened, but this time they told everyone to shut their mouths. He is angry and says, "Do you know how many people died because of them? They will attack right away if they come any closer to them." But they didn't listen and asked how it's their fault, and if they hadn't taken their equipment in the first place, then it wouldn't have happened. Some are crying like crazy, saying that they will pay more just to let them enter. The Jarwi clan guy says that they should be thankful that they are not killing them right now, and it will be very easy to kill them. After hearing that, everyone became a little quieter. Then a man lifted his hand and said that he knows a little bit about it. He doesn't know the details, but he read in an ancient text that if they don't get out of here within the given time period, then they will all die. Then someone asked him, what is the time limit? He said that all he heard is that if they can go in any direction for 5 kilometers, they will be free. And of course, there will be monsters, a lot stronger than the chaos spirits before. but if they work together, they will be able to get out. Bjorn was surprised that he's right. Maybe he is an evil spirit too. I mean, the player like Bjorn. The problem is that Ryaki's clones and the spirits of chaos will come after them like crazy. As soon as they try to get out of here, everyone starts saying that they will die anyway if they stay here, so they should give it a try. Misha asks Bjorn what they are gonna do, because people are leaving. More than half the people left. Of course, Bjorn is not going to gamble on such a low possibility. He will gamble on something with a higher chance of succeeding, and that is with the Djari clan. But he was stopped by Misha's half-brother. Then he recognized them and asked Misha what she is doing here. Of course, Misha was hiding behind Bjorn's back, but Bjorn said, "Long time, no see." Misha's brother said, "What long time, no see?" And he didn't remember them being that close though. Then Bjorn asked him if they got the orc hero's essence. "In the flow," Misha's brother said. Luckily enough. But then he realized and pointed his sword towards Bjorn and asked him how he knew about that. But Bjorn smiled because his first gamble is a success. On the other side, Djari clan's current leader, who is actually Djari clan's vice captain, was assessing their current power. They have 23 people alive right now from the Djari clan, in which 3 are priests and 6 are mages, and 12 are long-range dealers, and only 2 are close. Range dealers, because when the uprising happened, too many warriors died. They managed to stall for some time by letting Ryakis absorb the spheres. Then an old mage from before asked him what will he do now and said that if he studied enough about Ryakis, then he should know that they are running out of time. Of course, their current leader knows that, but the lack of warriors is too pressuring for him to make a decision. They won't even be able to clear a path with just 2 close range dealers. Plus, the 2 left are a swordsman and a spearman. In other words, they no longer have any explorers who can be on the defense. Now he was thinking that if they had just one person who could act as defense, and guess what? Our Bjorn is perfect for just that. His clan members also start panicking. They say that the explorers have left, and he has to give them an order because they have no time, and they have to act while their attention is on other explorers. Their vice captain is under heavy pressure. Then Bjorn shouts, saying that he will open the path. Djari clan's vice captain heard it. He asked, "Who is that?" On the other side, Bjorn was verbally fighting with Misha's brother. Then someone told him that he listened in, and he seems to be the teammate of Karlstein's younger sister, and he doesn't need to mind him. He said that he will be the judge of that. Just answer his question. Then he told him that they don't know how he knew that, but he's requesting the orc hero's essence. He told them that he will open up the path if he gets that. Then their vice captain used his skill survival instinct. This skill lights up any target, which raises its user likelihood of survival, and Bjorn was shining like a light bulb in his eyes. Even he had never seen such a strong light from someone. His skill, which has saved him from countless dangerous situations, tells him that this man is the key to this situation. So he comes forward and asks Bjorn his name. Bjorn smiles because his second gamble is a success. He tells him his full name, Yandel's son, Bjorn, in case you guys might have forgotten. Then their vice captain introduced himself. He is called Iraz McLean. Then he asked Bjorn how he knew that they were after the orc hero essence. Bjorn said that it was his own assumption. Iraz asked him how he could assume something like that. Bjorn said that he thought about why such a large-scale clan would come down to the 3rd floor to take over the orc habitat, and they wouldn't have come with all those supplies if they were just here for the great orc warrior, which means that they must have had another goal, and that goal is the 5th rank monster orc hero, a kind of hidden boss that is summoned when you offer 777 magic crystals of the great orc warrior at that altar in the middle of the orc habitat. And the reason they had so many supplies was probably to prepare for the rare chance that an orc lord would appear. And since they have all those supplies, That means they didn't come across the Orc Lord. Iraz smiled and said that he figured that out. It's amazing. Then he asked Bjorn why they would need him. Bjorn said that he is a barbarian with the immortal seal, and he also possesses a vampire essence, a rupture guardian vampire at that, as well as a golem's essence, which has the feature of pain tolerance. Then Iraz said that there is no need to go into details. Does that mean that he can fight while taking potions? Bjorn said yes, that's all. Then Iraz said that it's not bad for a third-floor explorer. No, in fact, compared to the two remaining warriors, he is quite amazing. Iraz was very happy. It was like all his previous worries were gone in an instant. He said that he will invest in him. Then Misha's brother said that the essence was requested by a noble. But Iraz told him that it's enough, and they can just say that the essence didn't drop. Investing in Bjorn is definitely worth it if they can save even one more clan member for just the cost of an essence. Well, it looks like not everyone is happy about this. Then Iraz asked Misha's brother to bring the essence. Bjorn was happy that he was through the first obstacle. There are 3 orc heroes that are summoned with the magic crystal sacrifice. Each one of them is a named monster with unique names. In other words, they're advanced mutants with essence that are a pain to deal with. That is the reason you need an assault squad, even if they're just 5th rank monsters. They are usually called the 3 orc brothers, and each of them drops a different colored essence. Danish drops a red essence imbued with the shout of passion. Velta drops a blue essence imbued with the flag of fighting spirit. And Targus drops a green essence with the skill that Bjorn's shouting is based on. The essence Bjorn got is the green one that he really wants. But since he got lucky in getting this, it makes him feel like something really bad is going to happen soon. He opened the test tube and absorbed the orc hero's essence. The essence increased his stats greatly. Strength increased by 70. Agility increased by 35, fighting spirit increased by 40, physical resistance increased by 20, and bone hardness increased by 30. Bjorn could feel power boiling within him, and because of his heightened fighting spirit, he wanted to use this power right now. Suddenly, I got a thought in my mind. What will happen if you absorb the same type of essence more than once? Will it increase the level of the skill, or will the character not be able to handle it? Well, I don't know about that in this series, but I have a good thought about this in my story. Then Iraz told Bjorn to take off his equipment first and use the scrolls and potions that he provided him. They are giving Bjorn a hefty amount. Bjorn gave his backpack that had his equipment to Misha to watch over. Then he started using scrolls. He used a physical attack defense scroll, 1 advanced concentration support scroll, and 1 energy regeneration support scroll. Then he grabbed a bunch of potion bottles together and drank them all. One of them he used was a strength reinforcement potion, which increased his strength by 10 temporarily. The other one was Spirit's Tears, which increased his elemental attack resistance by 10 temporarily. And the other one was Basilisk's Flask, which temporarily increased his pain tolerance by the same amount. Then their priest used a bunch of their blessings. The first one was Spirit's Protection, which increased his mental fortitude greatly. The second one was Flames of Regeneration, which increased his physical regeneration power greatly. And the last one was Coffin of Sacrifice, which sounded more like a curse than a blessing. It increased Bjorn's taunt value greatly. So now all monsters will be attracted to Bjorn. Now it's time for Bjorn's vampire skill, Owner of Blood, which he is going to use for the first time. Iraz told Misha's brother that no matter what skill Bjorn will absorb, his will be the most helpful. I don't understand what class Iraz is. He clearly doesn't look like a mage or archer. And of course, he is definitely not a priest either. He didn't count himself when he was counting the remaining warriors either. Now, he also didn't let Bjorn absorb his skill, so we can get some idea. Well, whatever. We will know eventually. After that, Misha's brother made a cut in his hand and let Bjorn absorb his blood. Of course, he was not very comfortable with it. Bjorn temporarily absorbed the Talon passive skill, Corrupt One. And yes, Talon is Misha's brother's name. It changed Bjorn's eye color. And after seeing Bjorn's eye color, Iraz understood that he took the Corrupt One. Bjorn looked dangerous with his glowing red eyes and dripping blood from his mouth. Corrupt One is a passive skill that decreases your essence max stats by 1, but in return, it increases the effectiveness of all the active skills by 1.5 times. Oh, Bjorn's eye color changed back. After that, Iraz told him that it's time to get going. After that, Bjorn imagined the skill he earned through the Orc Hero's essence and used it. The skill is called Gigantification, and as its name implies, Bjorn started growing giant. Others were shocked, even though they already knew about it. Bjorn's size also increased his taunt value and bodily stats. And of course, just like the Hulk, his clothes tore apart and everyone was shocked by his size. I just can't imagine it. He is already giant compared to the girls. And if he used this skill by mistake in bed, I just can't imagine what will happen. But it looks like Misha really likes it. All the guys entered depression mode. So Iraz took off his cape and asked others to bring more capes because they needed to cover him. After that, Bjorn tied the ropes around to hide important things. Now he is ready to charge. Iraz said that only 30 minutes are left. Can he do it? Bjorn smiled and said, of course. Bjorn took a long breath and shouted and started running outwards. Now he feels that nothing is impossible for him. Then Iraz ordered everyone to keep up with him. Bjorn looks like he is wearing shorts. Now behind Bjorn are 23 clan members, Misha and 40, 3/3. Floor explorers. They joined Bjorn in return for giving up all of their equipment. Now under Iraz's judgment, they are not only paying with their equipment, but with their lives as well. Bjorn used the sacrificial seal on them. This increased Bjorn's bodily stats in proportion to the number of sacrifices within a 100-meter range. Of course, sacrifice is just for name. It doesn't affect the people marked with the seal. Now, Bjorn has so much power within him, along with the instinct to destroy. Thankfully, he doesn't need to repress this desire because he has countless miniature clones of Ryakis to destroy in front of him right now. Of course, the miniature clones are still over 2 meters tall, but they are small compared to Bjorn right now. He beat the dog shit out of them. This activated Ryaki's hatred, giving Bjorn a large amount of chaos, type damage. This is the reason the presence of a tank is important in the crevice of evil pattern. These self-destructive clones deal damage to the opponents that kill them. It's enough damage for Bjorn to feel pain despite all the pain tolerance. Of course, all he needs to protect is his heart thanks to the vampire essence. His passive skill, Source of Darkness, will not let him die as long as his heart is intact. So, if you're a squishy character that deals a lot of damage, whether you are a renowned swordsman or a famous archer, you are useless here. Iraz told Bjorn that it was dangerous, and he didn't have to deal with so many at once. Well, that's not easy to do for Bjorn right now, because with gigantification active, the likelihood of growing other monsters increases with the taunt value based on what size you are. And since barbarians are already big, you can imagine how much more those two things have increased. He is basically in perpetual provocation mode. That's why the explorers behind him are safe. Talon also tried to do the damage, but he was also affected by the damage reflecting. Damage deflecting dealt the same damage the attacker did, back to the attacker. Talon asked the priests what they were doing, and they should heal him. Bjorn got angry at him and told him to stop getting injured for no reason and back off. Of course, Talon was not very happy with him. Bjorn wants to be the only one on the front lines, and the reason for that is his new passive skill that activates when his HP is below 50%. The passive skill is called Hero's Path, and this skill increases its owner's resistance and tolerance stats. This is the skill that Bjorn wanted the orc hero's essence in the first place. It increases all defense powers when your H falls below 50%, and when your HP hits 20%, it maximizes its effects. So to utilize this as best as possible, he needs to be in front and take all the damage. So he told everyone not to come in front, and he will take it from here alone. Talon went back where he met the old mage. The mage said that it was indeed a wise choice of the vice captain. Who knows what might appear behind them? They can't just focus on the front. Talon said that's correct, but in reality, he is feeling terrible because if he attacks once, he is struck with horrible pain. That's why he had to fall back like an idiot. He was in front only for a short while, but he realized that all are the same there. And that is not something a human should be doing. He can't understand who Bjorn is. He just thought that he was just some stupid third-floor explorer who hangs around his halfling sister, and that he was nothing but a regular barbarian warrior who couldn't speak up when they told them to get out of the orc habitat, even despite the fact that he has pain tolerance and is a tank, unlike him. He can't understand how it is that he doesn't hesitate in this situation. They say that it was true that there is no one on par with a barbarian's courage. People started saying that it would be great to have someone like him in the clan. And their vice captain sure has a good eye. And they never expected him to perform so amazingly. They started asking his name and said that he had to be famous. He looked like someone who didn't know death, and they couldn't even imagine what would have happened if it weren't for him. Then they asked Misha who he was. She said that she didn't know. Then the old mage said that if Vulcan, who was called the hero of the barbarians, were to come back, then he thought that that's what he would look like, and there was no need to be curious about that barbarian's name, because everyone would know his name soon. Then they reached the end of the skill range. They could see the end in front of them. They sped up. They were almost there. And when Bjorn just stepped outside the zone, his soul power ended, and the skill gigantification ended. But thankfully, he escaped the range of the crevice of evil. People started crying. They were very happy. They were happy that they survived. But the people that didn't make it out in time were not that lucky, and the entire orc habitat was vaporized in just a blink of an eye. That was close for Bjorn this time. Iraz came to Bjorn and said that it was close, but they still needed to keep their guard up. He was right, because after escaping the crevice of evil, the first phase's insta, Kill Ultimate, one of the survivors would be chosen as the prey. It's a 1 in 15 chance for Bjorn or Misha to be chosen, so it won't be them. Or that's what he was thinking. But Misha said that she couldn't move her body. She couldn't move because she was chosen as the prey and had fallen into a state of paralysis. Bjorn couldn't believe his luck. Out of all people, she had to be the one chosen. Misha was confused about what happened to her. She asked Bjorn what was wrong with her and what this was. Then she saw other people and the look in their eyes. Even her brother looked away from her, because all of them knew about the prey. The prey is a kind of debuff, and the person who is hit with this debuff will be incapable of moving and will become the sole target of Ryakis. In other words, Ryakis will chase the prey down until the prey is dead. Iraz came and said how shocking it was to think that it would be his companion who became the prey. He said that they would protect her and asked Bjorn if he had any desire to join their clan. But Bjorn refused and said that he didn't intend on working for anyone right now. Iraz said that it was a shame, and he wouldn't have had a choice if it was him who had been chosen to be the prey. Then he said that it was the end of their deal now, and he hoped to see him again in the city. Bjorn said if he made it back alive, that is. Iraz said that he was sure that he would, because he had a feeling that he would make it back alive. Then he asked the mages and the priests to cast a buff on him, and said that he hoped that this would help him even if by a little bit in his journey. The buffs they cast were Wind's Blessing, which greatly increased Bjorn's movement speed. The other blessing was Sail, which would help him regenerate his soul power quicker. Bjorn felt that they were nice enough, because they were probably almost out of resources too. Bjorn was looking like he had just transcended the realm. Bjorn tied Misha on his back. She wasn't looking good. Then he said his thanks to Iraz. Iraz said, of course, to make sure that he survived because they would come after them if he ended up dead. Well, it was true. Bjorn smiled and said that it was time, and they should get going. Now only 15 minutes were left until the labyrinth closed. But it looked like these 15 minutes were going to be the hardest 15 minutes of his life. The Lord of Chaos, Ryagis, had awakened again. Bjorn started running, and Misha was tied behind him. She could feel the heat from Bjorn's skin as he ran, and she couldn't see behind. But she could hear the roaring that was getting closer. She was afraid that, at this rate, both of them would die. She said Bjorn's full name. Bjorn got confused and asked her what it was. She asked him to stop. She knew that the monsters were after her, not Bjorn, and she was sure that it was the reason everyone looked at her like that. And on top of that, even her family chose to ignore her, because her existence alone was a threat. She was feeling guilty for dragging Bjorn into this. Bjorn asked her what she meant. She said that he had done enough, and at this rate, he would end up dead too. She said that they were not even that close, and if it weren't for him, she would have died much earlier anyway. And then she said that her lifelong wish had already been fulfilled. She was talking about the spirit beast that Bjorn helped her to form a contract with. Bjorn said how funny. And she didn't want to die at all, so why was she saying that? Misha said that she meant it. Bjorn said that she was just afraid of being abandoned. Misha got shocked. Then she shouted and said why he didn't get it. She just didn't want to be a burden anymore. Bjorn asked her if that feeling was more important than her life. Then he told her to stop testing him by saying things in a roundabout manner. And if she wanted to live, then she just had to ask him to help her. Then at least they would have a chance. Misha was very surprised. She thought that it was what you'd expect to hear from a barbarian, but now she thought that she got what he meant. And from the witch's forest and onward, Bjorn had shown her what they needed to do in order to survive. She thought that she must have seemed like some whiny baby. Giving up and saying all those miserable things to someone who's trying to save her wasn't what she needed to be doing right now. Now, Misha's mind was clear, and she was happy. She completely leaned on Bjorn's back and said that if he saved her, then she would follow him around forever, helping him. Bjorn said that he thought that she had already said that before. Misha said that's true. Then she would give him all her rewards from this exploration once they were back. Well, she was happy, but sad at the same time. Bjorn smiled and said that's better. Bjorn really only knew the language of money. Soon Wind's blessing time ran out, and all the other buffs ran out too. And the rain started. That meant that Ryakis was right behind them. Also, there were a lot more spirits of chaos now too. They started getting in Bjorn's way. He wanted to use his skill a bit later, but now he had no other choice. He used the gigantification skill again. All his stats would increase while using the gigantification skill. But what was most important at the moment was that he could go farther with one step. And with the remaining soul power, he would be able to maintain gigantification for around 2 minutes. He asked Misha to set the time and tell him. Misha said exactly 196 seconds were left. Bjorn said she might be bored right now, so she should start counting the time. She said okay and started counting. And Bjorn started fighting the spirits of chaos. Of course, their effect was similar to Ryaki's miniature clone, but the damage was nothing compared to the damage Ryaki's clone caused after being destroyed. Bjorn was kicking them like footballs. But it was the end of his playtime because Ryaki's was here, and 90 seconds were still left. The spirits of chaos that were after them have decreased in number, thanks to the breath attack. It's easier to run now, but that also means they are now within range for him to attack. Ryaki's tried to crush them under his feet, but Bjorn dodged the attack. The mace in his hand looked like a chopstick. The Lord of Chaos, Ryakis, is in front of them now. Misha told Bjorn that it's fine now, and he can leave her. Bjorn told her to stop whining, and that he has no intention of leaving her here to die. Misha said that she is not worth saving, and he should save himself, but Bjorn reminded her that he had made a promise. Besides, what about his frost ring money if he left her here? Misha asked if he was going to die here just because of some promise. Bjorn asked who said they were going to die. He was going to make it out of here alive. As he said this, Ryakis attacked and Bjorn's hand was gone. Misha screamed after seeing his hand gone, but Bjorn just asked her for the time. She told Bjorn to leave her. Otherwise, he would also die. In anger, Bjorn said, "Misha Karlstein, tell me the time." Misha, crying, said that 60 seconds were left. Ryakis readied his next breath attack. Bjorn needed to endure 1 minute with one arm missing. Escape wasn't an option anymore since Ryakis was already there. I guess it was going to be a bit difficult. Bjorn started running towards Ryakis. Misha got confused and asked him what he was doing and why he was going toward Ryakis. Bjorn told her to count the time instead of whining. Misha started counting, and there were still 53 seconds left. Ryakis attacked Bjorn with his breath where he was earlier, so Bjorn ran towards Ryakis' legs, making it harder for him to attack his own legs. However, it would be the end of them if Ryakis moved even a little bit. Ryakis was attacking Bjorn, and Bjorn was dodging his attacks while Misha was counting. Bjorn learned Ryakis' attack patterns when he was watching the Djarwi clan fight him, so now he could somehow dodge Ryakis' attacks. But his condition was deteriorating with every movement he made. Still, 25 seconds were left. Bjorn kept dodging the attacks, but this time he was a little slow and got hit by Ryakis' tail, falling to the ground. After that, Ryakis raised his claws and attacked Bjorn. Now Bjorn couldn't dodge this one, but thankfully, Bjorn's soul power ran out at the right time, ending his giantification skill. Ryakis aimed directly at his heart, so he would have been a goner if he got hit. Bjorn was relieved that he survived luckily. He then started running towards Ryakis again. Now only 10 seconds were left. Bjorn ran and grabbed Ryakis' claw, gripping it tightly. To make the grip even stronger, he bit Ryakis. But Ryakis swung his hand, making Bjorn lose his grip, then grabbed Bjorn in his hand and tried to eat him. But Bjorn smiled at him and said, "It's too late, you piece of shit. The time is up and the labyrinth is closed." He teleported back to Rafdonia. There were people waiting for their loved ones outside the portal. Some were worried. Some were thinking about how much they would earn this time. When the time came, the gate spat out people, and they were all in bad condition. Everyone was confused about what had happened. They were in shock until someone said they should contact the guild. Some people were able to maintain the situation and quickly took action to save them. They moved the injured and set up a temporary shelter for them. Of course, Bjorn was in the worst condition. People pitied him and said that he was going to die soon. Then Misha woke up completely fine, and as soon as she realized she was alive, she looked for Bjorn. Everyone was looking at Bjorn, thinking about what must have happened for him to come back in this condition. They said that even if he's a barbarian, this condition was too much. Misha pushed through the crowd to see Bjorn. Bjorn was in very bad condition. Some people said they should contact the temple. Misha was very scared, telling Bjorn to live and not die. Then she checked Bjorn's heartbeat, and his heart was still beating. Misha was crying, but relieved. She said that he was just sleeping and had scared her. Only Bjorn could be considered sleeping in this condition. Soon, the news of the Floor Lord spread. People said that more than 30 people had died from the Djarwi clan because of that monster. One man said he heard that hundreds of people had died and that the guild would announce it tomorrow. He also heard from one of the survivors that it was thanks to one person that many were able to make it out alive. Another asked if he meant the Iron Lion Vice, Captain McGlane Iraz. He said no. Apparently it was some third-floor explorer who happened to be there. The other guy asked if there was someone that's strong among the third-floor explorers. Then he asked for the person's name. He was told that the person's name was Yandel's son, Bjorn, a barbarian who had entered the third floor just 3 months after his first labyrinth journey. The mage who told him said that Bjorn had yet to accomplish anything that would make him a hero, because he was young, but he was sure to become one. And so it would be fitting to call him the Little Vulcan, after the hero who was braver and greater than anyone else. This name and story spread quickly in the city, and Bjorn became quite famous overnight. But being famous also meant that there would be more unexpected events in the future. A man who seemed to be of high status was reading news about Bjorn that detailed his accomplishments so far. He was impressed, noting that there weren't many explorers who had accomplished so much in so little time. He had never seen a case like this before. Ever since taking this job, Bjorn had better essences than ordinary explorers, and he had grown abnormally fast. So he couldn't chalk this up to luck. Looking back in history, there were some who were similar to Bjorn, beings born into this world with a special fate laid out for them. These people were called heroes and were written down in history. He wondered which one Bjorn was, a hero or an evil spirit. After a long sleep, Bjorn woke up. At first, Bjorn was confused. Then he realized that he had come back along with Misha. Misha was sleeping near him with a cloth in her hand. Maybe she had wiped all the blood off Bjorn, and maybe she had done more than that. 2 days later, Bjorn went to the pub to meet with the rest of the team members. People were still talking about the Ryaki's incident and the brave barbarian, Little Vulcan. Bjorn had really become quite famous this time, but they were also talking about the bastard who summoned Ryakis. If they knew that it was also Bjorn, his end would be really bad. Bjorn and the party started chatting. Rottmiller said that he was really glad to see both of them alright. Misha also asked him how he was, because she had heard that he got hurt in the witch's forest. Rottmiller said that he was really sorry for that, and if he hadn't gotten hurt, then they wouldn't have had to suffer in the witch's forest. But Bjorn said that it was enough, and they should order first. After ordering some food, Bjorn asked the dwarf about what happened to them. The dwarf said that it would be a short story since he already knew that Rottmiller was hurt. So he started the story after that. He used the Guardian's wrist guards once again to stall for time. Misha was surprised and asked him if he could use that item that often. I was also confused if that item had such a short cooldown period, but Bjorn seemed to know how he did it. The dwarf laughed and told her that if you use the skill Emergency Restoration, then you can restore the use count of an item. He said that it was a piece of wisdom from his predecessors. If you guys don't remember, it's the skill he used to restore his shield during the fight. At first, I thought that this skill was nothing much, but now I think it's kind of a cheat skill. He could even open a shop to restore people's item use counts. But that's not the main thing here. The main thing is that Misha was making Bjorn eat broccoli, and she was even feeding him with her own hands. Dwaki was confused seeing both of them doing this. He didn't understand when they got so close to each other. Did Dwaki have feelings for Misha? Because he was the one Misha talked to the most during the expedition. The dwarf continued his story. He told them that they ran far enough to treat Rottmiller and then tried to find Bjorn and Misha, but they were too far away for Rottmiller to detect them. So they continued to go around looking for them. But then they came across that woman again on the third day. Misha got excited and asked what happened after that. The dwarf said that it was a given. They ran away and took a portal to the 4th floor. They were successful in being the only ones to get up there. This triggered Bjorn, and he understood how that happened. They had taken advantage of the entry restriction. Let me explain it clearly. The color of the portal leading to the 4th floor, which is also known as Sky Tower, changes regularly. If you manage to enter the portal right before the color changes, then it blocks off the people after you. In simple terms, people enter separate spaces according to the color of the portal. So if you enter a color and then the color changes, the people after you can't enter the same space as you. The fourth floor is a 100-floor tower in itself. Once the trial on a floor is cleared, it is not regenerated. That's why the color changes and teams enter different spaces. So all of them cleared their floor trials. Since the floor monsters don't respawn after clearing it, it becomes a safe zone. The dwarf said that it was pretty torturous to just do nothing on the first floor of the tower for 10 days. Bjorn got angry, thinking that they were the ones who actually went through torture. Then he said that luckily, they got an essence on the first trial. Bjorn was shocked. Then the dwarf said that it was an essence of mimic, a 7th rank monster. Rottmiller said that he was the one who took it. Bjorn was more shocked now. He couldn't understand what the fuck was going on in this game. The 7th rank monster, Mimic, is a rare monster, making its essence so much more valuable. It's not a combat type essence, but it gives you an active skill called Treasure Room, which allows you to open your own personal pocket plane. The main point is that when you open the Treasure Room for the first time, all kinds of items are randomly distributed throughout. Bjorn asked what they got. The dwarf said that it contained 2 million stones worth of mana stones, 3 highest grade potions, a numbered item in the 8,000 series, and another in the 9,000 series. Now Bjorn was angry and said what the fuck. The dwarf said there was no need to curse. Bjorn bent the spoon while controlling his anger and said sorry, that he was just very shocked. Bjorn was thinking why this damn dwarf was so lucky. Then Rottmiller said that even though they were numbered items, he didn't need them and was going to sell them and divide the money from the sale. But the money would be more than 10 million stones. It's still so much, even if they split it up. Bjorn said his congratulations to the 3 of them. Then Misha asked him why he was breaking the utensils. Bjorn said that it was just that he couldn't control his strength because of the orc hero essence. Misha said that he had always been able to control it just fine. Bjorn said that it's not like she had seen all of him. Misha said if he put it like that, then she might have. The dwarf was also confused about what was going on here. He asked what happened to them. He said that he had heard the news a bit. Misha tried to tell him, but Bjorn stopped her and said that he would tell the story. Bjorn did this because there were things that he couldn't reveal. Then Bjorn told them what happened to them after getting separated. Of course, he hid the main things and twisted the story a little bit. Everyone congratulated Misha for getting her contract with the spirit beast. Rottmiller said that it must have been hard for her until now, but she meant that it was thanks to Bjorn. Misha laughed awkwardly and said what she meant was that they wouldn't have come back alive if it weren't for Bjorn. The dwarf said that getting the orc hero essence from the Djarwi clan was great, but 2 million stones for the protection fees was just too much. So they would give Bjorn and Misha 1 since they were partially responsible. Bjorn was very touched by the dwarf's words, thinking if he was a ray of light instead of a dwarf. Dwaki said that it was the greatest and most awesome story he had heard in a while, and it was such a shame that he couldn't be there. He looked pretty fired up like a kid whose father had told him a brave story. The dwarf said that no one would be able to argue against the nickname Little Vulcan after such an accomplishment. But, as always, Bjorn was unaware of his own news in the city. He asked the dwarf what he meant by Little Vulcan. The dwarf said, did he not hear it? He told him that this was what people were calling him. Then he told him that he got his nickname from being compared to the barbarian hero of the past ages, Vulcan. So people gave him the nickname Little Vulcan. Of course, Bjorn was not very happy about getting a nickname this soon. In the game, it was good to raise your fame stat, but this is reality. He would receive unwanted attention if he suddenly became famous. The dwarf said congratulations to him for getting a nickname on top of a 5th rank essence, and he was sure that he would make it big. Bjorn just said thanks to him. Then Misha made a cute face and said that there was still something important to discuss. She was talking about how they were going to split the money. They also got the reward money for reporting Kurui Priest. They got 3 million for reporting Elijah. This is what Team Misha and Bjorn got after the discussion. The team profit share was 2.44 million. They got 1.2 million from reporting Elisha, plus 1 million as assistance from the dwarf party he talked about earlier. They got 3.11 million from the equipment disposal they got from plunderers, plus 800,000 monostones they obtained after separating. So in total, they got 8.55 million stones. Now, if you subtract the money they used for equipment repairs and priest healing fees for Bjorn, they were in profit of 7.65 million. Of course, they were not getting the share from what the dwarf party got on their own, like what they got from the mimic essence. This is the reason Bjorn was that angry. Then Bjorn told Misha that originally they would split it evenly, but she must remember what she said. She swore to give it all to Bjorn when they were chased by Ryakis. While crying, Misha said fine, he could have it all. Then, after a few days, Misha and Bjorn were hanging out together. Misha said that the labyrinth is a pain, but the real world is hard too. Bjorn said that he had taken care of most things that he needed to take care of. He picked up the equipment from the repair and some of the consumable items he needed, and they even looked around the auction. Misha said, "That's great." She was looking very happy hanging around with Bjorn, but Bjorn was confused why she kept hanging around him. He thought that she might be sad about the money since he took it all. But he took it all so that he could manage it better. And the 7.65 million stones is not a big amount if they consider the future. Essences are important as well as weapons and equipment. He needed to focus on making Misha stronger since she is Bjorn's main party member now. This again reminded me about Erwin. Where is she? Did she not hear the news? He is quite famous now. Even the people on the road recognized him, or at least his name. Bjorn said that he was going to go back now, and asked Misha what she was going to do. She said that she was going to stop by her family. Bjorn was a little confused. Misha said that she might be there until tomorrow or the day after. Bjorn was confused about why she looked scared to tell him that. Of course, he was a bit worried. But it's her business, not his. He just said good luck to her. In a scared tone, she said that she guessed she felt better now. Of course, she didn't sound better at all. Then Bjorn gave her a big good luck and asked her if she felt better now. Misha, feeling a little better, said that she would be back and told Bjorn to not skip his meals. She was a little embarrassed saying this. Bjorn just said, all right. Then she said that he needs to eat more vegetables too. Bjorn thought that she said that she would treat him like her savior, but she is treating him more like her son, just like his ex-girlfriend. After that, Bjorn entered the wagon and frightened everyone. His first assignment was to level up Misha. Of course, he could move to a higher level team now, since he had better specs, but he wouldn't be able to take Misha with him. So he would stay in this team for now, and Misha could level up the contract with her spirit beast, and get an essence too. They also needed to change her main weapon. When he was going through the road, he saw an execution again. Then he said that he knew the first few days had been too quiet. As always, there were some crazy people. This time, people were here to see an evil spirit. But they were disappointed, saying that their blood is red too. Hearing the evil spirit's name, Bjorn came to look. And look what we got here. Lion's son. Tariqan, the person he gave money to buy a weapon. But it looks like he didn't buy a weapon with the money Bjorn gave him. Instead, he pretended to be a human to get a job in the city. Tariqan then showed Bjorn and tried to call his name. But thankfully, his mouth was covered. Then he got executed. Bjorn just looked away. Then he remembered that that could be him, and he decided to give up on helping others out of pity. Then a man came and asked him if he was Yandel's son, Bjorn. Bjorn told him to screw off. That man said not to be so harsh, and that he was in a similar position as him. Then he said Yusa, Thailand, Europe, and asked him where he came from. Bjorn predicted that this kind of thing would happen one day. but he didn't expect it to happen this early on. This man says that he is from the USA. Bjorn only knows one answer to this kind of situation, and that is the Einar method. He makes an angry face, and just like Einar says, he tells the man to stop saying things that he can't understand and be straightforward. The man gets a little scared and says that he almost fooled him there. He has been here for only 3 months, but he is already really good at acting. Bjorn asks what he means by acting and tells him to be straightforward. The man again says that he doesn't have to be so harsh. Then he asks Bjorn if he's here for that Guam too. Bjorn says what? Because this bastard misspelled the word game. The man says that it is really great to earn a title in just 3 months. It took him more than 3 years to really settle down. And he is human too. But now all Bjorn can hear is that he is trying to scam him. If Bjorn falls for this scam, it will cost him his life. The man says that he doesn't have to tell him where he is from if he doesn't want to. They are all outsiders here, after all. Then he again says that they have a Guam association kind of thing that they formed. Did he want to join? Then, Bjorn says that he wants to ask him something. Then he asks the man if he is an evil spirit. The man gets a little confused at first. Then he says that he gets it. He kept being indirect, so it must be hard to believe. Then he says that yes, he is an evil spirit. Then Bjorn shouts and says that the vice chief always said that he needs to kill every evil spirit he sees. The man is in shock. He asks what he means by kill. After that, Bjorn starts punching him. That's right. A barbarian never holds back when faced with injustice. After that, both of them are taken by the security. A guard there recognizes Bjorn the Little Vulcan. He is also the guard's captain. He thanks Bjorn and says that his brother came back from the labyrinth thanks to him. Bjorn asks him if his brother is in the Jarwi clan. The guard says that his brother was just one of the people who had paid the protection fees. Bjorn is little surprised because only about 10 of those guys probably lived. Then Bjorn says that he is hungry. And how long does he need to stay here? He is already feeling icky that he didn't get to kill that evil spirit. Bjorn beat him almost to death before the guards caught him. The guard's captain tells him that they are still investigating this, so he has to wait just a bit more. And if what he said is true, then they will let him leave. Then a guard comes running and tells his captain that the bloody mess, the suspect, had a token of an evil spirit hunter. The captain is shocked, and Bjorn is confused about what this evil spirit hunter thing is. Then they move to the room where the man is being treated. A man there has a red armband. I forgot what this thing is called, but it reminds me of the attack on Titan anime. That man tells them that he is not an evil spirit. Bjorn says that he said he is an evil spirit with his own mouth. But now he's not. Do they think he will be fooled by that? The man tells Bjorn that they go through this with everyone who's accomplished a lot within a short amount of time. It's all just part of the system. Bjorn tells him to stop and says that he won't understand it if he explains it like that. Then the guard's captain tells Bjorn that they thought that he is an evil spirit. Bjorn says, "What? Me?" Then Bjorn starts acting angry and says that he will crush their skulls. The man is barely saving his life. He says that it's all just customary. Bjorn tells him to explain easier. Or is he trying to mock him? The blonde man from before doesn't make a single sound in fear that he will get beaten up again if he does. They say that it's hard to explain. Bjorn makes an angry sound again. Then they say that this won't happen again. After giving them a nightmare and making sure that they won't dare to do this again easily, he got out from there. But he is still a little shocked because he didn't expect them to know so much about them. He understands that the bastards here aren't all idiots. Thankfully, this time, Bjorn was able to catch on because of the pronunciation of game, like how Japanese people say Makuta Naruto. Now, it makes sense to him how Tarikan was executed, in a strange city with no one to depend on. If a person suddenly approaches you relating to your experiences, So it is easy to get fooled. Not only in the another, but in the real world too. Well, I guess that it went smoothly for Bjorn at least. Then Bjorn enters his room, and as soon as he enters, he steps on an envelope. He notices it and picks it up. There is a red pill inside it. Then Bjorn opens the letter in it too. The letter content is like this. This letter is randomly sent to those they presume to be a player. If you can read this, then do not reveal to anyone that you're a player. And please don't translate this letter even if you are caught by an evil spirit hunter. Anyway, what they want to say is that they have a community where every player's anonymity is 100% guaranteed. And once you take the pill they have put in the envelope, you can enter the community. You should throw away the pill if you do not wish to join. And they wish for your survival. In the end, they also write some good words for the Rafdonia's king, maybe to prove that they are real. At Rafdonia's royal family's direct affiliate, the secret security agency, the man from before reports to his senior about Bjorn. Their leader says that his order was to simply follow him. Then the man from before says that his subordinate thought that it would be easy to catch him since he's only been in this world for 3 months. Then his leader asks him the results. He activates a crystal ball and says that he thinks that he should see that for himself. The video is from the start when that man approaches Bjorn and gets beaten up. Their leader says that in this situation, an evil spirit would normally choose to run away, but he attacked him without any hesitation. So, he confirms that Bjorn Yandel is not an evil spirit. Then that man thought if Bjorn is really fated to be a hero. And if this is true, then this is good, because this city is always in need of more heroes. Next morning, Bjorn went to the magic tower. He thought that the letter he received yesterday was real, which also meant he should act like he was trying to figure out what it was, so he could appear ignorant in front of others. He showed the letter to Raven, who told him he must have made himself known to others. Bjorn was confused by what she meant. Then she told him that everyone gets one when they become a bit famous, so he didn't need to worry too much about it. She added that if he had come to her right away, she could have checked the writing, but now it was probably gone. Bjorn checked the letter again and saw it was now just a plain piece of paper. Raven asked Bjorn if he was curious about what the evil spirits would have written in it. Bjorn acted confused and asked, "Evil spirits." Raven said she forgot to tell him that the letter was from an evil spirit. Bjorn acted surprised and said he didn't know it was a letter and praised Raven. He was acting too stupid. Who would fall for that? Well, Raven did. She was very proud of herself and said she thought most people wouldn't know that. Then she asked Bjorn if there was a pill in the letter and if he knew what it was. Bjorn said he had no clue. She told him that it was made by a mage who was very skilled in psychological and dimensional magic, as well as alchemy. If he took it, he could enter a specific spirit realm. This time, Bjorn was really confused and asked what a spirit realm was. Raven told him to think of it as a different dimension, where he would leave his body behind, but his consciousness would be elsewhere. Then she explained on a green board like a teacher. If he took the pill, he would be called to the spirit realm every 15 days. They would likely exchange information there. Many had tried to infiltrate the spirit realm to get information, but were found dead the next day. Bjorn would have been screwed if he had taken it. Raven told him not to take it, even if he was curious. Bjorn asked Raven if that meant it was poison. Raven asked Bjorn how he saw the mages and told him that the medicine didn't have poison in it. Bjorn asked why people died then. Raven told him there were many theories, but the most believable one was that the spirits could tell who was and wasn't an evil spirit. So they cut off the invader's soul from their body. This meant some player Bjorn didn't even know about would have his life in their hands. Then Raven said she remembered one more important thing. People look like their souls in that realm, so they couldn't tell what they actually looked like in the city. Didn't she know too much about a realm where normal people of this world didn't come back alive? Bjorn asked if she couldn't just use magic to tell who had taken the pills. She said they couldn't do that, and there was no way to figure it out. Otherwise, all the evil spirits would have been caught. Then she told Bjorn it was time to start today's test. She would start by drawing his blood. Bjorn started thinking that since anonymity was really guaranteed, and he could acquire information from there, perhaps he had also found a way to get back to reality. So, should he take it? Bjorn was busy thinking about it, and Raven was excited to start her evil experiments on Bjorn's body. Bjorn kept thinking about it, and no matter how many times he thought about it, he decided it was best to take it. The decision Bjorn made after a careful comparison of the risks and returns was that if it was a dangerous pill, then the community wouldn't even exist. But that didn't mean he would take it immediately. Even if it was anonymous, the one who sent the invitation would know who the newcomer was. For example, if Bjorn was the only one who had recently received the letter, they would know who he was as soon as he entered the community. So, if he was going to take it, he would do so after 3 to 6 months from now, since he was not in urgent need of the information right now. 15 days since coming back from the labyrinth. In the research lab on the higher floors of the magic tower, a man was speaking to someone on a magic crystal, calling her Soul Queen and asking her about the newcomer this time. Soul Queen told him that they didn't come. Then, the mage said that he must not have been a player then. Soul Queen asked him what he would do about the letters he postponed sending. He said that they shouldn't delay sending them any longer just because of him, and that she should send them out in order. This mage had high expectations because he heard that he had. Well, whatever, he was waiting for someone. But now it looked like Bjorn wasn't him this time either. I don't know if this mage is male or female, but if the person this mage is waiting for is Bjorn's real self, then maybe this mage is Bjorn's real self, his ex-girlfriend. Again, I'm just saying what I was thinking. After that, in an Explorer Guild branch, Bjorn got promoted to 6th rank Explorer. Every day, Bjorn took care of the things he needed to, like homework, which made time flow faster. During all of that, he spent monster stones like water. He wasn't sad about it since he used them on things he needed. He got a new heavy mace that cost him 400,000 stones and enchantment of acidity resistance on his shield and armor for 510,000 stones. He also got something absolutely necessary for the protection of his privacy when he was a giant. Family jewel protection pants for a whopping 900,000 stones. They had enchantments for automatic recovery, shape-shifting, and resistance to acidity. Misha said it must be hard for him to find one that fits him. Bjorn asked her about her new twin blades. They were 70% the size of a standard longsword and named Leisha's twin blades, costing 550,000 stones. She also got the blood of a beast for leveling up her spirit beast, which cost 200,000 stones. Thanks to that, she could now imbue her weapon attacks with her ice element. He was very proud of it and asked Bjorn what he thought of it. Bjorn put a finger in his ear and told her that her movements were still a bit awkward and that she should practice more. Bjorn also reached level 2 of his immortal seal. Sorry for the name confusion. I sometimes use the words undead seal and immortal seal interchangeably, but both are the same thing, so don't get confused. Getting it to level 2 only cost Bjorn 100,000 stones. Compared to others, it was still cheap but not easy. It only took 10 minutes for the second level, but the pain was as if the 12 hours of pain he felt during the first level were condensed into those 10 minutes. Pain tolerance did not work on it. A shaman asked Bjorn to pick one stick, and he would look at his fate. Bjorn picked one randomly. The shaman took it from him and started reading it. Bjorn was a bit nervous. The shaman asked Bjorn about his birthday. Bjorn was shocked that barbarians knew their birthdays. The old man laughed and said he was just kidding. How would a warrior know such a thing? Bjorn got angry and asked him about his fate. The old man told him that whether it be good or bad, all the things that others experience maybe once in their lives, he was fated to experience countless times. This was the fate of those they commonly called heroes. Bjorn didn't care what he said, because he thought that nothing would change anyway, and he just needed to do what he needed to do, so he could endure whatever problem he might face. Then Misha came and told Bjorn to have breakfast. After that, Bjorn went to receive his third seal. The shaman said he had never seen someone receive their third seal so fast. Then he told Bjorn he had 3 routes ahead of him: the spirit of flames, the spirit of hard steel, and the spirit of wilderness. He explained their features and powers, which were the same as in the game. So Bjorn decided to take the spirit of wilderness. As always, the shaman started his work and Bjorn started screaming. The 3rd level of spirit seal cost him 200,000 stones. His resistance to physical attacks and fire tolerance increased. His power and physical stats also increased. These were the basic stat increases. The main thing he got from the spirit of wilderness was the skill Wild Outburst. The seal also greatly increased his basic threat level. This meant that all he had to do was breathe to aggro the monsters. The skill Wild Outburst also temporarily increased his threat level 3-fold, along with his physical stats. On top of that, if he used Giantification, it would also greatly increase his threat level. Maybe at that level, even his teammates might want to beat him. Bjorn was imagining what he could do with this when the shaman quietly came and spoke in his ear that he looked tired and could leave now. This scared Bjorn. As he was leaving, the shaman stopped him and said there was something about his fate that he didn't tell him yesterday. Bjorn asked what that was. The shaman told him to beware of those with a lot of hatred in their hearts, because he seemed to attract them to him. If he could resolve their hatred, it would be good for him. If he couldn't, it would come back to bite him. Bjorn told him he was leaving. When he got out of there, Einar called him. She was hiding in the bushes. Bjorn asked what she was doing there. Einar told Bjorn to be quiet, as it would be bad if she got discovered there. She called Bjorn to her and said she heard from the elder that he earned the title Little Valken. Bjorn said it was not a big deal. Einar asked Bjorn what happened and wanted to know the overall story. After hearing it, she said she was worried since he was alone, but since he was in the same team as the dwarf, that was good. Then Bjorn said it was okay, but wondered why she looked so thin. Didn't the elder feed her? She said it wasn't that. She was just condensing her muscles. Bjorn was confused. Einar said she didn't really know what it meant either. Then a loud voice called out, asking where she ran off to this time. She said she had to go and thanked Bjorn for the story, asking him to visit her again. Bjorn asked if it would be all right. She said it was okay. She just had to train twice as much and could give up on sleep. Bjorn thought that was even more worrying. As Bjorn started to leave, Einar called him again, saying she almost forgot to say this, but she was glad he looked like he was doing well. Bjorn was a little surprised. Einar told him that back then, he was full of determination to survive, and that wasn't bad either. But he looked more relaxed now. Maybe it was because his new friends were trustworthy. She said she would come back as a more trustworthy warrior, leaving Bjorn in confusion and shock that he had gotten relaxed without noticing it. Then he went to the library. As usual, the librarian cast a spell on him so he could find the books he was looking for. She mentioned to Bjorn that he had become quite famous. Bjorn was surprised that she initiated the conversation. He thought she might have something to say to him, but he decided to ignore her. He turned and simply said that he somehow became famous, then told her that he was leaving. He had tried to get close to her before because she was a mage, but now he thought there was no point in approaching her since he was already a 6th rank and even had a title. He also already had a mage in his party, although the mage wasn't from the magic tower. He figured that since she was working as a librarian here, she was probably in a similar situation as Dwaki. He told himself that this was just rationalization. For him, whose utmost priority was survival, being considerate of others' feelings was not something he could afford. He also told himself that he didn't have the capacity to take care of others. That's why he doubted everyone he met and analyzed their actions. He assessed the value of each person and what benefits they could bring him. He killed those who were a threat and wondered if he could use others or if they might stab him in the back. Yes, he had always been cold, acting only for his own sake, but it made sense to him why Einar had said what she said. He turned around again and started moving. He wanted to do things that were unnecessary now. It seemed he had gotten used to life here, and this was a problem. So what was the solution? He didn't know. But the current him was a barbarian, so he decided to live like a barbarian and do whatever he wanted without much thought. He went to the librarian and told her to stop looking at him like that and to just say what she wanted to say. The librarian was surprised. She asked Bjorn how he knew she had something to say. Bjorn told her that her eyes gave it away. It seemed Bjorn had a talent for flirting without even knowing it. The next day, at lunch at the Cafe Promise of Flowing Waters, Bjorn found the place too much, too sweet for him. He had been wondering what kind of place it was after hearing its name, but it turned out to be just a normal dessert cafe. The door was so small that he struggled to enter, and people were surprised to see a barbarian there. They wondered if the owner of the place was in debt or something. After he finally managed to enter the cafe, a girl waved her hand and called him over. Bjorn asked her if she was the client. She said yes, and introduced herself as Shavan Emur, the 7th-rank deputy director of the Levigaean Administrative Agency, and the librarian's friend. She was in her early 30s. Bjorn thought she would be younger since the librarian had called her a friend. Maybe things weren't as simple as they seemed. She asked Bjorn what he wanted to order, mentioning that she hadn't ordered anything yet because she didn't know what he might like. Bjorn told her that he liked beer and meat. Shavan was confused about what to say. Bjorn reassured her that it was okay if they didn't have any but mentioned that he didn't like sweet things. This was a little revenge for calling him to a place like this. He asked her what she wanted. She asked him if Lagna hadn't told him. This was the first time he had heard the librarian's name. Shavan said it made sense that he didn't know her name, then told him her full name, Lagna Lataniel Pefrak. Bjorn asked if she was a noble. Shavan said she wasn't, but she didn't elaborate. It seemed there was some story behind her name, but Bjorn didn't care about that. He asked Shavan again what she wanted. She told him it was patrolling the sewers. She explained that criminals and tax evaders sometimes hid out there, and although, Bjorn asked what although meant, as she kept leaving her sentences unfinished. She said that the people who used to do the patrolling were killed in the 3rd floor incident, so she needed a substitute, and Lagna had recommended Bjorn. Bjorn said he understood what was going on, but wondered why she chose him. There should be better candidates. He started to wonder if she was also one of those evil spirit hunters. She explained that it was because he was popular right now, and that she was curious and wanted to meet him in person. Then she mentioned that she was going to get some cookies from the cafe later, and asked if she could tell her coworkers that he was the one who gave them to her. Bjorn just said, sure. She looked like a crazy fangirl, very excited about it. Then she controlled herself and asked Bjorn what he would do. She told Bjorn that the reward was only 200,000 stones, but it shouldn't be too bad. She added that it was a bit awkward to say it herself, but Bjorn asked what but meant. She always left her sentences unfinished. She said that she was kind of picky about the people they employed, so if he got to work with them, it would stamp him as a certified individual in the eyes of other guilds and agencies, making him more trustworthy. She said that he might get quests from other people since he was so famous anyway. Bjorn said that wasn't really the case. This was the first quest he had gotten, despite earning a title. No one really expected a barbarian to be good at any job after all. Then Bjorn agreed to do it. After that, Bjorn left the dessert cafe. Shavan was left alone, thinking that it had been a while since she had met someone so interesting. She was curious about him since Lagna never talked about other people. She thought Bjorn was so talking to him calms her mind. Since Bjorn also doesn't know anything about Lagna's background, She thinks he's not a bad person. Now, she tells herself that it's time for Lagna to make some other friends. 2 days later, at the sewer entrance, Bjorn arrives with his whole team. However, Misha and Dworki are already feeling terrible. The smell is really bad. Even the dwarf is struggling just to stand at the entrance. You wonder why they're all there together. When Bjorn is the one who received the quest, it's because Bjorn mentioned the quest during their regular meeting. The first team member, the dwarf, told Bjorn that he couldn't miss out on exploring the sewers because the place is full of ghosts. He even offered to help without taking any payment. The second member, the mage Dworki, asked Bjorn if he could join because his head was starting to hurt from all the reading he'd been doing recently, and he needed a change of scenery. The next member, the scout Rottmiller, mentioned that it would be easy to get lost in the sewers, so this was a great opportunity for him to test out his new skills. He said he needed to use his sixth sense. Finally, the little warrior Misha chimed in, saying that since there were criminals hiding down there, it might be dangerous, and she also needed to get used to her new twin blades. Bjorn couldn't refuse the free help, so that's how this team of outcasts came together. The guard at the entrance opened the gates for them and warned them not to lose the map of the sewage system or the headlamps. The headlamps had a recording device, so they had to keep them on the entire time and return them after completing their mission. The sewers were bigger than Bjorn had expected. The dwarf commented that this was why people hid in there. Since it was still dark despite the headlamps, Bjorn asked Dworki for some light. Dworki lit up the place, and after that, the dwarf started telling stories. The dwarf asked the others if they had heard the rumors of a terrifying monster that lived down there. He talked about it as if he were telling a ghost story. Misha went to Dworki and asked if he thought the monster really existed. Dworki blushed a little and said he had heard that all the waste from the magic tower went down there. And if the waste included some kind of potion or chemical reagent that reacted with something, it could create a monster unlike any they'd seen before. So the monster could indeed exist. But Bjorn didn't believe him and ignored the idea, thinking it was too far-fetched. The people in charge had said there hadn't been a problem down there for 2 years, so there was no way such a thing could exist. But Rottmiller seemed a little confused and stopped. Bjorn asked him why he had stopped. Rottmiller said that while the smell down there was terrible, he had a feeling that there was something else present with them. Upon hearing that, everyone became more alert. Bjorn couldn't ignore Rottmiller's words, because the mimic essence Rottmiller had consumed increased his sixth sense by 50 and his luck by 20. If Rottmiller said he felt something was there, then he was probably right. Then Misha noticed a man hiding in a crack in the wall. Bjorn was confused about how the man had gotten in there. Bjorn pulled him out, but the man drew his weapon and tried to attack Bjorn. Bjorn grabbed his hand and broke it, telling him that it was a nice try and that it was good to try everything when fighting for his life. Bjorn then asked why he was hiding there, but the man was in so much pain that he just screamed. Bjorn asked again if he was going to answer or if the pain was so bad that he'd rather die. The man started crying, begging Bjorn not to hurt him, insisting he hadn't harmed anyone, and explaining that he was just broke and hiding because he couldn't pay his taxes. Then Rottmiller pointed out the branding on the man's forehead, saying that the mark was reserved for those who had committed horrible sins, meaning that tax evasion wasn't his only crime. The dwarf said that this reminded him of the good old days when he worked as a blacksmith, where many men with this kind of tattoo were regular customers. Misha asked Bjorn if the administrative agency had told him what to do in situations like this. Bjorn said that they would receive an extra 5,000 stones if they captured the man alive, but they also mentioned that it didn't matter if they killed him, as long as it was recorded on video. Dworki asked what if he was just a normal civilian. Bjorn replied that the agency had also said that a normal civilian wouldn't be down there. The dwarf laughed, saying that he wouldn't expect any less from the administrative agency. Misha noted that the man was going to be executed even if they captured him alive. The criminal begged them to negotiate, offering information in exchange for his freedom. Bjorn and Misha, looking angry, told him not to try and trick them. The man, scared, insisted that he wasn't trying to deceive them. He said that if they captured a certain crazy woman, they would get much more money. Bjorn asked who he was talking about. The man said that she had stolen his hiding spot a few days ago, and that he was sure she used some kind of dark magic. He mentioned that she had a bunch of corpses with her, but they weren't like the usual undead found in labyrinths. He cried as he explained, saying that if they handed her over to the temple, they'd get much more money than they would for him. Bjorn's expression changed. He was shocked, thinking the man might be referring to Kurui's priestess, Elisha Vihench. Misha asked what they should do now. Bjorn said that if it really was her, they couldn't let her roam around freely because she had a grudge against them. He wanted to confirm if she was truly down there and asked the others what they thought. The trio agreed in unison, saying they should capture her and bring justice, and get some money, as Misha pointed out. Rottmiller disagreed, saying they didn't need to put themselves in danger, but he would follow along since the majority agreed with Bjorn's plan. Bjorn then declared it decided. Half an hour later, they finished their preparations, tied the man up with ropes, and told him to guide them. This path wasn't on the map. Bjorn asked why, if there were so many better hiding spots. The man had chosen such an easily discoverable one. The man explained that he had been looking for a new spot, because the woman had taken his old one, and he had to hide from them quickly. Just bad luck. When they reached their destination, Bjorn told everyone to lower their voices. Bjorn asked the man if there were any other exits from this place. The man said this was the only way in and out. Bjorn smiled, thinking this time he would be able to show her what true justice was. He told the man to move ahead of them. The man asked Bjorn to let him go if it turned out to be the woman they were looking for. Bjorn told him not to worry about that. Then they saw a bunch of corpses in front of them. The man got scared, but Bjorn told him to keep moving. When the man took one more step forward, a trap spell activated. Bjorn told everyone to step back. Bjorn and the man remained at the front. The trap spell, called the Call of an Evil God, caused hundreds of revenants to charge at them. It didn't just decrease their health, it reduced their maximum health with each attack. If their maximum health reached 0, they would die immediately. This meant that if Bjorn's maximum health reached 0, even his skill, Immortal, wouldn't save him. If Bjorn got hit by it, he might really be done for this time. After the Call of an Evil God was activated, Elisa was notified. She wondered if the people from the temple were coming to capture her. She was trying to find the path leading to the underground city, but hadn't been able to locate it yet. A voice echoed in her ears, asking her to make a sacrifice, promising that it would reveal the path to her. Meanwhile, Bjorn was hit by 120 revenants. Thanks to his dark resistance stats, the effects were reduced by 30s, but his maximum health temporarily decreased by 29. Bjorn, huffing and exhausted, was untying the ropes from a man. Misha asked Bjorn if he was all right. He replied that he was fine but almost died back there. Then he asked the others if they were okay too. Rottmiller said that thanks to Bjorn, they were. Unfortunately, the man in front of Bjorn had died. Bjorn was glad that he had sent the man ahead of them. Otherwise, things could have turned out badly for him, a reality Bjorn could easily imagine. Bjorn suggested they should keep moving, but the dwarf stopped him to search the man's belongings. He found the man's identity plaque, revealing that his name was Hans Marcone. Bjorn's destiny seemed tied to people named Hans. The dwarf was pleased and mentioned they could turn this into the administrative agency as proof. However, Bjorn had a bad feeling about the situation. They then reached Hans Marcone's hiding spot, despite the place being nicely decorated, suggesting he was a good homemaker contrary to his rough appearance. The person they were looking for wasn't there. As they began searching the area, Dwaki detected something unusual. He told the others that he sensed a faint trace of mana from a spot on the ground and suspected something was hidden below. Bjorn, saying "I see," began removing his armor. Dwaki asked what he was doing, and Bjorn replied that he was going to destroy the ground. Dwaki doubted that it would work against magic, but Bjorn disagreed. Using his gigantification skill, Bjorn insisted that if brute force wasn't enough, it meant he wasn't using enough force. He proceeded to destroy the ground, shocking everyone. Soon, stairs became visible beneath the rubble. Misha commented that it actually worked. The dwarf asked Dwaki if he hadn't just said it wouldn't work, to which Dwaki replied that he wasn't so sure anymore. Rottmiller then told Bjorn that he could smell that woman's scent and nothing else, so he thought it should be safe to check it out, relieved that Rottmiller's sixth sense hadn't detected any danger. Bjorn decided to proceed. Deep underground, there was a city called Newark. Initially, I thought it would be just an area where escaped criminals lived. But this city looked like a real one, complete with artificial lights. In it, a man was running with all his might, reaching another man whom he called Vice Captain. He informed him that the door had been destroyed. The Vice Captain asked what he meant by the door being destroyed and wondered if the royal family was responsible. The man clarified that it wasn't the royal family, according to reports from above. The door that had been destroyed had been forgotten ever since the incident with the Kurui cult, so they thought it might be the priest on the run. They decided to investigate and see what we have here. The red-haired waifu. Her name is Amelia. The vice captain asked her to handle the situation quietly, to which she agreed, saying she would return shortly. Confused by the maze-like structure, Misha asked the dwarf if he knew what this place was, but he laughed awkwardly and said that not all dwarves are experts in architecture. He then asked Dwaki for his thoughts. Dwaki replied that mages don't know everything, and that he had no idea why people back in the day would build something like this underground. Misha remarked that she thought he might know, especially since he had mentioned reading a lot lately. Dwaki explained that his reading was for learning new magic. Rottmiller interrupted, asking them to stop. He had caught Aisha's scent, and it wasn't a leftover one. She was approaching them. On the other side, Elisha was also lost in the complex paths. She then heard the evil god's laughter, which she always heard whenever something bad happened to her. She assumed the people from the temple were already there and started running in the opposite direction. Rottmiller noticed this and the group began chasing her. Misha warned Bjorn to be careful not to fall into her trap again. Elisha recognized their voices and, gaining confidence, said that they had dug their own graves and she wouldn't let them escape this time. She decided to attack, opening the gate to the demonic realm and summoning shadow demonic hounds and shadow guardian knights. But this time, the situation was different. Misha easily dealt with them using her ice element. Bjorn was impressed by Misha's growth and said that this time would be different from the last. He also used his skill Wild Outburst to take care of the shadow hounds. The dwarf, excited, used his lightning skill and unleashed a combo, announcing that he was also there. Rottmiller fired his crossbow. However, Elisha wasn't going down easily. She began casting curses, but this time Dwaki was ready with his new 7th rank support spell, called Brilliance, which purified everyone's curses. Afterward, he asked Bjorn how he did. Bjorn praised him, saying it was amazing. It was Bjorn who had told him to learn a spell that would eliminate curses, and he had learned a wide-range purification spell, which had probably been expensive. Bjorn destroyed Elisha's shadow guardians and then asked Dwaki to cast a spell. Dwaki was confused and asked if he meant right now. Bjorn urged him to hurry. He then jumped to attack Elisha directly. To avoid Bjorn's attack, she used spiritification, a skill that made her resistant to physical attacks and allowed her to glide, just as she had escaped last time. She told Bjorn that she wouldn't forget this. But this time, Bjorn was determined not to let her escape. That's why he had asked Dwaki to cast the materialization spell in advance. With the aim, assist spell, Dwaki used the materialization spell on Elisha, canceling the effects of her spiritification. This time, Bjorn wasn't going to let her go. He grabbed her and slammed her onto the ground, perhaps a bit too hard, and started beating her before she could do anything. The others were shocked. Dwaki asked Bjorn if they should capture her alive for the reward. Bjorn stopped after that and tied her to his back. He also asked Dwaki to use paralysis poison on her, not wanting to take any risks. He didn't think she could move in this condition, and the way she was tied up was a bit casual. After that, Bjorn asked Rottmiller to take the lead, but when he didn't hear anything from behind, he looked back and saw the others lying on the ground unconscious. Then he, too, got poisoned. Fortunately, thanks to his high bodily stats, the poison's effect was reduced by half. And with that, he had his reunion with the red-haired waifu. She was impressed that Bjorn was still moving despite the poison. Bjorn was shocked after seeing her. Then she looked down and saw Misha. She smiled and asked Bjorn if he wasn't running away because of his friends. Bjorn said that he didn't know why she would ask that. He thought that she was here to silence him, to make sure he didn't talk. He believed she let him go last time because he was just a beginner. But now he had become famous enough to earn a title, and she probably thought it was a great opportunity since he came into the sewers. Bjorn was scared and said that he kept the promise. So why was she following him here to kill him? She gave him an angry look and asked what he meant by following him. He was the one who opened the door first and invaded this place. Then she asked him how he found out about this place. Bjorn was also confused by what she meant by or invade. Bjorn told her that he didn't understand what she meant and asked her to explain it more simply. He asked where this place was. She asked how he got there without knowing and how he opened the door. Bjorn said if she meant the magical thing on the floor down here, he just broke it by hitting it with his mace. She put a hand on her head and said that he broke it. Bjorn asked if that was a problem. She said no, but asked him why he did it. Bjorn pointed his mace towards Elisa and said it was because she ran down here. Amelia recognized her as the wanted priestess of Karui. Bjorn said that since she knew about her, that was good, and it should clear things up. Amelia said it did. Bjorn hurriedly said that it was good then, and they should get going now. He added that she didn't need to give him a potion. He would figure things out on his own. But Amelia stopped him and told him that she couldn't let him go since he found out about this place. Bjorn asked what if he swore not to tell anyone about it. Amelia said it was different from back then. Bjorn was just hoping she would accept it, but he knew she wouldn't just let them go. Then Bjorn started removing his armor. Amelia asked what he was doing. Bjorn asked Amelia if she knew the 2 ways to enrage a person. Amelia asked what he meant. Bjorn said the first way is to stop talking mid-sentence. I also agree with Bjorn on this. Then, Bjorn said the other is. Amelia asked what the other was. Bjorn tried to take this opportunity and threw his mace towards her. She dodged it, but was confused. Then, Bjorn suddenly came holding his shield in his hand and tried to throw it towards Amelia like Captain America. But Amelia was unfazed and easily dodged it. However, Bjorn was right behind the shield in the air, jumping towards her to crush her, but she quickly dodged the attack to the side. Bjorn predicted that she would only back away just enough to dodge it. That's why he extended his hand towards her, and then used the gigantification skill. Because this was unexpected, he easily grabbed Amelia's shoulder. Bjorn said that she was finally in his grip, then punched her face with his massive hands. He tried to punch her again, but Amelia pulled her knife and used aura on it. She was going to cut off Bjorn's entire arm, so Bjorn decided to use the flesh explosion skill and exploded his own hand before she could cut it. From the explosion, the acid blood got on Amelia's face, but she still attacked amidst all that. Bjorn tried to kick her, and it worked. She spat out blood from her mouth. Bjorn got really happy that it worked. He started thinking that he could really defeat her. But then Amelia called his name, and the voice came from behind him. Bjorn was very shocked as his happiness turned into despair. Amelia started using her skills, She used auto-reproduction, then used the Azura kick. She said that he should be able to withstand it since she heard he took the vampire's essence. She looked really angry this time. Bjorn figured out that she used the auto-reproduction skill, but he also knew that he was really in trouble now. Then she kicked Bjorn's face with the Asura kick. The kick was so strong that I couldn't even see his head anymore. He didn't even get to finish his thought process before his head was completely gone. Okay guys, this is the end of the story. Bye. Wait, I'm just joking.
Bjorn survived thanks to his passive skill, and with the help of his active skill, his head soon regenerated. Amelia was impressed by his regenerative power. She remarked that just one potion bottle healed everything, even when his head had fallen off. Bjorn was surprised and asked her why she used a potion on him. Amelia asked if he was questioning why she didn't kill him instead. She mentioned that he hadn't changed at all since the last time. She then asked him why he attacked her out of nowhere, instead of trying to resolve things through conversation like most people do. Bjorn replied, saying that if she intended to kill him, what else could he do? She asked Bjorn what made him think she wanted to kill him. She even reminded him that she had let him go last time, too. In confusion, Bjorn said that she was the one who said she couldn't let him leave since he knew about this place now. Amelia clarified that she said she couldn't just let him leave. Bjorn thought it was the same thing. Then Bjorn asked her what she was going to do then. She said she wasn't going to kill him, so he should quit worrying about it. While asking her these questions, Bjorn was trying to grab his mace. Amelia told him to stop. With an awkward smile, Bjorn said he wasn't going to attack her. He was just... But before he could finish, Amelia completed his sentence, saying he was just preparing in case she changed her mind. Right? Awkwardly, Bjorn agreed. Then he made a silly face and said that the best way to defend yourself is by attacking. Suddenly, Amelia coughed up blood. Bjorn asked if she hadn't taken a potion. She replied that she couldn't. Bjorn understood because there are some essences that react badly with potions. Then she gave Bjorn something and asked him to take it. Bjorn asked what it was. She explained that it was a medicine called Lay's Blessing, created by an alchemist in Noark, the underground city. It erases the memories of the person who consumes it up to an hour back. Bjorn wondered if the alchemist had a weird sense of humor or if the medicine had to be shaped that way. Bjorn asked her why she didn't use it last time if she had something like this. She explained that it's rare. Then Bjorn said that if she killed 5 people, she could get tens of millions of stones. So why was she doing this instead of killing them? It seemed like Bjorn was eager to get himself and others killed. Amelia got angry and asked him what kind of person he thought she was. Bjorn didn't say anything aloud, but he thought she was insane. She grabbed Bjorn's hand and forced him to take the medicine, telling him that if he wanted to live, he had to eat it. Bjorn swallowed it, thinking it was better than dying. He then asked her if memory loss was all it did. She said she hadn't heard of any side effects, so he didn't need to worry. He could just fall asleep? Or did he have another choice? What choice did Bjorn have now? Then she asked Bjorn what the other one was. Confused, Bjorn asked what she was talking about. She reminded him of the thing he mentioned about the 2 ways to make a person mad. Bjorn was just about to answer, but the effect of Lay's blessing started, and he fell asleep. After some time, he woke up, but the medicine's effect didn't work on him, and he remembered everything that had happened. The next morning, at the administrative agency, Bjorn and his party received their reward for capturing Hans Markham after they confirmed his identity plaque. Hans was a criminal wanted for robbery and murder. Bjorn received a total of 180,000 stones for his quest, including a bonus. Then Bjorn asked if he had to pay for the broken equipment, but she told him that she would resolve that with the higher-ups because what he went through was a special case. Actually, what happened after that incident was this. They woke up in the sewers with their equipment, but the headlamp and the recording device inside were broken. Except for Bjorn, the others didn't remember a thing. Their last memory was when they were heading to Hans's number 5 safe spot. Yes, Hans number 5, because they had encountered so many Hans that they had to keep track of them to know which Hans they were talking about. The others didn't know what had happened to them, while Bjorn was confused about how his memories remained intact. Misha and Dworki were surprised to see Alicia. Dworki was puzzled about why they had no memories of this and why she was dead. Misha speculated that maybe it was the monster mentioned earlier. Then Rottmiller came up with a theory. He suggested that it might have been Elisha's doing. The others were confused, so he explained his theory. He told them that they had managed to capture the woman, but when they tried to take her to the city, she woke up and did something to them. The injuries on her were proof that she had been beaten by Bjorn's mace. Dworki added that after carefully examining her, he could also see traces of his own mana on her. Since Rottmiller's theory was believable, everyone accepted it. Dworki speculated that an evil god might have the power to erase memories. As always, the dwarves laughed and said that whatever had happened, the main thing was that they were alive and she was dead. After that, when they made it out of the sewers, they were greeted by the librarian and her friend Shavin. The librarian was in her mage uniform, fully ready to fight. Bjorn asked Shavin why she was there. She said that since they were late, they had come looking for her. Bjorn commented that they were just an office worker from the administrative agency and a librarian, and he even looked serious while saying this. Shavin got angry and asked why he looked like that, adding that Lagna was actually a very skilled mage. Lagna said that she had just been dragged there and that Bjorn should thank Shavin. But Bjorn's focus was on her equipment. He didn't know how skilled she was, but from her gear alone, he could tell she was loaded with money. To tease her, Shavin asked Lagna what she meant by dragged when she was the one who was super worried. Lagna got flustered and denied ever being worried, but Shavin kept teasing her. On the other hand, Misha became a little curious and asked Bjorn who they were. So, Bjorn told her about them. You could tell from Misha's face that she didn't like the librarian. Well, the reason was obvious, at least to us. Bjorn thought she didn't like her because she was obviously rich. Anyway, after that, a paladin with a giant greatsword on his back approached them. He came to confirm and take Alicia's body. He said they would not forget what Bjorn and his party had done for them. After that, their bounty was confirmed. Back at the present time, Shavin's colleagues were talking about Bjorn, especially about little Bjorn. They joked that they heard it got so big after he used his skill that he had to cover it with capes. They were really enjoying the conversation, wondering if anyone could even handle that. Bjorn, however, was angry upon hearing their remarks. He felt like an animal in a zoo. Seeing his frustration, Shavin got angry and told her colleagues that she would report them for sexual harassment. Embarrassed, they quickly apologized and ran away. Bjorn smiled, thinking that it wasn't so bad and he could forgive Shavin now for making him come to a dessert cafe. Then Bjorn stood up, saying that his teammates were waiting for him. Before he left, Shavin mentioned that Lagna was preparing something for him. Bjorn was a little surprised, but said he would stop by when he had the time. After that, he went to meet the others in the bar. When he arrived, everyone was already drunk. They were enjoying themselves, making jokes, and celebrating. Upon seeing Bjorn, the dwarf happily exclaimed, "Here comes our bag of fortune! And not just that! He's the goddess of fortune herself!" Of course, Bjorn wasn't too thrilled to hear this. Noticing Bjorn's irritated expression, Rottmiller, who was still sober, told the dwarf to tone it down. The reason they were so excited was simple. The reward they received for taking down Elisha was 10 million stones, an astronomical amount. Even after dividing it, they each received 2 million stones. Of course, Bjorn was the one who had suffered the most. His hand exploded, and his head had even flown off. But since the others didn't remember what had happened, they felt as if they had won the lottery for free. Bjorn was still feeling annoyed about this. Then Misha said she wanted to talk to him about something and asked Bjorn to bring his ear closer. Just as she quietly told him that her father had asked her to bring him home, a man approached them, recognizing Bjorn. This man was Hans Horge. Yes, another Hans. Actually, this Hans was number 2. He hadn't appeared in the webtoon, but he did appear in the novel. Hans advised Bjorn to go to the guild after Einar left his party. Surprisingly, Bjorn had even listened to his advice. Now, Hans asked Bjorn if he could join them in the fun, but Bjorn refused and told him that he didn't have anything to say to him. Bjorn couldn't take the risk of getting involved with another Hans after encountering so many, so he told him to leave. What could Hans number 2 do but leave them alone? But then, the door opened, and 2 knights entered. People started talking among themselves, curious about why the Moslem Knights were in the tavern like this. Moslem was one of the most powerful organizations, where only knights of noble status could enter. People said that the only things that awaited you after being caught by them were blood and death. The way they were heading, it seemed they were after Bjorn and his party's table. Bjorn was surprised and started wondering if he had done something wrong recently. Then he remembered the shaman's advice and started thinking if it was referring to Hans. One of the words for hatred in Korean is Han, so he wondered if this was happening because Hans number 2 had talked to him. Then the Moslem Knights stopped near their table, where Dwarki was unconscious from all the drinks he had. They told Dwarki that he was under arrest for the defamation of nobles. They grabbed Dwarki and took him with them. Bjorn and the others also went to Moslan's office, but stopped outside until the investigation was completed. Everyone was worried about him, and the dwarf was even wondering if he was still alive. Misha told him to stop saying things like that. After almost 3 hours of waiting outside, Dwarki finally came out. Everyone asked him if he was fine and what had happened. To discuss the details, they went to a tavern first. Then Dwarki told the others that he might have to leave the team. The others were shocked and asked him why. He explained that his older brother was Baron Matoin. The others were even more shocked, realizing that he was actually a noble. Dwarki clarified, saying he was only half noble. He was actually the son of the former Baron Matoin and a maid. Since he was considered a disgrace to the family, he was adopted by the Baroness's third brother, Trva, as soon as he was born. Of course, that was only on paper. He was actually raised by his mother. So he was still able to grow up in wealth while learning magic. The dwarf asked him what all of this had to do with him leaving the party. Dwarki then told them the rest of the story. He explained that a year ago, his father, the former Baron, died, and his second brother replaced him. Rottmiller was confused. Why the second brother and not the first? Dwarki said that was the problem. Misha was confused and said she didn't understand why that was a problem. Dwarki explained that after the death of the former Baron, the oldest son and all the indirect branches people died. So, he assumed that his brother had sent Moslem to him as a warning that he should continue living in the shadows as he always had. He believed that his brother was annoyed that he had joined a proper party as a real explorer, especially since there was a famous person in the team. Bjorn was annoyed, thinking Dwarki was blaming him. Bjorn asked if Dwarki didn't want to be an explorer anymore because he was afraid of his brother. Dwarki said that Bjorn wasn't entirely wrong, but there wasn't much he could do. In exchange for not punishing him for defaming nobles, Dwarki was banned from entering the labyrinth. Now, Bjorn was worried because there were only 9 days left until the next labyrinth opened. They decided to talk more the next day and said their goodbyes. Bjorn told Misha that he had some work to do at the library. Misha was confused and asked what kind of work he had there at this hour. Bjorn told her he had some business with the librarian. Misha asked Bjorn if he wanted her to come with him. Bjorn told her it was fine and that she could go and rest. Misha said that she didn't have anything to do even if she went back. It was clear that Misha didn't want Bjorn to go alone. Bjorn got angry and asked what she meant by saying she had nothing to do. If she had time, she should train more. Misha didn't know what to say and was almost about to cry. She had been thinking of resting all day and training the next day. But now the situation was different. She couldn't even take a day off to rest. After that, Bjorn went to the library and formally introduced himself to Lagna, saying that they hadn't actually introduced themselves before. However, Lagna didn't play along and said she already knew his name. She asked Bjorn if he planned to stay because the library was almost closing. Bjorn told her that he didn't come for books this time. She asked him why he was there, and Bjorn called her by her full name, Lagna Leonil Pefrox. But Lagna corrected him, saying it was Gel, not Litanel. Then Bjorn asked her if she wanted to enter the labyrinth and take a break from her librarian job, but she instantly refused. Of course, Bjorn had expected that. Bjorn then shifted to business mode and asked what he could do about it, implying she was so terrible that she couldn't even enter the labyrinth. Lagna asked Bjorn what he had just said. Bjorn smiled and asked her if that meant she was skilled enough. Lagna became a little nervous and asked if this was what he had been curious about. But then Bjorn ended the conversation, saying he couldn't change her mind. It seemed like Bjorn was trying to plant a seed in her mind for later. Then Bjorn asked her about the thing Shavin mentioned she had prepared for him. Lagna looked confused and asked, "Prepared something? Is that how she said it?" Bjorn was confused about what she was talking about. Lagna explained that Shavin was the one who wanted to treat him because her status at work had increased due to recent events. But Shavin told Lagna to treat him instead because Lagna owed her for something. So this wasn't from her, but from Shavin. Then she asked Bjorn if he understood now. Bjorn just said yes, thinking there was no need for such a long explanation since all he cared about was receiving things. So he asked her what she was giving him. Lagna replied, "Books," then cast a spell on him. This one was a little different from her usual spells. It helped locate books with high security protection that wouldn't react to regular book detection magic. These books were only accessible to nobles or a select few. Bjorn asked if it was okay for her to do this. Lagna nodded and said it was fine as long as he didn't go around talking about it. She also mentioned she had only used this spell a few times, and no one really cared about this place anyway. I think there might be a limit to how many times or on how many non-nobles she can use it. Bjorn wondered what her story was, but didn't ask and just started reading the books. The high-security books were very different from regular ones. Many of their contents were so helpful that he wanted to read every single book available to him. He almost wasn't able to read them, as he had arrived near closing time, but thankfully, Lagna agreed to stay late, saying she would arrange the books in the meantime. Thanks to her, he managed to read quite a few useful books. One of them was titled Rafdonia Organization Chart. This book contained a list of the city's public facilities with detailed descriptions. It also included information on organizations that ordinary citizens wouldn't know about, like the secret police. Bjorn noted that agencies of power were pretty similar no matter where you went. The next book he read was The World of Evil Spirits, a masterpiece delving into the world of malevolent entities. It was written by a secret police agent who had ventured into the spirit realm and returned half dead. Bjorn felt a bit relieved after learning about the security system of the spirit realm, realizing he didn't need to worry much about it. The next book was Complete Analysis of Ruptures 2. This book covered everything known about ruptures, but only discussed 4 of them due to length issues. It was like a tutorial, containing all the hidden details that Bjorn had painstakingly uncovered over 9 years. It even seemed perfect to Bjorn. When he checked the author's name, he was shocked. Oriel Gabbis. That was the developer of Dungeon and Stone. Bjorn started thinking about the possibilities. Either a player wrote this book, or the developer did. If it was the latter, that made things much more complicated. It would mean his presence here was intentional, and in my experience, that's worse. Bjorn began to wonder if the developer was not a person, but some kind of divine being. Personally, I think the developer could be someone from this world who cleared the last floor and somehow entered his world or gained some kind of power. That's why the details in this book are perfect, as the game only contains what the developer knew about. Again, just my theory. Bjorn also started wondering if opening the Gate of the Abyss might be the key to returning to his realm. He thought tracking down this name might lead him to a way home, though asking around might not be a good idea, so he decided to be cautious. He continued reading, thinking there might be something he missed, and before he realized it, morning had come. Of course, this also meant Lagna had stayed all night because of him. Bjorn went to her and asked why she hadn't said anything, as he would have left if she had told him to. She told Bjorn not to misunderstand. She was just resting because organizing the books had taken longer than expected. Well, she's a bit of a tsundere. She repeated that she was serious and not to get the wrong idea. Bjorn agreed, but continued to look at her. She asked what he was staring at and why he wasn't leaving. Bjorn wondered if she was actually really nice. After that, he went to the magic tower. Raven was still sleepy and came out with her pillow, asking him what he was doing at this hour. Bjorn said he had a question. Raven told him to hurry because she was tired. Bjorn said they needed a mage and asked if she wanted to. Before he could finish, Raven closed the door in his face. Bjorn then mentioned he had another favor to ask. Raven slightly opened the door and asked what it was. Bjorn showed her a paper from Complete Analysis of Ruptures 2 and asked her when it was made. Raven reminded him that it wouldn't be free and asked about the relic he used to kill the vampire, as well as how he knew about the goddess tears. Bjorn said he didn't even know what it was and that he just found it after breaking a statue near the water fountain. Raven said she knew he knew about it, but Bjorn played dumb, claiming he broke it out of boredom. She asked if he had read about it somewhere. Bjorn was confused and asked what book she meant. She clarified that she was referring to Complete Analysis of Ruptures, the first part. Bjorn was shocked. Raven also found it strange that he used the relic in such a precise situation despite not knowing what it was. Bjorn explained that he just assumed it would be useful since it had a drawing of a goddess on it. Of course, she didn't believe him. Frustrated, she said she had hoped to finally get her hands on a proper Complete Analysis of Ruptures. Bjorn couldn't tell her the book was in the library. Bjorn asked again about the favor, and Raven agreed to do it if he helped her seniors with their research. Bjorn agreed, but said he'd only do it once. Raven accepted, saying she would tell him the results of the paper analysis next week. She also told him one important thing, not to visit her so early without notice. Later, at a meeting with the rest of the team, Misha shouted Bjorn's name. She was almost in tears, asking where he had been. She had gone to his place and found it empty. Bjorn told her he was at the library. Misha was shocked and tried to ask what he had been doing there all night, but hesitated and stopped mid-sentence. Bjorn said he had just been reading some books. Misha was still suspicious and asked if he was telling the truth. Bjorn replied, "Why would I lie to you?" Then Bjorn asked her what she had wanted to say yesterday. Misha got flustered, unsure of how to say it. Yesterday, she had been drunk, so it had been easier to speak her mind. Luckily for her, others arrived and saved her from an embarrassing moment. Bjorn was confused by her strange behavior. Afterward, their meeting began. The dwarf asked everyone if they had any ideas about how to deal with the Dwalki situation. No one responded, so he started with Bjorn and asked for his thoughts. Bjorn suggested they look for someone new. Bjorn tells them that he already asked 2 mages, although they rejected him. The dwarf got angry hearing that he had already met other mages. Dwalki tried to calm him down. Then Bjorn asked the dwarf if he had any other ideas. The dwarf said that actually, he and Dwalki had given it a lot of thought. When they thought about the cause of this, Bjorn told him to get directly to the point and not beat around the bush. The dwarf then told him that they thought it would be a good idea to directly talk to Baron Martoin themselves. Misha got confused and asked how they were going to meet him, as he lives in the capital, and they can't even get in there. If you're confused, let me tell you that the capital and everything else is all in this city called Refdonia. This is the only city that exists in this world. Now, back to the story. The dwarf laughed awkwardly and told them that this is the tea house Baron Martoin frequently visits, and he usually shows up right around this time. Bjorn got angry, asking if they were meeting him right now. The dwarf and Dwalki made cute faces and said that they'd have to wait a whole month if they didn't meet him now, and since it's the Baron, it would be less scary if they all met him together. The dwarf said that no matter what happens, he would give them 300,000 stones each, and all they had to do was not leave him alone. Bjorn was so angry that he would have left right away if it weren't for the 300,000 stones. Then the door opened, and Baron Martoin entered the tea house. Dwalki was a little scared, but Misha encouraged him to go. So Dwalki somehow went up to him and introduced himself. He got on his knees and asked the Baron to hear him out just once. The Baron said that he had heard of Dwalki somewhere before. Then his butler told him that the Dwalki household is the family of the former Baron's 3rd wife, Carolina. The Baron remembered and asked Dwalki what business he had with him, but Dwalki was unable to speak. He was so scared and nervous that he almost froze. Seeing his condition, Bjorn couldn't help but step in to help, so he came forward and introduced himself to the Baron. The Baron was a little surprised and said it had been a while since he had talked to a barbarian. Then he asked Bjorn what business he had with him. Bjorn told him that Dwalki had been dragged off by the Moslin and was banned from entering the labyrinth. So he asked the Baron to lift the ban. The Baron said it was a shame, but why had he brought that up to him? Bjorn was confused by his behavior, as the Baron acted like he didn't know anything about it. Then his butler told him that this Dwalki was actually the Baron's illegitimate son, and he hadn't reported it since it wasn't really significant. The Baron remembered that there was indeed someone like that, and told his butler that he did a good job, as it would have only wasted his time. Dwalki was surprised and depressed after hearing their conversation, thinking about how insignificant his existence was and how he had just wasted their time. That's all his existence was worth. Bjorn then asked the Baron again if he could lift the ban. The Baron asked why he would do that. Bjorn was feeling annoyed, especially by the fact that he couldn't sense any malicious intent from the Baron, yet it really felt like they weren't worth anything in his eyes. Then again, the butler whispered into the Baron's ear, telling him that this barbarian was the Little Valkan. The Baron was very surprised after hearing that. Of course, Bjorn was confused about what was going on. The Baron was so happy, saying he hadn't expected to come across the explorer the Count was so interested in this manner. He was so happy that he decided to reward his butler with 200,000 stones, as it was because of him that he got to meet Bjorn. Bjorn was nervous, hearing them talk about him like that. Then the Baron asked Bjorn if he had said his name was Bjorn. This time, the Baron was a little more serious, for the first time in the conversation so far. He told Bjorn that he would lift the ban or whatever, but Bjorn would have to do him a favor in return. Bjorn was a little nervous and asked what it was. The Baron told him that the Count was going to hold a big banquet in 2 months, and he wanted Bjorn to be his +1 for that banquet. Bjorn asked if that was all. Then the Baron asked if Bjorn had any talents he could show off at the banquet, like bending metal with his bare hands. The Baron was really planning to make Bjorn a joker at the party. Bjorn was also angry. Then the Baron said he would give him 1 million stones in return. Bjorn started twitching, then gave him a big thumbs up and told the Baron to call on him whenever he needed. He said he could do anything for the sake of his party members. It was too large an amount for Bjorn to refuse. If you're wondering why others didn't speak to the Baron like that, it's because barbarians cannot be charged for defamation of nobility, even if they don't behave or speak according to the rules of etiquette. They were granted this privilege because of a great accomplishment they had made a long time ago. So if others had decided to do it, they might be in a similar situation as Dwalki. The next morning, Dwalki went to Moslan's office again and was allowed to enter the labyrinth once more. It was almost too easy, and from this, Bjorn realized how nice it was to have power. He started thinking that he needed to make plans to reach a higher status. But for now, his current fame and strength were enough. Even though Dwalki was allowed to enter the labyrinth, he didn't seem very happy. Misha asked him why, but he simply denied it, telling her that she must be imagining things. After that, Hikarod brought out the promised reward, but the others decided not to take it. Bjorn felt too guilty to take it all by himself, so he also refused. The dwarf thanked Bjorn and said it must have been hard for him to set aside his ego as a warrior. But Bjorn was thinking, why would I reject 1 million stones just for some ego or warrior's honor? The dwarf was emotional and said he would never forget this and would repay Bjorn somehow. Bjorn told him that he didn't have to. Then Dwalki asked the dwarf why he would repay Bjorn for this. Dwalki told Bjorn that he would repay the favor tenfold. As team leader, the dwarf insisted on repaying him. Bjorn got angry and told them he didn't care who repaid him. Misha laughed and said Bjorn was just being shy. Time passed quickly after that, and the day of the labyrinth's opening arrived. Bjorn led some new barbarian recruits to the labyrinth gate, and they started cheering for him. That made me wonder, how did the other barbarians before Bjorn find the labyrinth without getting lost? Then Bjorn told them what to do inside the labyrinth and what they might experience. Things like how people might want their hearts or about the friends of the night. The newcomers asked Bjorn if they would become famous warriors like him if they followed his advice. Bjorn assured them that they could all do it. After hearing those words, they got excited and promised to do as he said. Bjorn wished them good luck. The dwarf commented that Bjorn was very kind to his people. Bjorn replied that he was just doing what he could, and that learning from experience could be harsh. In reality, Bjorn was motivated by a recent encounter with Vainon's third son, Karak. Karak had lost his spark and was now working as a guardian in a second-floor team. Most of the others from Bjorn's batch were dead. Karak wished they had been taught properly instead of adhering to old traditions. Bjorn felt a strange sadness knowing that these guys had only entered the labyrinth 3 times and were already dead. So, he decided to help the newcomers a little. When Misha saw Rottmiller without a weapon, she asked where it was. He told her it was in the treasure room, thanks to a new skill he had gained from a mimic essence. They entered the portal, but this time, Bjorn couldn't use his usual trick to enter last and get ahead of the others. He was just worried about what they would encounter this time. Since Bjorn had reached the maximum number of essences, he wanted to level up. Thanks to a lucky starting point, they reached the second floor's stone desert in just 9 hours. There, they hunted all kinds of monsters to farm experience points. Remember, you can only gain experience from each type of monster once, so they had to hunt different kinds to continue leveling up. They kept hunting and reached the next floor's portal in just 4 days. On their 8th day, they crossed the Witch's Forest and reached the portal to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was a tower-type dungeon. In it, monsters from the 3rd floor reappeared, along with some exclusive ones, including 6th-rank monsters. It was a great opportunity to farm massive amounts of experience, which is why many called it the Training Tower. They devoted themselves to hunting and earned 3.9 million stones in profit, 780,000 stones per person. They earned this much thanks to the Mimic's passive skill, Greed, which increased the magic crystal drop rate by 30%. While it wasn't a small amount of money, after the huge haul from last time and the Alicia incident, they felt a bit disappointed. The dwarf laughed and said it looked like Bjorn's terrible luck had run out. Even Bjorn thought he had earned less this time compared to his first run in the labyrinth. He realized this must be the normal amount most people made, which explained why there were so many plunderers. He consoled himself, reminding himself not to be disappointed, and spent his time in the city being productive. Bjorn helped Raven with her experiments and learned that the complete analysis of Ruptures 2 had been made 150 years ago, the same year the game began and the founding king died. He thought this couldn't be a coincidence. The book was also written at the same time, but there was no way for him to find out what happened back then. For now, he had no choice but to keep returning to the labyrinth. Bjorn wandered around Misha in his free time. Eventually, the time for his 5th adventure into the labyrinth arrived, and again, they earned a similar amount of money. Nothing significant happened, other than leveling up. While lying on his king-sized bed, Bjorn reminded himself not to get anxious. Things were going well, but that made them even more dangerous. He couldn't forget that the worst things always happened when he let his guard down. Raising both hands, Bjorn slapped himself to keep in mind that only by getting stronger could he survive. If anyone saw him acting like this, they might think he had gone insane. But Bjorn knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to always prepare for the worst-case scenario. If I'm going to look insane anyway, I might as well be insane and alive. The next day, Misha cooked food for Bjorn and asked him if something had happened to him. Bjorn said no and asked her why she was asking. Misha told him she felt there was a violent spark in his eyes. Hearing this, Bjorn realized he might have been cold toward her. He reflected that his frustration was his own problem, and he shouldn't have taken it out on others. As Bjorn was deep in thought, Misha approached him and asked if he wanted to touch her ears. Bjorn spit out his food in shock. Misha explained that, when they were young, her oldest brother had told her that touching her ears made him feel better. She clarified that she was talking about her oldest brother, not the one Bjorn had met, and that he was still kind to her. But Bjorn thought, what kind of pervert am I dealing with? He realized this was why the environment a person grows up in matters. Misha looked at him with innocent eyes, genuinely trying to be nice, probably unaware that anything she said could be inappropriate. Bjorn told her, "You shouldn't say things like that to others. They might misunderstand you." Misha seemed confused. What would they misunderstand? Bjorn thought to himself that if he didn't know Misha was into skinnier men, he might have thought she was trying to seduce him. In fact, she was trying to seduce him, but he hadn't figured it out yet. "You're not like other people, Bjorn," Misha said. Bjorn replied sternly, "Don't talk back. Just say you understand." Misha shrugged. "All right, but if that's not what you want, do you want meat instead? I wonder if she means meat in a different way." After that, Bjorn headed to the library. There, he and Latna exchanged greetings. Bjorn said, "I need to ask you something, but you can go first. Say whatever you were planning to say." Latna was surprised. "How do you always know I have something to say?" Bjorn smirked. "Your eyes give it away." Latna hesitated before speaking. "I'm not entirely sure, but I think I should warn you." Bjorn's expression didn't change. "Spit it out." Latna didn't seem bothered by his brusque manner. She explained, "As an explorer, this might concern you. A dimension collapse might happen soon in the labyrinth. Dimension collapse is a major disaster within the labyrinth, far worse than a floor lord's appearance. It only happens once every 100 or so cycles." Bjorn thought to himself that this explained the recent peaceful period. When he didn't react visibly, Latna assumed he didn't believe her. "If you don't believe me, just ignore it," she said. Bjorn asked, "Where did you get this information?" "From Sharnal Fergan, a mage from the Tarupane school. They've been studying dimension collapses for a long time," she replied. Bjorn thanked her for the warning and promised to investigate further. "You're leaving already?" Latna asked. Bjorn gave a simple, "yeah," and left. Bjorn now had a new quest, so he decided to focus on that first. At first, he couldn't find anything about Sharnal Fergan and began to doubt the mage's existence. But after 10 days, rumors of the dimension collapse started spreading rapidly. Bjorn found it suspicious. Such rumors usually required evidence, but none existed. This made him wonder if someone was intentionally spreading the rumor. Frustrated, Bjorn wanted to gather information from hidden sources, but as a barbarian, he had no access to such circles. He realized he only had one option left: taking a pill. He had planned to wait 3 months before using it, but circumstances forced his hand. Bjorn swallowed the pill and waited until midnight. As soon as the clock struck 12, his soul was pulled into another realm, a spirit realm. His soul took the form of his Earth self. Back on Earth, in a police station, officers were investigating his disappearance. His company had reported him missing after he hadn't shown up to work for a month. The officers had notified his mother, but she told them she didn't care. A member of the Violent Crime Division asked another officer, "Why is a missing person case being handed over to us?" The other officer replied, "We reviewed the security footage. It shows him entering his home, but there's no record of him leaving. All the windows were locked from the inside, which makes this case suspicious." The violent crime officer read through the case file and noted that it was different from most missing person cases. There were no signs of a break-in, and nothing was stolen. If the man had run away, he would have used his credit card, but there had been no activity for an entire month. Even more unsettling, the clothes he'd last been seen wearing were left draped over a chair, as if his body had simply vanished while he was still in them. "This case is strange," the officer muttered. "We should request assistance from the National Forensic Service." "Wait, there's more," the other officer said, pointing to the computer monitor found in Bjorn's room. The violent crime officer's jaw dropped. The computer wasn't even plugged in, but it was running. The screen displayed a list of all Bjorn's achievements in the new world. "What the hell is this?" the crime officer asked. "I looked into it," the other officer replied. "There are a few similar cases overseas." Back in the spirit realm, Bjorn reflected on his situation. It had been several months since he'd come to this new world, and during that time, he had done many barbaric things to survive. He wondered if he still retained his modern mindset despite everything he had been through. When he saw the computer in front of him, he instinctively started typing. The screen only displayed a password field. This reminded him of a strange letter he had received from other players. It had read, "P.S. The king of Repdonia is a mother. Bjorn instantly recognized the hint and typed in the password. The room around him began to shift, recreating his old room from Earth with remarkable accuracy. It looked almost real. He rushed to the fridge, flung it open, and found cans of Coke inside. Excited, he grabbed a can, popped it open, and took a long sip, hoping to taste the familiar flavor he had missed for so long. But to his disappointment, it tasted like nothing. There was no carbonation, no sweetness, just the dull sensation of drinking water. A knock came from the door. A voice from the other side asked, "Can I come in?" Then he let the person inside, and they explained to him that everything he was seeing was a manifestation of the place he felt most comfortable in. Because his defense stats were high, she could only see things as smoke. The password he entered initially was fake, and she had come to check it for herself. He tried his best not to speak like a barbarian. She told him that a person from the game couldn't manifest clothes or spaces from Earth. The woman's name was Soul Queen, and she appeared to be the guide for the ghost hunters. There might be a mistake here. She could be something else. He asked about the doorbell he had heard earlier, wondering if she couldn't see the things that had manifested from his mind. She explained that what he heard was her calling out to him. Bjorn began wondering if she could see the suit he was wearing, the one he got from his ex-girlfriend, and, if not, how she would confirm his identity as a player. After all, she couldn't see the things he had manifested. She reassured him that there were other ways to confirm his identity, and that he was now an official member. There were methods she wouldn't reveal to him, but he didn't need to worry. She also mentioned that they no longer used the method of killing people by splitting souls from their bodies, like they had done with the NPCs, referring to the people of this world. The Soul Queen then taught him how to use the community forum, which was similar to other ordinary forums. She asked him to create a username. Bjorn tried to use the same name from the Dungeon and Stone community forum back on Earth, but someone had already taken it. Confused about why anyone would use a name like that, he changed the spelling slightly. The Soul Queen then asked if he was a fan of his too. Bjorn was puzzled by what she meant. Afterward, she left, telling him that if he had any issues, he could request one-on-one help. It felt to him like he had just finished a tutorial. Bjorn started exploring the community, and it wasn't difficult. He soon entered the newbie chat room to get used to the forum. Upon entering, he was welcomed by several people, including the room leader, who greeted Bjorn and asked where he was from. Bjorn answered that he was from Korea. The room leader acknowledged that the place looked a bit unwelcoming because they didn't have enough points to decorate it yet. He then asked Bjorn if he could set his nickname to be visible and introduce himself. Bjorn wasn't sure how to do that, but the room leader, Dartman, explained that he only needed to think about it, as things here could manifest through thoughts. Bjorn quickly realized it was similar to how he used active skills. He manifested his nickname, Elf Nunna. Everyone in the room was shocked upon seeing it. They recognized the name as the one who had written the stat analysis. One person mentioned that they thought the person behind the name was a developer. Bjorn was confused by all the attention. People started getting excited, saying they knew he was Korean. The chat room leader tried to calm everyone down. Bjorn quickly analyzed the situation. The username they were referring to was his old one, Elf Nuna, which he had used about 3 years ago when he uploaded a stat summary. He remembered that post only receiving around 100 views, so he couldn't understand why everyone was acting like it was famous. He also recalled that Soul Queen had asked if he was a fan. Could he have become famous without realizing it? Whatever the case, he needed to handle the situation. Bjorn told the group they were mistaken and that he was just a fan of the original Elf Nuna. He decided to stay low-key until he understood why he was receiving so much attention. He pointed out that his username had an extra N in it, causing the others to feel disappointed, especially one person in the corner. They left him alone, disheartened. Bjorn then muttered, "Geez, so harsh." He was considering leaving when a pink-haired guy approached him and asked how long he had been in this world. Bjorn thought it would be strange to tell the truth, so he said he had been there for about a year. The pink-haired guy mentioned that he had received his invitation late. which confused Bjorn. The guy explained that most people got their invitations early when it was more obvious that they were evil spirits. It was rare for someone to get an invitation because they were famous. Pink Guy said that Bjorn must have been a good actor and probably knew what was going on in the real world too. He told Bjorn that it must have only been 70 days since he entered this place. Bjorn was confused until Pink Guy explained that time flowed differently here than it did on Earth. A month on Earth was equivalent to 5 months here, about a 1:5 ratio. That meant, in Bjorn's case, only a month had passed on Earth. Bjorn began wondering if someone had reported him missing. Bjorn was able to learn a few things from his conversation with Pink Guy. His first question was how to return to Earth. Pink Guy replied that there were many theories, but nothing was certain. Bjorn had expected that answer. Then he asked about the first ever player to arrive here. Pink Guy told him that those players had been there for 20 years, which was when the community was created. "Isn't that amazing? They cleared the game in just 5 years," Pink Guy remarked. Bjorn agreed, though he felt his ego as a veteran player crumble. It had taken him 9 years to clear the game, yet all these people had reached the Gate of Abyss before him. They must have been incredibly impressive, or so he thought. Pink Guy asked Bjorn what difficulty he had beaten the game on. Bjorn was stunned, unable to grasp what the question meant. "You didn't beat the original game, right? I mean the remake. What difficulty did you play on?" Pink Guy asked. Bjorn still didn't understand. Pink Guy assumed that, since Bjorn was Korean, it must have been what they called cheat mode. He went on to explain that 5 years ago, someone had uploaded a game file on the forum that allowed players to adjust experience and drop rates. "I'm not bragging, but I beat it on 50x. Pink Guy said with a smirk. That was the moment Bjorn realized how these people had managed to clear the game so quickly. The image he had of them shattered. The max experience and drop rate was 100x, with the maximum level being 30. Bjorn had thought the max level was 11. To make things worse, players could open the rupture gates whenever they wanted, allowing them to collect numbered items easily. Bjorn was overwhelmed with frustration. "So, what difficulty did you beat it on?" Pink Guy asked. Bjorn, masking his anger, responded, "Same as you, 50x. Pink Guy nodded. "Even at 50x, it was tough. You know, the person who created this community beat it at 15x. Most people do it between 60x and 80x. Although Pink Guy was clearly trying to show off, Bjorn seethed internally. The scene shifts back to Earth. An old man asked a woman, "Did you take the computer?" "Yes," she replied, "and we erased their memories as well as any traces. There won't be any articles or records." The old man asked about the player. "I looked into everything," the woman said, "and he was completely ordinary in every aspect." "In every aspect except for this game," the old man noted. "Yet he beat the Oriel Gabus legacy." The woman added, "The world building was incredible, but the game was shut down 5 years ago because no one could clear it." "But the fact that he managed to clear it means it wasn't a failure," the old man mused. Now, the old man was curious about who this person, Lee Hansoo, really was, the only one to beat a game everyone thought was impossible. Lee Hansoo was Bjorn's real name on Earth. We can only speculate about who this old man might be, but it seems possible that he was a member of the Oriel Gabus team. Perhaps they were the ones who opened the Gate of Abyss together, and something happened afterward. Anyway, talking to the Pink Guy was quite beneficial to Bjorn. Bjorn also had some casual conversations with him, which, while not directly useful, helped him relieve stress. It had been a long time since he'd had an ordinary, Earth-like conversation with someone. The space Bjorn is currently in will close in 12 hours on its own, and now he has only 7 hours remaining. So he decided to look into information about the dimension collapse. There's a trading market here, a place to buy and sell goods or information using ghost points. 100,000 ghost points is equivalent to 2 million stones. To get the information he needed, Bjorn had to earn ghost points by selling information he already possessed. Fortunately, he's an expert in this field. Bjorn sorted requests by price and decided to offer a few pieces of high-value information. The first was a strategy to defeat the first floor lord, priced at 70,000 ghost points, and the second was information about Skill Island on the 6th floor for 69,000. After negotiating, he earned a total of 139,000 ghost points. Bjorn was confident that he knew everything there was to know about the game. As soon as he posted an ad using his newly earned ghost points, a seller named Elf Nunalov appeared. Elf Nunalov was a middle-aged man who looked like he'd been around for quite some time. Bjorn didn't directly ask whether the rumors about the dimensional collapse were true. It's hard to know if someone is lying. Instead, he asked about the source of the rumor and inquired about Tartutane School and the mage Charnel Fergan. He wanted to know what Charnel had been doing recently. Elf Nunalov, sensing Bjorn's motive, asked if he was inquiring because of the dimensional collapse. Bjorn confirmed, and Elf Nunalov explained that while Charnel had spoken about a collapse, one wasn't actually going to happen. When Bjorn asked for clarification, the man told him it was a matter involving high-ranking people and political strife. Bjorn offered him an additional 20,000 ghost points for more details, and the man agreed, beginning his story. He explained that Tartutane School focuses on the study of dimensional magic, specifically labyrinth research. The school's master wanted to conduct an experiment, not a dangerous one, but one that required fewer explorers entering the labyrinth. So, Tartutane School spread the rumor of a dimensional collapse to keep people out. Bjorn then asked if it was really okay for him to share this information. Elf Nunalov replied that it wasn't for free. He was selling it, and it didn't concern him personally. Plus, he added, the royal family would soon step in to control the rumor, so it was nothing significant. Bjorn was surprised at the mention of the royal family, and the man elaborated, saying that if fewer explorers ventured into the labyrinth, the supply of magic stones would also decrease, something the royals wouldn't ignore. Satisfied with the information, Bjorn promised to send him the additional 20,000 ghost points. However, Elf Nunalov declined, saying it wasn't necessary. Bjorn was shocked, realizing the man was giving up ghost points worth 400,000 stones without a second thought. This made Bjorn realize just how well established this person was in this world. Elf Nunalov's vast knowledge confirmed that he was deeply embedded in this world, with resources that Bjorn couldn't access even after days of effort. This reminded Bjorn of his own beginnings. It was clear that in this world, harshly governed by survival of the fittest, he was still a newcomer with a long way to go before he could afford to be arrogant. But for some reason, this challenge excited him. Bjorn began to think about the status of the people he sold information to and the ones he bought from. Never, even once, did he doubt he could reach their level. It was only a matter of time for him.
On Earth, the old man sat at his computer, watching Bjorn's achievements unfold on the screen. He was utterly shocked by the feats Bjorn had accomplished. Turning to his assistant, he asked, "How many people have reached the second floor on their first attempt?" She replied, "To my knowledge, only 117 have ever managed it." He then asked, "And among them, has anyone been in conditions as dire as Bjorn's?" Her answer was firm, none. The old man pulled up Bjorn's stats from when he acquired the Vampire Guardian. As he reviewed them, his expression changed to one of deep admiration. "These stats are extraordinary," he said, "even compared to people who've been at this for years. Yet he achieved all this in just 2 months." The assistant shrugged. "Even for someone unlucky with a bit of luck, it's not entirely impossible." The old man shook his head. If luck alone were enough, there would have been at least one comparable case. This is an irregularity. There's no comparable sample. Normally, the more data you have, the less significant luck becomes as a factor in statistics. But then there are cases like Bjorn's cases that defy the odds. The story of Bjorn's first day came to mind. The party that saved Bjorn through the portal had later discovered blood marks where he had dragged himself. Bjorn had pulled himself 15 kilometers before encountering them. His survival wasn't just luck, it was struggle and perseverance. Time and again, Bjorn survived against overwhelming odds, and it wasn't by luck alone. The old man leaned back in his chair, lost in thought, recalling the days when people dismissed the game as a failure. Ariel Gabi's final words echoed in his mind. Even if just one person in a lifetime can complete this properly, it will tilt the balance of that side in their favor. Back to Bjorn. Bjorn returned to reality from the spirit realm. As they had explained, an hour in the spirit realm equaled a second in this world. It had only been 12 seconds since he entered, but he remained cautious, knowing that this also meant he would be defenseless for 12 seconds. Exhaustion weighed on him. His mind had been active for 12 hours. Deciding to rest, he went to bed, knowing he had to visit Baron Marton's house in the morning. The next afternoon, in the first district of the imperial capital, Bjorn was dressed as a typical barbarian from old tales. He walked ahead of Baron Marton's wagon, escorting him to the count's party. Along the way, the Baron's butler stopped him, clearly annoyed. "I told you to maintain dignity. Look straight ahead and carry yourself as the leader of this procession," the butler barked. Bjorn casually pretended to clear his ear and ignored him. The journey to the Count's house was 6 kilometers under the blazing summer sun. Bjorn was alone in his role, but Baron Marton noticed the attention they were drawing. "This is the first time I've received so much attention just by arriving," the Baron commented. "I'll reward you generously for this." When they entered the party, whispers began to circulate among the noble families. A woman remarked, "It's dangerous to leave him alone." A little boy said innocently, "I want to buy one like him." Bjorn hadn't expected to be treated like a zoo animal. Then, a man approached him and said, "Good job. Walking that far in such an outfit without a break is impressive. Do you want to rest until the Baron arrives?" Bjorn, slightly surprised, agreed and followed the man to a quiet corner. Curious, Bjorn asked, "Is it okay for you to not mingle with the others?" The man smirked. "Even if I went, I wouldn't be welcomed. I used to be an explorer like you." Bjorn nodded, understanding why this man saw potential in him. Introducing himself, Bjorn asked for the man's name. "Karl's Aramore?" the man said. Bjorn found Karl's refreshingly decent, unlike the typical arrogance of knights. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the butler, who hissed at Bjorn, "Who told you to rest?" Karl's interjected, "I did." The butler didn't argue but leaned closer to Bjorn and whispered, "If you're done resting, get up. What will people think if they see a barbarian sitting down?" Bjorn smirked. "What else would they think? Oh, he's resting." The butler's tone grew louder. "They'll think you're weak. Today you must embody the warrior of iron and blood." Bjorn thought to himself, if it weren't for the 1,000,000 stones, but then, as if deciding to embrace the role entirely, he stood up and declared to himself, "Fine. Since I'm here, I'll act exactly as I want as an iron-blooded warrior. A barbarian who rejects civilization. Barbarian the wild." Donning his horned helmet, Bjorn let out a thunderous shout, drawing everyone's attention. The butler looked aghast. "What are you doing?" Bjorn grinned. "I just felt like it." He grabbed a piece of meat with a bone and began eating it savagely. At first the butler was confused, but as the murmurs of the crowd grew, his expression shifted to delight. "This is perfect," the butler exclaimed. Bjorn placed a heavy hand on the butler's shoulder, his voice low and menacing. "I feel like crushing your skull." The butler paled. "You're going too far with your jokes." Bjorn bit into the bone, his teeth cracking it audibly. "Does it sound like a joke to you?" The butler grew very scared and thought about how he could forget the kind of things Bjorn had done at the guild. He quickly started moving away, stating that he had something to tend to, and told Bjorn he could rest there if he wanted. Then the butler hastily ran off. Karl started laughing, saying he never knew the butler could make such a face. The banquet started feeling fun for Bjorn. After that, he enjoyed the banquet like a true barbarian for a while. Some nobles, curious about Bjorn, approached to talk to him. First, 2 noble ladies came over and asked if they could touch his arm. Bjorn agreed and extended his hand. The ladies touched it and were delighted. Next, an old man and woman approached. They asked if Bjorn could shout again, as he had done earlier. Bjorn, slightly confused, agreed, and bellowed as though he were singing in an opera. The old couple became emotional, with tears of happiness streaming down their faces. After that, a crowd began to gather around him with various requests. Bjorn started to feel like one of those animal mascots. 3 knights observed Bjorn, clearly displeased. One remarked that he wasn't little Vulcan, but little clown. Another added that the little part of his name must refer to something small about him. They laughed, mocking Bjorn, saying he was kissing up to nobles and had lost his pride as a warrior. Of course, Bjorn heard it all. He wondered what these little knight apprentices were talking about, considering they couldn't even use aura yet. Sometime later, the Baron approached and apologized to the others for ruining the atmosphere, saying it was a shame, but Bjorn needed to come with him. Bjorn followed the Baron and was introduced to other nobles in the banquet hall. Bjorn explained that the Baron had helped him during a difficult time, and he was repaying him by acting as his protector. The Baron dismissed this modestly, saying he had told Bjorn many times that it wasn't necessary, as it was overwhelming for him. Bjorn replied with a stoic expression, "A warrior does not forget the goodwill shown to him." If you're wondering when all this happened, it's because the Baron had prepared a script for Bjorn to follow. This conversation wasn't unique. They repeated the same script with 13 other nobles. In other words, among all these people, there were fewer than 15 titled nobles. Bjorn was introduced to all of them, and his fame stat increased. Originally, this level of fame was supposed to take much longer to achieve. Once the introductions were over, Bjorn began talking to people who approached the Baron. Talking is a generous term. Mostly he demonstrated tricks, like bending steel pipes. Amid the distress, a paladin arrived to greet the Baron. Then, he turned to Bjorn and said he hadn't expected to see him there. This knight was someone Bjorn had met after dealing with Alicia. The Baron was surprised to learn that Bjorn already knew Captain Krovitz. Bjorn was equally shocked to hear he was a captain. Paul Krovitz humbly said he didn't think he was fit for the role, but he had accepted it nonetheless. His full title was Captain of the Third Order of Paladins. Bjorn was puzzled, wondering why someone of Krovitz's stature had been doing side jobs, like collecting corpses. After all, it was Paul who had retrieved Alicia's remains. Paul reassured Bjorn that he could always rely on the Order if he ever needed help, as they would never forget what he had done for them. The Baron, intrigued, asked for an explanation. Paul recounted the whole story, and the Baron, along with the others, listened intently, like children captivated by a heroic tale. The Baron's attitude toward Bjorn shifted. He admitted Bjorn was far greater than he had imagined, and as a result, Bjorn's fame stat increased yet again. About half an hour later, Count Ferdhild arrived. The Baron informed Bjorn that it was time to meet the Count, who had expressed a strong desire to see him. Bjorn didn't have a good feeling about this, but when the Count greeted him, he enthusiastically shook Bjorn's hand and expressed his joy at meeting him. Bjorn felt awkward and found the situation strange. While he had gained some popularity recently, he didn't think it was enough to warrant this level of attention from the Count. Even in the game, events like this didn't occur until much later. The Count, however, showered Bjorn with praise, as if trying to curry favor with him. This made Bjorn nervous. Then the Count said that seeing Bjorn had given him an interesting idea. The Count informed Bjorn about an upcoming sparring event for knight apprentices and urged him to participate. Bjorn hesitated. He had a bad feeling about the event, but refusing the Count wasn't an option. Moreover, just participating would earn him 2 million stones, and the reward for victory was something extraordinary, a numbered item, number 7,777 Garpus necklace. The necklace had a peculiar property. When a magic crystal was placed inside it, the necklace would melt, creating a new random substance. This unique item was only found in the 5th floor rupture and was notoriously difficult to obtain. Despite its rarity, it was often dismissed as useless, much like the Frost Spirit Ring, another low-number item. However, like the Frost Spirit Ring, Garpa's necklace held a hidden event, a secret Bjorn was keenly aware of. This gave him another reason to join the competition. From the determined look on his face, it was clear Bjorn was up to something. Later, Bjorn mentioned to the Baron that he could crush most knights' heads in under 10 seconds. Shortly after, a group of knight apprentices approached. These were the same ones who had insulted him before, calling him a little clown and mocking his pride as a warrior. "What's this I hear about you crushing knights' heads in 10 seconds?" one sneered. Bjorn recognized them instantly and remembered their past insults vividly. One had questioned his pride as a warrior, another had vowed to crush his head, and the third had made a lewd remark about his manhood. Once again, they were spouting their nonsense. Bjorn, confused, asked, "Is something wrong with your heads?" They looked confused. "What do you mean?" Bjorn's tone sharpened. "You're coming at me together, like a pack of cowardly rats. Even a toddler warrior would show more backbone." They tried to retort, but Bjorn cut them off. "Suddenly feeling brave now that the Baron isn't around to witness your antics? What pride or honor do you even have?" The apprentices sputtered, but Bjorn's voice rose, drawing the attention of others nearby. "Look at them, ganging up on a fellow participant to intimidate him. What kind of knights rely on numbers to scare someone?" A crowd began to gather, whispering among themselves. The knight apprentices, visibly embarrassed, retreated with threats. "You'll pay for this, Bjorn," one muttered. Bjorn watched them leave and called after them, "Next time we meet, I'll fix that problem with your heads too." Soon, the sparring event began. Despite its name, it was far from a simple match. Blades clashed, limbs were cut, and the fights were brutal. When Bjorn's turn came in the first round, his opponent was none other than one of the apprentices from earlier. The most annoying one. This was the one who had insulted his manhood. The orange-haired apprentice stepped forward, lifting his sword with a flourish. "I swear on my honor and my barons that I will fight fairly," he declared. Bjorn, on the other hand, simply roared, drawing cheers and laughter from the crowd. The referee signaled the start of the match, and the orange-haired apprentice charged at Bjorn, yelling, "Die!" He was fast, his technique precise, and his strikes difficult to predict. Bjorn couldn't immediately discern the true attack among the feints, but it didn't matter, he deflected every blow with ease. The orange-haired apprentice was skilled, undoubtedly a future knight for his baron, but against Bjorn, his efforts were futile. Bjorn activated Wild Outburst, enhancing his bodily stats significantly. Though the ability didn't affect humans as much as beasts, it made Bjorn an even greater force to reckon with. With plenty of time left before the 10-second mark he set for himself before, Bjorn decided to toy with his opponent. He wanted to ensure this apprentice would never think of taking revenge again. As we already discussed, the threat level stat doesn't work on humans the same way it does on monsters. But actually it does work, just differently. For those already afraid, it intensifies their fear, making them cower. For the courageous, it bolsters their fighting spirit. So, what about the orange-haired man? Which category does he fall into? The answer? The latter. I guess he's an elite after all. He charged at Bjorn with his sword. Bjorn instinctively tried to block it with his shield, only to realize he didn't have one. Forced to react quickly, he blocked the attack with his hand. To Orangehead's disbelief, the sword left only a scratch on Bjorn's hand. "How can this happen?" Orangehead exclaimed in shock. Bjorn, unfazed, told him plainly, "You're just that weak." Bjorn then shook his hand to disarm Orangehead, but in the process, some of his acidic blood splashed onto the man's face. Screaming in agony, Orangehead accused him, "What a dirty little trick you're playing." Bjorn grabbed him by the neck and asked, "Do you remember what I promised you? I told you that the next time we met, I'd solve the problem in your head for you." Lifting Orangehead into the air by his neck, Bjorn dropped his axe and prepared to punch. "What's the best way to deal with a problem in the head?" he mused aloud. "Simple. You get rid of the head." That's what Bjorn thought, and surely any barbarian would agree. If not, well, bad luck for Orangehead, assuming it's still orange and not red now. After the match, Bjorn visited the temporary medical tent to check on him. The healer informed Bjorn that Orangehead was still alive, but added, "You should have gone easier on him." Bjorn shrugged. "I didn't think he was this weak. He's a knight, after all. And I only hit him with my fist, not my axe. How was I supposed to know he'd get knocked out from that?" The healer stared at him incredulously. Knocked out? You hit him hard enough to make his cerebral fluid leak out. Bjorn, unbothered, replied, If he's still alive, then it's a knockout. The healer priestess sighed, feeling as if she were witnessing the stupidity of 3 barbarians combined. Not long after, Orangehead woke up, groggy, and asked, Where am I? I was on my way to the duel. The priestess informed him, You likely lost some memories from the injury you took during the duel. But don't worry, I healed you. Your memories should return soon. He thanked the priestess, but froze when he noticed Bjorn. Leaning in, Bjorn asked, Do you really not remember anything? Terrified, Orangehead backed away, pleading, Don't come near me. You give me an unpleasant feeling. Bjorn chuckled. Fine, I'll leave right away, if you just do one thing for me. Orangehead asked Bjorn what he wanted. Bjorn told him to repeat what he had said about him earlier. Orangehead asked if that was all he needed. Bjorn told him to just do it. Then Orangehead started repeating what he had said before. He mentioned that the little part in Bjorn's title was because his thing was small. As soon as he repeated those words, he remembered everything that had happened while fighting Bjorn. Bjorn leaned toward Orangehead and said it was good that his memories were back, and that he should continue what he was saying. Orangehead started begging and asked Bjorn to stop. He admitted he was in the wrong. Bjorn said it looked like the problem in his head was now gone. Then Orangehead crawled under the bed, saying he didn't want to die. The priestess told Bjorn to get out, and Bjorn, feeling proud of himself, said he had fixed a problem that even a priestess couldn't solve. Later, he met the Baron. The Baron told Bjorn he had been looking for him. Bjorn explained that he went to check on the knight apprentice's condition. The Baron was shocked and said that was unexpected since Bjorn had been attacking him mercilessly earlier. Bjorn replied that if it had been in the labyrinth, he would have used his axe instead. He said he hadn't expected the knight apprentice to be that weak, and thought he would be sturdier since he was slow. The Baron laughed and told Bjorn he wasn't to blame. It was their fault for not training properly. Bjorn asked the Baron if it was okay, reminding him that the knights in training were from noble households. The Baron assured Bjorn it wasn't a big issue, even if someone died, and that he would resolve any issues that arose. He told Bjorn to focus on winning because the Count would be pleased if he fought wildly. That was exactly what Bjorn wanted to hear. He vowed to crush all their skulls. In the next match, Bjorn faced another one of the 3 knight apprentices. This one accused Bjorn of having no shame after putting someone in that condition, claiming this match wouldn't be as easy as the last. Before he could finish speaking, Bjorn launched an attack, cut him down, and won the match in just 3 seconds. The audience was ecstatic, calling Bjorn the Night Slayer. Seeing their excitement after watching someone's head get crushed, Bjorn thought, who is supposed to be the savage here? The sparring competition continued, and in the semifinals, Bjorn showcased the barbarian way of fighting by throwing his opponent into the air and slamming him onto his knees. However, Bjorn didn't get to fight the reticent knight from the 3 earlier. That knight was so terrified after seeing the others that he went to the priestess, asking if he could become a believer. The Baron was thrilled by Bjorn's method of defeating opponents. He jumped like a child, asking Bjorn where he had learned that last technique. Bjorn thought to himself, of course, from cartoons. On the other hand, the Baron's butler was terrified, imagining his own head being crushed. Now only the finals remained. Bjorn's opponent was a trainee knight under Count Ferdehilt. Bjorn had observed him during earlier matches and noted that he had essences of a great orc warrior, a giant golem, and a cyclops, a stereotypical strength-focused combination. Bjorn realized the Count loved to flex. The Count's knight asked Bjorn where his equipment was. Bjorn replied that it was uncomfortable, so he removed it. The knight said that was good, as he had been worried the match would end too easily. Now he was relieved that Bjorn was taking it seriously. Once the match officially began, the Count's knight invited Bjorn to attack, clearly trying to flex in front of the Count. However, he let his guard down, and Bjorn was ready to show him what that truly meant. Bjorn used a combination of his skills, gigantification and wild outburst, dramatically increasing his physical stats and threat level. At that moment, Bjorn looked like a demon to the Count's knight. Terrified, the knight dropped his sword and ran into the crowd asking for help. Because he left the field, the referee disqualified him. Bjorn deactivated his skills, and the knight, now back to his senses, begged the referee for a do-over. The referee refused, and when the knight kept insisting, the Count intervened, scolding him for shaming his name. The Count was so angry that even Bjorn felt he shouldn't have used the gigantification skill.
Midnight at Erwin's residence. Erwin was surrounded by 4 types of spirits and was continuously chanting that she needed to get stronger. She appeared a bit disheveled, lost in her own thoughts. Her sister entered the room and asked if she was okay. Erwin's demeanor changed entirely as she cheerfully replied that she was fine, explaining that she had been talking to her spirits. Since she was training, she asked her sister to come back later. Her sister agreed and closed the door, but couldn't shake off the oddness of Erwin's behavior. She wondered whether she should tell Erwin that Bjorn was alive and well. However, everyone was talking about little Valken, and keeping Erwin in the dark didn't seem wise. Yet, at the same time, she feared that telling her might shatter Erwin's drive to grow as an explorer. Currently, Erwin had entered contracts with 4 types of spirits and had already granted 3 of them autonomous will. Her progress was astonishing, making her wonder why it took her so long to reach this level. Erwin had become proficient in archery, combat, and dagger fighting, capable of taking down 7th-rank monsters on her own. Her sister decided not to tell her the truth, fearing it might disrupt her growth. However, she couldn't ignore Erwin's increasingly erratic behavior. Seeking answers, she went to the library and picked up a book called Basic Essence Analysis, which contained information about monster essences from ranks 9 to 7. She turned to the page on Canabaro's essence, the one Erwin recently consumed. The text explained that while the essence enhanced many stats, it also significantly increased obsessiveness. As she continued reading about the other essences Erwin had consumed, she noticed a common theme. They all heightened the user's obsession. This realization made her nervous. She couldn't simply erase all the essences Erwin had consumed. Instead, she resolved to find a suitable replacement essence first. Armed with this understanding, she felt more prepared to manage Erwin's behavior. Even so, she lay awake that night, troubled by the thought of Erwin discovering Bjorn's survival on her own before they replaced the essences. She dreaded to imagine how Erwin's obsession might shift. Bjorn's return. At 2 a.m., Bjorn returned home from the Count's party. He examined his earnings: 1 million stones for attending the party, 2 million for participating in the tournament, 1 million for winning, and 300,000 for giving the trophy to the Baron. Altogether, he earned 4.3 million stones in a single day. The Baron, pleased with Bjorn, promised to help him in the future if needed. The Count, on the other hand, seemed irritated. He met Bjorn briefly and cryptically mentioned calling on him again once he was more prepared. When Bjorn asked for clarification, the Count told him not to worry about the details, but warned him to ignore invitations from other nobles in the meantime. The Count's demeanor left Bjorn uneasy, as though defiance would lead to severe consequences. The most significant reward Bjorn received was Garpa's necklace, an extremely rare item. He marveled at his luck, but also grew wary, realizing he needed to tread carefully with so much fortune coming his way. The next morning, as the Count predicted, Bjorn's residence was flooded with letters from nobles inviting him to banquets. While the offers were tempting, Bjorn couldn't risk angering the Count. He carefully declined every invitation, fearing the repercussions of defying such a powerful figure. He wondered why a Count was so invested in a barbarian explorer like him. Bjorn decided to investigate during the next Earth People community meeting. Meanwhile, he still had 1 month left to help Raven with her research. He headed to the magic tower, knocked on her door, and asked who he was helping that day. Raven hesitated before answering. Bjorn promised to help her senior in exchange for her help in determining the age of the paper from the Book of Ruptures. But he didn't expect it would be her senior, her literal teacher, none other than the old man Bjorn had met before. Of course, Bjorn was not happy to see this old geezer. Raven looked nervous, explaining that she had no choice in the matter. The fact that she was forced into this situation did not sit well with Bjorn. The old man claimed he wanted to test a magic tool he had invented, one that could detect the soul of an evil spirit. Bjorn remained calm and simply repeated, "A magic tool?" He quickly deduced that the old man suspected him of being an evil spirit. Therefore, the key to his response was not reacting to the mention of evil spirits, but rather focusing on the tool itself. Leaning toward the old man, Bjorn asked if it was safe. This was the most reasonable reaction he could think of, given what Raven had put him through in the past. The old man asked if Bjorn didn't trust him, boasting that he was the master of the Altimian school and implying that doubting him was an insult. If Bjorn still had doubts, Raven could verify the tool's authenticity. Raven was taken aback. "Me?" she asked. The old man made a dismissive face. "It's no different," he said. Though unsatisfied, Raven agreed to check the formulas. Bjorn knew she would likely side with her master, making it hard to trust either of them. However, the old man's expression betrayed his own uncertainty. In other words, such a magical tool did not exist. At least, not in any true sense. If it had suddenly appeared, the old man would have found a way to trick Bjorn into testing it rather than blatantly telling him about it. It was as if he were throwing bait and waiting for Bjorn to bite. If Bjorn refused and tried to make excuses now, he would be walking straight into the old man's trap. So he decided to play along. The old man asked again, "What are you going to do now?" "It will only take 5 minutes, he added. Bjorn simply said, "All right." The old man seemed slightly shocked. "Are you sure?" he asked. Bjorn raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" The old man hesitated. "Just now, I said it could be dangerous." Bjorn smirked. "And you also said Raven would check it?" "That's true, but—" the old man began. "Then hurry up and get it over with. I want to sleep," Bjorn interrupted. They proceeded with the experiment, and afterward, Bjorn left. Once he was gone, Raven turned to her master. "What was this all about?" The so-called special device was nothing more than a strange-looking chair with no special features. Suspicious, Raven asked, "Did you really think Bjorn was an evil spirit?" The old man sighed and told her to calm down. "Is your doubt clear now?" she pressed. In a disappointed tone, he muttered, "Yes." Raven nodded. "I understand why you were suspicious. Bjorn is rather unique after all. But I have to ask, why didn't you just report him to the secret police?" The old man hesitated before replying. "If I did that, they would have killed him." Raven was shocked. She tried to question him further, but the old man swiftly ignored her and left. What shocked her wasn't the fact that Bjorn would have died if captured. Everyone knew that. What disturbed her was that her master had wanted a living evil spirit. She couldn't begin to understand what he planned to do with one. Bjorn goes back to his room. He is very tired, not from the work, but from the mental pressure of the situation earlier. The anxiety he felt still hasn't gone away, but he is sure he didn't make a mistake and handled it well. He also noticed that the old man looked disappointed, though he isn't sure why. Deciding to forget about it for now, he lets his thoughts drift. Just as he is lost in them, Misha suddenly gets in his face and asks if he is still sleeping. Bjorn is startled at first, but quickly remembers that he gave her the keys. Without hesitation, he suddenly stands up, grabs Misha's hand, and says that he needs her. Misha got very flustered and said that she was not ready for this and that it was still too bright. Bjorn was confused by what she was saying, but ignored her and told her to write replies to the letters he had received from the nobles. She asked Bjorn if it was really okay to send letters like this to the nobility, as they might cause problems for him. Bjorn reassured her that it was fine and that he was confident in his replies. "Well, I'm not so sure about this," she muttered. He had simply written that he was too busy and that they should look for another barbarian. Misha was worried at first, but gave up after seeing Bjorn's reaction. Then she asked him what had happened yesterday at the party. As they wrote the letters, Bjorn told her the story. Later, they had their team meeting. 10 days before the labyrinth opened, the dwarf decided not to enter this time because of the rumors about a dimensional collapse spreading around. And he wasn't the only one who thought so. Both Dwalki and Rottmiller also decided not to enter. Misha asked Bjorn what he planned to do. Of course, Bjorn knew the rumors were false, thanks to the information he had gathered from the community. He could also convince others to join if he wanted to. However, this time, He had other plans. And it was better for him if the others didn't enter with him. It had been 3 months since he had entered the first floor rupture, the blood-tinted castle, which meant the rupture was about to reset. It was common knowledge among skilled players that they should enter a rupture as soon as the cooldown ended at the start. But Bjorn couldn't just tell others how to open the rupture. So he decided to take only Misha with him. He informed the others that only he and Misha would be going this time. Misha got scared and tried to protest, but Bjorn asked her if she planned to leave him to go alone. She said no, but it was obvious she didn't want to go. Bjorn told her that if she didn't want to go, he could go alone. She huffed and told him that he should ask her nicely first. Hearing this, Bjorn exaggeratedly spoke in a robotic tone. "Will, you, please, go with me." Just from that, Misha became incredibly happy and immediately agreed, saying that she couldn't let him go alone. Even Bjorn was shocked that she had agreed so easily. He then informed the others that they would be going without them. The next day at the marketplace, the royal family issued a statement declaring that the rumors about the dimensional collapse were false. As soon as the dwarf heard the news, he went to Bjorn, laughing. "Now we can go to the labyrinth together," he said. But Bjorn refused. "I already accepted a request," he said, and closed the door, leaving the dwarf outside with an awkward laugh. Misha was confused and asked Bjorn when he had received the bodyguard request. He casually admitted that he was just making an excuse and that he was actually planning to go into a rupture this time. Misha frowned. "Did you figure out a way to enter the rupture from the labyrinth?" Bjorn awkwardly nodded. Innocently, Misha asked, "Why did you keep it a secret from the others? Wouldn't it be better if we all went together?" While cleaning Misha's blades, Bjorn countered, "Did you tell anyone that you contracted the spirit beast with the help of the spirit frost ring?" Misha shook her head. Bjorn pressed, "Are you sure you didn't tell anyone?" Looking confused, Misha replied, "You were the one who told me not to tell others. Why would I?" Bjorn then asked, "If the dwarf were in your position, do you think he would have kept it a secret?" Misha scoffed. "No way. He'd have told everyone after getting drunk." Bjorn smirked. "What about the others?" Misha thought for a moment. "Dwalki might blurt it out by accident. As for Rottmiller, I'm not so sure." Bjorn agreed. Rottmiller was the most normal and easiest to understand. He might have kept the secret if Bjorn asked him to, but in return, he'd probably get suspicious of Bjorn. Misha finally understood. "So that's why you kept it a secret from the others. But what about me? Why are you telling me about the rupture?" She looked a little scared. Bjorn had several reasons. Unexpectedly, Misha didn't spill secrets. She looked clumsy, like the type who would talk about everything, but when it came to secrets, she had tight lips. At the same time, she was terrible at lying, so Bjorn could always tell if the secret had spread or not. Bjorn summed it all up in a single sentence: "I trust you." Just hearing those words, Misha almost cried. Her face turned red. To hide her embarrassment and happiness, she started making excuses. "It's getting hot." Bjorn simply told her to drink some water. There were 8 days left before the labyrinth opened, and Bjorn was going to use all that time to prepare. First, he had his weapons enchanted, his mace and Misha's twin swords with lightning. Then, he purchased a lightning scroll, a thunder herb, and the most expensive advanced potion. Even Misha's voice trembled as she asked, "Are you really buying this?" Bjorn nodded. "I've wanted one for a long time. It won't be a waste." Misha was more worried because the 2 million stones they spent on everything had come from the joint account she and Bjorn had created a while ago. The next day, Bjorn visited the Barbarian shaman. The shaman told Bjorn that he seemed to be doing well, having earned 4 million stones in just 2 months for level 4 of the Immortal Seal. After reaching the 4th level, Bjorn's mentality and skill stats increased by 40. Testing his abilities, he realized he could now stay in giant mode 1.5 times longer than before. While eating, Misha asked if she could come to the library with him. Bjorn gave her a dumbfounded look. "You? Red?" Misha got angry. "Of course I do. Sometimes." Bjorn chuckled and took her with him. However, this time the librarian used the normal spell on them instead of the special one. When Bjorn asked why, she flusteredly admitted that the other spell was something she did just for him, so she couldn't use it in front of others. Bjorn raised a brow. Shouldn't you have told me that privately? The librarian gasped. You're right. Then she quickly turned to Misha and said, Forget what I just said. Both Bjorn and Misha were shocked and confused, but Bjorn chose to ignore it. The next day, he visited the magic tower and met Raven. With this visit, his promise to help her was finally over. Bjorn asked if she wanted to take back the entry pass to the magic tower, but Raven told him to keep it. You're a trouble magnet, she reminded him. You'll probably need my help again. Bjorn kept the entry pass. Finally, the day of the labyrinth opening arrived. Bjorn showed the new barbarians the way to the portal and gave them advice, telling them to protect their hearts from humans. They thanked him, making Bjorn both shy and happy. The dwarf looked at him and grinned. It's nice to have a dependable mentor. Bjorn shrugged. I just showed them the way, nothing much. But the dwarf gave him a weird look. You don't have to be so humble and shy about it. Bjorn also gave the dwarf some advice. Be careful, Vas, and doubt anyone who's being too friendly. The dwarf laughed. Do I look like those young barbarians to you? Bjorn thought to himself. You kind of do. Rottmiller, Dwalki, and the dwarf entered the labyrinth, while Bjorn and Misha stayed behind. Misha grew nervous. Are we going in or not? Bjorn told her to wait. How long? She asked. Inside his mind, Bjorn sighed. This is why I don't like newbies. If I tell them to wait, they should just wait. When the gate was about to close, Bjorn finally told Misha, let's go now. Just like before, he wanted to earn the extra experience points for opening the portal to the second floor first. Misha was very confused about how they had ended up near the second floor portal. So Bjorn explained to her about the unstable dimensional phenomena and how it could be utilized. But of course, Misha remained confused and didn't understand much. Seeing this, Bjorn admitted that he couldn't explain it well either. He was just using it because he knew about it. Then Misha said she felt sad for Rottmiller. She mentioned that he would feel like all his hard work had been wasted if he knew about such a shortcut, just like how she had felt after using the ring. Bjorn was a little surprised, but he also understood how Rottmiller would feel. Rottmiller's dream as a scout was to open the portal with his own hands, and he took his role very seriously. But there was nothing Bjorn could do about it. He simply entered the second floor. Unfortunately for him, the portal led to the second floor stone desert, and he needed to enter the beast lair to obtain the magic stones required to open the rupture. So they returned to the first floor and started moving toward the east portal. Along the way, they fought monsters like gnomes. It wasn't too difficult to defeat them, but picking up every magic crystal by hand was a challenge. They had gotten used to Dwalki's auto pickup magic. Then, Misha sensed some people approaching. She asked Bjorn what to do. Bjorn wasn't sure, but since these people had already reached this place within 3 hours, that meant they must be speedrunning it. The group noticed Bjorn and Misha, but they didn't stop and kept running. These guys were fast, but unfortunately for them, the portal was already open. Misha was very impressed by their equipment. She asked Bjorn if they needed to be that well prepared to open the portals. Bjorn told her there was nothing surprising about it, and that one day they would be just like them. Misha, surprised, asked, "We will?" Bjorn figured she must still be used to being treated like an outcast. Misha then told Bjorn that he was really ambitious, or was it just because he was a barbarian? Bjorn asked if she was insulting him. Misha gently nudged her elbow against him and called him an idiot, then cutely told him that she meant he was very cool. Bjorn felt a little embarrassed. After that, they carefully and cheerfully continued toward their destination. 19 hours had passed since the opening of the labyrinth. Bjorn and Misha were passing by when people started looking at them strangely. This was because the equipment Bjorn and Misha had was of high quality. From their gear alone, people could guess they weren't 9th or 8th rank explorers. Since 19 hours had already passed, explorers at their level shouldn't still be wandering around the first floor. Seeing this situation, Bjorn started smiling. Noticing his smile, Misha asked him what was so funny. Bjorn replied that it was nothing. He was just thinking about the past. Memories of all the hardships he endured before meeting Erwin came flooding back. This reminded him of Erwin, and he began to wonder how she was doing. He figured she must be doing well since her sister was wealthy. He briefly considered visiting her, but was distracted when he noticed a man staring at him with greed and envy. The longer Bjorn looked at the man, the worse he felt. Finally, Bjorn asked the man if he had something to say to him. The man quickly replied, "No." Bjorn glared at him and demanded to know why he was staring. Terrified, the man apologized. Misha stopped Bjorn and asked him what was wrong, pointing out that the man hadn't actually done anything. A worried, slightly frightened expression crossed her face. Bjorn realized how the situation must have looked to others. Still, he was sure the man had been acting suspiciously. Deciding to test something, Bjorn asked for his name. The man introduced himself as Hans Ivan. Bjorn gave him another sharp look and asked if his name was really Hans and not Hans. The man insisted it was his real name and that he wasn't lying. Bjorn thought it might have just been a mistake on his part. But then, in a shaky voice, the man confessed that his name had indeed been Hans before he changed it because it was too common. Surprised, Bjorn realized that was why he had felt so uncomfortable just looking at him. He told the man to never change his name back and to keep living as Hans. The man nervously agreed. As soon as he said that, the rocks on the ground nearby started shaking. Misha noticed it first and alerted Bjorn. Grabbing her hand, Bjorn quickly led her toward the disturbance. There is only one explanation for this phenomenon in the labyrinth, the opening of the rupture. Bjorn thought it didn't matter if you changed your name. Once a Hans, always a Hans. Not everyone knew this, but it took about 3 days for a rupture to open naturally. Yet it was still the first day, which meant someone had used the same method Bjorn was planning to use to open it. Bjorn frowned. Was it a player? Or someone incredibly clever? He had invested too much money in this time rupture to let someone else take it away. Grabbing Misha, he picked her up and ran toward the rupture at full speed. Thankfully, they made it just in time. Inside, they were the last to arrive. 3 people were already there. The man on the left introduced himself as Carlson. The human girl on the right was Jensia Nafrin, who smiled nervously. Standing in the center was a large bear-like figure who introduced himself as Avman Urigfried. Bjorn smiled confidently and introduced himself as Thor's son, Bjorn, while calling Misha Michelle. It was a bold move, but he didn't want to give away their real identities. Misha looked at him, confused, but caught on quickly and tried to play along. She attempted a poker face, failing miserably. Bjorn spoke to cover for her. "I'm best suited as a tank. What about you all?" Jensia stepped forward. "I've been a scout since childhood. I also ate goblin archer essence." She seemed proud of that fact. Carlson followed. "I use a sword and shield. I fight at the front during team battles." Bjorn nodded, trying to read their abilities. Based on their experience, they were clearly first or second floor explorers. Beginners. Well, it made sense. A rupture usually opened naturally after 5 to 6 months in city time, or 4 months if forced. In other words, it hadn't even been 5 months yet, so there was no way an upper floor explorer would be wandering around the first floor. If Bjorn and Misha had stopped by the beast lair and opened the rupture 3 days after the labyrinth appeared, then the others had to be complete beginners, people who had never even stepped onto the second floor. At least a day had passed since then. Still, that only made the bear guy stand out even more, raising Bjorn's suspicion. Bjorn glanced at the bear guy. Something felt off. He couldn't shake the feeling that the bear guy didn't belong here. "What about you?" Bjorn asked, folding his arms. The bear guy didn't say much. He simply pointed at his massive crossbow. "That's not enough," Bjorn said firmly. "We need details." The bear guy crossed his arms. "Maybe you should introduce yourself properly before you demand information from others." Bjorn narrowed his eyes but decided to play along. "I'm a 6th rank explorer. Michelle is a 7th rank. We're mostly active on the 4th floor." The bear guy raised an eyebrow. "I'm 5th rank," he said. "Then why are you on the 1st floor?" Bjorn asked, his suspicion deepening. The bear guy shrugged. "I could ask you the same thing. What's a 6th rank explorer doing on the 1st floor?" The room grew tense. Bjorn knew he couldn't press too hard without giving away too much. "We usually have a team," he explained. "But this time we're alone. No scout, so we had to stay on the 1st floor when the rupture opened." The bear guy smirked. "What a coincidence. Same here. I left my team long ago." Bjorn was taken aback. An archer strong enough to go solo? That was rare. but looking at the bear guy's massive frame and deadly crossbow, it wasn't impossible. Still, something didn't add up. Someone here had opened the rupture, and Bjorn was almost certain it was the bear guy. Bjorn needed answers. Who got here first? Carlson spoke first. I think we all arrived at pretty much the same time. Jensia nodded in agreement. Why does it matter? The bear guy asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Bjorn felt like he was in a game of Mafia. Or, for modern players, Among Us, where someone was clearly the imposter, and it was up to the rest to figure out who. An old game like Werewolf came to mind, where villagers had to find the wolf among them. Bjorn snapped back into focus. Bjorn made it clear. He, Misha, and the bear guy would each take a share, while Carlson and Jensia would split one person's worth of loot. They'd also give them the remaining essences. Misha would consume the guardian essence, and if they got a rupture stone or a numbered item, they'd roll the dice for it. The bear guy agreed without fuss. With the deal set, they stepped onto the formation and began moving. Bjorn couldn't help but feel a bit lucky. Whoever had opened the rupture had unknowingly chosen the exact one he had planned to open. That meant all the preparations and items they had ready wouldn't go to waste. They walked in silence for a while. No monsters in sight. 30 minutes later, they finally came across their first one. A 7th-rank Yeti blocked their path. The creature loomed in the icy corridor, its white fur blending with the surrounding frost. Jensia froze. Do we have to fight that? The bear guy answered calmly. The correct paths are usually guarded by monsters. Bjorn frowned. That was a very player-like response. His suspicion of the bear guy only grew stronger. Bjorn stepped forward. Carlson, stay back. We'll handle it. The bear guy tightened his grip on his crossbow. I'll go first, he said, pulling back the string and launching a heavy arrow at the Yeti. The Yeti raised its massive arms and blocked the shot. The arrow struck its hand and got stuck. The Yeti struggled to pull it out, but couldn't. Bjorn recognized the skill immediately. Hook arrow. The bear guy looked a little disappointed when his arrow was blocked, but he accepted it without complaint. He shot a quick glance at Bjorn. You two can finish it off, he said. The bear guy was strict when it came to sharing the workload, but Bjorn didn't mind. In fact, he liked it. He tightened his grip on his mace and charged at the Yeti. Come on, he taunted, meeting the beast head-on. The Yeti roared and swung at him, but Bjorn dodged and countered with a heavy strike to its arm. The others watched, stunned, as Bjorn fought fiercely without hesitation. After a few exchanges, Bjorn called out, "Now!" Misha leapt into action, using her cat-like skills to land on the Yeti's back and strike its eye with precision. The Yeti thrashed for a moment before collapsing with a loud thud. Bjorn straightened, his expression calm but confident. He wanted to make sure the others knew how strong he and his cat's skills were, just enough to discourage any funny ideas. You two work pretty well together, the bear guy said. Thanks, Bjorn replied. They moved on, deeper into the ice cave, cutting through monsters along the way. Bjorn kept his guard up, still wondering who had opened the rupture and what they were hiding. After entering the snow caves, they fought off countless frost wolves. It made sense since frost wolves were the only monsters that appeared in the outer parts of the frost caves. They were just 9th-rank monsters, but their strength lay in numbers. Bjorn and Misha handled most of the fighting. The bear guy helped too, but his crossbow was built for single, powerful attacks, not crowd control. Once they cleared the wolves, they reached a large stone pillar. Bjorn recognized this part of the path clearly, but waited to see if anyone else would step up and lead. No one did. That meant either the person who opened the rupture wasn't a player or was playing dumb. After wandering for a while, they found a set of ominous stairs. As they descended, Bjorn kept an eye on a particular hidden piece inside a nearby pillar. No one reacted to it, so he decided to ignore it for now and come back later. At the bottom of the stairs, they found a bright crystal cave, its radiance surprising despite being deep underground. Both Jensia and Misha lit up at the sight. In the center stood a massive ice pillar. Jensia reached out and touched it, and the pillar began to glow. Jensia flinched in surprise, but the bear guy calmly said, "Nothing to be surprised about. It's probably the key. I bet a few monsters will appear, and then the path will open." Bjorn narrowed his eyes. The bear guy's way of thinking was suspiciously like a gamer's mindset. He wasn't wrong. Monsters were coming, But it wouldn't just be a few. Suddenly, the first wave began. 20 frost wolves charged toward them. "Get to the stairs," Bjorn ordered. "It's easier to defend from there." The group hurried up, holding the higher ground. The wolves came fast, but Bjorn and Misha cut through them. In the second wave, stronger monsters appeared. Snow leopards and ice golems. Bjorn immediately focused on the golems, knowing their slowing debuff would be trouble if left alive. With a few powerful swings of his mace, he took them down quickly. After the waves of monsters, the mini-boss appeared, a mutated yeti called Frost Lord Cthulhu. As soon as it appeared, it cast a suppression skill. Bjorn had seen this before. It froze most people in place unless they were hit by something or increased their resistance. Misha bit her tongue to draw blood and break free, while Bjorn shrugged it off using his high resistance stats. Bjorn activated Wild Outburst, boosting his stats and raising his threat level. Misha frowned. I told you not to jump into battles on your own." The Frost Lord roared and unleashed a cold outburst, shooting a freezing beam from its mouth. Bjorn raised his shield, blocking it with a grunt, then swung his mace and smashed it into the monster's mouth. Cthulhu staggered back and retaliated with a heavy punch, but Bjorn deflected it with his shield and countered with another powerful strike. The battle seemed evenly matched until Bjorn heard a voice behind him. "Get back if you don't want to die," the bear guy said. Bjorn glanced back and saw him preparing his crossbow. He activated Reinforcement, increasing all his active skills based on his MP, then used Dangerous Material. His arrow glowed with a dark red aura, almost black and rusted. The bear guy fired. The arrow tore through the air with a sonic boom and struck the Frost Lord. The explosion obliterated the boss and the surrounding monsters in an instant. Bjorn and Misha stared in shock. Bjorn had thought the bear guy was just a burst damage dealer, but this revealed he also had a devastating area of effect attack. Thanks to him, the ninth wave ended quickly, and they could divide the rewards earlier than expected. 2 essences dropped. "I don't need either of them," the bear guy said, waving them off. Carlson and Jensia smiled, but just as they reached for the essences, Bjorn stopped them. Bjorn told them to take the red one. Bjorn didn't care whether it was frost wolves or any other kind of essence. However, he wanted the essence of the boss yeti. Bjorn asked them if they had any problem with that. Carlson nervously said no. Well, Bjorn didn't care whether they had a problem or not. If they wanted it, they had to get stronger. Then, Misha congratulated Bjorn for obtaining the essence and becoming even stronger. Bjorn was confused and told Misha that this essence was hers. Misha was shocked and asked Bjorn if he was really giving it to her. Bjorn asked if there was a problem. Misha nervously said that it wasn't that. She wanted it badly, but she was just asking, just in case, and that he shouldn't take it the wrong way. Bjorn said okay and told her to ask. Misha, now very nervous, asked Bjorn how much she would owe him if she ate it. Bjorn was stunned and confused about what kind of person she thought he was. Then, Bjorn started thinking about the boss Yeti's essence. This guy's essence provided a pretty good stat increase. It increased bone hardness as well as cold resistance, both of which were S-tier stats for defense. The main thing was that it also came with cold affinity. An affinity stat was an essential element for elemental users, helping to buff their pre-existing element. This essence would be useful for several years. While Bjorn was deep in thought about all of this, Misha grew more and more nervous about what he was going to ask for in exchange. But Bjorn kept thinking about the essence. She would also gain 1 passive skill, which didn't matter much, but she would also get an active skill that greatly increased her affinity when used. This skill had great potential and would become even more useful as they ventured deeper into the labyrinth. Bjorn was making weird faces as he thought about all this, and seeing his expressions, Misha became more and more scared of how much he was going to ask. She grabbed Bjorn's hand and made a face as if she were about to cry. In a trembling voice, she asked him how much he was going to ask for, since he was taking so long to answer. Bjorn hadn't realized she was still thinking about it. He told her that small things like this were for temporary members. Misha got flustered and asked, "Then what are we?" Bjorn asked her why she was hesitating so much and told her that it was enough for him that she stayed by his side. Misha grew even more flustered and said that it was nice to hear, but she asked why he kept saying things like that. Then she took the essence. After consuming it, Misha said it felt a little weird, probably because it had been 2 years since she last took one. Bjorn told her she would get used to it again. Then he asked the newbies what they were going to do. Carlson hesitated before saying that neither of them was going to take it. Bjorn was shocked. They were going to waste a precious essence, even though they were just newbies. Carlson said that it was because Miss Gensia saw that this essence was dropped by the Frost Wolf, so he thought it might not be a good fit for him. Bjorn asked him what he even knew about the Frost Wolves. They weren't that well known. Carlson admitted that he didn't know anything, but since it was a 9th rank essence, he thought a better one might pop up later. That was a bit suspicious, but Bjorn couldn't judge too much from their response alone. Besides, this rupture had a high chance of dropping essences. Bjorn then asked Gensia if it was the same for her. She said that erasing essences was very expensive, so she figured she shouldn't make the same mistake again. She was a swordsman, but she had eaten the goblin archer essence before. If one of them had taken the essence, Bjorn would have ruled them out of his suspicion. However, neither of them took it, and their answers were also perfect. Now Bjorn started to wonder if all of them were on the same side and just fooling him. Just when they thought it was all over, the ceiling cracked and a paw emerged. Then the final boss came down, a wolf holding a weapon in its arms, or rather, in its paws. But it still wasn't time to fight it yet. The wolf boss smashed its weapon onto the ice floor, causing it to collapse, and everyone fell down. They entered a special area, and just like in the witch's forest, field effects were applied to them. The first effect was hypothermia. Their agility stats were also greatly reduced, and the ice element damage they would take was doubled. They fell into the water. In the game, you would just wait for the loading screen to finish and start already out of the water, though with less HP. But in reality, they were tossed left and right by the currents before being thrown off a waterfall. That was the real reason they started with less HP. While Bjorn was thinking about taking a break to heal up a little, Misha came running to him, crying, and asked if he was all right. Bjorn told her he was fine, and asked how she was. She hadn't even been thinking about herself, but when she realized it, she said, "Yes, I also seem fine." The bear guy was already sitting next to a fire. He called out to the others, saying that if they were awake, they should come over. Misha was surprised to see the fire and asked him if he always carried firewood with him. He said yes, since he always traveled alone. Gensia and Carlson both said that it felt strangely cold and that they weren't getting any warmer despite sitting near the fire. The bear guy told them that meant this place might be a special area. Misha was surprised and said, "Like the witch's forest?" She then realized she wasn't feeling cold at all. Her cold resistance was pretty high, so it made sense. She looked at Bjorn and asked if he was cold. Bjorn said yes, but it wasn't like it hurt him. Misha frowned. "What do you mean?" Bjorn explained. "I mean, my body is shivering from the cold, but it doesn't actually hurt." Misha sighed. "You're really stupid." Then she opened her blanket and told him to come closer. He would feel better that way. Bjorn got embarrassed, and the bear guy started whistling, making Bjorn sure he wasn't misinterpreting the situation. Anyway, they decided that this area was safe, so they set up camp there for the night. However, Bjorn chose to sleep a little further from the others, since he didn't even know what the other party's intentions were. The bear guy warned him that it would be cold away from the fire, but Misha told him that they had their own firewood. Bjorn and Misha lit their own fire separate from the others. Misha told Bjorn that he could sleep first while she kept watch. However, Bjorn said he had something to ask her. He asked if any of the three seemed suspicious. She replied that something seemed strange and then told him everything. After hearing her, Bjorn confirmed who was the one that opened the rupture. They resumed their exploration after 6 hours. Thankfully, there was only one path, although it was quite a twisty one, with random monsters occasionally popping out from the ice walls. Most of the monsters that appeared were 8th rank, but due to the field effect, the difficulty was even higher than the blood-tinted castle, where rank 7 skeleton knights appeared. They kept fighting monsters, and after 4 hours, they reached a cave where ice orcs were frozen in the ice. Gensia, worried, asked the bear guy if they had to fight them. The bear guy told her that there was a reason the orcs were here. Suddenly, the ice orcs woke up, breaking free from their icy shells. Bjorn told the group not to panic and to get into formation. He mainly did this so it would be easier for Misha to keep an eye on them. Bjorn didn't know the goal of the person who had opened the rupture. Maybe they just wanted to clear it and were innocent. However, he had to be prepared for all possibilities. This was the best time for that person to make a move if they intended to. Therefore, Bjorn hid his true strength just in case. The others were all fighting the ice orcs, but Misha remained standing near the bear guy. The bear guy asked her why she was still standing there instead of running to her lover. Misha told him that something might pop up from behind and that they were not lovers. The bear guy smirked and said, "Not yet." The newbies were struggling against the ice orcs. A little annoyed, the bear guy said that he had to step in. Then he activated his skill and summoned Iron Bear Irathan. The summoned bear charged at an ice orc, slashing it with its claws. With a single attack, the ice orc's teeth broke, and blood spilled from its nose. This was the main reason the bear guy could go solo despite being an archer. His summoned bear was strong enough to handle battles up close. The summoned bear grabbed the ice orc and bit its head. However, if this continued, he would clear the rupture before that person could do anything, and Bjorn's plan would fail. So, Bjorn decided to go with Plan B and let the ice orc attack him. But the ice orc aimed for his head. Bjorn spat blood. Seeing this, Misha, crying, rushed toward him. After Bjorn was attacked, Misha rushed toward him as if she were really worried. But Bjorn had already told her about the plan. His getting hit was also a signal for her to take action. Even though the ice orc attacked Bjorn hard, the combination of his helmet, bone density, and natural regeneration protected his head. He only felt a little lightheaded and was merely pretending to be hurt while keeping an eye on the situation. Carlson was worried and tried to stop the ice orc from attacking Bjorn again, even though he was scared. But before he could do anything, the bear guy's arrow blew off the ice orc warrior's head. Then, the ice orc sorcerer launched a magic attack, targeting Misha and the bear guy. Misha jumped out of the way, while the bear guy rolled to the side and prepared another attack. He used his skill Dangerous Material again and fired. The ice orc sorcerer used ice iron wall magic to block the arrow, but the arrow pierced through the ice wall and blasted the sorcerer's head. Carlson's jaw dropped upon seeing the bear guy handling all 3 7th-rank ice orcs on his own. Just as Bjorn's plan to create a difficult situation was becoming pointless, the culprit made her move. She used the skill Armor Change, upgrading her equipment to high-ranking gear. Then, she activated her stealth skill to hide herself. This skill concealed her presence and significantly increased her movement speed for 3 seconds. She then used a skill called Revenge, which greatly increased the penetration of her ultimate attack and also applied a bleeding effect to the target, preventing healing from potions. While the bear guy was busy reloading his crossbow, unaware of her presence, she plunged her sword through his heart. Because of the critical hit, his summoning was also cancelled. Gensia laughed, saying she could easily earn 30 million from him. While she was reveling in her moment, Misha threw a bottle at her. Gensia, confused and angry, demanded to know what Misha had thrown. But before she could react, Bjorn appeared behind her, activating Wild Outburst, and attacked. Gensia barely dodged in time, shocked that Bjorn had anticipated her move. She tried to use her stealth skill again, but it was immediately cancelled due to the witch's lamp solution Misha had thrown earlier. Laughing, Bjorn called her a dumbass, mocking her for revealing that she had consumed Goblin Archer Essence. If she hadn't mentioned it, Bjorn wouldn't have known about her stealth ability. There had been many hints from the start that she was the imposter who had triggered the rupture. She kept pointing out key details while pretending to know nothing. If you had guessed she was the one, you have great observation skills. However, what confirmed Bjorn's suspicions was something Misha told him. Gensia's scent had changed after she fell into the water. Before that, she smelled like the beast lair, and her shoes were covered in dust from it. To reach the ice cave's rupture, one must pass through the beast lair. Absolute proof that she was the imposter who had opened the rupture. Misha fought Gensia, trying to kill her, but Gensia kept dodging her attacks. While evading Misha, Gensia landed near Bjorn, who struck her with full force. She coughed up blood but survived and managed to escape. She called Bjorn and the others NPCs. That word alone confirmed Bjorn's suspicion. She was a player. But that didn't matter to him. Player or not, if someone tried to kill him, he would kill them. The remaining ice orc came charging at Bjorn, attracted by Wild Outburst. However, thanks to the skill's stat boost, the ice orc couldn't do anything to him. Bjorn didn't even flinch when the orc attacked. Seeing this, Gensia was shocked. She knew she was screwed. She tried to run, but the cave entrance had already been sealed off by rocks. She was cornered. However, a cornered rat can bite a cat, so Bjorn remained cautious. The ice orc kept attacking Bjorn, annoying him, but he refrained from killing it. If the last ice orc died, the final boss would appear. Misha assured Bjorn that she would handle it. Bjorn told her not to kill it. Once again, he focused on Gensia. Scared, she tried talking to him, saying there was a misunderstanding. She was merely stalling for time, waiting for her revenge skill to come off cooldown. She had no other skills that could penetrate Bjorn's defenses. Of course, she still tried, but it was futile. Bjorn crushed her hand with his mace. Then Bjorn asked, "What did you mean by misunderstanding?" Gensia asked if he would believe her. Bjorn replied, "If your explanation is reasonable." She tried to say something, but Bjorn smashed her head before she could finish. Then he scoffed and said, "Did you really believe me?" Bjorn then takes off all of her equipment and weapons. All of her equipment is specialized for head-to-head combat. Now that Bjorn is looting her, he decides to talk, but before that, he destroys all of her limbs so she won't try anything funny. Then, he forces her to use armor change and loots all of her beginner equipment as well. She tells Bjorn that she will do anything, if he just lets her live. I know what many of you horny people are thinking, but control your horses. He is Bjorn, after all, our cold, calculating MC. He asks her why she attacked them. She says that her information has already spread throughout the Explorers Guild, so she wants to make sure no more information about her gets out. To prevent that, she plans to kill anyone who comes to the rupture. Bjorn then asks her why she opened this rupture. She tells him that she heard this is the only place where one can obtain the Heart of the Frost. She thought she wouldn't have any trouble since only 8th or 9th rank explorers were supposed to come here. Then she pauses, realizing something, and asks Bjorn how he knew that she was the one who opened the rupture. Bjorn realizes he made a mistake, but he refuses to acknowledge it and instead asks her what she's talking about. She then asks Bjorn if he is also a player. Bjorn keeps acting ignorant and instead asks her if she is an evil spirit. But she is sure now, and she starts crying, calling him Mister and begging for his help. She tells Bjorn that she just wants to go home. She keeps pleading, crying, and asking him to spare her, but Bjorn doesn't say a single word. Eventually, she gets angry at his silence, calling him a piece of shit, but Bjorn just calls her an evil spirit and kills her. His mentality stat increases by 1 for killing his first player. After killing another player for the first time, Bjorn didn't know what he felt. Was it sadness, excitement, or something else? But he knew that none of it mattered. It was something he had to do. After seeing Bjorn return, Misha smiled and walked toward him, asking how he was. She had been worried because he had taken so long. She had left Carlson to deal with an ice orc alone, and now Carlson was calling for help. Bjorn told Misha that she could kill it now, but she should try using her new skills while she was at it, and to finish it off quickly. Misha nodded. On the other hand, Carlson was on the verge of being killed by the ice orc when Misha used her skill to start attacking. She first sliced its wrists, and thanks to her skill, the ice orc received the frostbite status effect. It stopped the bleeding, but also prevented the wound from healing. Depending on the type of monster, this effect could be very useful. However, the biggest advantage of frostbite was that it restricted movement. Unfortunately, since the ice orc had high cold resistance, it only affected its wrist. A normal monster of the same rank would have taken frostbite damage up to its elbow. Bjorn told Misha to go for its neck this time. She jumped from behind, stabbed her dagger into the ice orc's neck, and then asked Bjorn if that was good enough. Bjorn checked. The damage had reached its brain. Satisfied, he decided to end his experiment. He then asked Misha if she was ready for the final fight. After that, he cracked the ice orc's head open. As soon as the ice orc died, the wolf boss Tyrant Tarnbus appeared. Tyrant Tarnbus had some special traits. First, he was 1.5 times bigger than others of his kind. He also had about twice the stats of a normal lycanthrope. On top of that, he wielded an ice club that maximized his damage and boosted the hypothermia status effect. However, Bjorn was confident he could finish him in under 10 seconds. Why? Because he had prepared for this moment. Bjorn used a lightning herb and a lightning scroll, significantly increasing his lightning damage for 10 seconds. And this guy's weakness was lightning. The lightning paralyzed Tyrant Tarnbus. But Tarnbus had a skill that cleared movement-restricting debuffs. However, since it only removed the restriction rather than granting immunity, he could still be paralyzed again. And Misha was already ready. With lightning bombs. She threw countless lightning bombs at Tarnbus, sending him into a state of unconsciousness. In this state, he was easy to deal with, just like how Bjorn used to handle monsters with Einar. They simply beat the boss to death with their lightning-imbued weapons. Carlson was shocked by what had just happened. They earned 3 experience points for defeating him and 3 more because he was a guardian. He also dropped his essence. Bjorn told Misha to consume it. As always, Misha was hesitant, but Bjorn reminded her that they had already agreed at the start. She would take the guardian essence. She was still hesitating. So Bjorn simply pushed her toward the essence, forcing her to absorb it. After it was done, Bjorn turned his attention to the bear guy and was surprised that he was still alive. The sword had pierced his heart. Barely able to speak, bear guy weakly asked for a potion from his bag. Misha and Carlson took out the best quality potion bottle from his bag. Misha warned him not to regret using it later. Bear guy told them not to worry and just pour it. Misha poured the entire bottle onto his wound, but it didn't heal. Bear guy told them to keep pouring, but Bjorn realized the blade must have been imbued with something that prevented healing and regeneration. Bear guy then asked for an antidote, but Bjorn knew that wouldn't work against this kind of poison. The injury wasn't getting better, and the bleeding wouldn't stop. Then Misha suddenly remembered something. She asked Bjorn for a top-tier potion. Bjorn wasn't prepared for that request, but since it was Misha, he handed it over. Even with the top-tier potion and 5 advanced potions from Bear Guy, the wound only closed up a little. The poison must have been extremely powerful. A top-tier potion could even regenerate a severed limb, yet all it did for Bear Guy was provide basic first aid. After that, Bjorn gave Carlson his share of the loot. Carlson was shocked. It was more than what was promised. Bjorn told him to just take it, since he hadn't received any essence. In truth, Bjorn had given him extra so he would stay quiet about what had happened today. Bjorn told him that if he felt guilty for taking more than he was owed, he could make up for it by keeping quiet. But Misha was staring at Bjorn with an odd look, one that seemed proud. Bjorn felt nervous seeing that weird expression in her eyes. Meanwhile, Bear Guy finally woke up after Carlson left. Bear Guy said he was lucky to have survived. He knew full well how much Misha and Bjorn would have benefited if he had died. Then he told Bjorn that he would pay him back for the top-tier potion and asked how much it cost. Bjorn replied, 5 million stones will do. Bear Guy scoffed. It only costs 1 million stones for a top-tier potion. Bjorn shrugged. Is that so? Then I must have been scammed. Bear Guy smiled. Yes, the value of an item changes depending on the situation. But since Bear Guy didn't have that much money on him right now, he decided to pay Bjorn later. As collateral, he left behind one of his numbered items. This numbered item was called Necromancer's Arrogance. It could save its user's life 3 times if they were hit by a fatal attack. This item was the reason Bear Guy had survived. Bjorn considered keeping it in exchange for 5 million stones. But before he could even say anything, Bear Guy suddenly called Bjorn by his real full name, Yandel's son, Bjorn. Then he warned Bjorn not to even think about keeping it. Misha was shocked. How do you know his name? But Bear Guy didn't answer. Instead, he simply said, I won't forget this kindness. Then he left. Bjorn told Misha they should go, but he started walking in the opposite direction of the portal. Misha frowned. Why are you going the wrong way? Bjorn glanced back at her. Come with me. There's something I need to take. And with that, they entered the ice cave once again. Bjorn took what he wanted and gave an ice crystal to Misha, telling her that it was a good thing. He also got one for himself. After Misha consumed it, her cold affinity increased by 3 permanently. Bjorn also consumed one with the same effect, raising his affinity by 3 as well. This was the only truly valuable thing Bjorn had gained from this rupture. After that, he started setting down the blankets. Misha asked Bjorn why he was doing that. Bjorn told her that they hadn't gotten much sleep because of the night watch, and what could be a better and safer place to sleep than a cleared rupture? Bjorn lay down, but his mind kept racing, thinking about what would have happened if he had been alone. He had actually considered raising his spirit seal to level 6 directly with the money he could have earned if he had just waited and watched Bear Guy die. However, he had poured his potion into Bear Guy's wounds instead. He decided that letting him die wasn't something he could do while standing beside someone he would work with in the future. But he wasn't sure if he would have done the same if Misha hadn't been there. Bjorn told Misha to come under his blanket because it was cold outside. It looked like Misha was getting ahead of Erwin. Underneath the blanket of stars, with the chill of the wind brushing past them and the warmth of the campfire enveloping them, Bjorn and Misha slept under the same blanket. They just slept. Nothing else happened. Bjorn fell asleep as soon as they lay down. Misha kept calling him, but he had really fallen asleep. They rested for a while, and on the 3rd day, they returned to the 1st floor crystal cave. Misha tested the new sword they had gotten from Gensia, and it was amazing. She was amazed. Bjorn told her that the sword might be a numbered item. Upon hearing that, she kneeled down and tried to offer it back to Bjorn. Bjorn didn't know what kind of prejudice she had against him that made her act this way every time he gave her something. Bjorn told her to use it for now because he hadn't decided whether to sell it yet. Misha then asked if they were going to the 2nd floor. Bjorn told her to get used to her new skills and essence first, then they would go. After a few hours, Misha told Bjorn that she was ready. Bjorn asked if she was really sure. Misha hesitated and then said, "Never mind, I'll keep fighting." Then she added, "Just in case. But you're not making me fight just because you're lazy, right?" Bjorn stared at her and asked if she was doubting him. Misha, suddenly scared, quickly said, "No, never, of course not." Doubts aside, Bjorn felt proud looking at her. Misha had obtained a great guardian essence. It increased many stats, but its most important effect for a swordsman was penetration. Its passive skill was also overpowered. It increased the cold affinity stat by 1.5 times. This effect would become even more useful over time, as it had great synergy with the Yeti's cold concentrate skill. Its active skill was incredibly effective for consecutive attacks. Additionally, the active skill Fortitude consumed a lot of MP, but it provided a layer of security in case she was affected by a crowd control skill. Bjorn told Misha to use the Destruction skill after activating Cold Concentrate. Misha complained, "They just die in one hit." Bjorn told her to hit them with a punch then. She did, and the monsters still died in a single punch. Bjorn was quite happy with the results. "Well, nothing we can do about it," he said. "We'll test it on the 2nd floor." Misha groaned. "Do I have to do this on the 2nd floor too?" Bjorn was about to respond, but before he could finish, Misha interrupted him. "I already know what you're going to say," she said smugly. "You're going to say the easy path is the slow path, right?" Bjorn was confused by her behavior, but just said, "Yeah." Misha looked proud and happy. Bjorn, on the other hand, was puzzled. Was she really that happy just because she finished his sentence? Then he realized this was just another one of Misha's manipulation tactics. She would probably calm down if he just pretended to lose to her in an argument after he did something wrong. As Misha and Bjorn walked through, the blue crystals turned red. Misha was confused and asked Bjorn about it. Bjorn told her that someone must have summoned the Floor Lord. "It's not a big deal. We should just keep moving." At first, Misha simply said, "Oh, okay." But then she realized what he had said and suddenly shouted, "Floor Lord?" Because of Ryakis, she had extreme fear of floor lords. Bjorn tried to calm her down, explaining that the first floor lord was calm, unlike the third floor lord, Ryakis. There were no changes in monster behavior, and the portal didn't close. Unlike Ryakis, who massacred the entire floor, this one simply disappeared quietly if the raid against it failed. After a lot more reassurance, Misha finally calmed down. Then, she asked who could have summoned it, since it was common sense not to stay in groups larger than 5 here. Bjorn speculated, it might be on purpose. There might be a clan trying to take down the floor lord. After all, someone had bought the strategy to defeat the first floor lord from Bjorn. But that person had only 2 weeks to prepare, which meant they were quite impatient. Bjorn decided to look into it later. For now, they entered the second floor, the land of the dead. It took them almost a day to get there. Without Rottmiller, they were really slow. Seeing the second floor reminded Bjorn of his old days with Einar and everything that had happened to him here. His expression kept shifting as he thought about it, leaving Misha confused. She wasn't sure whether he liked or hated this place. Misha said, "I don't like this place either. I like the Stone Desert better." The reason Bjorn chose to come here was that it would make getting to the third floor easier. They just needed to go north, meaning there was no need for a scout. Plus, since it was just the two of them, Bjorn could summon a Death Knight for a raid. It was a 6th rank monster, so it would help Bjorn gauge Misha's strength while giving them some valuable experience. Soon, they encountered 2 Death Fiends, and the fight began. Since Bjorn hadn't been able to properly test Misha's abilities on the first floor, he started testing her skills now. One of the Death Fiends used the skill Call of the Dead to summon zombies. They started biting Bjorn, but because of his acidic blood, their mouths burned. Misha took care of them quickly. She then asked, "How's your injury?" But his wounds were already healed. She narrowed her eyes at him. "Are you some kind of monster?" Bjorn looked a little embarrassed and muttered, "Stop staring and keep fighting." They continued heading north while training. As a result, Misha got the hang of how much cold elemental attack she needed to use to inflict hypothermia instead of frozen status. They even encountered a Chimera wolf with a crowd control skill, which gave Misha the opportunity to learn how to use fortitude. Bjorn warned her, "This skill uses a lot of MP. You need to be careful with it." Misha smirked and said, "Do I look like a kid to you?" As Bjorn expected, a little while later, Misha did exactly what she wasn't supposed to do. She used up all her MP. Bjorn sighed and picked her up like a cat. Misha squirmed in his grasp. "Put me down," Bjorn simply said. "Just focus on recovering your MP." Sometime later, while Misha and Bjorn were resting, Bjorn heard voices nearby. A group had unknowingly set up camp close to them. Since it was already time for Bjorn to wake Misha up and start moving, he was about to do so, until he overheard something that made his blood boil. They were talking about a barbarian sleeping nearby, laughing about how they could deal with him later. One of them joked that mages liked fresh materials. Bjorn clenched his fists. Somewhere among these hyena-like explorers, a young barbarian was sleeping, unaware of the danger around him. Bjorn was furious. The barbarians who went through the coming-of-age ceremony with Bjorn are mostly dead, and it's impossible that it was really just the monsters that did it. Bjorn was angry because he had also gone through something similar. But, from what he heard, they didn't seem to be doing anything today. He thought about what he should do. Should he just kill them? That would be easy, but not good for the young barbarian. So he came up with a plan, woke Misha up, and told her to change her gear. The other group was resting when Bjorn shouted. Misha asked him why he did that. Bjorn said he just felt like it. Then they walked right into the other group's camp. He acted cheerful upon seeing people. They stopped Bjorn and woke up the barbarian with them. The young barbarian asked, "What is it? Is it a monster?" They told him it was an explorer. He asked, "Then why wake me up? I was sleeping nicely." The archer guy reminded him that they had been told to be cautious of explorers as well as monsters. The young barbarian said he remembered, but that guy was one of theirs. Bjorn also acted very happy to see him. Then the two met cheerfully and introduced themselves. The young barbarian's name was Charon, son of Tarsan. Bjorn used his fake full name again. Bjorn, son of Thor. They acted so friendly that both Misha and the others began to feel weird. Even though Misha knew Bjorn was acting, she still wanted to keep her distance for now. Charon made a weird face and told everyone to put down their weapons, saying that Thor's son Bjorn wasn't a bad explorer. Bjorn also made a weird face and repeated that he wasn't a bad explorer. Seeing their expressions, the group gave in, and their leader addressed Bjorn as Barbarian. Bjorn corrected him. "It's Thor's son, Bjorn." Then the leader called him Thor. Bjorn replied, "That's my father's name." Then the leader called him Bjorn. Bjorn said, "We're not that close. Call me by my full name." Their leader was so angry he was almost about to hit Bjorn, but Bjorn acted innocent and asked what was wrong. The leader, controlling his temper, asked Bjorn to leave, saying they were resting. Bjorn replied, "Ah, perfect then. We're also looking for a place to rest." The leader, confused, asked what he was talking about, but Bjorn kept going, saying he heard it's called Night Buddies. The enemy team was speechless at Bjorn's shameless and stubborn face. Their leader asked what he meant and told him that from the second floor onward, people don't form night buddy groups. It's common sense to form trustworthy parties. Bjorn asked, "So you don't do night buddies?" Their leader said, "If you understand that, then leave." But Bjorn got angry and called them stupid. He asked if their heads were just for decoration. Bjorn pointed out that there were 4 of them and 2 of Bjorn's group. So if 7 people rotated night watch, everyone could sleep more. He did the math wrong on purpose and acted like a dumb barbarian. Charon was shocked. He asked, "If such a good method exists, why haven't explorers done this from the start?" The enemy team was too stunned by the stupidity to say anything. Their leader looked at Misha and asked her to handle things, but then he noticed her, really noticed her, and his thoughts went wild as he scanned her body. He asked Misha what she thought. Misha was angry at his lustful eyes, but she held back and said she wasn't sure. "But since they have a barbarian with them, they must be good people," she added. "Actually, Bjorn lost his weapon, and I don't feel comfortable with someone doing night watch without one." The enemy leader got excited hearing that, but tried to hide his suspicion. So, Bjorn explained that he was bashing a monster when his weapon slipped from his hand and disappeared. The man believed the lame excuse. Bjorn asked again if they were doing the night buddy thing or not. The enemy group got greedy and said that while it wasn't normal, if they wanted to, they could rest for the night. Bjorn and Misha lay down, pretending to sleep. Misha whispered, "Do we really have to do all this?" Bjorn told her to stay quiet, and in return, he'd grant her one wish. Misha smiled and said, "You promise?" Then the enemy team started preparing to attack. 1 moved to Charon's side, and 2 approached Bjorn and Misha. They wanted to finish it in one blow. Bjorn yawned and pretended to wake up. He asked if anyone else was hungry. The others quickly hid their weapons and said yes, they also wanted to join. Bjorn said, "Sure," and started moving. They couldn't wait any longer. Their leader attacked Bjorn with full force, but it barely affected him. Bjorn turned back with an angry look and asked, "What are you doing?" The man said his hand slipped. Bjorn replied, "Even if you're starving, how do you make a mistake like that?" The leader insisted it was a mistake. Bjorn punched him in the face, breaking his teeth, and said, "My hand slipped too, because of hunger." The commotion woke Charon up. He asked what was going on, but the bow guy was already behind him, and his teammates ordered him to shoot immediately. Thankfully, Charon saw the reflection on his axe and reacted quickly, blocking the arrow with his hand. He was nearly killed. He stood up in rage and asked the bow guy what he was doing. The bow guy stammered, but Charon grabbed his neck tightly and asked again why he wasn't answering. The bow guy tried to respond, but Charon tightened his grip and repeated the question. The spear guy was stunned. Before he could act, Misha knocked him out. She said, "I wasn't sure at first, but yeah, they really are plunderers." Bjorn turned to the archer, the only one still conscious and aware, and ordered him to read the notebook they had been passing among themselves. "Loudly," Bjorn added. The archer hesitated, but opened the notebook with trembling fingers. He began to read aloud the words scribbled on the pages. "Why would you expect that from a barbarian? Are you planning to kill them too?" Their supposed leader had responded, "They're practically asking to be killed, so there's no reason to spare him." Another voice chimed in, "I found him suspicious. No barbarian can be that stupid." And then a third, "Suspicious? I'm all for it. And don't you get it? After all that killing, they just keep walking." The archer's voice started to break. He knew what came next, and he knew reading it would likely be the end of him. But Bjorn noticed the pause. "Why'd you stop?" Bjorn asked coldly. He stepped forward and grabbed the archer's hand, locking eyes with him. "Did what I told you sound like a joke to you?" Before the man could answer, Bjorn snapped one of his fingers cleanly. "Keep reading." Choking on sobs, the archer resumed. "They're just walking monsters, nothing more. Same intellect level, and whoever kills them first claims them." His voice cracked. Tears rolled down his face. He knew exactly what was coming next. Karen, standing to the side, stared in disbelief. "Who said that?" he asked, his voice low. "It was Victor," the archer whispered. Bjorn nodded. "Keep going." The archer turned the page and continued, though now every word shook in his throat. "Even if it's not the barbarian, the reward is good enough. That beast woman's just as dumb as the barbarian, but her face is pretty decent. I'll give her that. Shame she rolls around with him." Misha's eyes widened. She ripped the paper out of his hands and read the lines herself. Her expression shifted from confusion to outright fury. Face flushed, she clenched the pages in her fist. "Who wrote this?" she demanded. The archer barely managed to answer before she hissed, "I'll kill him myself!" Bjorn raised a hand to calm her and told the archer to skip that kind of talk. "Get to the part where they plan how to kill us," he said. The archer, still sniffling, nodded and turned to the next passage. He swallowed hard and read his own line. "I'll take care of Charon. He underestimates me because I'm an archer, and it pisses me off. He doesn't even know he's going to die." Charon looked like he'd been punched in the gut. He blinked, stunned. "I don't even know what I did wrong," he muttered, confused. Then he looked to Bjorn. "What should I do?" Bjorn didn't reply with words. Instead, Charon stepped forward, and with a single, clean stroke, he chopped the archer's head off. The leader of the group, still unconscious, woke up moments later, only to scream as Misha crushed his groin with a swift and brutal stomp. He barely had time to react before Bjorn took off his head as well. Then came the last man's turn. He fell to his knees in front of Bjorn, sobbing and begging for his life. "I won't do something like this again," he promised. "I swear it. I'll change." Bjorn tilted his head. "So what? You'll become a good bandit?" "Yes," the man gasped. "I'll do what you say. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore." Bjorn said nothing. He reached down, grabbed the man's head and jaw, and with one brutal twist, ended it. His eyes, cold and unreadable, didn't waver for a second. After everything had settled, Charon poured only half a bottle of healing potion on his wounded hand. He left the rest untreated on purpose. Barbarians saw scars as badges of honor, marks of weakness overcome, reminders to become stronger warriors. Bjorn walked over and told Charon to take whatever he needed from the hunter's belongings. "I'm not that shameless," Charon replied. "I took something myself," Bjorn said. "At least take one thing." Charon nodded. "If that's the case..." He picked up a hammer and gave it a few test swings. "If my axe can't get the job done, I'll use this instead." "That all you're taking?" Bjorn asked. "It's all I need," Charon said. "Besides, the rest of the stuff's too small to carry around." Bjorn shrugged. "You can always sell what you don't need. Just advice." Soon after, Bjorn offered to accompany Charon back to the first floor. When they returned, Bjorn reintroduced himself, this time with his real identity. Charon raised an eyebrow. "Wait, you're that Bjorn?" Bjorn smirked. "Yeah, people call me Little Vulcan." Charon's eyes widened. "Then I'll sell what you gave me without hesitation and get myself some proper gear." Bjorn nodded in approval. "Good thinking. The stronger you get, the easier it'll be for young warriors to survive." "I'll make sure of it," Charon said firmly. Bjorn was doing all this for a reason. The barbarian tribe was the weakest among all the races. Individually, they had potential, but too many were targeted, and without proper education or support, most died before they had the chance to grow. But what if that started to change? What if it began with Charon? If more young barbarians survived, if more reached the top ranks as explorers, the cycle of success would strengthen the entire tribe. Whether Bjorn liked it or not, he was one of them. and a stronger tribe would benefit him too. Mages were the perfect example. Without the Magic Tower community behind them, could they really have been so arrogant, so untouchable? The revival of the Barbarian tribe was still far off, but planting small seeds like this made it possible. So Bjorn began giving Karen advice. How to pick a good team, why it was smart to include at least one person from another race, and other tips he'd learned the hard way. Karen listened to every word carefully. Then, in a tone much darker than before, he said, "Thank you, Bjorn, son of Yandel. Hiding an axe behind kindness, it's a strong tactic. From now on, I'll only take humans as my overnight companions. And if any of them show their true nature," he paused, "I'll crush their skulls." His eyes were cold, his expression unreadable. The incident had clearly left a deeper mark on him than expected. He added, "If I ever meet a young warrior, I'll tell them what happened to me. I'll pass on your advice for the sake of our kind." Bjorn felt a little nervous hearing that intensity. "Okay," he said. One thing was clear. Whoever messed with Karen from now on was absolutely, irreversibly screwed. After that, Bjorn and Misha returned to the second floor. Land of the Dead. They had been searching for the Death Knight for 2 days now, and Bjorn was starting to wonder if it was time to give up. Misha noticed his frustration and said, "Don't be so down. I haven't heard anything about a large gravestone where the Death Knight is summoned on the 7th day. Not every book is going to be right, you know? Maybe you should stop cooping yourself up in the library and come out with me once in a while." Bjorn raised an eyebrow. "That's the alternative?" Misha turned a little red, but before she could reply, Bjorn said, "Forget it. Let's keep moving." Suddenly, both of them felt a cold chill crawl down their spines. A status effect, resentment, had been triggered. It reduced their healing and regeneration speed. To confirm it, Bjorn bit it into his lower lip and started counting. Normally, the small wound would heal in seconds, but it didn't. That's when a grin spread across his face. They had found it. The Death Knight was close, very close. They broke into a run. Resentment was one of the Death Knight's active skills, and if it was already active, that meant it had just been summoned. Someone else had found it, and likely already attacked. A player, maybe. Bjorn had to be careful, but all he cared about was the experience points. And if the Death Knight was already in battle, there was still a chance to land the final blow. Misha looked uneasy. "What are you going to do?" Bjorn didn't answer. He already had a plan. As they approached, they saw another team fighting the Death Knight. Without hesitation, Bjorn dashed forward and struck the final blow. "You have defeated the Death Knight, gained 4 experience points. Reminds me of that one friend who always stole my kills with a last hit." With the Death Knight down, Bjorn switched to his signature stupid face and shouted, "Don't worry, I've come to save you." The other team was stunned by what just happened. Misha was shocked too, but in a very different way. The other team's reaction was immediate, especially the elf girl. She looked furious. I could feel her emotion through the scene, and honestly, I understood. I'd be pissed too if someone stole my kill. Then again, maybe she was extra angry because elves and barbarians didn't exactly get along. Bjorn kept playing dumb, asking why they were mad when he just helped them. Misha jumped in, pretending Bjorn was out of control, and apologized on his behalf. Then one of the team members stepped forward. "I know this guy. He's the 3rd floor guy, Little Vulcan." Bjorn recognized him too. He was the one who had warned others to leave early and shared bits of info about Ryakis. So he was a player after all. The rest of the team softened. If he's Little Vulcan, then maybe this really was a misunderstanding. Maybe he acted with good intentions. The elf girl still didn't look convinced. The player stepped forward and said, "There's no way a hero like him would do something as petty as kill stealing." That's when Bjorn realized the real purpose of building a good reputation. It covered you. Meanwhile, Misha stood beside him, failing miserably at hiding her terrible poker face. The player extended his hand. "Let's introduce ourselves properly." Bjorn took his hand and nodded. "Bjorn?" "And I'm Hans Kreisen," the player said. The moment the name left his mouth, a familiar fear shot down Bjorn's spine. Bjorn was so afraid of Hans that the moment he heard the name, his body tensed up. Without hesitation, he backed down and raised a hand, shouting at the player who possessed Hans's body. "Stop! Right there! Then, without waiting for a response, he grabbed Misha by the arm and took off running. The presence of a player inside Han's body brought too much chaos for Bjorn to handle at once. He couldn't think, only react. Misha, breathless and struggling to keep up, glanced sideways at him. "Why are we running like this? What's going on?" "I'll explain later," Bjorn muttered, eyes scanning ahead. "Right now, we need to get out of here." Behind them, the player stood still, just as confused by what had happened. But Bjorn's heart was already pounding, not from the sprint, but from the dread of what might happen next. Meanwhile, the first floor had finally reopened. People who had been waiting inside began to spill out, and among them was Charon. As soon as he stepped into the open air, he threw his head back and laughed, loud and booming. The other barbarians noticed him instantly. Relief washed over Charon's face as he spotted his comrades alive and well. "You're all still standing," he said with a grin. They eyed the heavy bags and unfamiliar equipment strapped to his back. "Where did all that come from?" one of them asked, suspicious. "You looted someone?" Charon chuckled and motioned for them to gather around. No. Let me tell you what happened to me." As he told his story, the group's expressions darkened. Anger and disbelief filled the air. They weren't monsters, they said. They were warriors. But Charon's tale only fueled their emotions more. He spoke of Bjorn, how he had seen into the minds of vile plunderers and survived where many would have fallen. The others began to glorify what Bjorn had done, their respect for him growing even deeper. Word of their loud voices spread quickly. People nearby began whispering, but not all of it was praise. Some scoffed at the barbarians, calling them useless, noisy, only good for their big hearts. That mockery was the spark that ignited Charon's fury. He clenched his fists and turned to his kin. "From this moment on," he declared, "I'll pass on the same teachings that Bjorn, the son of Yandel, spoke. This will be our first noble step. All of us." The winds were shifting, and Hans's presence or curse had already begun to ripple through them all. In the depths of the labyrinth, Bjorn had already reached the third floor. He barely managed to find the portal, navigating without a scout. In truth, he only succeeded because he had secretly followed a passing group of explorers. Later, he finally spoke to Misha about what had been haunting him. "There's something about the name Hans," he said. "Something cursed." Misha looked uneasy. "If that name really is such a bad omen, shouldn't we just return to the first floor?" "It's not confirmed," Bjorn replied. "And even if it's true, going back to the city wouldn't change anything. In times like this, the best way to minimize loss is to finish the job." Misha sighed. "If you say so. But don't mention that name again. I feel uneasy now, too." Bjorn chuckled. "I don't know much about happy things, but sharing the bad ones, it really does cut them in half." She gave him a half-hearted glare. "Is that really something you should say, you crazy barbarian fool?" His smirk widened. "I was just kidding." "Don't lie. I saw it in your eyes. You meant every word." Bjorn hesitated, then said more softly, "Maybe I was, unconsciously relying on you." Misha's breath caught in her throat. A blush rose to her cheeks, and her anger melted into something gentler. "Well, thank you for telling me. You don't have to carry everything alone. From now on, you can rely on me for anything." She was smiling, bright, warm, sincere. And for a second, it felt like something had changed between them. Bjorn blinked. Then with a grin, "I was joking." He turned and bolted. "Bjorn!" Misha shouted, laughing and furious at the same time. "You idiot!" And she chased after him, her footsteps echoing in the depths of the labyrinth. After some time, they reached the resting point at the mouth of the Black River on the third floor. Bjorn carried Misha in his arms because she didn't like getting wet. But since they were late, all the prime spots were already taken. Misha said she'd let it slide and wouldn't beat him this time, claiming it was because she was generous. In truth, she was just afraid of water and didn't want to get wet. Bjorn put her down, and then he heard some voices. A man was loudly saying, "There's no tree that doesn't fall after being struck 10 times. Then another, in a timid voice, said, "As you know, she's..." But before he could finish, people nearby told him to keep quiet since everyone was trying to sleep. Bjorn and Misha recognized those voices. It was Hikarud, the dwarf, and Dwalki. And I'm sure Dwalki was talking about Misha. It looked like Bjorn's team had reunited in the labyrinth. Naturally, Bjorn and Misha joined them. The dwarf asked Bjorn why he was there and what happened to his bodyguard request. Bjorn made up a lie on the spot, telling him the client had business on the first floor and had already returned to the city. Then Bjorn asked the dwarf why they were on the third floor when they said they'd stay on the second. The dwarf explained they finished the second floor request early, so they picked up another one just in case. After that, they all carried out the new request together to retrieve frog shemen eyes for 2 million. They succeeded in doing that in 3 days. Dwalkie used his magic to preserve the monster corpse so it wouldn't vanish. He said it really felt like luck was on their side when Misha was around. The dwarf muttered that this guy's love blindness was something else, and he believed it was Bjorn who brought the luck, not Misha. Bjorn felt really weird. He told everyone they should start heading toward the fourth floor, and everyone agreed. After running non-stop for 3 days, just 3 hours before the third floor closed, they finally reached the portal. Bjorn told Rottmiller he did a great job. After a while, when the portal's color changed, they prepared to enter. If you forgot, the fourth floor is a little special. Every team enters a different space depending on the color of the portal. And when the color changes, you can't enter the same space as the previous team. That's why they waited. They began to enter, and when Bjorn was almost fully inside the portal, he heard a voice from behind calling him Mr. And we all know who calls Bjorn that. It's Erwin. Finally, after so much time, she's back in the story. Bjorn recognized the voice, but it was too late. They had already entered the fourth floor. As you know, that means Erwin can't enter the same space as Bjorn. Bjorn was dazed, thinking about Erwin, when everyone shouted at him to move quickly. Because the fourth floor, known as the Tower of the Sky, is dangerous. As soon as you enter, monsters pour out. The monsters that appeared were an orc shaman, stone golems, living armors, and even a Dullahan, a pretty strong combination. The Dullahan attacked the dwarf, who was barely dodging its attacks. He warned everyone to be careful. Even if the monsters were lower rank, their combination was tough. But before he could finish his speech, Bjorn and the others had already defeated all the monsters. While they were chatting, Dwalkie was showing off his spells in front of Misha to impress her. Seeing all this, the dwarf was confused. Was combat always this easy? After the trial on the first floor of the Tower of the Sky ended, 4 gates appeared, each a different color. They began discussing which one to take. Dwalkie said they were short on time and should climb the tower as quickly as possible. Misha commented that the rewards on the lower floors were scarce. Bjorn said everyone seemed to want to go through the Gate of Wisdom. The Stairway of Wisdom is a route that requires a professional scout. The paths are complex, filled with traps, and occasionally monsters appear. But if successful, you can ascend 5 floors at once. So Rottmiller, as the team's scout, was ready to lead them through the Golden Gate of Wisdom. After choosing the Stairway of Wisdom on the first floor, they then selected the Stairway of Courage, and once again the Stairway of Wisdom, eventually reaching the 12th floor. There they encountered a top-tier X-class monster among 5th-ranked creatures, a troll. Everyone was shocked. Why was a troll appearing on the 12th floor? Even Bjorn was stunned. Of course, there is a possibility for a grade 5 monster to appear in the Tower of Sky, but the odds of that happening are insanely low. In the 10 years Bjorn had been playing this game, it had only happened 7 times, and all of those occurrences were above the 100th floor. For such a high-level boss monster to appear on the 12th floor, it could only mean one thing. The gods were truly against Bjorn today. But Bjorn quickly calmed himself and shouted at the others to do the same and focus. He used his savage outburst skill to attract the monster's attention, keeping it from attacking the rest of the party. The troll struck at Bjorn, and he barely managed to block the attack. The dwarf rushed in to help, shielding Bjorn from the blow by using his skills Knockback Immunity and Shock Absorption. The dwarf's shield shattered on impact. He restored it quickly with his Emergency Restoration skill, but Bjorn pushed him back and snapped, reminding him that he had told him to switch shields earlier. Bjorn then attacked the monster, but his efforts barely left a mark. Dwalkie and Rottmiller followed up with their own attacks, also ineffective. Rotmiller's arrow bounced off the troll's thick hide, and Dwalki's ice arrow was smashed to pieces by a single punch from the troll. Misha tried to target its ankle, but its hide was far too tough for her dagger to penetrate deeply. Seeing their attacks fail one after another, Dwalki began to lose his nerve. "We should run," he shouted. "Shut up and focus." Bjorn barked back. He knew there was nowhere to escape. He remembered the last time they faced a rank 5 monster, in the blood-tinted castle. Back then, they had a grade 6 mage with them, and since mages' levels are calculated as 1.5 times that of normal explorers, it was like having a grade 5 plus damage dealer on their side. That mage had even attacked the vampire with sun attribute spells, while Bjorn used the Tear of the Goddess, a relic strong enough to one-shot a Death Knight. And still, even then, the vampire didn't go down in one hit. That vampire had strong regeneration, but weak defense. This troll had both high regeneration and high defense, meaning if they couldn't control the flow of battle and manage their timing perfectly, not even a lucky shot would save them. Still, the probability of Bjorn and his team surviving wasn't zero. Bjorn had a plan. 15 minutes had passed since the fight began. Dwalki focused all his magic on course spells. Bjorn and the dwarf held the front line as tanks for as long as they could. Rotmiller occasionally diverted the troll's attention, giving Misha the chance to strike the same spot Bjorn had ordered her to. They were fighting with their lives on the line every second. It felt like walking on thin ice. Bjorn and the dwarf did their best to keep the troll's attention focused on them and away from the others. But Dwalki was running out of both breath and mana. Bjorn noticed and called out to him, "How much magic power do you have left?" "I can last 2 or 3 more minutes if I push myself," Dwalki replied. "And if you stop casting slow, then I can hold for 7 minutes. Okay, don't cast slow anymore." Then Bjorn turned to Misha. She frowned. "Even if you call out like that, it's not going to cut it." Bjorn didn't argue. Instead, he told the dwarf to handle the defense alone for now. Then he joined Misha, targeting the same arm she was attacking. But the troll didn't take it lying down. It activated its frenzy skill, eliminating pain and greatly increasing its physical stats. It attacked Bjorn again. Bjorn blocked the blow, then tossed aside his nearly broken shield. He went into full assault mode, no longer caring about defense, and began attacking the troll's arm like a madman. Once the arm was fully exposed and vulnerable, he shouted to Misha, "Now! Cut it down!" Misha sliced through the arm completely. The troll howled and immediately activated hyper-regeneration, an active skill that targets a specific body part, rapidly restoring it to its original state. But this skill had a 2-minute cooldown before it could be used again. Bjorn saw his chance. He tore off his armor and activated his giantification skill, growing nearly as large as the troll itself. Compared to him, the dwarf now looked even smaller. With hyper-regeneration on cooldown, if they could destroy the troll's brain or heart in the next 2 minutes, they could win. Of course, help but wonder. What if he obtained the troll essence and got hyper-regeneration for himself? Then, he could focus solely on protecting his heart, while the rest of his body would handle itself thanks to vampire essence and hyper-regeneration. But dreams are dreams. For now, they'd see what happened. Bjorn grabbed the troll and shouted to Misha, "Stab its eyes first, with my blood on your blade." Misha did as told, coating her weapon in Bjorn's acidic blood and plunging it toward the troll's eye. The monster thrashed violently, shaking its head and trying to throw her off, but Misha held on with all her strength, stabbing again and again while applying the corrosive blood. But no matter how many times she struck, her attacks couldn't pierce the troll's skull. Bjorn held onto the troll's other arm and tried to restrain its head while Misha desperately attempted to reach its brain. Then, suddenly, the troll shifted targets. It began focusing on Dwalki, stomping toward him with murderous intent. Rotmiller did everything he could to protect Dwalki, even though the troll was blind. It somehow knew where Dwalki was, perhaps sensing his mana. Whatever the cause, the situation turned to chaos in an instant. The dwarf rushed to intercept the troll, but had completely run out of mana. Without the strength to activate his skills, he was knocked out in a single blow. Misha turned her head, eyes wide with worry for the dwarf. "Don't stop," Bjorn barked. "Keep attacking." The troll charged ahead, relentlessly pursuing Dwalki. In just a few moments, it reached him and struck. Seeing her friend attack like that filled Misha with rage and anguish. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't stop. Bjorn's voice came again, firm, unyielding. "Keep going. We can't stop now." With a scream, Misha continued her assault, stabbing wildly, ferociously, blood and tears spilling together. Bjorn fought beside her, but he had reached his limit. His mana depleted, his giant form collapsed. But then, finally, the troll fell. Dead at last, the troll finally fell. Its body hit the ground with a lifeless thud. Silence settled. No dramatic drop of essence, no shining reward. Just a single magic stone rolling to a stop in the dirt. Bjorn stared at it blankly. His heart felt hollow. This wasn't a dream. This place was real. Every decision, every mistake they made had consequences. Dwalki now lay drenched in blood, broken and still, because of the path Bjorn chose. Misha scrambled from body to body, checking them through her tears. Rottmiller, wounded legs but alive. The dwarf, just fainted. A healing potion would be enough. But Dwalki, his spine was shattered, his breathing shallow. He clung to life by a thread. Bjorn rushed to him and began pouring potion after potion into his mouth, desperately trying to save him. But it wasn't working. Dwalki's body was too fragile. A human mage, lightweight and vulnerable. The potions healed surface wounds, but not something this deep. Bjorn's hands trembled. I should have saved that supreme potion," he muttered, remembering the one he'd used on the bear man in the cave. The regret hit like a punch to the gut. His chest tightened. Damn it. Then, quietly, Rottmiller stepped forward. He pulled something from his bag, a supreme-grade potion. "I brought this, just in case," he said calmly, offering it. Bjorn took it with both hands, speechless. He didn't hesitate. He gave it to Dwalki. He was still weak, but no longer dying. Misha fell to her knees, sobbing in relief. "We made it?" "We all made it." Bjorn didn't speak. His hands were still clenched. They hadn't survived because they were strong. They survived because of luck, because of backup plans, because of one man's foresight, and a potion they just happened to have. That wasn't enough. That wouldn't always be enough. Today was luck. But what about next time? Bjorn felt a cold helplessness seep into his bones. If he wanted to survive in this cruel world, if they all did, he had to do more than plan. He had to grow stronger, better. He had to be ready for death at every turn. Eventually, the dwarf stirred. He blinked blearily and looked around. "So, we're alive," he said, surprised. Rottmiller laughed faintly. "Surviving a troll, that's a miracle. We should offer thanks at the temple." Bjorn bowed his head. "I'm sorry. I didn't know the troll would act like that in the end." The dwarf waved it off. "It's not your fault. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead." Rottmiller nodded. "Don't blame yourself. You carried us through this." Soon, Dwalki stirred, groaning faintly as his eyes slowly opened. His face was pale, his breath shallow, but he was alive. "Is everyone okay?" he whispered, barely able to speak. Misha knelt beside him, smiling through her tears. Yes, we're okay. You're okay." Dwalki managed a weak smile. "I'm glad. You're safe, Misha." It was a small moment in the middle of the wreckage, but it meant everything. They all took a breath, a long, exhausted, grateful breath. The storm had passed, if only barely. After checking on each other and sharing a few words, they finally turned to Rottmiller, thanking him for the supreme potion. Misha said what everyone was thinking. "We'll cover the cost together. That potion saved Dwalki." Rottmiller gave a small nod, brushing off the thanks. "It's just a potion. It'd be useless if we lost someone." Then Misha turned to Bjorn. "So, now what?" she asked quietly. Bjorn blinked, caught off guard. "What do you mean?" Misha hesitated, her voice lower now, nervous. "Are you planning to go deeper?" Before Bjorn could answer, the dwarf sat up and gave her a sharp look. "Why are you asking, Bjorn?" he said. "I'm the team leader." Misha blinked. "Ah," Bjorn chuckled dryly and crossed his arms. "You think I'd keep pushing us forward after that? Of course not. We stop here. We're done for now. We'll wait until the labyrinth closes." As soon as they emerged from the labyrinth, they rushed Dwalki to the temple. The healers there wielded holy power, capable of restoring wounds even the strongest potions couldn't mend. Of course, even that sacred magic couldn't heal the invisible scars, the mental toll of surviving death. While the healing light enveloped Dwalki's battered body, Rottmiller leaned over and asked gently, "Are you all right? Any lingering effects?" Dwalki laughed, waving a hand. "I'm completely fine. I could march right back into the labyrinth right now if I had to. Rottmiller gave a rare smile. That's a relief. Since there weren't many mana stones to divide between them, they all agreed to postpone the loot distribution for 2 days. Everyone returned to their own places to rest. Meanwhile, Bjorn couldn't stop thinking about the troll. After all the havoc it caused, it hadn't even dropped an essence, just one lousy magic stone. Disappointed, he let out a sigh, only to hear Misha's voice behind him. So, what are you planning to do now? Bjorn turned to her and casually replied, Let's go to the inn and wash up. Misha blinked. Together? She stammered, her cheeks turning bright red. Bjorn furrowed his brow, confused. Why are you acting so weird? He crossed his arms. You had plenty of rest in the labyrinth. Don't even think about running off now. Flustered, Misha waved her hands. That's not what I meant, she squeaked. I just meant never mind. She huffed, then muttered, I'll wash up at your inn. It's too much hassle going to mine. Bjorn shrugged. Fine. Back at the inn, Bjorn washed quickly and came out drying his hair. Take your time, he said, tossing her a towel. I'll sort out the items. Misha lit up. Really? Thanks. She snatched the towel and skipped toward the bath with renewed energy. Meanwhile, Bjorn sat down and began organizing their loot. He sorted through the monster parts, magic stones, and gear, separating what to sell and what to keep for future use. Then, a knock at the door. Bjorn? A nervous male voice called from outside. Bjorn opened the door and eyed the man suspiciously. Who are you? The man immediately started sweating under his gaze. I'm from the guild, he stammered, wiping his forehead. A barbarian named Tarsan has requested you as a witness to prove he's not a murderer. Bjorn's face tightened. Trouble. He couldn't let Tarsan, his baby Tarsan, get caught in something like this. Without wasting a second, he turned and called out to Misha, who was still inside the bath. Plans are canceled. Once you're done, you can head home or do whatever you want. Huh? She shouted back, confused. Wait, what happened? Can't you at least explain? But Bjorn was already grabbing his gear. He was in a rush. Tarsan needed him. Of course, Tarsan was only 6 months younger than him, but Bjorn always thought of him as a kid who needed protecting. And just as he stormed off, just then, Erwin came running, eager to see Bjorn. Back in the labyrinth, her sister had been teaching her how to navigate to the 4th floor, instructing her to listen carefully to the magic waves of the portals. She'd learned how to listen to the magical resonance of the portals. And then she heard it. A voice. Erwin started listening to the sounds of the magical waves that the portals created. She began leading her sister toward a portal, and her sister was happy to see her progress. But when they came near a portal, her sister suddenly stopped. Erwin was confused, until she heard a voice. Harsh, but warm, cutting through the faint hum of the dungeon's pulse. She knew that voice. It was Bjorn. She saw his figure enter the portal. She couldn't make out his face, but her heart knew. It was him. She called out, but he didn't hear. And before she could follow, her sister stopped her. You can't go in after them, she warned. You'll be mistaken for a raider. Erwin trembled. It was Mister. I know it. You didn't even see him properly, her sister replied. I don't need to see, Erwin said, voice cracking. I know it was him. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Why can't I go to him? Why? She sobbed. Her sister stood frozen, shocked to see Erwin like this, so heartbroken, so desperate. So, the moment Erwin returned to the city, she asked around. To her surprise, Bjorn had become famous. It wasn't long before she found his new address. She dressed up, trying to look presentable, trying to make herself worthy of meeting him again. In her heart, she wanted to apologize first. Maybe, just maybe, he'd been desperately looking for her too. Poor Erwin. She had no idea how heartless Bjorn truly was. Heart-pounding, she stood outside his room, nervously adjusting her sleeves. She took a breath, then knocked. She waited, eager, eyes wide with anticipation. Her heart raced, nearly bursting with hope and emotion. But then the door opened, and standing there was Misha. Not fully dressed, freshly washed, towel draped around her shoulders, water dripping down her neck.